Chapter 121. Compared to Bai Shu, Dong Feng was much more professional. He carefully examined the giant's internal organs, ensuring they were all intact. He quickly cleaned up the damaged tissue fragments and repositioned the internal organs. It's internal organs that are damaged. If he had waited any longer, he would have died. Dong Feng removed his gloves. Thank goodness, his skills. This world was more interesting than he had imagined. Not only were there different treatment systems, but there were also healing skills, which were practically cheats. Honestly, he loved them. The giant was his first surgical patient. Thankfully, the giant's enormous size made this delicate work relatively easy. The giant's vitality was strong. As long as he had a breath left, he could be saved. Bai Shu was confident in his healing skills. Concentrated on treating the patient, he didn't realize that as he summoned the peach branch, a grayish-white scale on a shelf in a nearby cave glowed for a moment. But it quickly faded, and no one noticed except Shenong, who had woken up and was conversing with the humans. Although they held out hope for Bai Shu's complete recovery, the giants stared anxiously at the stone bed. Unable to multiply their numbers through reproduction, they could only rely on ethereal summons, which made them extremely concerned about the lives of their tribesmen. As long as they could delay until the witch doctor arrived, it would be fine. The peach blossom sank into the giant's body, and with the naked eye, the giant's wounds, including the shattered internal organs, were rapidly healing. The healing process lasted for about 3 minutes. Under the giant's astonished gaze, his organs returned to normal, the abdominal wound gradually shrank and healed, no longer as hideous as it had been at the beginning, and even the faint darkening on his face disappeared. No need for a witch doctor. The giants thought in unison. If only they could stay in the secret realm. Giant beings, due to their enormous size, require more effort to heal than ordinary humans. Such a large milk supply is practically tailor-made for them. Looking at the gleaming eyes, Jietchen calmly blocked Bai Shu, whose back was turned. You're kidding. Even the Lord of the Secret Realm couldn't stop him from coveting him. Because of his powerful healing skills, which could only heal one person at a time, Bai Shu rarely reached his maximum healing capacity, let alone experience the feeling of mental exhaustion. Besides his first encounter with the level 7 alien mystery, when he saved the bloodied and still breathing mysterious man, Alung, this was Bai Shu's second time. But this time, he didn't want to stop. He wanted to know what it felt like to exhaust his mental energy. When his mental energy was drained, it felt like a vacuum was being pressed in his brain, causing him to lose consciousness for a moment. Then, it felt like a needle as thin as a cow's hair pierced his brain, causing a subtle pain and numbness, but it was still bearable. Bai Shu stared at the tiny, finger-long, pale pink crack on the giant's lower abdomen. Just as he was about to take another step, the glow covering the giant's body dissipated automatically. He paused for a moment, then glanced at the peach blossom branch in his hand. His skill automatically stopped. The branch, only about the thickness of a finger, was straight and smooth. Near the front, 2 small bumps sprouted on either side, one in front and one behind, where 2 peach blossoms had grown. Now, only a small white flower remained at the back. The white peach blossoms were pure and delicate, while the pink peach blossoms were delicate and gorgeous. Unlike the will-o'-the-wisp fire, which sought to assert its presence, they seemed quite well behaved. Bai Shu had never imagined they would be uncooperative. Even lively as will-o'-the-wisp, domineering as the sun fire, neither would disobey their master's wishes. Before he could even think, a large hand grasped his armpit and lifted him aloft. Oh, horse! Who? The giants' faces were filled with excitement. Once the first roar rang out, the roars could not be stopped, rising and falling in a continuous stream. Pairs of large hands reached out towards Bai Shu, initially clenched into fists, intending to touch each other's shoulders as a gesture of friendship. However, upon realizing their target was only a small size, they suddenly changed direction and touched his head with their fingertips. Bai Shu was still dazed, his soft hair ruffled by the touch. He sensed they were deliberately restraining their strength. Bai Shu smiled and didn't refuse. Jietchen was squeezed to the corner of the stone bed. His superior height was no advantage at this moment, and he gritted his teeth silently. By the time the giant's enthusiasm had died down, Li had regained consciousness and actually spoke in human language. Thank you. He fished out 2 precious fragments from beneath his hide mat, water and gold. As if feeling a little short, a faint blush appeared on his pale, bronze face. Sorry, it's a little short. Will you come again next year? I save more and give you all the fragments, he said eagerly. The tribe lived a communal life, with everyone working together, hunting, farming, making clothes, crafting tools, and ultimately distributing them according to their contributions. The fragments obtained by the tribesmen were first allocated to the larger tribe, then to the smaller tribes, for use in summoning and trading. Li wasn't considered a formidable fighter among the giants, but he was one of the few with a quick mind who had learned human language. These 2 fragments were all he had. Bai Shu shook his head. I'm not sure, but these 2 are enough. Keep them for yourself, they'd be handy for anything else in the future. What a lovely, kind person. Li, pulled from darkness and pain, had actually woken up long before. Seeing the pretty, kitten-like figure lying on top of him to treat him, his heart melted. If he hadn't been unable to leave the secret realm, he would have signed a contract with the other person. He would have protected him with all his might. Li's thoughts aside, Bai Shu had saved their people. As the tribe leader, Di, the giant who had exchanged the folding knife with Jiechenyu, had at some point produced a box. This was their common property, given to them outside the larger tribe, all prepared for trade. He looked at the 2 of them. To thank you for saving our people and exchanging knives, you can each take one of these fragments with you. The box shone with a multicolored light as soon as it was opened. It was filled with fragments. Bai Shu looked over and saw that the fragments were of excellent quality. There were quite a few top-quality fragments, and the designs on them were far more complete than those seen in the military exhibition hall. Aside from the lack of fire fragments, they were practically perfect. How many points would that be worth? How much cake could it exchange for? Of course, such an unreliable idea was just a thought, and Bai Shu feigned composure. But behind him, Jiechenyu could see his slightly trembling hands. He smiled and stepped forward. The fragments in the box were truly of excellent quality, with quite a few top-quality fragments. Some even revealed bird wings and parts of some large ancestral spirits. Jiechenyu wanted a transportable ancestor, but unfortunately, there were no fire fragments. As captain, it was his duty to improve the team's combat effectiveness. Thinking of Jiang Zhengping, he was still thinking about the earth fragment from earlier. He searched the box, but couldn't find it. Although he had also seen a top-grade earth fragment, the giant's concealment piqued his interest. He put down the fragment in his hand and asked, "Where's the one from earlier?" "I want that one." Di was silent for a moment, the fragment still in his hand. "It won't work. He's one of our tribe." Bai Shu and Jiechenyu exchanged a glance. Jiechenyu smiled. Given that, he couldn't let go. He looked puzzled. "In that case, wouldn't it be more appropriate to give it to us? He's an earth element. In the secret realm, he can only exist as a fragment, but we can summon him. With your help, he will surely awaken fully and meet you. Isn't that good?" Jiechenyu's mind was in turmoil. A room full of giants wouldn't even be a fraction of his size. In the blink of an eye, the reward for a top-grade fragment became a fully awakened ancestor. It was truly unethical. Many giants engaged in a lively discussion, clearly intent on this. On the one hand, Jiechenyu's words made sense, but more importantly, Bai Shu had just saved their people and earned their trust. He glanced at Bai Shu with some disappointment. Why wasn't he an earth element? If so, he would have asked Jiechenyu to summon him even without asking. Given the importance the giants place on their people, they wouldn't trust a human they never met, and whose nature they don't know to be their summoner. No, even if it was Jiechenyu, he wouldn't agree to let him summon them. His intuition told him they wouldn't get along very well. Hesitating for a moment, Di was about to refuse, but Jiechenyu, secretly observing his every expression, spoke first. "If you're worried about his future summoners, you can come with us to see them." This resonated with Di's hidden concerns, and he wavered. "We can't leave the secret realm. Let that person come." Jiechenyu chuckled and shook his head. Time was running out, but he didn't say no outright. "Just because we can't leave doesn't mean we can't leave for a short time. I can leave my fully awakened spirit here to make up for your manpower shortage." This. As Di hesitated, some of the young giants grew restless, eager to try, especially Li. Li was young, eager to learn, and eager to explore this different world, rather than living day to day in a small area of the secret realm he had walked countless times. "Chief, if it's hard to decide, why don't we ask the chief?" Li couldn't help but say. "Okay." The final word. While negotiating, Bai Xuan quietly sorted through the fragments. Among the many colors, there weren't many wood-type fragments, and he couldn't sense any of them. Bai Shu wasn't discouraged. Among the vast sea of ancient spirits, being able to sense them was a blessing, but not the norm. He ultimately took the largest wood-type fragment. If he couldn't summon it, the chances of someone else being summoned were greater. After conferring their agreement, the two hurried to the cave entrance. They didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet the Lord of the Secret Realm. When they returned, the border troops were gone. Seeing them approach, Zhu Rong reached out to stop them. Despite his menacing appearance, he always obeyed Shenong's orders. "Children, let them in." As if sensing their arrival, a gentle yet commanding voice emanated from the cave, and Zhurong finally let them in. Swish. As the three entered the cave, flames erupted from the lamp holders fixed on either side of their heads, instantly illuminating the dark entrance. A closer look revealed that they weren't actual flames, but rather a type of luminous velvet. When something approached, its fur rubbed against each other, gleaming. Bai Shu had assumed the giant couldn't enter, but after taking some unknown pill, he actually shrunk in size. Although still much taller than the two men, he couldn't move around in the cave. It was truly amazing. Bai Shu couldn't help but sigh. The cave wasn't as dark as he imagined. Instead, it was dry and clean. Sculptures of various shapes stood on either side, and the stone walls opposite them were carved with various ancient patterns. Bai Shu guessed they were totems or symbols representing different tribes. After walking for a while and turning left, the front suddenly opened up. Even without the velvet grass, the firelight still made the stone chamber bright. One side of the stone wall had been broken through, revealing a transparent glass window from the human world, allowing sunlight to stream in. The temperature inside the cave was slightly lower than outside. The most abundant display was a variety of flowers and plants Bai Shu had never seen before, some fresh, dew-covered, some dried, and some ground into medicinal powders. In the center of the cave stood a large cauldron, painted with a unique sun pattern. On a red stone bed by the window, a kind old man with ox horns leaned against the wall. A golden whip lay nearby. Although he was the master of the secret realm, the old man had a kind expression and waved to them. Chapter 122. The stone chamber was quite large, yet it was packed with people. Both the frontier troops and the reserve forces looked at the person on the stone bed with admiration. They sat in rows on straw mats on the floor, like elementary school students, completely devoid of any arrogance. Being suddenly interrupted, they all looked at the newcomer with anger. Once they saw clearly, their expressions shifted to sympathy. Shenong was one of the few secret realm masters who presented himself without airs and was friendly to his descendants. His willingness to impart knowledge during his limited lucid time alone was enough to inspire envy and hatred in other regions. As a secret realm master, his mastery of and understanding of the fire element far surpassed that of humans. Even the slightest bit of his guidance was immensely beneficial. It's no exaggeration to say that if Shenong hadn't been lucid for so short a period, the southern region would have attracted the vast majority of fire summoners, making it the most powerful region. That's all for now, children. Explore other parts of the secret realm, and perhaps you find more. Shenong said this, waiting only to Lin Fei, who was closest to her. Because she was hearing impaired, she sat next to Shenong and listened. Fire healing is rare. It's a pity I can't help you. He extended his broad, rough hand, his knuckles and fingers thick with calluses. He didn't have the luxury of a great tribal leader. His palm, open, held a fiery red token fragment. This is the only thing I can give you. Perhaps you need it. The excitement in Lin Fei's eyes was needless to say, and the others looked envious. The fire fragments in the secret realm all belonged to the leader. After careful screening, the remaining ones are fragments of fire spirits born after ancient times. These fragments cannot be summoned by the spirits in the secret realm. Even if Shenong didn't know what kind of ancestor this fragment would summon, as the master of the secret realm and a master of healing, his words wouldn't be unfounded. Furthermore, Lin Fei was lucky to have received a token fragment for free. Their pace slowed unconsciously, full of hope, and they all waited for Lin Fei to catch up before leaving. Sadly, Shenong didn't say anything else. Just then, Zhurong walked in from outside. Xue Chengyong and Gong Sun were still inside the stone chamber, carrying a large amount of supplies, clearly ready to discuss a trade. Take them inside. Shenong spoke, and Xue Chengyong looked up in surprise. Shenong hadn't said this when they exchanged supplies before. Although he was slumbering and didn't understand the intricacies of the secret realm, Zhurong insisted on trading in his presence, and Shenong never refused. Zhurong was also stunned for a moment, but he wouldn't challenge Shenong's decision. He nodded and led the two of them away. The stone chamber was empty, leaving Bai Shu and Jie Chenyu bewildered. Even more surprising, they spotted a familiar figure. The drought master sat quietly in a corner, looking her usual self. Her eyes, somewhat less spiritual due to her semi-awakening, remained motionless. But she had lowered her hood, revealing the terrifying other half of her face. She looked more peaceful than ever. Bai Shu glanced again at Shenong, wielding his two enormous horns, and Zhurong, the half-human, half-beast. Perhaps because the people here were so varied in appearance, Her half-skeleton form wasn't particularly surprising. Plus, since the people in the secret realm were all powerful fire spirits, and since they were inside the stone chamber, the Drought Master's appearance would have little impact. This place seemed like a home tailor-made for the Drought Master. A thought flashed through Bai Shu's mind, but before he could fully process it, Shenong spoke. Are you her summoner? He glanced intently at Jiechenyu. Seeing her sitting alone on the mountaintop, I took it upon myself to invite her in. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. Jiechenyu was a little excited. Thank you very much for taking care of her. He knew why the Drought Master stayed on the mountaintop. She couldn't control her drought-inducing power, fearing it would affect the crops, so she could only overlook the situation from the mountaintop. It was rare for him to reveal his true feelings. No human would be indifferent to the Lord of the Secret Realm. Their natural admiration for the strong spurred them on, further fueled by their deep reverence for the past and their yearning for the glorious lost civilization. Furthermore, he still had hope. My ancestor's spirit has an old injury. I wonder if you have any way to heal her. He had tried to seek treatment for the Drought Master's withered body, and later, after Bai Shu joined the team, he had also tried repeatedly, but to no avail. But if it were all Shenong, perhaps it would be possible. Shenong sighed. Child, I tried, but it didn't work. She doesn't look injured, but rather the result of a backlash from her divine power. If she were fully awakened, it might be possible to clarify the cause and effect. But while I can sense similarities between her power and mine, I don't know who she is. Similarities in divine power? The flash of inspiration suddenly abruptly turned back. Connected to Shenong, ancient times, drought. Bai Shu thought of a person. Baal or Nuba. Bai Shu knew little about the mysterious and obscure ancient times, having only read a few stories and legends. There were only a few words about Nuba. In a previous life, the battle of Zhuolu between Huangdi and Qiyu was well known. Qiyu asked Fenghua and Yushi for assistance, and Huangdi sent Nuba to stop the rain, with Yinglong to assist. According to legend, Nuba was Huangdi's daughter. Huangdi and Yendi were half-brothers, so it makes sense that they had similar divine powers. However, at that time, all the gods with names were related to each other. It's not even known how many great-grandsons Jinwu was of Huangdi. Stop the rain, stop the rain. Bai Shu patted his head. He should have thought of this earlier. Didn't Nuba's abilities correspond to those of the Drought Master? Unfortunately, he hadn't thought of ancient times, but instead thought of the more closely related Hanba, which he had read in a strange story. It was said that it could cause zombies to dry up wherever it passed. He even wondered if the Drought Master's appearance was misunderstood, leading to the legend of zombies. Now it seems that perhaps the rumors about Hanba were completely false. But now wasn't the time to discuss that. Bai Shu suppressed his impatience and turned to the matter of the giants. After the whole story was told, a brief silence fell within the stone chamber. Both men, including the tribe leader, felt a little uneasy. Di was clearly panicking and said with shame, if it doesn't work out, then don't go. You've done so much for us, we shouldn't cause you any trouble. Shenong interrupted him, it's not that I don't want to, this is a good thing. But who do you plan to let stay here? Though Shenong's expression remained gentle, everyone's concerns were simultaneously raised. As someone in power, it's impossible to be truly gentle and kind, especially when the interests of the tribe are at stake. I plan to let Jinwu stay. Jiechenyu said, it's also fully awakened, and its combat power is quite impressive. He's too young, but the giants are skilled fighters. Bai Shu was silent for a moment, then mentally consulted Jiuwei's opinion. After receiving a positive response, he pursed his lips and said, my ancestor spirit, the nine-tailed fox, should stay with us. No. Shenong shook his head. Leaving your only combat ancestor spirit here will put you in great danger on your return trip. Very dangerous? Bai Shu looked at Shenong in surprise. His eyes were penetrating and profound, as if they held many things he didn't understand. They couldn't see through him, but he saw through them. He knew the nine-tailed fox was his only combat-type ancestor spirit, and perhaps even knew he was vulnerable to alien attacks. Experienced, Jiechenyu had no choice but to give in. You make the request. He had too few chips in his hand. Although he still had the ancestor spirit, the Drought Master, it was clear that without fully awakening and having left the summoner behind in the secret realm, she had little combat power. He stays. Shenong pointed at someone. Impossible. Jiechenyu followed his gaze to Bai Shu and refused without a second thought. Seeing his expression suddenly change, his expression of cherishing him, Shenong smiled helplessly. His healing abilities are very much needed in the secret realm. It's just a short stay, they won't eat him. When the giant returns, we ensure he leaves safely. Bai Shu also frowned. Normally, that would be fine, but with the national competition coming up, he wanted to train with everyone. Not only would the trip back and forth take time, but he would definitely have to trouble the border troops when he returned to base. This was their own internal matter, and what if they missed the national competition? Bai Shu pulled Xiechenyu, who looked a little upset, in his arms and said respectfully, "It's not that I don't want to stay, but we have other things to do outside. Please let us discuss it." "Yes, I promise you gained something during your stay in the secret realm." Shen Nong left a message, indicating they could do as they pleased. In contrast, Di left happily. Even if he were friendly with humans, Di wouldn't want them to stay in the secret realm for long. But a healer with such powerful abilities, who had saved his people, was another matter. Thinking of a bold battle later, Di rubbed his hands, eager to make his move. "This fragment isn't absolutely necessary. We can find another one." Xiecenyu's tone was stiff. Bai Shu was also troubled by this matter. "It's not that easy. We must get this fragment." Xiechenyu fell silent. He knew it was hard to come by a fragment this good again. He was just angry. That old man was trying to steal someone from him. No matter what, the national competition was just a few days away. What if he couldn't make it? Worse still, what if he changed his mind and refused to let her go? The people of the secret realm didn't care about the rules and regulations of the human world. In some ways, they were quite capricious. Puff. Seeing Xiecenyu's cheeks tense, Bai Shu couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he'd seen such a fearful expression. "You're still laughing." Seeing his heartless expression, Xiechenyu grew even more angry. "Well, it's not that serious. Shen Nong isn't unreasonable. We just need more communication." Bai Shu glanced at him and poked him on the shoulder. "Didn't you hold your wristband steady when you threw it?" The boy was speechless, his angry expression deflated like a deflated balloon. God, how long would Bai Shu remember that incident? He embraced her flatteringly, his voice soft and coaxing. "That was all in the past. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." He paused. "Do you have an idea?" Bai Shu nodded. Xiechenyu immediately brightened up, smiling and putting on a foxy attitude. "I knew you didn't want to stay here either. Come on, tell me." Bai Shu wanted to start with the ancestral spirits. It would be more convenient for them to stay here. Summoners could simply call them back without worrying about time and distance. If one fully awakened ancestral spirit wasn't enough, what about two? His ancestral spirit wasn't good enough, and they couldn't be so shameless as to borrow someone else's. The only option was to fully awaken the Drought Master. Bai Shu was pretty sure of this. Chapter 123. Inside the other cave. The transaction was nearly complete, but Gongsun Luo didn't accept the fragments offered to her. The southern secret realm is the oldest, and its master is someone I admire. Speaking of which, our Gongsun family has a deep connection to this place. These are our tokens of appreciation, asking nothing in return. Gongsun Luo, her previous arrogance gone, sat humbly and politely on the ground. Had Shui Chengyong not witnessed her unconcealed disdain, he would have been fooled. However, Gongsun Luo wasn't being pretentious. Although she treated the people of the southern district with arrogance and condescension, she didn't think the ancestral spirit's cold reception was wrong. As the deputy commander of the secret realm, it was already a great honor for the other party to be willing to communicate with them. He praised Shen Nong more than he praised Zhurong himself. His expression softened considerably, and he still handed her the prepared transaction fragments. Gongsun Luo refused to accept it. She frowned awkwardly, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "If possible, could this reward be exchanged for asking Shen Nong for a favor?" Zhurong's expression suddenly turned cold. Gongsun Luo hurriedly said, "I heard that Shen Nong is the undisputed #1 healer. I'd like to ask him to save a very important ancestor. Even if it doesn't work out, I keep my word." "Go ahead." Hearing it was about saving someone, Zhurong held his temper. Given Shen Nong's temperament, he certainly wouldn't refuse to help, but Shen Nong wasn't in good spirits, so Zhurong wouldn't easily agree. Gongsun Luo's face was filled with sorrow, and tears welled up in her eyes. In this world, life and death are determined by fate. There's nothing to regret. It's fine for me, but it has to be an ancestor. We fought side by side, from our teenage years together until death. Our bond is so deep that even teammates can't compare. Some time ago, my brother's spirit perished in a contaminated area to protect him, leaving not even a fragment. At this point, Gongsun Luo seemed overcome with grief, unable to suppress a sob. My brother tried every possible means to save his spirit. He had wanted to visit the South District, but he was seriously injured and unable to travel. This happened just in time for Shen Nong to awaken, and he repeatedly warned me. She looked at the fire fragments already in his hand. He asked me to bring all the fire fragments he had saved, acquired through countless efforts, but he wanted an answer, and only Shannon could see it to convince him. It was hard to imagine such a proud woman crying so easily, leaving Shui Chengyong unable to tell whether she was acting or genuinely feeling. Could this be the purpose of her visit? Shui Chengyong's thoughts raced, but he only believed it 50%. Because it was essentially nonsense, she sought only one answer, no other. Don't ask Shannon. When the fragments die, the ancestor dies, without exception. Zhu Rong frowned. Although he didn't know the ancestor, nor did he understand the emotions between ancestors and humans, he sighed at the deep bond between the two. Even the ancestor's fragments were gone, impossible to salvage, just like a person turns to ashes after death, which even the emperor can't save. She said anxiously, I understand that, but the ancestor also left a magical instrument for you, brother. I heard there are similar ones in the southern district. Using a magical instrument as a connecting medium, is there any way to save them? Of course not, Zhu Rong shook his head. In the secret realm, relatively many ancestors choose to leave behind magical instruments, but that's because dying ancestors hope to leave their instruments to their descendants or recognized clansmen, contributing to the protection of the secret realm. They were connected by their past lives, even if they had been enemies who loathed each other. That connection was beyond the reach of these descendants, unbeknownst to them, separated by millennia. Gong Sun Luo slumped in disappointment, a wry smile etched in his voice. Actually, I already had the answer before asking, but I just couldn't give up. Could you please let me see the magical artifacts left behind by the Southern District's ancestors? That way I know how to preserve them properly. If my brother loses even a last vestige of hope, he'd be heartbroken. Gong Sun Luo's face was pleading, and after much deliberation, he finally revealed his true purpose. Although the Gong Sun family desired the artifacts, they dared not openly target the secret realm. Until recently, a Gong Sun family fortune teller discovered the existence of a magical artifact left behind by an incredibly powerful ancestral spirit within the Southern District's secret realm. The divination indicated that possessing this artifact would grant immense power, transcending the world and becoming invincible. Even the most powerful alien species would be no match for them. The Gong Sun family initially disbelieved it, but then, they couldn't help but believe it, like a rat finding an oil tank, desperately guarding the secret while desperately trying to get their hands on it. Gong Sun Luo was chosen for a reason. She had grown up within the family, and had never participated in any outside competitions, leaving her unique copying skills unknown. She could perfectly recreate any object, making it indistinguishable from the real thing, though the authenticity would gradually diminish over time. She only needed to touch it, and she could stealthily replace the real thing. As for the counterfeit being exposed, there was no need to worry. The southern secret realm was only lingering on. Once Shannon fell asleep again, they had no intention of pursuing the matter. Gong Sun Luo's hand, hidden in her sleeve, unconsciously clenched. According to her plan, after all this talk, the other party should have lowered their guard. Furthermore, the magical weapon in the prophecy was so powerful that it couldn't possibly be in the hands of an ordinary ancestor. It was most likely Shannon himself. Thinking of this, Gong Sun Luo felt a pang of resentment towards the two men who had suddenly intruded. If they hadn't suddenly appeared, and Shannon hadn't been present during the transaction, she wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. You can find Sue. Her magical weapon is her father's. It wasn't Sue she wanted to see. Zhu Rong was impeccable, guarding him with all his might. Gong Sun Luo had no choice but to probe further. She nodded gratefully and added, I admire Shannon. I wonder if he has a magical weapon. I like to take this opportunity to speak to him. Though the words were abrupt, they were nonetheless useful. After she finished, Zhu Rong glanced back for a moment, paused, and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you that Shannon doesn't have that magical weapon. Is that so? Gong Sun Luo smiled. She should be thankful that the ancestor spirits here were so understanding. The prophet spoke of a magical instrument with immense power, surely within Shannon's cave, hidden within the caverns that were not yet open to the public. Gong Sun Luo's eyes darted, trying to figure out how to legitimately enter, when a familiar light suddenly lit up before her. An ancient spirit has awakened. Zhu Rong, overjoyed, leaped out. Gong Sun Luo's pace slowed. She had planned to investigate again next year with a summoner capable of invisibility, but now was the perfect opportunity. If she accidentally stumbled into the cave now, no one would say anything. Miss Gong Sun, please? Shui Chengyong stood behind her, looking righteous but cunning, keeping a close eye on her the entire time. Damn it. I almost forgot there was such a difficult person. She chuckled dryly and took a step back. It's just the awakening of an ancestor spirit. I won't go out and join in the fun. Indeed. Xue Chengyong looked at the tightly packed crowd outside and sat back on the straw mat. I accompany Miss Gongsun. Bai Shu had never imagined so many people would gather to watch the awakening of an ancestor spirit. From their looks, they seemed to think it was one of their own people awakening. While that was true. But looking at Jie Chenyu, who was surrounded, Bai Shu's head shrank, and he chose to retreat. Hanshi, no, Nuba's awakening went smoothly. After Bai Shu and Jie Chenyu had spoken, a circle of light emanated from her body. The clothes Bai Shu and Jie Chenyu had bought for her had become the ones she had originally worn during her battle with the sea monster. Her flowing, emerald green robe seemed delicate, yet a layer of gilded armor covered her chest, arms, and back. Her eyes shone brightly, like a goddess of war descending to earth. Her withered upper body exposed, but instead of appearing ugly, it made her appear even more mysterious and majestic. She soared into the air, a pair of gorgeous blue-white wings spread out behind her, a full 10 feet long. Thank you. She nodded to Bai Shu, then looked at Jie Chenyu. Nuba's skills were imprinted in his mind. Nuba, fully awakened skill 1, leader, increases all fire attack by 20% for 10 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. Skill 2, feather staff. The weapon, in the form of feathers, is concealed within the wings. Using this skill unleashes 120% of the enemy's power, for 10 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. Skill 3, blazing, drains water from a 5x5 area nearby, stops rain and fog, kills without being noticed, cooldown time 24 hours. After Nuba's full awakening, her combat power increased significantly, even her previously uncontrollable drought ability becoming a deadly weapon. The only drawback was that her appearance hadn't returned to normal. But her appearance was no longer a concern. Nuba looked at the ancient spirits, her eyes filled with tenderness and nostalgia. Although she wasn't from the Yen Emperor tribe, seeing the familiar faces and clothing made her feel like home. The past conflicts of interest no longer mattered. Jie Chenyu smiled, turned his head, and precisely grabbed the person who had nearly disappeared into the gap. Take me with you. Watching them miss the gap they had been eyeing, Bai Shu's eyes widened. I can't take you. A handful of candy was immediately stuffed into his pocket. The sound of the candy wrappers rubbing against each other was the most beautiful sound in the world to Bai Shu. He took a detour and said, how could that be? Bend down and follow me. When the two men emerged in a panic, Shenong stood at the cave entrance, seemingly waiting for them. I didn't expect you to awaken her. Looks like I can't keep you here. Since both fully awakened ancestors stayed, Shenong naturally had nothing to say. Besides, the descendants of Jingwu and Nuba might be able to help them summon more tribesmen. Bai Shu was about to speak when the old man gestured for him to follow. He and Jie Chenyu exchanged a puzzled glance, then followed him inside. This time, however, they didn't enter the cave as before, but instead headed deeper. Deep beyond the reach of sunlight, the cave was dim, with only a few velvet grasses on either side illuminating the path ahead. Unbeknownst to them, the two followed Shenong to a strange stone door. For a tribe fond of carving various totems, the simple, smooth, patternless stone door, lacking Shenong's signature sun pattern, felt strangely disconnected. The door opened automatically, revealing a spacious yet empty space. The only visible object was a wooden vine rack, upon which something appeared to be placed. Because of the distance and the dimness, Bai Shu could only make out a palm-sized patch of white, striking in the gloom. Shenong removed the object and handed it to Bai Shu. He finally saw the white fragment clearly. It resembled an enlarged scale or a thin shell, its entire body a jade-like bluish-white, forming a slight curve, like an ornament carefully crafted from fine jade. A thin green string threaded through the jade fragment. Bai Shu instinctively caught it, only to discover that the scales were cold to the touch, and the green string was a vine. The feeling of being cut was even stranger. He felt that this object, or even this stone chamber, did not belong to Shenong. The fire element was too scarce, while the wood element was very rich. Bai Shu was filled with confusion, but Shenong offered no explanation. Take this with you, and you won't be targeted by the aliens. Chapter 124. Central Base, Training Ground. Captain Jia and the others have been gone for a week. So boring. The three of them collapsed on the field, and Zui Xingtian couldn't help but sigh. The closer the national competition got, the more restless everyone became. Not only Baichuan, but the other two teams were also losing their spirits due to the absence of their core members. They could only train continuously to numb their anxiety. Calculating the time, we're leaving in 10 days. Will Captain Jia and the others be back? Zui Xingtian, who was as cheerful as a little son, was uncharacteristically listless. With them gone, I don't know why I'd lost my motivation. I also developed a lot of new dishes that I like to discuss with Xiaobai. And Ning, about to respond, stopped talking. He could only discuss those dishes with Xiaobai. Not even Zhuan Zhu could stop him. She decisively ignored the last part. Training is important. Break time's over. Let's do it again. When they come back, let's show them that even though we didn't go to the secret realm, we're not just sitting around doing nothing. Zui Xingtian gritted his teeth and howled in pain. Please spare me, sister. If all else fails, let me duel with Su Xiang and Zhang Mingjie. He would rather have a good fight with a fellow attacker than face two controllers at once. And Ning shook her head and was about to speak. There's movement in the teleportation array. The captain and the others are coming back. Su Xiang's voice boomed from afar, sending the three teams into a frenzy. Zui Xingtian spun out like a tornado. And Ning and Jiang Zhengping exchanged glances, unwilling to be left behind. They were younger than them, and Bai Shu was particularly worrying. Even knowing their abilities were exceptional, they couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. At the teleportation array entrance, the two of them, like parents picking up their children from the train station, subconsciously glanced downward, searching for the short, fair-skinned figure. Ah! Captain! Zui Xingtian pointed, his fingertips trembling, and then his eyes widened. Don't tell me he's Bai Shu. The people around Jiechenyu had undergone a drastic change. He was a head taller than Captain Jie, with a darker complexion. He wore a short skirt, revealing only a large expanse of skin. His biceps and calves were incredibly strong, his abs were perfectly muscular, he had dreadlocks, and a terrifying bone around his neck that had come from nowhere. Who is he? Zui Xingtian, nearly furious, rushed forward and grabbed Jiechenyu. You turned me back into the docile, soft, and pretty little junior I used to be. Zhang Mingjie and Su Xiang were startled. No way. Senior, I'm here. Bai Shu poked his head out from behind the giant, the only one who understood human language. Jiechenyu slapped his claws away with a stern look, then kicked him again, pointing a disdainful finger at the large figure beside him. You believe he's Bai Shu? Did you get your brains blown off in a fight? Zhang and Su, momentarily distracted, said, Someone was offended. You're stupid. Of course, it's a new fully awakened ancestor. And Ning nudged him, a gleeful expression on her face. It's the fully awakened ancestor summoned by Xiaobai and Team Jie. Even so, she was a little confused. Such a high profile didn't seem like their style. Zui Xingtian's mouth dropped open in surprise. That's incredible. Another fully awakened one? He muttered to himself. Why do I always feel like I'm dreaming? Is it really that easy to fully awaken a spirit? Yes, it feels like a dream. Jiang Zhengping whispered, his voice dissipating in the clamor, unheard by anyone else. Jiechenyu noticed his clenched fists. After not seeing him for a few days, the person who had changed the most was Jiang Zhengping. A new wrinkle appeared between his brows, as if forced by a habitual frown. His face looked more haggard than before, and a hint of worry lingered between his brows. But his figure had become more robust, and his aura had become more calm and reserved. From Xiechenyu's perspective, being overly reserved wasn't a good sign, it was a sign of repression. Before leaving, he sensed that Jiang Zhengping was preoccupied. He hadn't expected him to become so upset after just a few days. Let's talk when we get back. And Ning glanced at Jiang Zhengping, who had become even more silent recently, and sighed silently. She also longed for their return so that Jiang Zhengping would feel less anxious. The two third-year students knew what Baichuan had been through. They had made it from an obscure team to the national competition thanks in part to Jiechenyu, whose combat prowess and strategic planning were irreplaceable. Secondly, Bai Shu, whose awakenings were almost always related to his spirit, gave them the confidence to become a strong team. Since the two's absence, Jiang Zhengping had nearly lost himself in a frenzy, even though his daily training volume had already doubled. He had even increased it on his own initiative. Besides training, eating, and sleeping, whenever he had free time, he would go to the token exhibition hall or frantically browse through token information in other halls. He always clutched a token fragment in his hand, studying it day and night without leaving it for a moment. This approach had some effect. After collecting a fragment, Chuanju finally unlocked his second ability. She knew Jiang Zhengping was anxious. With the national competition approaching, she was also anxious, but not as much as he was. She had thought he would give up, but he only became more aggressive. No matter how hard she tried, Chuanju couldn't fully awaken, let alone stop obsessing over the ancestral spirit, even though the bed mother was still completely unaware. 3 days ago, the ancestral spirit fragment in Jiang Zhengping's hand vanished, replaced by circles of heavy lead. Whenever Ning stood by her dormitory window, she could always see a figure running, training, or sweating profusely in competition. If the ancestral spirit couldn't contribute to the team, then he would, like Team Jia, use his formidable physique and abilities to contribute. Knowing him well, and Ning could easily guess his thoughts. Simple but remarkably tenacious, the complete opposite of her. And Ning had always admired him. Despite the pressure of not fully awakening his spirit and potentially holding his teammates back, and facing the intense pressure of the highly anticipated national competition, Jiang Zheping, with his inner strength, never gave up or complained to others. He vented all his anxiety silently, without disturbing others. Even this way, no matter how insignificant, became part of his solution. He was tenacious, even stubborn, which was difficult for her to understand. My main character is too bulky compared to other shield players. I'm no match for fast attackers. It's hard for me to make the first team. Jiang Zheping, who had just awakened in his first year, had no time to rejoice before he lost a small competition and was deeply disappointed. Why don't you just become a heavy shield man from now on? Specialize in heavy attacks, or even an offensive shield man. With one skill, you're guaranteed to crush them. Anyway, just master one skill and make sure you're on the bench. Then you can summon spirits to compensate for your lack of agility. And Ning advised him then. The idea of not turning back until you hit the wall doesn't suit Ning. She's the type to play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses, rarely putting herself in a difficult position. However, Jiang Zheping firmly refused. But a shield man is a shield man. My reflexes aren't fast enough, and I can't handle both attack and shield. A shieldman's goal is to protect their teammates. If they can't protect them, what good is killing the aliens? In that moment, and Ning knew she wanted this man to be her team's shield man. He was the best shield man in the world. He and she were two complete opposites, yet they also complemented each other. He was like Yugong, the man who moved the mountain. He would always resolutely choose to face it head-on, even if it meant day after day, spring turning to winter. He's the ancestral spirit of the secret realm, not summoned by us. Bai Shu's words brought Ning back to his senses, but only made things even more confusing. Xia Huayu and Si Li left with their own men. They had heard vaguely about the two taking the ancestral spirits away. In order to fully awaken the ancestral spirits for their teammates, the two had caused quite a scene in the secret realm. I'm so envious. Good captain, good teammates. Zhang Mingjie said nonchalantly, his hands behind his head. Si Li suddenly turned around. His expression was sinister, his long, snow-white eyelashes covering his startlingly black eyes, a chilling sight. If we lose to that team of idiots in the national competition. Zhang Mingjie and Lin Xuezong shuddered unconsciously, and said in unison, Xiao, I get it. This year, the number of fully awakened ancestors in Kurosawa has increased, in no small part due to the support of the Si family behind Si Li. The intensifying beast tides, repeated defeats in national competitions, and the struggling ancestral secret realm have caused the Southern District military to become anxious, forcing them to negotiate with the hidden families. The hidden families in the Southern District were less assertive than those in the Central District, and they successfully reached an agreement with the military. Military resources were opened up to them, and they summoned fully awakened ancestors for the military. Teammaters are not fixed. Those two are extraordinary individuals. They will eventually soar. The current teammates are just one of many passing through. To waste such effort on unrewarded contributions is nothing short of foolishness. Si Li scoffed. You mean, he's a secret realm ancestral spirit? His original form was as majestic as a mountain. Oh my god! I seen a living ancestral spirit. Zui Xingtian followed Li like a chicken. Luckily, Li had taken the pills beforehand and returned to his normal form, otherwise Bai Shu would have worried that Li would accidentally crush him. Li glanced at Bai Shu with some embarrassment. He spoke too quickly, and he couldn't understand. He valued this meeting so much that he had braided his hair and wore a treasured animal tooth necklace. You see, this animal tooth necklace was specially prepared for the future when his beloved was summoned. Bai Shu briefly recounted the events of the secret realm and Li's reason for appearing there, calming the three of them. Zui Xingtian and Ning's eyes lit up. Brother Jiang. Jiang Zheping was somewhat bewildered. I don't. He should have refused. This was taking advantage of Captain Jia and Bai Shu. It was Bai Shu who had saved the giants, and Captain Jia had left his ancestral spirit in the secret realm. He shouldn't have just sat back and reaped the benefits. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to say no. I'm just asking you one question. Do you want to become stronger? Yes. Jiang Zheping answered almost without pause. Of course he didn't. He'd been thinking about it like crazy for a while now. In that case, take it. Jie Chenyu pressed the shard into Jiang Jingping's hand without hesitation, saying meaningfully, if you succeed, it give us another chance at the nationals, and it'd be worth it for me to bring it back. Jiang Jingping held the shard in his palm, his wavering gaze becoming firm. He was the type who preferred to be bothered by others rather than bother others, but the situation was pressing, and he couldn't afford to be coy. He watched the two of them silently, convinced that one day he would repay them. Watching Li and Jiang Jingping leave with a slight sense of relief, Bai Shu finally felt relieved. Happy? Jie Chenyu smiled at Bai Shu. Of course, aren't you? Bai Shu felt that his smile was different from his usual one. Not entirely. We've done what we needed to do. The outcome isn't my concern. Jie Chenyu looked down at him. Shall we go clean up the room? Okay. Bai Shu ran forward, not noticing Jie Chenyu's widening smile. What truly delighted him was that the long-awaited world of two people was finally back. No teammates, no rivals, no ancestral spirits, and no alien creatures that occasionally appeared. Even the clinging golden crow was gone. The air had become sweet. Chapter 125. After being away for so long, take a nice bath, and get some sleep, huh? Jie Chenyu rubbed his hands secretly, not knowing what was happening to him. It was just an ordinary, simple sleep under the covers like before, yet he was so excited he felt like he was about to have his wedding night. Perhaps this is what it means when a short absence makes a new marriage better? Okay, you go first. Bai Shu, without even looking up, busied herself with making the bed. They had moved back to their previous two-person room, which was still tidy. Jie Chenyu slipped into the bathroom. After a moment, he popped his head out of the bathroom, smiling an unusually gentle smile. I got the water ready for you. Go ahead, I help you dry your hair later. That strange feeling returned. A large, swaggering tail seemed to appear behind Jie Chenyu. Bai Shu shook his head vigorously, just as he had finished packing. Okay, I go right away. So comfortable, Bai Shu looked up, and a warm current suddenly rushed from his feet to the top of his head, soaking him until his bones were soft. The green-white jade worn on his neck rose to the surface, shimmering under the warm bathroom light. Bai Shu raised his hand and took the jade piece in his palm. When he took the jade piece from Shenong, it shimmered for a moment, then quickly faded. After that, no matter how he touched it, it had no effect, making him wonder if he had seen it wrong. What exactly is this thing? How can it be used? What is its connection to him? Why can't it suppress his attraction to other species? Bai Shu thought about it, but still had no clue. But Shenong didn't answer at all. He just touched the top of his head, his tone a little more tired. Keep it safe and don't leave it. I explain it to you next time you come here. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Rong excused them from the cave, claiming they were lacking the spirit of Shenong, and they left the secret realm with the team. Next time. It would surely be after the national competition, when Bai Chuan emerged victorious. He gripped the jade shard tightly in his palm. The edge was sharp, yet it didn't hurt him in the slightest. Even if he couldn't tell him its origin, at least he should know how to use it. Bai Shu was agonizing when a sudden, loud bang startled him. His combat habits, acquired outside, allowed him to stand instantly. Just as he was about to grab his clothes, the door, unable to bear the weight, snapped in half, revealing the dark back of the person who had crashed through. The force exerted, the muscles flexing could be seen. Outside, there was a clattering sound. The water surged. Bai Shu silently sat back in the water, stunned as he saw Jie Chenyu's dark eyes through the gap. You? The tips of his ears blushed slightly beneath his wet hair. Jie Chenyu also got a clear view of the room. Amidst the shroud of mist, Bai Shu lay shirtless, his hair dripping wet, falling down his chin into the water. Some of the hair, restless and unruly, flowed down his neck, across his muscular chest, and past his delicate pink spot, hitting the water and his heart. He froze for a moment, his face darkening. He erupted with unprecedented strength, actually throwing off the giant Li. Li's eyes lit up, and the two of them began wrestling openly in the room. Bai Shu finally regained his ability to speak. What are you doing? Wow! You're so strong. How about a fight? Li was half surprised, half delighted. He exhaled through his nose, and looked at Jie Chenyu excitedly. I hadn't expected humans to possess such immense strength, just like back in the tribe. Since arriving in the human world, I've been cautious, afraid I crush a human with a single blow. Suddenly, I felt a surge of excitement. Jie Chenyu, There's nothing more annoying than being in a real fight with someone, and they're just wagging their tail excitedly. No sense of accomplishment at all. In the midst of his busy schedule, he turned to glance at Bai Shu, who was soaking in the tub, and offered a friendly greeting. Showering, Xiaobai. You're so fair. You look even younger than us giantesses. This won't do. After I'm done fighting, I shower too. Oh, and wash my leather skirt too. It's so clean here, I'm embarrassed. As he spoke, he made a gesture to lift his own leather skirt. Wait. Bai Shu and Jiechenyu were horrified. Given the unrestrained nature of the ancients, there was most likely nothing underneath. He wasn't used to being naked in front of others. He absolutely couldn't let someone else's naked body pollute Bai Shu's eyes. Ah, it hurts. My eyes. At this critical moment, Jiechenyu clasped Li's eyes shut and mercilessly kicked him in the side, his teeth clenched together. You want to fight? I join you. Okay. Li got up from the ground, and the two of them walked away arm in arm. After they left, Bai Shu quickly put on his clothes and chased after them. How could Jiechenyu possibly defeat a giant in hand-to-hand combat? Don't get hurt. 10 minutes later. The two returned, wounded. Jiechenyu couldn't help but grit his teeth. He pushed away Li, who had followed him in relentlessly. Go back to your room. Li slumped down on the floor. I'm not leaving. I want to sleep with you, take a bath, and I won't use anything in this room. There's no place for you to sleep here. I can sleep on the floor, just add a blanket. I don't mind. But I do mind, Jiechenyu screamed inwardly. Who said primitive people are simple-minded, and giants are the most powerful among them? He would definitely fight to the death. It's getting late, let's leave it at that for today. Besides, Li really isn't used to living here, so he stay with us for now. Seeing such a large man pleading, and remembering that his injuries had just healed, Bai Shu felt a little soft-hearted. You didn't mean it. Jiechenyu stared at Bai Shu. What? Bai Shu looked bewildered. Jiechenyu snorted twice, uncomfortably. It's nothing. I'm glad it's not. Their relationship was almost exposed, with only 2 years left before their agreement. He was afraid Bai Shu wouldn't be able to sleep together as carefree as before, so he half-heartedly gave in when Li started to make a fuss. Li, full of energy, happily stood up from the ground and pulled Bai Shu into the bathroom. I want to shower. How do I do that? Bye. The water will flow automatically and heat itself. Bye. What a beautiful container. I love it. Bye. This jar smells so good. Bye. After finally settling Li down, Bai Shu emerged from the bathroom and saw the back of a man sitting on a balcony chair. His hair was a mess from a recent fight, and his clothes were torn and dusty. From behind, he looked furious. He walked up to the boy, turned around, and saw a bruise on the corner of his mouth, his face looking like a pufferfish. Bai Shu suddenly remembered how, before Li appeared, he always smiled at him for no apparent reason. It wasn't the fake smile he usually wore, but an unconscious, inane grin that came from within. It was so rare it felt strange. Bai Shu had a sudden realization. Though he couldn't articulate it, his intuition told him he should spend some quality time chatting with him, trying to soothe him. He reached out and pinched his face. The touch felt surprisingly good. Why are you sitting here? It's so cold outside. Come back. Does it hurt? I help you apply some medicine. Hearing Bai Shu's words, the pent-up anger in his heart had already dissipated by half. But thinking of the person in the bathroom, Jiechenyu felt aggrieved. I'm not like some people who are all about appearance and no care. You just cleaned up, and I'm better off being outside in the cold wind, covered in dust. Okay. Watching Bai Shu turn away without mercy, Jiechenyu, secretly pleased, turned back sharply, a look of disbelief on his face. Really no love. He stood up suddenly, and when he saw Bai Shu return with his medicine box, he slowly sat back down, feigning composure. Bai Shu curled her lips, pretending not to notice, and cooperating with his performance. Then I help you apply the medicine outside. Okay, wipe your face with a towel first. My hand hurts. Okay, I help you. Oh, it hurts. For someone who had remained calm even after exhausting his mental energy, the pain of the previous night suddenly revived. Serves you right. Why fight the giants when you can fight anyone else? Bai Shu pressed his hands firmly onto the bruises and rubbed them. Fortunately, Li was measured, so these are minor injuries. You're still defending that exhibitionist. I'm just speaking the truth. Li's lifestyle is different from ours, and he's a guest from far away. Is there anything we can't talk about calmly? For some reason, Jiechenyu suddenly brightened. I know. I was just anxious. It's good that you're not angry anymore. After rubbing it almost loose, Bai Shu yawned. Then I go back to sleep. Jiechenyu instinctively tried to follow, but Bai Shu pressed against his chest, pushing him back. But you said you didn't want to mess up my work. He watched helplessly as Bai Shu climbed onto the bed, tucked herself into the covers, mouthed goodnight to him, and curled up against the wall to sleep. Just like that? Through the balcony window, he watched the motionless, evenly breathing figure for a long time, until he came out of the bathroom. Jie Chenyu quickly went in to rinse off. When he came out, Li was sprawled out on the floor, sound asleep. Jie Chenyu suddenly felt relieved. What was he arguing with the giant about? He laid down on the bed, embracing the person he had been eyeing for so long. The missing piece was finally perfectly filled, and his heart overflowed with joy. Humph. A brief, complacent hum followed in the darkness, and the night faded into the tranquility of deep sleep. The next day, Jiang Zheping successfully summoned a fully awakened ancestor, who was the youngest daughter of Di, the leader of the giant tribe. Because she was born only the size of a palm and had an extra pair of arms, she wasn't as brave and skilled in battle as her brothers. Di named her Hu, hoping she would protect him in the future. Although Hu wasn't particularly conspicuous among the giants and her combat abilities were average, she was incredibly intelligent. She helped the giants build fortifications and defended them from numerous invasions. Finally, during a battle in which the Fanfeng clan was nearly annihilated, she stood firm at the front of the tribe, blocking her father and brother's incoming weapons with her 4 hands, turning the tide of battle. If the previous Hu was his father's hope, then the posthumous Hu represents the heartfelt recognition of all the giants. Hu has 3 skills. Skill 1, Look Out, predicts danger 1 minute in the future. After 3 attempts, it goes on cooldown, with a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 2, Guard, grants immunity to all physical damage within a fixed radius. Duration, 10 minutes, with a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 3, Blood Weeping, spawns 1,000 white arms, blocking all physical attacks. Cooldown, 20 hours. Hu's eyes welled with tears upon hearing that he could still see his father. His seriousness about the national competition rivaled that of the summoners. Dealing successfully, Li didn't leave immediately. He stayed at the base for another week, reluctantly departing when Bai Shu and the others were about to depart for the South District. 20 people in total were leaving for the Central District. In addition to the 3 teams and their respective coaches, there was Gong Sunyao, who was returning to the Central District, and Lu Qing, the team leader. Before departure, in the meeting room, Gong Sunluo must be extra careful, especially not letting her get close to Bai Shu. Shui Chengyong said in a deep voice. What exactly is she trying to do? She's still not giving up after leaving the secret realm? Lu Qing was confused. If the military had previously had some doubts about Bai Shu's identity, those suspicions were completely dispelled after Bai Shu received the secret realm's approval. The secret realm's master couldn't possibly mistake an alien species. I'm not sure. It's just my unfounded speculation. Shui Chengyong recalled the moment he and Gong Sunluo were locked in a standoff in the stone cave on the other side, before leaving the secret realm. He overheard noises from within and part of the conversation between Bai Shu and Shenong. He saw Shenong give Bai Shu something that glowed. It wasn't a big deal. Shenong always gave favors to humans he favored. He thought it was a fragment or something, but Gong Sunluo had stared intently. Ever since leaving the secret realm, her gaze had been lingering on Bai Shu, intentionally or unintentionally. We had to be on guard. In any case, keep an eye on her. Understood. This was an order. Lu Qing stood straight and saluted. Elsewhere, Bai Chuan and his group, nervously and excitedly packing their luggage, received a letter that was both unexpected and understandable. Shan Liangjia handed a black letter with gold embossing to Jie Chenyu. Written in large golden letters, National Outstanding Youth Training Camp. Invitation to the Youth Training Camp. Chapter 126. Although I knew that after reaching the national competition, Jie Chenyu's performance would inevitably lead to this invitation, the moment I actually saw it, I still found it incredible. Youth Training Camp. Founded by 5 regional alliances, it brings together the next generation of talented young people from across the country. Seeing something like this in my lifetime is truly a blessing. And Ning raised her hand and smacked Zui Xingtian on the head. You loser. This isn't even your invitation. What's your point of living in vain? How could I possibly? The youth training camp only has a few dozen people at most. If I could one day make it to the Outer Circle Frontier Army, it would be a great honor for my family. I wake up laughing in my dreams. Zui Xingtian said, grinning. Jie Chenyu's lips curled slightly. The youth training camp was a necessary step for him to find his parents. Although he had expected it, the joy of actually receiving it was undeniable. He cut open the wax seal and looked over it again and again. His smiling eyes darkened, the smile fading and giving way to an indescribable anger. He looked at Shan Liangzhe and held out his hand. "Where's Bai Shu's?" Everyone was stunned. His tone was too matter-of-fact. I only received this one." Shan Liangzhe was surprisingly calm at this question and quickly gave a fitting response, as if he had thought about it 1,000 times beforehand. "Perhaps Xiaobai is too young. The youth training camp has never accepted a first-year student as an exception. Xiaobai will definitely get one next year." He patted Bai Shu's shoulder. Bai Shu was naturally a little disappointed, but when it came to his age, he had no objection. The youth training camp wasn't open to just anyone. Although it was prestigious and the applicants were countless, its principle was to prefer a shortage to an unqualified one. Since its inception, the number of students had remained at 60. There are 3 groups: a 20-person superhero group aged 23 to 25, a 20-person youth group aged 20 to 22, and a 20-person junior group aged 17 to 19. The pool of participants in these different stages is not fixed. To enter the superhero group, candidates must undergo a series of rounds of selection and competition, typically from both the youth and border army groups. The same applies to the youth group. Only the initial junior group is drawn entirely from the national competition. Each year, there are 16 teams competing in the national competition, with 3 teams from each of the 4 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. The 4th team will be from the region where last year's winners reside, for a total of 80 participants. Traditionally, the junior youth group of the youth training camp selects 15 participants from among the contestants between the start of the national competition and the time the winners depart for the secret realm. They then compete again to select approximately 10 participants to officially join the youth training camp. These 15 invitations will be distributed gradually as the competition progresses. Adding him as a first-year student would mean giving up on the other second-year and even third-year students. He has only been in the public eye for a few months and isn't yet that important. Bai Shu was in touch, so he stopped dwelling on it. After all, the national competition was more important. Xie Chenyu said nothing. The long-awaited invitation arrived, but it felt like a thorny flower, a knot in his throat. Back then, he hadn't been part of the plan, but now, the thought of a future without Bai Shu filled his heart with even more melancholy. Xie Chenyu quietly gathered his energy and tossed the invitation into the compartment of his backpack. "I understand. We talk about the youth training camp later. The national competition is the most urgent matter." There was still a chance. As long as they advanced through the national competition match by match, he doubted the youth training camp would remain indifferent after seeing Bai Shu's performance there. If his thoughts were known to others, even Lu Qing would think they were crazy. You have to know that the South District's youth training camp has always had fewer players than the other regions. The 20 players in the junior division, evenly divided, only give each district 4 spots. These precious spots are usually given to core captains of national teams or players who have performed well in the competition. The South District generally only has 3 spots, and 2 have already been taken. Last year, Chan Shui, who qualified for the national competition, was eliminated too early and didn't receive an invitation. That year's 3 spots went to Captain He Zhe, as well as Xia Huayu and Si Li, who weren't captains at the time but had performed exceptionally well. This year, Si Li and Xia Huayu are still in the junior division, so it's a good thing that the remaining spot was given to Jie Chenyu so early. As for the South District's 4th spot, it's not that Lu Qing doesn't recognize Bai Shu's strength, but that spot has already been taken by the Central Division, and he'd be competing against strong players from the Central Division. There are only 7 days left until the Nationals. Early in the morning, the 3 teams, along with a few others, entered the base's teleportation array and headed for Zone U, the inner circle near the outer perimeter, in the opposite direction of the Secret Realm. The dangers of traveling to the Secret Realm pale in comparison to this interzone trek. Bai Shu had barely gotten used to the dizziness of Zone U when he appeared in Zone U before he saw the soldiers assembled at the teleportation array. They were in their prime, around 30 years old, dressed in pure black military uniforms. Their eyes shone brightly, their postures stood tall, and their expressions were resolute. They were clearly warriors who had weathered bloodshed, as if no fear or suffering could soften their expressions. Because between the 2 zones lies a completely uncontrolled contaminated area, just outside the outer circle. To protect the new recruits, the Southern District dispatched its finest border troops and advanced equipment for escort. Qin Shutong and Lu Qing, the leaders of the border escort, saluted each other, handed over their duties, and assigned tasks. In addition to the border troops, there were also a few scattered groups nearby, seemingly less organized but equally formidable. They were free agents roaming between different areas. There was a tacit understanding between the 2 sides, protecting each other and leveraging their strength, without interfering with each other. But this time, it was destined to be broken. As soon as Bai Shu stepped onto the teleportation platform, he felt the temperature drop significantly. He tightened his coat, catching sight of his own breath. Before he could look far away, he heard someone calling his name from afar. Bai Shu. Xiao Bai. A familiar figure from the group ran towards them. It was Yuan Qian. He waved. As Yuan Qian was about to run over, a little blue-haired girl suddenly appeared from his shoulder and threw herself into Bai Shu's arms. Lan Lan. You still remember me? Bai Shu's face was filled with surprise. It was rare for a semi-awakened spirit to react so humanely. Moreover, he noticed that Lan Lan seemed more lively and spirited than the last time they met. It seemed Yuan Qian had gained quite a bit from this trip. Lan Lan's little hand unconsciously clutched Bai Shu's shirt, half her porcelain white, doll-like face hidden in his arms. Her expression was unclear, and her words were cold. After a moment, she added, I missed you. Who could resist a cute little girl's subtle flirting? Bai Shu, too distracted to care, pulled out the black pearl. I missed you too. Look, I kept your gift. Yuan Qian's steps slowed, tears streaming down his face like wide noodles, a look of resentment on his face. My Lan Lan. She's been kidnapped. Xiechin Yu. I agree. He felt impatient but didn't want to appear petty, so he could only vent his anger on the sobbing culprit. You useless fellow, why are you crying? After all, that was his ancestral spirit. Could Bai Shu really steal it away? He should be the one crying. Although Bai had promised him they'd talk after the national competition, the comfort they felt during their daily interactions made him itch. If only every day was night. If only he were Bai Shu's ancestral spirit. After a long conversation, Bai Shu finally found the time to ask, has Lan Lan fully awakened? No. But I collected all of Lan Lan's fragments and unlocked her skills. I don't expect to fully awaken. I'm already very satisfied with this state. Bai Shu nodded, sighing slightly. It's really not easy to collect all the fragments. Thanks to you and Al Lang, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to collect them so easily. After Al Lang woke up, he asked me for Lan Lan's fragments. I don't know how he managed it, but a few days later, he gave me the complete token fragments. It's a pity you weren't here. He had something urgent to do, and left quickly. He asked me to tell you when I see you again. He will repay you for saving his life one day. The two of them didn't take it seriously. Human settlements are small, but sometimes they are also very large. Many people will never meet again. Besides, the military has already paid them. The three of them seemed to be chatting happily. Qin Shutong raised an eyebrow. Bai Chuan. I never heard of him before. Forget about the Jia family kid, but why does he have a child? Lu Qing seemed to see his former self and smiled inscrutably. Don't underestimate him. I have a feeling the South District won't end up as disastrously this year as in the past. Just because of Bai Chuan. Qin Shutong clearly didn't believe it. Things change. Lu Qing smiled faintly, saying nothing. All teams, follow the instructor aboard. At the sound of the signal, Bai Shu stopped talking, bid farewell to Yuan Qian, and boarded the third spaceship with Bai Chuan. This wasn't a training exercise, but an escort mission, so the military was fully equipped. Not only were there specialized manned spacecraft for land, sea, and air transport, but they also carried a small number of heavy weapons for emergencies. The spaceship also used the skeletons of a high-level alien species, and without incident, it quickly penetrated the outer perimeter. Looking out the window, one could see significant movement on the ground as the spaceship passed. Whether familiar or not, the creatures looked large, some in large groups, and looked particularly eerie. And Ning and the others also leaned against the window to watch the battle unfold outside, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. Bai Shu was worried about Yuan Qian and the others, but looking through the window, he realized he had been worrying too much. They dared to venture into other areas not without a backup plan. They were all highly skilled, and closely followed the spaceship. If any unpredictable flying alien species attacked, they would join forces with the border troops to fight the enemy. This is your first time out of the outer circle, right? Spotting their nervousness, the border guard controlling the spacecraft offered reassurances. Don't worry, we're still on the periphery. Border guards on the ground will help us attract the aliens' attention. Even outside the outer ring, it's relatively safer due to the high traffic, but any unexpected situation could occur. If you're unfortunate enough to be left alone, remember to use this call immediately. The border guard handed them a morning glory-like plant. There's no communication equipment in the contaminated area, so you have to use your skills instead. Several people nodded solemnly. Bai Shu nervously pinched the jade piece around his neck. Whenever the topic of what if or unfortunate arose, he was accustomed to assuming the worst. However, the journey was uneventful. Even a few alien attacks were quickly dealt with by the well-trained border troops. After a safe journey to the Central District and a smooth transit through the teleportation array to the Central District's inner city safety zone, Bai Shu still found himself in disbelief. He pinched the jade piece. Shinnong's words were true. 3 days remained until the national competition. Qin Shutong and the others left, but not the Central District. They were in the Central District to do some business, and perhaps they could bring a team back with them. Gong Sun Luo also left. Because of Xue Qingyong's instructions, Lu Qing had deliberately separated Bai Shu from her. Unexpectedly, she had been very cooperative throughout the journey, not causing any trouble at all. Before leaving, she glanced at Bai Shu with a complicated expression. She had clearly seen Shinnong give Bai Shu something in the secret realm. But she couldn't be sure it was that magical weapon. Giving it away so easily would be a joke. She would go back and ask for another divination before making a decision. After the 3 teams settled in at the hotel, the coaches immediately headed to the competition venue to prepare for the competition. The team members finally had a rare moment of leisure. Bai Chuan and the other 4 appeared in the lobby downstairs in unison. Zui Xingtian, we come all the way to the Central District. How can we waste time in a hotel? Jiang Zhengping, don't let up. I want to visit the exhibition halls of the various schools. And Ning, find out about the participating teams. Bai Shu Jiechenyu, Bai Shu's ears flushed, and his voice trailed off. There's a snack street downstairs, the food is delicious. Should we gather information first? The 3, of course, eat first. Jiechenyu, Chapter 127. The Central District and the South District differ greatly. Not only in the climate and environment, but also in the mental outlook of the city's residents. The Central District is located in the heart of the city, boasting vast plains dotted with rivers and streams, rich soil, and high mountains that shield it from the northern cold, the southern humidity, and numerous exotic species. As a result, the city's traffic is significantly higher than that of the South District, and people are more relaxed. Consequently, the Central District is scrambling for food and drink, leaving the South District far behind. Since leaving the hotel, Zui Xingtian and Bai Shu have been talking non-stop. Even calm figures, like a Ning and Jiang Zhengping, are overwhelmed by the sight. You wouldn't know it until you see it. The Central District is far more prosperous than the South District. Downstairs, near the stadium, the snack street stretches as far as the eye can see. Smells so good. Bai Shu swallowed, his eyes fixed on the vendors. The vendors within a 1-meter radius, wielding their shovels with all their might, froze. Oh no! It seems a large enemy force is approaching. Golden and crispy pancakes were filled with tender, juicy, and richly marinated meat. The crispness of the pancake was matched only by the aroma of the meat. Puffy, white steamed buns, each the size of a grown man's fist, were steaming hot. Even without eating them, one could already imagine their fluffy texture and the subtle aroma of wheat. The translucent dough was adorably vibrant. A touch of mildly spicy chili peppers, shredded cucumber, and a thick sesame paste drizzled across it, creating a rich, fragrant, and warm orange hue that was incredibly appetizing. Bai Shu was overwhelmed by the main course alone. He didn't even know what to eat. Seeing Bai Shu frozen in the doorway, glancing around with a look of anxiety, Jiechenyu knew he was starving. Don't worry. Jiechenyu ordered a delicious-looking meat sandwich nearby. Let's order one each. And Ning also said, yeah, let's each get one and share. This was their first time traveling far away, and they were intrigued by the different cooking methods. The 5 of them went their separate ways, but soon returned with their full loads and gathered at an empty table. Looking at this scene, no one could have guessed this was the end of the world. Although Bai Shu was anxious, he still obediently held the Rujiamo, waiting like a dragon guarding a mountain of gold until everyone was present before digging in. As soon as he took a bite, Bai Shu was completely won over. He shoved a huge mouthful and raised it to Jiechenyu's lips. Woohoo! Eat! You're crazy! Jiechenyu almost burst out laughing. He bit at the edge of the biscuit Bai Shu handed him, his eyes dark and serious. It's delicious. This was just a wink to the blind. Bai Shu nodded vigorously, not even looking up. Ah, why are there so many people these days? Why are they all from other regions? How strange. Of course, it's the national competition. The contestants from other regions should be arriving by now. Xi and Hua, please pay attention, okay? A gritted, yet helpless voice reached Bai Shu's ears. Hearing the familiar name, he pricked up his ears and glanced back. Two young men sat at a table diagonally behind them. They looked about 17 or 18 years old. Although their faces were unclear, they were likely summoners. When summoned, they were easily distinguishable from ordinary people. After all, even without the presence of a spirit, those who went to a contaminated area to kill aliens were different from ordinary people who were busy with scientific research or urban management. You could tell from their eyes and body shape. The two men were sturdy, clearly well-trained, and stood out from the crowd. Bai Shu's appetite was drawn in, and he managed to regain some composure. He glanced around. Many of the people sitting around were summoners, and many were both unfamiliar and familiar faces. Before they arrived, Shan Liangzhe had taken them through the general composition of the other 15 teams. Some were tanned and towering, while others had cool pale skin and deep features. The West District was rugged, the North District was tough, the East District was elegant, the Central District was dignified, and the South District was lively. Local customs and circumstances shaped the people. It seemed the people from other districts had also arrived, and they were all sizing each other up. Bai Shu was still wondering which team Xianhua was from, when someone else started talking. The man named Xianhua sounded faint, as if he just woken up. He was tall and burly, slumped over the small table, looking oddly out of place and uncomfortable. His back was bent badly, but he didn't care, slouching away. Anyway, getting into the top 3 is enough, isn't it? Besides, I already received an invitation to the youth training camp. Regardless of my performance in the national competition, I'd be able to enter the secret realm. Shouldn't you, the deputy captain who hasn't received an invitation yet, be the one to worry about this? You outspoken brat, today I'm going to teach you how to respect your seniors. Bai Shu slurped his noodles from his bowl. Like Jiechenyu, he received an invitation, so he must be a very powerful person. Unexpectedly, the melon-eating incident then took its toll on him. Unable to deal with Xianhua, the boy moved on to other topics. I heard there's a new team from the South District competing this year besides Heizei and Bo Ji. I wonder what they look like. Bai Shu, If you just turned around, you have known. He glanced at Jiechenyu, and they both shared the same thought. Their team had been completely overlooked. Bai Chuan had at least reviewed each team's configuration and operational characteristics, and replays of the regional tournaments in each district were readily available. Unless the opponent didn't consider Bai Chuan a match, it wasn't worth the effort. Bai Shu took a bite of the perfectly roasted, golden-gloss chicken leg and glanced back. Wow, no wonder. It was the Central District team, Zhejiang. The Central District teams had flexible rankings, unlike the South District, where the first and second places were always fixed by Kurosawa Boji. However, the strongest of the 4 participating teams were Zhejiang and Qinbei, having won most of the previous national championships. Zhejiang was the champion of the previous tournament, but last year they missed out on the top 3, finishing 4th. This year, they had to make a comeback and reclaim the championship. No wonder they looked down on this new team. Only last year's top 5 would have made them any less impressive. And Ning and the others put down their chopsticks, unable to express their joy. Since winning the championship, their status in the South Division has skyrocketed. They're the hope of the South Division, the pride of the land. Only after arriving in the Central Division did they realize they become invisible again, unworthy of even being considered a rival. For a moment, they found it hard to accept. They're too lazy to remember. Hoo, we make them remember. Bai Shu bit into the crispy meat and said harshly. Seeing Bai Shu's cheeks puffed up while he perked up to listen to the conversation behind him, his alert and indignant expression amused Jiechenyu. Of course. Focus on your food and don't choke. He'd come out to have a good meal, but he ended up gathering intelligence. But he was quite content with the current situation. How could he play dumb and eat the tiger without being low-key? How could he attract attention without creating a big contrast? Of course, there were teams that recognized them. In the corner, a team had already eaten and drunk their fill. One man sat with his legs crossed, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Despite the sub-zero temperatures, he wore only a fur-collared jacket, revealing most of his chest, unfeeling the cold. He pointed casually, "Look, that's our next opponent. They look so weak. I think our West Division can even take an extra academy spot from the South Division this year. What a shame. I heard the new team captain has already received an invitation." Him? Last year's team, what did they look like? Didn't they have one? Do they deserve it? I also. It's strange, look at those two. There's such a short person on the team, especially number 5. I never seen anyone so frail. They must be crazy to even let a freshman join the team. The man holding the toothpick sneered. I rather fight Boji and see the true strength of Xiao Huayu, who's been recognized by our secret realm spirits. However, helping them get eliminated early and recognize their own strength is also a good deed we can do for Baichuan. Just as they were about to leave, the few people who heard their team mentioned stopped in their tracks when they heard such a harsh remark. Well, it's okay to be ignored over there, but here, Baichuan has become a stepping stone. Zhuo Xingtian was annoyed, and suddenly the pancake in his hand didn't taste good anymore. He was about to step forward to argue, but Jie Chenyu held him back and shook his head at him. Let's go after we're full. But Captain! He bowed and gestured to the others. A low profile is the best way to make a splash. Zhuo Xingtian's expression froze at the sight of Captain Jie's face. A familiar, calculating glint flickered in his eyes. He shuddered, causing Captain Jie to show that kind of expression usually led to bad consequences. The five of them quietly left. When they returned to the inn, Shan Liangjie had already returned. Without further delay, the five of them sat down and listened to Shan Liangjie's explanation. Shan Liangjie rolled his glasses, unsure whether to be happy or worried. The overall process of the national competition is the same as the regional competition. There are 16 teams in total, and the competition is divided into 4 rounds. The first round will see the semifinals not participate, but the teams will advance to the next round. The second round will see the teams advance to the next round. The third round will see the semifinals advance to the next round. The fourth round will see the finals. The losers of the semifinals will have to play a qualifying match to determine the 3 teams that will advance to the secret realm. But there are 2 differences this year that you should be aware of. The first is the wristbands. The location function has been completely eliminated, leaving only the life-saving function and the mode for internal team communication. Shan Liangjie was a little worried. It's normal for you to feel uncomfortable since this is your first competition. Don't get carried away, you gradually adjust. The Central Zone teams, familiar with the terrain, have a natural advantage in this regard. Fortunately, their teammates in the first round were not from the Central Zone. Secondly, the format of the finals has changed. The top 4 will not participate in the first match. The 4 matches will be changed to 16 to 10, 10 to 5, and 5 to 3. The final will be a 3-team free-for-all, ranked by points. Several people were shocked. This has never happened before. Yes, it's a new format. They say it's designed to ensure maximum fairness. In the semifinals, strong teams will inevitably face off against strong teams. There are also teams that aren't strong enough to finish 4th, but are lucky enough to make the top 3. This is why this year's drastic reforms were implemented. It's impossible to say this has nothing to do with last year's competition. As the host, the Central Division naturally wants to prioritize resources towards its own teams, but secretly trying to ensure 2 Central Division teams are eliminated from the top 3 is rather unpleasant. As for the top 4 scrimmage competition, the format hasn't been clearly defined yet, so it's too early to analyze or plan. They have issues they must consider now. The good news is that your chances of advancing to the second round have increased, but the overall competition remains the same. And your next opponent is the Flying Eagles from the West Division. Seeing that they weren't surprised, Shan Liangjie was surprised. Did you already know this? It was a coincidence. Jie Chenyu nodded. Thinking of the other party's disdainful words, the 5 of them looked unhappy, their faces filled with murderous intent. The Flying Eagles, as their name suggests, excel in aerial combat. Baichuan's luck was only moderate. Although they avoided the Central Division teams, the Flying Eagles were not weak either. Although the Flying Eagles aren't the strongest team in the West region, and haven't appeared in the top 5 in recent years, they're still in the top 8. They're also a high-attack team, with an advantage at high altitude, making them easily able to counter land-based teams. And Ning chuckled, an aerial team, I really like to see them in action. Zhuo Xingtian's fingers crackled, and Jiang Jingping's eyes darkened. Shan Liangjie glanced at the group. They showed no fear at all, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit, as if blazing with fire. What had provoked them, however, thinking of Kunpeng, who had been banned and denied the opportunity to use him in the regional preliminaries and finals, he smiled. After all, they weren't lacking in aerial combat power. Chapter 128. The Day of the National Games. A national spectacle, the venue was located in the central district of the city. Its vast area, almost the size of a school, stood in a semi-elliptical shape, a landmark in the central district. The waiting room inside the venue. Because it was his first time competing, Baichuan had arrived at the venue early to register, and the rest of the time was spent waiting. Sitting in the spacious and comfortable waiting room, Baichuan was unusually silent. Zhuo Xingtian sat on the sofa, clutching his water bottle. His fingers trembled unconsciously, and the sound of his grip on the bottle, though subtle, was piercing in the overly quiet room. Jiang Zhengping seemed calm, but his occasional deep breaths betrayed his restlessness. And Ning simply summoned her own natal crystal mirror and fiddled with it. Tension seemed contagious, spreading through the air of the waiting room. Waiting was equally tedious, and the initial slight nervousness was magnified more than double during the wait. Bai Shu's previously calm mood was inevitably affected, and his heart beat faster. This couldn't go on. He stood up. I'm going out for a walk. Jietchen, you followed. I go with you. As soon as they stepped out of the gate, Bai Shu was speechless. I thought the regional tournament was going to be a big deal. The stadium soundproofing was so good that they didn't realize the roar of activity outside when the spectators were allowed in. The crowd was bustling and noisy, and all they could see was a dark sky. The line of people waiting to enter stretched for several blocks. The South District was on a completely different level than the Central District. Zui Xingtian, who had followed them out, muttered again, I thought the stadium was built so big just to show off. Who knew? Everyone from the Central District must have gathered here. Seeing the scene, they were reluctant to leave, but Bai Shu, standing at the front, was pulled aside. Everyone line up. Don't crowd. Don't cross the yellow line. The security officer's hands moved with incredible speed, and he was squeezed into the yellow line. Bai Shu? ? A dense crowd suddenly surrounded them from all sides. The average height of an adult male in the apocalypse is 1.9 meters. Bai Shu's vision was forced to narrow, and he felt like a frog in a well. Looking up, he could only see the sky. Bai Shu pursed his lips. They all grown so tall. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. He's still growing. He heard several girls chatting excitedly in the well. I finally snagged the best seats, center seats in stage A, with 3D sound. It cost me a ton of points, and took me several late nights to get it, but it was all worth it. I got the 5D version. It was easier to get than I expected. The girl's expression was indescribable. It was so real and uncomfortable. The smell of blood, the violent shaking, the close contact with alien species. It's hard for us ordinary people to adapt. Ah, no wonder I got it. But to see my handsome and powerful man up close, I gave it my all. Wow, I didn't get it. Stages A and B were a nightmare, but I was lucky to get stage C. What kind of nightmare is this? When the semifinals meet, it's going to be a nightmare. I wish I had 18 arms. Wait, is there that person in front of us? Bai Shu's back stiffened. Who is it? Get out of the way. Cue cutting is shameful. Bai Chuan was embarrassed. He wanted to leave, but it seemed like he couldn't. His teammates were completely invisible. Xiao Bai? He heard his teammates' anxious cries. He felt a shove from behind, someone trying to squeeze him out. A large hand reached out and pulled Bai Shu into a hug. The world seemed to have been muted, the surrounding noise vanishing completely, and the crowd surrounding him dispersed. Bai Shu thought it was Jietchen, but he didn't expect it was someone else. The man's skin was as white as snow. He had thought the South District was considered fair among all the other districts, but this man was even more so, as if he had cast aside all the world's impurities, his whiteness radiating. He was a full head taller than the others, standing out even among the adults. His figure was a perfect inverted triangle, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His features were deep, his nose was prominent, and his eyelashes were as long as they could be. Bai Shu seemed to smell the scent of ice and snow from him. It wasn't that he gave off a cold feeling, but rather a clear and transparent one. Everything around him fell silent. Many glances were cast at him, some with admiration, some with wonder and respect. Are you okay? The other person's voice was clear and gentle. The semi-finalists are here. Bai Shu heard the low, yet unmistakable, excitement murmur around him. No wonder he was pulled out of the huddle. The world seemed frozen, and only the 4 teams that entered remained unaffected, becoming the center of the world. Last year's national competition champions were Central District Qinbei, runner-up North District Songwe, 3rd place West District Mazhou, and 4th Central District Jiujiang. Having become regulars at the national competition, they could easily follow the pre-match process. Furthermore, since the semi-finalists advanced directly without participating in the first round, they were merely spectators, so there was no need to arrive early. They seemed accustomed to being the center of attention, and they didn't react much to being watched. Everyone's expression was relaxed, and the word nervous didn't even apply to them. It was as if they were about to participate in a college exchange competition instead of a national competition. Bai Shu quickly steadied himself. Thank you, I'm fine. He knew the man. He was the captain of the Songwe team in the North District. Songwe was renowned for its outstanding healing players, and was one of the few teams with a healing player as their captain. This man was also a rare individual, capable of mental healing. After confirming that Bai Shu was uninjured, he looked at the crowd. "Thank you for your enthusiasm for the competition, but please don't crowd, don't rush, and don't get hurt." His voice was low, but it seemed to possess a magical power, compelling people to listen quietly. The crowd seemed transformed, their previous enthusiasm gone, now incredibly obedient. "It's our fault. We all listened to you." The boy glanced at Bai Shu. "That's it. Pay special attention to the safety of the children. Where are their parents?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Shu blushed from the tips of his ears to his neck. It was shame, but even more so anger. After winning championship after championship, and even after training with the military, few in the South District now considered him weak. But even when he traveled to this world, and been met with surprise and admiration, he never felt as ashamed and angry as he did now. Being treated as an ordinary person was fine, being considered weak was fine, but treating him like a child was a bit too much. One day, he made the Guhua bird shrink everyone. "Over here." Jiechenyu waved at him from the doorpost. "Xiaobai, it's time to start." Bai Shu composed himself and extended a hand. "Hello, I'm Baichuan team, representing the southern region of the Nationals. Contestant number 5, Bai Shu." The man's eyes widened slightly. Bai Shu smiled, a faint dimple forming. "Thank you for your guidance. People who spend time together tend to become similar," and his demeanor began to gravitate towards Jiechenyu. "Nice to meet you." "Sorry." Bai Shu trotted over to his team. Those are actually players? 2 of them are so short, and one of them is a girl." Zhuo Xingtian turned his head with an angry look, shock. And Ning glared, "If you can't talk, just keep quiet." Jiang Zhengping was equally furious. "That's right. It's not gender discrimination, but when men and women have equal spirits, teams will always prioritize women. Because they often lack the strength of men, and due to their menstrual cycle, they are likely to attract alien creatures at crucial moments, making it difficult for them to fully demonstrate their strength. For these reasons, many people have the stereotype that having a female summoner on a team is a necessary evil, implying a lack of talent and strength." The 4 of them were furious, their faces flaming like Zhang Fei. And Ning gritted her teeth. "We must not only win this match, but also perform with distinction, so that those who underestimate us will shut up." Bai Shu's expression was serious, of course. "Let them know we're not made of dough." The tense silence vanished, their hearts now burning with rage. Jiechenyu chuckled. He still had to thank these people. "All contestants, please enter in an orderly manner. The national competition is about to begin. Let's go!" Jiechenyu walked in front, leading the 4 of them into the center of the arena with a proud and confident demeanor. Unlike the South Zone arena, the Central Zone had no sub-areas. On one side was a vast stage, on the other, a sea of spectators. The 12 teams took up their positions in staggered zones, their uniforms uniformed by zone for easy identification: black for the East Zone, red for the South Zone, light blue for the North Zone, white for the Central Zone, and brown for the West Zone. Teams from the same region are distinguished by the stripes on their shirts. In previous national competitions, the team with the highest overall score was ranked first in the region, with 1 vertical stripe, followed by 2. New teams like Baichuan were ranked last, with 3 silver-white vertical stripes. Teams were paired in pairs. Bai Shu was in Field F, and naturally, standing next to them was their first match opponent, the West Region Flying Eagles, whose brown uniforms sported 2 vertical stripes. People usually focus on the best and the worst, and those who lived through the apocalypse 100 years later were no exception. Clearly, Baichuan fell into the latter category. Look at Field A. Team 4 from the Central Region faces Team 1 from the East Region, who finished 5th last year. Such a shame. It's truly tragic. The East Region didn't make the semifinals last year, and they've been simmering for a year. I think Team 3 from the South Region is pretty unlucky too. They're facing the Flying Eagles in their first match. I see it being the same as last year, a 1-round elimination. The other 2 teams from the South Region are pretty good. They're facing similar teams, but at best, they make the quarterfinals. What do you remember the name of the South District's 3rd team? Chan Shui? How come I have no recollection of it? That was last year. If only you had looked at the team name above their heads? Baichuan. New team? South District? It's truly pathetic. I bet the game ends in 30 minutes. 30? 20 minutes is plenty. Alas, it's boring. It's all my fault for forgetting to get tickets, so I could only buy tickets for the last match. 5 tall and strong players versus 5 lesser matched players. Just one glance seemed to tell the outcome. Oh, what a shame. Playing against a weaker team, the audience all left. Boring. The speaker was Wei Yongping, captain of the Flying Eagles. Contrary to his name, he was a brash character, and he was also the team that day that ignored them with a toothpick in his mouth. The Flying Eagles deputy captain glanced at the sparsely packed auditorium. Really? It's almost half empty. We might as well go home and eat. Their casual conversation, as if no one else was around, was truly infuriating. From the beginning till now, they hadn't even glanced at them. Xie Chenyu suddenly threw a punch at Wei Yongping. Both the opponent and his own team were startled. Pre-match fighting wasn't allowed. Wei Yongping immediately straightened his expression and took a half step back to evade the attack. Suddenly, his expression changed. He hadn't expected the opponent to be even quicker than him. The palm wind stopped just inches from his nose, then suddenly swerved and grabbed his hand in his pocket. Xie Chenyu smiled innocently. I heard of you for a long time. It's fate that we're meeting today. I'm truly honored. But the Flying Eagles were used to being flamboyant, and before their West Division matches, there were no such friendly and peaceful conversations. They were all just harsh words, followed by curses against their ancestors, and after just 3 sentences, they were kicked off the court by the referee. He felt a wave of discomfort at the initial euphemism, but it's human nature to be delighted by pleasant words, and his curiosity was piqued by Xie Chenyu's unfinished words. He suppressed the venom he was pent up in and spoke, just what? Xie Chenyu's eyes narrowed, appearing less shrewd and more sincere. I have a wonderful prescription for eye ailments, spinal cord problems, mouth sores, headaches, and fevers. It works instantly. As fate would have it, I'm giving it to you. Chapter 129. Wei Yongping was bewildered by Xie Chenyu's sudden change of topic. Why was he suddenly talking about medicine? Was he trying to sell himself before the match to make his loss less embarrassing? But medicine that can cure so many ailments is truly precious. It wouldn't hurt to let him lose with dignity. He rubbed his waist. Are you serious? Xie Chenyu's smile faltered. Could anyone really be that foolish? He glanced at his teammates, who were barely holding back their laughter, and put on a smile again. It's absolutely true. I don't have any right now. Can I give it to you after the match? Of course, some people understood. Just as Wei Yongping was about to speak, the vice-captain pulled him over with a sullen face and whispered something. The ant mocked him, and then Wei Yongping turned back to him, his hair rising in anger. If you dare, I teach you a lesson. His fury melted into the passionate opening remarks of the stadium commentator, 0709. Dear audience, the grand annual national competition begins now. Allow me to briefly introduce the 16 talented teams from various districts. The cheers and applause from the audience seemed to lift the roof off the ground. Among the A to F fields, the Central Division's match was the loudest. The rhythmic drumbeats mixed with the rhythmic cheers, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. As the introductions concluded and the competition officially began, a series of light screens appeared in the venue, gradually solidifying into a solid form, dividing the previously intact exhibition hall. The drums and cheers faded. Finally, silence settled. Zhuo Xingtian rubbed his ears. As expected of the host country, I suddenly don't want to compete with the Central Division anymore. Wei Yongping suppressed a grumble. You act as if you have a chance to compete with them. Nationals match number 1, Field F. Flying Eagles vs Baichuan. Match type, match, venue, Central Zone, Middle Circle, Zone K, Qinling Mountains. At the same moment, many people from the far south district tacitly gathered in front of the screen. Yunxiang, Yinshan, and others paused their training to watch the match. Wang Kai spoke earnestly to the sophomores and first-year substitutes, saying, the nationals have begun. Every team here is worthy of your learning. It's up to you to secure a spot in the nationals. He stared at the screen, a pleased smile breaking across his face as the camera panned over the team with 3 vertical red stripes. They are role models for me and you. They are standing on the national stage. Wang Kai's tone was both lamentable and hopeful. Qi Winda emerged from the teleportation array, seemingly fresh from a fierce battle. His clothes were tattered and bloodstained, and he hadn't even reclaimed his spirit. He stopped at a glass window, staring at the screen inside. Fighting against Flying Eagle, my luck is still as bad as ever. Don't get eliminated in the first round, right, brave general? Chang Shui, Jiang Yunian, Kang Hui, and the other team members had been waiting in front of the screen since morning, their expressions complicated. Last year, they were the ones standing on the field, enjoying the glory. Watch carefully, and see where we fall short. We will reclaim our glory. Even in the busy military headquarters, Anyone who paused for a break from a mission would glance at the constantly broadcasting match footage. Xue Chengyong looked toward the secret realm. This is the moment to pull the South District out of its predicament. The same thing happened inside the youth training camp. A tall, slender man stood with his back to the gate in front of an absurdly large screen that filled an entire wall. His glasses printed an image divided into 6 small frames. District F. Following his gaze, someone behind him stepped forward and spotted a split screen in the lower right corner. Haven't you decided yet whether to send out an invitation? Yeah, the first dual-element player, and he's so young, is a real headache. The South District already has 4 spots anyway. The man shook his head. The Central District is powerful, with those restless families, and their power is intertwined. It depends on whether he's worth my attention. Before the match, we ban and select spirits. Both sides, please make your decision within 1 minute. The expressions of several people were startled. There was even a time limit. Although they had already formulated their strategies before the match, the 60-second countdown still created a considerable sense of tension and pressure. The national competition was going to great lengths to create difficulties. Before the match, Shan Liangzhe analyzed the characteristics of the Flying Eagles. Flying Eagles are a formidable opponent. Although they're a second-tier team in the West Division, their captain has 2 fully awakened sages, and the rest of the team also has 1 fully awakened. Their sage configuration is comparable to that of our first-tier team, Kurosawa. Flying Eagles has 3 attackers, 1 healer, and 1 controller. Their captain, Wei Yongping, is a third-year Earth-type attacker with a native Shikuchi ability. They have 2 fully awakened sages, both flying and fully awakened. They're named Xiao and Shanghuan. The former has a healing skill in addition to attack, while the latter focuses on mental attacks. Banning either one will be a challenge. Vice Captain Chao Ling, a third-year gold-type attacker with a native Rui Rod, has 1 fully awakened sage, Yang Dian, a human general who focuses on speed and strength, but not intelligence. There are also 2 non-fully awakened sages. Although 3 ban options are far from sufficient for the national competition, and half don't need to consider non-fully awakened sages, there is 1 sage that requires special attention. Although he only has 1 skill, it's a powerful and highly targeted one. People call him the wealth-spreading old man. He can summon gold and silver to disorient the opponent's spirits. The duration of this disorientation varies in direct proportion to the spirit's love for wealth, making him particularly effective against human and ghost spirits. If these 2 races are to play, consider banning him. Number 3 Zhang Bo, 3rd grade, gold-type attacker, natal boomerang, 1 fully awakened spirit named Garuda, also focuses on speed and strength, and 1 non-fully awakened spirit, so there's no need to ban him. Number 4 Li Xinghe, 2nd grade, water-type healer, 1 fully awakened spirit named Hanging Deer. 1 non-fully awakened spirit, 1 non-fully awakened spirit, so there's no need to ban him. A particular note is his natal skill. Invisibility. While not a traditional invisibility skill, it proved highly effective in the regional preliminaries. It can temporarily blind opponents through light refraction, or even temporarily conceal allies. Combined with a high-speed attacker, it's incredibly difficult to defend against. Number 5, Wang Jin, 2nd year, Earth Control, natal coffin, 1 fully awakened ancestor named Sha, a pale bird-like creature, also primarily focused on speed bonuses. 1 non-fully awakened ancestor also has 1, so no need to ban it. This team is undoubtedly not only a high-powered attack team, but also a fast attack team, with an insane number of flying ancestors. 07. After a year, Feiying has made significant improvements in aerial combat and speed. With this growth, it's possible they could make the top 5 with a bit of luck. For high-speed attack teams, based on past experience, teams that excel at land combat generally ban Xiao, Garuda, and Sha. If they are equally skilled, they ban Yang Dian to prevent sneak attacks on summoners on the ground. Lingjiu. Besides, Feiying's speed is incredibly hard to defend against. If they were also an attacking team, they'd probably ban the speed-focused Yang Dian and Garuda, and then remove the speed-boosting spirits. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to catch up, and everything would be meaningless. Baihuan made their first choice. The first spirit they banned was Xian. Xuanlu? Both commentators were momentarily stunned, their expressions indescribable. This was the first time they'd seen someone target a healer. The key is that the actual results completely contradicted their predictions, which is really disappointing for professional commentators. Lingqi calmed himself down. Their second option was fast, and it was the old man who spent money? Banning a non-fully awakened one? Lingjiu smiled awkwardly, trying to save face. Baichuan has quite a few human spirits, so this choice is understandable. But doesn't that mean they're not an aerial combat team? Why didn't they ban even one they should have? Baichuan's third ban was Captain Fei Yingxiao. Finally guessing right, but there was no sense of accomplishment at all. Lingqi's words were dry. Lingqiu perked up. Okay, those are Baichuan's bans. Let's take a look at Fei Ying's bans. He stopped mid-sentence. Baichuan's layout is so weird. After all my years commentating on the national competition, this is the first time I've seen such a, confusing layout. Lingqi looked over. Baichuan's strength doesn't seem outstanding, but there are too many unnamed spirits. Baichuan's layout appeared on camera, drawing sighs from the crowd. As expected, with such a poor layout, they only be a third-rate team in the national competition. Baichuan's board is as follows: Captain Jiechenyu, Primordial Spirit, Golden Crow, Complete, Drought Master, Partial, Deputy Captain Jiang Zhengping, Primordial Spirit, Bed Mother, Partial, River Master, Partial, Number 3 in Ning, Primordial Spirit, Lovebird, Partial, Mr. Li Partial, Number 4 is Wishington, Primordial Spirit, Zhuanzhu, Complete, Swordsmith, Partial, Number 5 Bai Shu, Primordial Spirit, Dongfeng, Complete, Yishui's Primordial Spirit is partially awakened, leaving the entire team pitiful, with only 3 fully awakened Primordial Spirits. Wei Yongping frowned at this. What garbage! The teams competing in the national competition preferred to have fewer Primordial Spirits than lesser ones. Many teams with strong backgrounds, abundant resources, and no shortage of Primordial Spirits would not summon any unless they were fully awakened. This was the first time he had seen so many useless cards on a team. It was incredibly bad. Of course, he automatically considered the unnamed Primordial Spirit to be a partially awakened Primordial Spirit. After all, he'd been selected in the regional tournament. He never considered the possibility of having a fully awakened character instead of hiding it until the national tournament. Isn't that fun? Of course, the names of the summoned spirits after the regional tournament wouldn't be revealed, but summoning a fully awakened character in just over a month felt more like fun. With the pressure of the top 3 national tournament teams looming over him, he couldn't imagine the competition in the southern region being any less intense. He didn't realize someone even banned the unnamed spirit, preventing a Ning's Kunping from playing. What others thought of Jiechenyu was none of his business. He was concerned with Fei Ying's decision. Given the situation in the western region and Fei Ying's past opponents, the 3 ban options would inevitably be given to fully awakened characters. It's hard not to fall into the trap of thinking that using the ban option on non-fully awakened characters feels wasteful. Therefore, he guessed it wasn't difficult to choose the opponent's 3 bans, namely, the only 3 fully awakened ones, Jingwu, Xuanzhu, and Dongfeng. If Dongfeng couldn't play, their healing would be significantly reduced. While the Nine-Tailed Fox had a life-saving skill, the cost was too high, and it wouldn't be used in the game. Their remaining healing was only Bai Shu's Natal Peach Blossom, and Kunping's damage reduction and buff skills. This was why Jiechenyu was the first to kill the opponent's Black Deer. He even chose to ban Xiao instead of Garuda, because one of Zhao's 3 skills was a healing skill. It goes without saying that Old Man Sankai couldn't be banned. As Wishington was banned with Xuanzhu, he could only use Swordsmith. Since the opponent wasn't fully awakened, no one could be sure of his love for money. Even the giants protecting him were worried. After all, giants were human. As expected, when it came time to choose the ancestral spirits, Jinwu, Xuanzhu, and Dongfeng on their side were grayed out and unavailable. When Fei Ying and the others saw the selected spirit being banned, they were stunned. Has Baichuan given up resistance? They only banned one of the ones they should have banned, leaving themselves with a powerful, high-speed, devilish opponent. Chapter 130. Flying Eagle, Number 1, Soul-Scarring Bird, Number 2, Yang Dian, Number 3, Garuda, Number 4, Flying Fish, Number 5, Sha. Baichuan, Number 1, Drought Master, Number 2, Number 3, Number 4, Swordsmith, Number 5, When the results of both teams' choices of the pre-spirit were announced, looking at the question marks covering almost half the screen, 07 and 09 said, This scene was unprecedented in their careers. The noise from the audience was unstoppable. What the hell is this? I shouldn't have bought a ticket. I wasted 10 points. It's nothing to watch. Baichuan is finished. Flying Eagle, teach them a lesson. Show them that not just anyone can compete in the nationals. Wei Yongping was equally embarrassed and annoyed. A weak opponent was one thing, but the fact that a rookie wasn't even paying attention to them was even more annoying. He sneered and pointed unceremoniously at Jie Qinyu's nose. We finished this in 15 minutes. Unbeknownst to the people on the field, the remote viewers were equally furious, and everyone in the South District was completely bewildered. Following the principle of family understanding, family, Xiaoyi and Xiaowu, who were about to open their mouths to offer support, responded with, eh. Although I wasn't there, I felt like I was watching out for nothing. 1+1. What's wrong with Baichuan? Why aren't they using lovebirds and bedmother? Even though they aren't fully awakened, they still work well together. Alas, it's a new team after all, so there's no need to be too critical. The key to the South District still depends on Kurosawa. Baishu stepped onto the teleportation array. After a familiar dizziness, he opened his eyes again and found himself amidst a mountain range. He was not at a high altitude, less than halfway up the mountain. Aside from the pines and cypresses, the mountain was devoid of any green. A cold wind blew through the bare branches, lashing the air. Alone in the deep mountains and forests, with no fixed anchor point, it's no exaggeration to say it's pitch black. Thanks to his experience from a previous life, Baishushi was well prepared and remained relatively calm. He didn't hesitate, quickly surveying his surroundings. His current position was vast, without the obstruction of dense trees or mountain walls, making it perfectly visible from the air. Don't rush. The enemy is in the same situation as us. Observe your surroundings carefully, determine your position, and take precautions, especially overhead. Don't summon the spirits unless necessary. Find a nearby shelter, and wait for my news before reuniting. After understanding the situation, Jie Qinyu immediately gave his orders. The more anxious and aggressive the enemy became, the more they had to hide and take their time. He was relieved to know the competition was in the mountains. If it were on the plains, he wouldn't have dared to allow so many bird spirits to exist. Got it. Thanks to his training at the military headquarters, and Baishu's guidance, Baichuan was no longer a greenhorn. Everyone had mastered certain reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance techniques. In the reserves, while it was difficult to distinguish friend from foe, there were always positioning points. Now, with nothing, it would be a lie to say they weren't panicking. However, hearing Jie Qinyu's confident command, they felt reassured and each took their own actions. As he spoke, Jie Qinyu unhesitatingly released Huaer. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the area. First, the enemy was skilled in aerial combat, and the Garudas were particularly sharp. He had to plan ahead, find them in advance, and know where to hide in future confrontations. Second, he had to compete with the enemy for information to avoid being on the defensive. It would be ideal if he could find and eliminate any lone enemy before they discovered him. As their first match in the national competition, he had to make a strong impression. Finish the match in 15 minutes? How infuriating. 10 flames surrounded him, their faint, dark red glow like dead leaves inconspicuous against the leaf-strewn mountain. At Jie Qinyu's wave of his hand, they dispersed in all directions like well-trained soldiers, completely concealing themselves within the mountain. Even a bird's-eye view would have been hard to detect. Unlike Baichuan's cautiousness, the flying eagle appeared with ferocity. Wei Yongping released his ancestral spirits and commanded, "Search the mountain for me. If anyone is found, notify us immediately. The Garuda will fly over to help." In addition to the healing, the ancestral spirits of all 4 men were mobilized. 3 birds appeared in the sky. The largest was the Garuda, with sharp, cold eyes, a black gold hook beak, and claws curved to a terrifying angle, hard as iron. Its golden wings gleamed in the sunlight. The massive bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, casting an even larger shadow on the ground. Its mere appearance was enough to reveal its dominance in the skies. Following it was a gray-feathered bird, about the size of an eagle. If the Garuda gave an impression of majesty and dominance, this one was eerie and sinister. Its face, too, was covered in feathers, and if it weren't for its slender beak, it would be impossible to tell which was which. But no one wanted to see its eyes obscured by feathers. It soared and descended, landing on boulders on the mountaintops and high treetops, its head like a detector, turning once before taking off again. The soul-scarred bird was the smallest, about the size of a swallow. It had round eyes and a red beak, large and completely black. Its feathers were red on the outside and black on the inside, a brilliant, lustrous color. It trailed a palm-length red tail feather, its exaggerated coloration giving it a ghostly, almost demonic, appearance unlike any other bird. With a gentle flap of its wings, it soared into the forest. At such a high altitude, the mid- and low-altitude airborne eagles were closely monitoring everything. When Baishu noticed the dark shadow in the sky, he happened to find a depression. He jumped in without hesitation, but he didn't expect there was a hole in the depression. Thankfully, The hole wasn't deep, only a little over 2 meters. To his relief, this wasn't a sign of aliens, but likely a collapse caused by rain. He brushed the dirt off his butt and back, finally confirming the position of his eyes. He then simply covered it with dead branches and leaves, and reported with confidence, at the foot of the mountain, approximately southeast. No sightings yet. Just as he finished speaking, he heard movement overhead, and he immediately held his breath. I haven't seen a single ghost in ages. Bai Chuan, you cowards. An even louder voice suddenly rang out, damn it. I told you not to let me participate in the competition. I hate competitions. Can't you just let me fight the aliens in my own free time? The two men spoke without restraint. It was Chao Ling and his aliens. The two teams met for the first time. 07 instantly perked up. In terms of combat tactics, Bai Chuan is worth watching. Number 1's command was timely, and the rest of the team reacted quickly. They're on par with other national teams in this regard. So far, no one from Bai Chuan has been spotted, and the Flying Eagle has caught Bai Chuan's eye. Too bad it was number 5 who discovered it, so they can only hide. How long can they hide? I want to see their ancestors before they change zones. Those 3? While disgusting, they also sparked curiosity. Many people stayed put just to see what they were. They were surprised that Bai Chuan didn't summon them. Seeing the two men unnoticed pass by Shu's hiding place, seemingly on the verge of escaping, everyone felt a little disappointed. Lingjiu sighed. Meeting Chao Ling was both a misfortune and a blessing for number 5. Yang Dian and Chao Ling had the highest combat power among the Flying Eagles, so a meeting would undoubtedly have resulted in their demise. However, neither of them was careful enough. Their reconnaissance abilities were insufficient, and perhaps they underestimated the enemy. They were destined to fail to discover number 5 hiding in the pit. The real confrontation had yet to come. No one knew that in the darkness, Bai Shu calmly retreated deeper into the pit, his upper body pressed against the wall, leaving space behind his feet. He was poised to attack at any moment. The enemy was in plain sight, while we were in the dark. How could he afford to miss such an opportunity? A fluffy tail silently extended forward, suddenly grasping Chao Ling's ankle. With a swift flick, it knocked him down and swiftly dragged him into the cave. Lingjiu, what the hell? With the same thought, Yang Dian turned sharply. A massive white fox had appeared behind him. He only had time to see its 9 tails, each tipped with blood red, as if wrapped around something, as it quickly vanished into the distance. How dare you? He roared angrily, dashing off without hesitation. Ninetail's eyes glazed, and he didn't look back. Lingjiu shut his mouth, his face numb from the blow. He wasn't trying to hide, he was going all in. The two people suddenly attacked didn't know, but those off-screen could see clearly that the Ninetail's fox had suddenly emerged from the cave, and its eyes were blue. It wasn't an alien, it was an ancestor. What's going on? If I remember correctly, isn't number 5 a healer? A healer hitting someone. Setting that aside, this ancestor doesn't look like a healer. Not only that, the two of them work so well together, it's very likely a fully awakened one. No way. Lingjiu couldn't help but reload the page. After Bai Shu secretly called Ninetail's name, the page read. Ninetail's fox, fully awakened. Fully awakened? Whose fully awakened form is so well hidden? The comments had dropped considerably by then. Many had already lost interest in typing. Chao Ling hadn't yet realized he'd been tricked. The moment he was dragged into the pit, a flash of white light struck him. The attack was sharp, swift, and brutal. Since Chao Ling had summoned a human warrior, his own martial arts skills were certainly not bad. Without even turning to straighten himself, he quickly tilted his head to avoid the blow. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen rounds in the darkness. The thud of punches hitting flesh was terrifying to those outside the video feed. Chao Ling clutched his injured shoulder. Even against a formidable opponent, he was still slippery. Bai Shu said nothing, his movements flowing like flowing water, even faster. The opponent was also quite skilled, so he had to take advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness and inflict as much damage as possible while he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. He knew he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. If caught in the narrow pit, he would find it difficult to escape, so he kept as much distance as possible from the opponent. Once again, he was knocked down by a sweeping kick, his head smacking against a rock. Chao Ling grimaced in pain. He didn't even manage to grab the hem of his opponent's clothing, and was indirectly injured. His bracelet had actually been downgraded to pale yellow. What a shame! He had gradually adapted to the environment, his reflexes were incredibly quick. The moment he stumbled and felt something soft, he immediately grabbed the opponent's wrist with his backhand. I got you. Suddenly, His palm felt empty, and his smug smile froze. Wait, something's wrong. The cave was dark. At first, he thought his opponent was Jiechenyu, but as the fight progressed, he felt differently. The opponent's attack angle was a bit low. And that grab had confirmed his judgment. The wrist was very thin. It was number 4. Chao Ling was certain. Chapter 131. Although number 5's ancestor spirit was also unknown, Chao Ling had never considered the possibility. Firstly, he didn't believe a healer would have the courage to confront him. Secondly, while he knew Bai Chuan was a skilled healer, it was only in archery. He had been deeply impressed by Bai Shu carrying a quiver before teleporting. Because of his confidence in his own abilities, and his disdain for third-rate teams, his understanding of Bai Chuan was limited to the regional finals. In that battle, Bai Shu's impressive archery skills rivaled those of an ancestor spirit, as well as his dual-element innate abilities, the mysterious attack power of the Orchid Will-o'-the-Wisp, and the rapidly regenerating Peach Blossom. Due to his injury, his close-range attacks weren't particularly prominent in that match. Bai Chuan number 4 was a gold type, and carried a number of weapons. The one with the dagger had to be him. He knew number 4 was known for his exceptional agility. His ancestor swordsmith could imbue weapons with spirit for 10 minutes, a skill that didn't require any special skill. The opponent's plan was a good one. A surprise attack, exploiting the limited confines of the pit, limited his maneuvering and effectively eliminated his ability to summon the spirit. After all, the three of them squeezed into a small pit, with his bulk and the spirit's sturdy frame, were no different from sardines squeezed into a can. The scene was so beautiful it was almost unimaginable. And since the opponent had a knife, the worst-case scenario was mutual destruction. A one-for-one trade was a win for the opponent. Chao Ling believed his value was far greater than that of number 4. Unfortunately, the opponent was still inexperienced. A step behind, his natal Rui rod could be extended and transformed at will. The close combat clashed, producing a sharp sound. Sparks flashed in the dimness, illuminating the pit for a moment. Bai Shu quickly turned his face away. Ahem. The next second, Bai Shu felt a blow to the chest, stumbling back 2 steps and leaning against the wall. The pain in his chest was so intense that he almost couldn't breathe. It was truly agonizing. They hadn't discovered the Rui stick's retractable nature, which was a real problem. But Bai Shu hadn't expected to eliminate the opponent with just this one trick. Any damage he could whack off was a win, and of course, tricking him into using a skill would be even better. Nine-tailed fox, he whispered, barely noticeable above the pit filled with the enemy's shouts and heavy breathing. A white tail dangled down the pit, quickly wrapping around Bai Shu's waist and carrying him away at a rapid speed. In the distance, the target suddenly vanished. Yang Dian, ? He had 3 skills. Skill 1, absolute courage, unwavering in confrontation, unquestionable in comings and goings. Increases force by 50%, lasts for 5 minutes, with a 20-minute cooldown. Skill 2, gallop, move like the wind, yet the horse gallops without haste. Increases speed by 20% for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour. Skill 3, decisive battle, push the enemy to the limit, boosting your strength by 100%. Fight 100 at a time, taking down the main general. Cooldown, 20 hours. He was about to catch up, but even the fox disappeared. He froze for a moment, then realized, even the most clueless person, that he had been tricked. That fox wasn't an alien. It was an ancestor spirit. No wonder it hadn't turned back. If he had only seen the color of his eyes, he wouldn't have been so fooled. He immediately returned to his summoner and saw Chao Ling, fighting with himself in the pit. Yang Dian, Over there, Bai Shu had already run 2 miles, and Chao Ling still frantically dancing in the cave looked particularly foolish. Suddenly, I realized how important intelligence is. Seeing his ancestor's indescribable gaze, Chao Ling belatedly realized he was gone, his face flushing. Don't let me catch you again. Ignoring the awkwardness, the 2 men finally discussed it and realized that after all this fighting, they didn't even know who their opponent was? Hadn't even seen a single hair? No, at least they saw a fox's tail. But since the opponent's ancestor was a 9-tailed fox, then the person fighting him couldn't be number 4. Chao Ling pondered. And yet, 3 of the other opponents were unnamed ancestors. He looked at Yang Dian. Yang Dian shook his head. The other party didn't use any skills, so I don't know which type of spirit it is. Chao Ling pondered for a long time. It must be number 3. I grabbed her wrist. No wonder it was so thin and tender. It turns out she's a woman. He placed a hand on his chin. I can't be wrong this time. That woman is incredibly skilled and has control, so it's no surprise she was chosen for the team. Shut up, stop analyzing. Actually, I think his analysis is quite accurate. If I hadn't seen number 5 enter and exit the cave with my own eyes, I would have believed it. Even then, mindful of the surveillance from above, Nine-Tailed Fox didn't linger, running 2 steps back to his spiritual sea. Even so, he still attracted attention. Baishu clutched his chest to take a deep breath, then looked up at the sky. The dark shadow of the Garuda was already approaching. It's over, it's over. The noise just now had attracted the Garuda. Number 5 was agile, but too bad his team wasn't. Baishu had no idea how the outside world felt sorry for him. He just calmly withdrew his gaze, put on a large hat made of dead branches that he had woven at some point, and hid in the dense forest. Amidst the astonished gazes, Baichuan number 5, having successfully tricked the Flying Eagle's vice-captain, recovered. He found a sturdy tree and crouched at its base, burying himself in leaves. After finishing, he hugged his knees, imitating a bird's nest. It was so small, not to mention from a distance, that it looked like nothing at all. No, this number 5 was a bit too sophisticated. No one could know Baishu's thoughts, and even if they did, they wouldn't believe it. He wasn't actually afraid of being discovered by the Garuda. The opponent was powerful, but he also had a fully awakened spirit, so he might be able to escape the dense forest. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. For the sake of the overall situation, he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself during this match. He silently lowered the brim of his hat and remained motionless. Chao Lin was still quite sharp. Although he had a conclusion in mind, he confirmed with his teammates that the 3 birds were monitoring Area K in real time. Simply asking their location would reveal the identity. What? No discovery yet? Chao Ling was startled. Half the agreed-upon 15 minutes had already passed, and despite the 3 bird surveillance, they hadn't detected any trace of the enemy, save for a conspicuous white-haired Nine-Tailed Fox. The vanished Baichuan dispersed, and Ning, guided by the crystal mirror, avoided the patrol routes of the 3 birds. She first encountered Huaer, and soon reunited with Jie Chenyu. Jiang Zheping, needless to say, his life force was his best shield. If he couldn't dodge, he could use his tortoise shell to block. Zui Xingtian wasn't as reckless as before. Knowing he wasn't good at concealment, he copied Baishu's method, rolling himself into a mud man at the start, finding a cave and remaining motionless. They're trying to stall for time. Wei Yongping was furious. Aside from Chao Ling, the other 4 had already gathered. Although he was arrogant, no captain was a fool. He took a deep breath. Hide. I wonder if they can hide forever. Just then, he received news of Chao Lin's attack. Somehow, thinking of those 3 unnamed spirits, he suddenly felt out of control. Time ticked by. 15 minutes had passed, and the 2 sides hadn't even seen each other. The Flying Eagles had assembled, and the 5 sat together in silence. Wei Yongping blushed and coughed dryly. These bastards are really good at hiding. If Baichuan wanted to break the 15-minute mark this way, there was no need. How boring. What were those 2 unnamed spirits? The enthusiasm aroused by Baishu waned, and many players, bored to death, moved to other divisions. The comments suddenly dropped significantly. There was a long silence. 07 and 09 should have said something, but they were like sealed, unable to utter a word. They knew nothing about this new team, so how could they say anything? Common sense would suffocate them. Jie Chenyu certainly didn't intend to hide forever. He simply needed enough time to identify the positions of both teams, memorizing all the surrounding shelters, large and small, and even the patrol routes of the 3 birds. Of course, 15 minutes was just his dirty trick. When the time was up, he closed his eyes, and a simple map appeared before him, with updated enemy and friendly location information, just like a wristband. He smiled with satisfaction. If Fire 2 wasn't effective in the regional competition, it could be very useful in the national competition. Sorry for the wait. It's time to launch the attack. Jie Chenyu's smiley, confident voice echoed through the bracelet. After hearing his plan, the 4 people's eyes lit up, and they all smiled to varying degrees. Those who had been silent in various corners finally took action. Deputy Captain, proceed to the 7 o'clock direction and rendezvous with Xiaobai. Roger. Roger. Zui Xingtian, 12 o'clock. Roger. Huaer followed the 3, while Jie Chenyu, multitasking, guided the 3 who were not around. The audience naturally overheard their plan. The previously silent comment section was even more deserted. Overwhelmed with shock, Lingzhou stuttered, "Can their plan really be accomplished?" Lingqi was similarly shocked, though his shock was of a different nature. Rather than asking if the plan can be accomplished, it's better to ask if the ancestor he's talking about actually possesses the power he claims? A giant bird capable of rivaling the Garuda? A four-armed giant? Even if that were true, a plan this tight and coordinated wouldn't be possible unless it involved a fully awakened ancestor. This was too much. Although the top 4 teams wouldn't be participating, out of a cautious approach, someone would be observing each match. But the 5 of them couldn't cover all 6 zones simultaneously. Naturally, no one would go to the last place zone, F. At most, the coach would take a remote look. But thinking of the man he met this morning, Guanji felt a strange sense of concern. When he first saw him, or rather, he hadn't really seen him yet, he stood out like the moon among the stars, a bright spot in the darkness, amidst the dense crowd. That's why he spotted him immediately and approached him. But after actually meeting the person, he realized the so-called radiance was merely an illusion. He was no different from an ordinary person, a cure-all for the new team, Shirakawa. He had read about their opponent, West Zone Team 2, a team renowned for their powerful and quick attacks. Thanks to the presence of Asuka, they always had the upper hand in matches. The new team would likely face them head-on. But for some reason, he, sitting in Zone A, turned on the live stream from Zone F. He happened to overhear Chen Yu's second half of his plan. He knew this person was a candidate for the youth training camp. He was indeed impressive. If nothing else, his ability to create a humanoid map was enough to attract him, a rare skill in the outer zone. He could also multitask with such composure. His IQ alone was undeniably genius. Perhaps the person remained impassive throughout. Someone like him wouldn't boast. He became interested, and suddenly regretted choosing Zone A, where the outcome was a sure win. Those 5 words were like a thunderclap in the calm waters of a river. I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with my idol in Division F? The top 3 teams, especially the elite players selected for the youth training camp, are truly national stars. While they rarely make public appearances, their accounts are familiar to many. Chapter 132. The battle broke out unexpectedly. The soaring eagle, thinking it had complete control of the area, hadn't anticipated being targeted by a mouse hiding in a hole. Deputy Captain. Jie Chenyu's lips moved slightly in the dark. Wei Yongping and the others, having received news of the enemy, were irritated but not anxious. But when a giant, 2 or 3 stories tall and with 4 arms, suddenly appeared behind them, it would be a lie to say they weren't terrified. If they were caught, they would be crushed to death effortlessly. Of course, if they had flown high enough to see more, they would have seen that Hu's eyes still held a childlike innocence. She wasn't even a giant in the giant tribe, but a little girl. She didn't like killing, and besides, she found small people adorable and enjoyed playing with them. For arms attacked them. The others had no idea what she was thinking, and their hearts skipped a beat. Disperse. Wei Yongping's voice was almost broken. A battle-hardened warrior, he wasn't intimidated by the giant. He quickly found his voice. Zhang Bo, recall the Garuda. Garuda's Skill 1, increases attack power by 20%. Skill 2, increases speed by 20%. Both last for 10 minutes, with a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 3, Eagle Eyes, tracks and kills targets within a wide area. Cooldown, 20 hours. Aside from its ultimate skill, the Garuda's abilities aren't particularly special. However, this demonstrates that even without using any skills, its speed and power are still formidable. Wei Yongping lowered his head. He admittedly underestimated the enemy. Whenever he encountered Team 1 or Team 2, he wouldn't hesitate to use his ultimate skill. Now that they'd gotten the upper hand, there was no point in regretting it. It's true that sheer size has its inherent advantages. Even if a giant wasn't intending to attack, it wasn't easily contained by ordinary people. After shouting, Wei Yongping immediately grabbed his healer, using his innate skill to instantly retreat 2 miles. Yang Dian, 1 in each hand, grabbed his summoner and number 5 to control the retreat. Seeing that number 3 Zhang Bo couldn't evade, Flying Eagle number 4 recalled Sha without hesitation. Sha had 3 skills. Skill 1, Curse. Staring directly into the eyes adds doom, lasting 10 minutes with a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 2, Speed up all enemies by 20%, lasting 10 minutes with a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 3, Transforms a designated target into sand, negating all attacks and simultaneously respawning at a different location, with a 20-hour cooldown. Seeing Zhang Bo in danger, before his mind could react, he activated his speed up skill, which stacked speed up all enemies, enough to dodge Hu's attack. What a waste. He sighed inwardly, realizing that even without using his skills, number 3 would still be able to escape. But then, the urgency of the battle almost made him unable to think about anything else, and he even felt fortunate to have used his skills. Yu had anticipated that Hu wouldn't pose much of a threat. While Hu looked formidable, he was actually a defensive spirit, lacking even offensive skills. It was simply a sudden incident that temporarily frightened the enemy. One wasn't enough. Giving the enemy no time to react, Yu smiled and dropped another bombshell. Kunpeng. Yes. And Ning gathered her thoughts. Summoned by number 3, the Garuda appeared in the sky, ready to snatch it like a giant. An even larger bird soared through the air and suddenly pulled it aloft. Seeing a being larger than itself, the Garuda's eyes flashed with caution, and the two birds faced off in the sky. Disbelief flashed across number 3's eyes, and he was momentarily stunned. He thought his Garuda was already massive enough that he wouldn't encounter anything bigger. It was indeed large, but only his own people knew that. Compared to the formidable Garuda, Kunpeng, also without offensive skills, was much more naive. Yu and Ning were not on the battlefield, and the chaos was raging. It was not a good thing for a summoner to be left unscathed. Yu wasn't afraid of being implicated, but he couldn't focus on two things at once. Baichuan's ability to remain undetected by the eagle was largely due to his understanding of Jinyu's precise command. He seemed methodical, but the thought and effort involved was unknown. At this point, the 3 unnamed spirits finally appeared. If the giant's appearance was merely a surprise and expected, Kunpeng's arrival was completely unexpected, leaving everyone speechless. Help! I seem to have gigantic fear. Oh my god, I need to buy another 5D. I'm a dog. This is terrifying. If these ancestral spirits are fully awakened, the outcome of this competition will be unimaginable. This can't be right. Guanjidi could no longer focus on Section A in front of him, his gaze fixed on the screen. He had a premonition that this year's national competition would be significantly different. Flying Eagle was a veteran team after all, and after their shock, they quickly recovered. Even so, it didn't mean they were doomed to lose. Scatter? Even if the Garuda were entangled, with its speed, the giants would be helpless if they were scattered. After going so far, I must tear them apart. He looked around. No one was in sight. But the giant had appeared instantly, which meant at least one person was nearby. His mind raced wildly. Of all the ancestral spirits, Garuda and Dian couldn't escape for the time being. While shock could still be used, it wasn't meant to attack the ancestral spirits. And even if it did, cursing them wouldn't do much good. He quickly revealed his next card, his ancestral spirit, the soul-swallowing bird. The soul-swallowing bird has 3 skills. Skill 1, bewitching. Its gorgeous feathers are universally admired, compelling the opponent to approach. It lasts for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour. Skill 2, lamenting. The wailing of the wronged souls, a tearful cry, deals 3 group attacks, physical damage, and a cooldown of half an hour. Skill 3, soul-swallowing. A mournful, lingering cry that deeply saddens those who hear it. It deals 3 group attacks, mental damage, and a cooldown of 24 hours. Skill 1 is perfect for using on giants, freeing them up to find their hiding place. If the opponent dares to attack with only one person, they'd be eliminated immediately. If they have more than 3, even if it means wasting skills, he used Skill 2, or even Skill 3, to make them suffer. After hearing Jiang Jingping's implementation report and learning that the opponent had summoned the soul-swallowing bird, Yu smiled triumphantly. He had to thank the other party for their decisiveness and impatience. After all, the other party had played their cards first, allowing him to respond. The soul-scarring bird appeared. A figure in green appeared from nowhere, wearing a hood that wrapped her tightly. A pair of enormous green wings suddenly sprouted from her back, firmly shielding her from view. The soul-scarring bird cast a seductive glance at Nuba. The two exchanged glances, and Nuba's wings flashed, leaping forward and catching the bird in her arms. The soul-scarring bird, shock. Although Nuba was struck, she was faster than the soul-scarring bird, and it was the soul-scarring bird that was unable to be restrained. It took the opportunity to peck Nuba, but it actually hurt its own mouth. What was so hard? There was not a trace of the softness of skin. Putting aside skills, in terms of combat power alone, the soul-scarring bird was far inferior to the ancient female war god. Seeing Nuba showing signs of awakening, it dared not make any more subtle movements, and obediently displayed its magnificent feathers. Although he had controlled the enemy, Wei Yongping was far from happy. He was even considering killing Baichuan. He even suspected that the Baichuan he had seen in the Southern Division Finals was fake, or that the current competition was fake. Not only were there completely unfamiliar spirits with unknown abilities, but even the Drought Master had changed. Running at full speed was exhausting, and the opponent's powerful, completely unknown spirits shook Fei Ying's heart. Should he use a skill? The opponent hadn't even appeared, and had barely used any skills. Was he reckless earlier? He hadn't known anything about his opponent. Their spirits were no less powerful than theirs, whether in their vaunted aerial combat or their sheer size. Should we continue fighting? The nine-tailed fox, with one skill remaining, hasn't appeared yet. Is the swordsmith really as skilled as they saw at the national competition? The eagles were in a state of panic. Running at full speed was exhausting, and the eagles' faces flushed red, their breath pounding. The lack of oxygen seemed to be slowing them down. Wei Yoping gritted his teeth, briefly considering unleashing his ultimate skill to annihilate the enemy, but he quickly calmed himself. They already used a lot of their skills, but the enemy hadn't shown any signs of weakness. Besides, their speed-boosting skills were still there. If they ran out of time, it was unimaginable. Without hesitation, he ordered retreat. Xie Qianyu curled his lips slightly, a hint of disappointment. The eagles weren't completely reckless. They still considered their skill timers. He was still waiting for the enemy to send out another spirit, and the nine-tailed fox was still there. But since the enemy wasn't attacking, their bluffing team shouldn't pursue them. With the eagle's abilities, running away was effortless. The Garuda abandoned its Kunpeng wings and turned back. Healers 1 and 4, aided by their shrinking technique and speed boost, sprinted several meters in the blink of an eye, practically teleporting. Yang Dian, leading the two, was slightly slower, followed by number 3. The giant couldn't catch up, and seeing the enemy about to escape, Baichuan seemed anxious. Zhuixingtian. Got it. Zhuixingtian rubbed his hands excitedly, his understanding of the captain's cunning heightened. With Ning's prediction cheat and Xie Qianyu's real-time control, they had even predicted the enemy's escape direction. Zhuixingtian had been waiting on the road, eagerly waiting. Zhuixingtian appeared out of nowhere, and blocked the lagging number 3. How can I let you escape? He said it with great force. The two teams' secondary attackers met, a fierce battle ensuing. Even after being stopped, number 3 didn't panic. After all, he had the Garuda, and this man's spirit couldn't possibly have changed. Feeling the terrifying gust of wind behind him, Zhuixingtian's heart rang with alarm, and he immediately rolled on the ground. So fierce, so fierce. Zhuixingtian abandoned his sneak attack and simply ran. A single claw from the opponent could pierce him. Number 3 was already perched on the Garuda's back, soaring into the air. Damn it! Zhuixingtian was furious. Although it was part of a drill, as a free-range player, he really hated flying summoners. The few running ahead breathed a sigh of relief. They kept a close eye on their teammates. Number 4 retracted the water curtain, ready to create a blind spot for number 3 if anything happened, helping him escape. The most troublesome giants and birds had been left far behind, and the soul-wounding bird had been recalled. The battle seemed fierce, but in reality, no one was injured. Though they had expended a number of skills, they were all minor abilities that could be recovered with a short period of sustenance. Only Chao Ling had sustained minor injuries from a surprise attack, but it was insignificant. Number 4 would heal him later. The only downside was that they hadn't been able to test their abilities. While relaxed, the expressions of the flying eagles had grown graver. It seems all our actions and plans have been seen through. The Baichuan River is a deep place. Wei Yoping's face darkened, and he felt an indescribable sense of frustration. It wasn't just him. The others felt the same way. The enemy appeared at the perfect time, leaving the soul-wounding bird helpless. The drought master, who had attacked mid-sentence, must have been lurking long beforehand. The feeling of being watched by invisible eyes was not pleasant. Wei Yoping was in a state of disarray, and he needed to find a place to sort things out. Wait. Observe your surroundings. A sudden thought struck him. The nine-tailed fox Yang Dian had encountered earlier hadn't appeared yet. Since they had just set up an ambush, there might be more. I do it, number 3 said in the team chat, his tone cold and evidently strained. But if the land spirit dares to show itself, I have the Garuda severely injure it. Injuring a spirit had no effect on the summoner's bracelet, but that didn't stop him from venting his anger. Ugh! No one expected that while they were concentrating on searching for the white spot in the mountains, number 4, being held by number 1, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling and collapsing. He felt a pain in his back, his eyes widened, and he lowered his head with trembling, disbelieving eyes. The ground was stained red with blood. 3 arrows, avoiding vital points, each one a swift strike. Ahem. He tried to speak, but his lips trembled, and words remained in his mouth. The bracelet quickly turned from green to red. Eagle 4 was eliminated. The crowd erupted in uproar. Chapter 133. Everything happened so fast that 0907 didn't even have time to speak. The series of spirits, skills, confrontations, and attacks was dazzling and overwhelming. So when the elimination notification sounded, his mind went blank. Even those with a bird's eye view were in such a state, let alone the flying eagle on the field. Even when number 4 was eliminated, he hadn't expected such an outcome. Healers are the most closely protected, but they were taken away from him. Wei Yunping's cheeks twitched with shame and resentment at being provoked. I want him dead. It wasn't hard to guess who had fired those 3 arrows. He looked at Zhang Bo, breathing heavily. No matter how hard the opponent hit, they were exposed by the Garuda's ultimate skill, and eliminating number 5 was effortless. However, number 3, possessing the Garuda, had a different view. He placed a hand on the opponent's shoulder. Captain, calm down. Baichuan's displayed strength was far beyond his expectations. He had to be vigilant and not act recklessly. If he could kill the Garuda with one strike, that would be fine. But what if he couldn't? Number 5 was difficult to deal with. This realization was more important than just watching the game. Although he was a healer, he was a dual-element awakener. Besides healing, he also had Will-o'-the-Wisp that could attack. He shone brightly in the South Division Finals, and should not be underestimated. And his White Fox, the Ancestor Spirit, could restrain Yang Dian, making him a very likely attacker. He now regretted banning Dong Feng. At least he had someone familiar, right? But who could have imagined? If they couldn't quickly eliminate number 5, the opponent would have a flying Ancestor Spirit that was as powerful as Kunpeng. Once Baichuan's entire team arrived, they would be in big trouble. Many skills were entering their cooldown periods. Wei Yongping calmed down, and Fei Ying fell into a state of stagnation. Let's take a long-term view and wait until the cooldown period is over. Wei Yongping finally spoke, his lips curled. Underestimating others is the price we pay. He admitted defeat, just this once. In the distance, after Fei Ying's men had completely disappeared, Bai Shu finally emerged from the shadows and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, so far away, it really was him. He was right in front of me. How could I not have noticed him? Oh my god, how did he do that? He's only 16, and, have you noticed, every single one of Fei Ying's injuries so far was caused by him, without any skills involved. Bai Shu from the South District knew a little bit about him. A super damaging healer. Unnoticed, more and more people were watching the F Division, and the South District's people puffed out their chests with pride. Looking at their surprised expressions, it was impressive. And Kurosawa and Boji from the other 2 divisions also performed well. Not having a location point had its advantages, and Bai Shu successfully reunited with his teammates. Xiechenyu and the others had been gathering their strength in a cave in the back, ready to go. As Fei Ying had anticipated, if the other team had insisted on a showdown, it would have undoubtedly turned into a team brawl. The outcome was far from certain. Thankfully, neither team had such intentions. The competition had calmed down, and the commentator finally found a chance to speak. The competition has entered a cooldown period, or rather, it's just begun. Let's see what strategies each team will adopt. In a cave, 5 people gathered. Having successfully eliminated one of their opponents, each one's expression was filled with unconcealed excitement. Zui Xingqian's expression was rich. You didn't see number 3's expression when I appeared. His eyes widened. Xiechenyu remained composed. Alright, there's no time for complacency. Fei Ying isn't weak. This time, they lost because... He couldn't help but laugh. They don't know us well enough. They were all high-spirited young men. Who wouldn't be excited and thrilled with the first battle? However, Xiechenyu quickly calmed down. Our next target is number 3. The opponent's attack speed was relatively high, and Xiechenyu wanted to avoid team fights as much as possible. In the previous match, while it seemed like they were targeting everyone, the team's ultimate goal was actually to heal number 4. You have to pick the weakest persimmon. That match seemed smooth, but Baichuan was restrained at every turn. Each person and their ancestral spirit appeared at unexpected times, and in the right position. Kunpeng and who couldn't afford to expose their low attack power. If they aimed their arrows at the other 4 with fully awakened ancestral spirits, they would likely be blocked by their own ancestral spirits before they could reach them. The only option was to use number 4, who had a non-fully awakened ancestral spirit. Another point, a reminder of the tragic elimination from the previous year without a healer, was that the more aggressive the opponent, the more they sought to cut off their supply. To ensure the smooth progress of the plan, Xiechenyu used Zui Xingqian as a decoy to intercept number 3, helping to divert some of Bai Shu's attention. All this pursuit was simply to confuse them, causing them to lose their vigilance and allow the final strike to land. Of course, the key link lay with Bai Shu, as only his exceptional archery skills could have hit the target from such a long distance. You worked hard in this match. He was clearly a healer, yet he was asked to hide in the shadows and do the work of an attacker, and he couldn't even be by his side. Bai Shu shook his head. He had already removed his disguise. His face flushed from the intense running, and his round eyes sparkled at him. No, it's you who's having a hard time commanding the four of us remotely. You're amazing. I can't do that. Who could handle such praise? Jietchen, you couldn't handle it, anyway. If the occasion weren't inappropriate, he'd have wanted to hug him, or even shamelessly kiss him on the forehead, a little lower, right next to the eye he loved most. Of course, it was just a thought. Under a Ning's teasing gaze, Jietchen Yu tapped his fingers, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly smiled again, a wicked smile. Zwishinkian? Zwishinkian? Question mark. He had a bad feeling. Want to go out for a walk? Alone? It wasn't that he wasn't confident. With his current strength, he was afraid he'd be eaten alive by a golden-winged bird. Jietchen Yu nodded. It would be best to pursue them while their skills are still cooldown. Unfortunately, we can't catch up, so we can only... Zwishinkian suddenly felt cold and rubbed his arms. Can only what? Use the freshest meat to lure the eagles here. They'd be furious after losing their healers and our scheme and want revenge, right? Zwishinkian took a step back, his expression pitiful. So, he, in his less than fully awakened state, was the best bait. Jietchen Yu's voice was melancholy. Losing you brings benefits to millions. The deputy captain will secretly follow you. If you're attacked, we'd be there shortly. For victory. Stop talking. I do it. Zwishinkian sacrificed his life for justice. But what if they don't fall for it? And Ning, having definitely suffered a loss once, the flying eagle might not be fooled. Jietchen Yu nodded. 80% of the time, I won't be fooled. Without positioning, the cost of fire too is too great. Commanding with an omniscient perspective like just now won't last long. I always have to try my luck. What if the opponent is a fool? Zwishinkian leapt in tears. He even sacrificed himself as bait, and it was just a matter of luck. Jietchen Yu wasted no time, tapping his wristband to ensure Zhua and Jian could hear him. He continued, if they hold back, we can only wait for the cooldown to pass. They come knocking on our door. Given their impatience, they attack as soon as the time is up. Before that, we need to split up. Zwishinkian and the deputy team leader, no, the deputy team leader and I, are on one team. Zwishinkian and Ning are on another, and Xiaobai will protect himself. The three teams will split up to avoid being attacked by the soul-scarring birds. This formation is ideal for navigating troubled waters. The only drawback is that it's subject to the Garuda's tracking and locking ability. With it, our strategy won't be complete. So our primary target is number 3, but they might also use it before we make our move, and their target is on me. Hey, 110? There's a bad guy here, haha, poor number 4. Wait. Isn't it usually the case that people who are used as bait are recommended themselves? And then, they start arguing and bickering with each other. Can common sense explain a strange team that uses a healer as an assassin, a shield controller as an attacker, and a main attacker in the back line? After seeing the back, everyone fell silent. Did he overhear Fei Ying's plan? Impossible. Fei Ying is so cautious. He knew about Hui Er's existence, and checked it out long ago. Who could possibly compete with him? He's 800 times more cunning than Fei Ying. Elsewhere, Fei Ying was also discussing tactics. Knowing about Jietchen Yu's Hui Er, they tried their best to avoid being overheard, sitting on a bare, white hilltop. Number 1, Drought Master. Number 2, Giant. Number 3, Giant Bird. Number 4, Swordsmith. Number 5, White Fox. Is that right? Well, if I'm not mistaken, except for the spirit number 4, the other 4 spirits are fully awakened. After a moment's silence, several people nodded yes. They were no longer rookies. They had suffered immensely in this battle. If they still couldn't tell the strength of the opposing spirits, it would be truly laughable. What a disaster! Then the attack power of the giants and giant birds shouldn't be as formidable as we imagined. Although there are exceptions, the attack power of non-attacking spirits is generally not very high. It was also because the incident happened suddenly that they had fallen into the misconception of giant creatures. The larger the size, the more powerful it was. But there are exceptions for alien species, not to mention the more diverse and rich spirits. Wei Yongping nodded in agreement, that's right. Our current damage wasn't caused by the giants and giant birds. As for the culprit, a strange calm fell over them. Everyone silently digested this unusual fact. Humph. Chao Ling, wearing a pale yellow bracelet, looked like a dreadful nose. Before he could even start healing, the healer was eliminated. They provided a good idea. So let's pick the soft ones. How about number 4? Wei Yongping shook his head. He calmed down, his thoughts clearer. Eliminating number 4 won't affect the outcome. The biggest problem is number 1. Hui'er, roaming the field, is his all-controlling eye. He's the center and brain that unites Baichuan. If we can eliminate him, Baichuan will soon be paralyzed. Number 5, Wang Jin. The brain? It's not so easy to take down. Zhang Bo stood up, stroked the soft feathers of the resting Garuda, eager to try. It's too easy, it's boring. Since they're not a weak team, don't be stingy with your ultimate skills. Let's make a good start with the Garuda in the next match. Chapter 134. Zhuxingqian emerged from the cave alone, all in high spirits, fearing he wouldn't be seen. But Fei Ying had learned his lesson and remained silent. After wandering the forest for 10 minutes, figuring the enemy's cooldown was almost over, Zhuxingqian and Ning had no choice but to find a place to hide. The dejected expression on his face betrayed his initial reluctance, only a deep sense of resignation. It was even more infuriating to be baited and not even lured out. Xiechunyu wasn't overly disappointed with the outcome. As expected, once the enemy was prepared, they weren't as easy to deal with as they had been from the start. During this time, the other 3 men didn't rest either. Xiechunyu stood up and stretched his muscles, stiffened from sitting in the cave for so long. He glanced at Jiang Zhengping. Let's go, find a place where we can flex our muscles. His calculations weren't as exaggerated as those outside thought. Even after the enemy had taken precautions, Hui'er had little information to convey. He had no idea how the opponent would counterattack, so he simply speculated on various possibilities, choosing the most likely one, and mentally simulated responses, trying to be as comprehensive as possible. Baishu moved through the inconspicuous areas of the forest. Although Garuda's ultimate skill was most likely to be used on Xiechunyu, he didn't dare to be complacent. So Baichuan's troops split into 3 groups, with Flying Eagle guarding one. There were so many intelligent, aggressive, and brilliant players, but for some reason, many people were drawn to the healer who vanished so easily. For no other reason than the interactive field was so strong. In the blink of an eye, I lost him again. Oh, I found him. Where is it? The branch in the upper right corner. The audience, used to searching for people in piles of dead leaves, all looked up in unison. No! Does he really not have a stealth skill? 3 skills is too much. My goodness, how come this bird's nest has eyes? How come the eyeballs are moving so cutely? Even the arrow feathers are cosplayed as birds. I'm really impressed. The sneaky dog and kitten, how come their crouching postures are so adorable? Hey, come back. How dared he walk into Fei Ying's territory alone? The comments section erupted in a flurry of shouting, seemingly amused. 07 slowly understood and pulled up a positional map. Although Shirakawa is acting separately, their positioning is very clever. Look carefully. The 3 teams form an equilateral triangle. Number 5 is furthest forward, perfectly positioned between Fei Ying and Shirakawa 1 and 2. Numbers 3 and 4 are also strategically positioned, to the back and right of this line, right where there are trees. If the plan changes, summoners can move more flexibly and provide support. Lingjiu hissed. Baichuan can be said to have planned everything perfectly, and their understanding of the terrain in Area K has become even more precise. He joked, if they couldn't ban the main character, I think the next team would be eager to ban Hui'er. After saying that, he faltered. Why did he say after? Did he subconsciously believe that Baichuan would win? He shook his head. No way. Over time, the initial curiosity and amusement of watching the young men, who hadn't even moved a finger from beginning to end, gradually turned to admiration. His core is so strong. I bet many border troops don't have this kind of endurance. It's still winter. Aside from his eyeballs, he really didn't move a single thing. He was only 16, and who knew how much he endured behind the scenes. If they hadn't been watching, no one would have believed that such a lively and active teenager could achieve such a feat. There were no shining moments, no rivals to face, no acclaim, and perhaps even no point in his efforts. Yet, he persevered silently and monotonously, without a trace of resentment, or forbearance. Those bright, calm eyes told everyone, they were waiting for the moment to reveal their true potential. It was only natural that the Garuda couldn't detect it. If it weren't for the inability to send voice messages, they would have wanted to roar. Such a dull scene, yet it was hard to leave. So, a single change was particularly striking. Those wary eyes suddenly paused in the distance, stunned for a moment. What is he looking at? Those eager to zoom in noticed. In reality, Baishu wasn't as pitiful as the audience thought. At least Hui'er was right beside him, and even if he touched his skin, it wouldn't burn, but would warm him instead. So quiet. He held air in his arms, lips slightly parted, whispering softly, as if communicating with someone. Yes, replied Xiecheng far behind. At first, people didn't understand what quiet meant, assuming he was referring to the eve of a battle that hadn't even begun. But following his gaze, the people of the South District inexplicably understood. Perhaps it was because only one alien had appeared so far. The central circle was so quiet. In the South District, even the most deplorable places weren't this bad. The people of the Central District fell silent. This was an indisputable fact. Was their pride and their strength due to having more summoners? Were the aliens more honest? Were the ancestral spirits more favored? Not entirely. It's largely due to their advantageous geographical location, and the other 4 districts acting as a barrier, halting the aliens' advance. So, should the South District teams, suffering the most from alien harassment, be looked down upon and ridiculed as weak? There's not much time for sentimentality. Flying Eagle was indeed impatient, and he sprang into action as soon as his cooldown period had expired. A giant bird appeared in the sky. Xiecheng watched its movements intently. It might be a little early, but in his opinion, this was the key to the outcome of this match. Who would the golden winged bird's ultimate skill be used on? Then, a pair of fox eyes suddenly widened. Not Bai Shu, and not him. That direction was Zhuixingtian. Jiang Zhengping was a little anxious. The enemy would surely attack in droves, and the 2 of them would be no match. I send Hu to help. He made a gesture to summon a giant. Don't rush, or our position will be exposed. Xiecheng stopped him, his voice low. He hadn't expected the enemy's target to be Zhuixingtian. This was very strange. Could it be that the enemy had guessed their plan and was planning a surprise attack? Hold still for now, spirits. I go check out the situation. From the other side, where Xiecheng was blocking them, Bai Shu's voice echoed through his bracelet. Bai Shu's clear voice gave Xiecheng a flash of inspiration, amusement. He was crazy. Why did he assume the enemy had to use a powerful skill to detect them? Even without using a powerful skill, the Garuda's naturally sharp vision would likely detect their presence. It was obvious that if they lost their patience, the moment they moved, the Garuda would immediately bring its men over. By then, not only would they not be able to use their powerful skills, but they would also suffer unnecessary injuries, a loss that would be worth the effort. They were indeed a strong team, seizing the slightest opportunity to strike back. They shouldn't be underestimated. Zhuixingtian spun to his feet, gnashing his teeth as he stared at the golden-winged bird. He hadn't kept his composure. Perhaps because he'd been flaunting his presence for a while, the other side had guessed his approximate hiding place. The golden-winged bird's swoop had revealed his position. Looking back now, it was probably a feint, as the other side didn't know his exact location, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to evade him so easily. And Ning also came to her senses, and felt a touch of regret. Without hesitation, she summoned Kunpeng, swiftly leaped up, and reached out to Zhuixingtian. Come up. She could clearly see that there were 4 people on the golden-winged bird's back. They couldn't defeat it, so they had no choice but to give in. Zhuixingtian leaped up and extended his hand. Just as their hands were about to make contact, a gray bird suddenly came directly towards them. Remembering he couldn't look into its eyes, Zhuixingtian subconsciously closed his eyes. The 2 hands, about to meet, lost touch. The golden-winged bird flapped its wings, its sharp claws flashing as it flew towards them. And Ning and Kunpeng immediately retreated. But the bird didn't pursue them. Its round eyes instead looked elsewhere. They'd been tricked. They both thought to themselves. Humph, are you the only ones capable of such cunning? Wei Yongping was smug. This might not end well. And Ning frowned. But knowing it was a cunning plan didn't help. Could they really just treat it like a deadly pawn and not dodge? What if it really attacked and killed them? And Ning. Xiecheng's voice reminded them of something. Captain, don't move. And Ning said hurriedly. She could tell the flying eagle wasn't paying attention to them, otherwise Zhuixingtian on the ground would be either dead or injured. They're observing your position. Lingjiu. This time, the flying eagle seized the initiative and returned with a vengeance. Lingji. Yes, this is a blatant conspiracy. Baichuan is caught in a dilemma. If number 1 and number 2 remain indifferent, number 3, with the giant bird, might be able to escape, but number 4 will surely perish. If number 1 and number 2 summon the spirits for help, the golden-winged bird will immediately detect their position, and the flying eagle will immediately reach them. Baichuan's previous plan will be in vain, and he will be at a disadvantage. Lingjiu sighed. If Baichuan hadn't set number 4 as bait and prepared for battle, their plan might have succeeded. They were just being too greedy. Lingqi, battles are ever-changing, and we can't be too cautious. Zhuo Xingtian lowered his eyes. He knew he wouldn't play a significant role in this match, so he hadn't considered staying until the end. 1-for-1 is a good trade, but the problem is, the enemies are all in the air, and he can't get there. As for Bai Shu, after speaking with Jie Chenyu, he immediately dropped all disguises. He had it all figured out. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. Instead, he hoped to attract the golden-winged bird's attention, ideally allowing Zhuo Xingtian and Ning to escape. He was just afraid it would ignore him. The people who had been watching felt a sense of regret. Alas, the bird's nest disguise had been in vain. Night Tail. Bai Shu leaped down from the tree, a nimble, pure white figure appearing beneath it. Its tail gently lifted the falling figure and placed it on its back. Night Tail tilted its head back and tossed the leash it was holding in its mouth to him. Bai Shu took it in his hand and draped the camouflage prop around Ninetail's side. With a hint of apology, he stroked Ninetail's snow-white neck, lowering his body to its ear. "Thank you for your help, Ninetail." He knew Ninetail didn't like being ridden. What a waste of words. The thick ears, with a hint of pink at the tips, flashed. Everyone's attention was diverted again. Oh my god, it wasn't like this when it fought Yang Dian before. As expected, all white-haired creatures are tsundere, regardless of species. Wait, he didn't have those straps on when he appeared before. Could it be that he put them on himself? So cute. I can picture that scene. Of course, they were overthinking it. Ninetail Fox, so proud of its status, wouldn't put on the straps on its own. Dong Feng had to help. Ninetail Fox took off, galloping away at a speed that couldn't even outrun Yang Dian. Chapter 135. Bai Shu was initially apprehensive, but the sky and surroundings didn't reveal the figures he expected, so he knew the other party wouldn't be swayed. Realizing this, he sped up. Even further away, Fei Ying spotted Bai Shu, but wavering would only backfire. They were like a single-minded beast, intent on slaughtering their trapped prey. Every time Ning tried to pull Zhuo Xingtian up, the three birds, large, medium, and small, would harass him. Zhuo Xingtian's health was visibly decreasing from the scratching of the birds, and the attacks of Yang Dian on the ground. As for the four Fei Yings, they had no intention of disembarking from the golden wings. They were just waiting for Jie Chenyu to lose his patience and reveal himself, but Zhuo Xingtian's health began to decrease under the siege of the three birds. So annoying, and Ning's face was grim. After several attempts to catch him, even his best temper was irritated. Baichuan is incredibly patient. Numbers 1 and 2 remain motionless. Even though number 5 is arriving soon, do they really think they can escape the siege with just one more number? Of course not. Putting aside Fei Ying, the top 3's combat effectiveness is undeniable. It's only because Xiao is banned that I'm hesitant to overestimate it, otherwise their combined power would have doubled. I say Baichuan is still inexperienced. Instead of banning Fei Ying, he's banning something else. Just wait and see. If Shirakawa's numbers 1 and 2 don't move, they die. Once they dealt with the 3, and then, to be safe, wait for their skills to regenerate, those 2 will die too. Well, although it's already past 15 minutes, finishing within an hour is no problem. That's a top 3 finish in terms of speed. To be honest, the 3 South Division teams performed quite well. Many people have already started sharing their thoughts on the finale. 0709 remained silent. Based on their experience, Baichuan hadn't given up at all. A white shadow flashed through the forest, rustling the branches. Go straight. There's a thorn bush ahead, go west. Bai Shu ignored him. He hugged Ninetail Fox's neck tightly, listening to Jie Chenyu's instructions. A moment later he whispered, I'm here. Thank God we made it. And Ning finished, his gentle tone changing to a cold sneer tinged with unconcealed anger. Little Kuimpeng, let's go. Goo. Kuimpeng let out a melodious cry, like the sound of nature from distant mountains, the deep sea, and ancient times, pleasant and ethereal. As the crowd was captivated by its movements, Bai Shu appeared behind the golden-winged bird, a plump orchid flame perched on his shoulder. He knocked the arrow diagonally and drew the bow, all in one smooth motion. After swooping down, Kuimpeng suddenly stopped midair, its wings flapping violently, stirring up a hurricane. The densely wooded mountain obstructed its path, only causing the Garuda to retreat slightly. However, its purpose lay elsewhere. The behemoth's body twisted, gathering strength, and, from bottom to top, like a small, giant, cannonball, it hurtled straight towards the Garuda. The Flying Eagle's men broke out in a cold sweat, a single thought in their minds. The Baichuan woman is insane. This is high altitude. Number 3 is risking her life. Of course, they didn't know that Kuimpeng's skill also functioned as a safety belt. Skill 2, Peng, ensures that passengers remain on the ground in all circumstances. Ah! And so, a dramatic scene unfolded. The four of them scattered like bowling pins. Bang! For some reason, my mind suddenly began to hum. Me too. As the giants scattered, arrows poured down relentlessly. The few of them then remembered there was a lurking assassin and healer. The golden-winged bird flashed through the air, and when it reappeared, it had deflected the arrow, allowing number 3 to land safely on its back. Bai Shu fired only 2 arrows and paused, waiting for this opening. As the golden-winged bird disappeared, he quickly said, "Captain." "Okay." At the same time, Nuba, a distant figure, soared high into the sky, flying towards the battle zone. Of course, the giant didn't move. She was too big a target to target. Sky Eagles 1 and 2, the attackers, reacted quickly, summoning their own life forms to deflect the arrows. In a moment of desperation, number 5 used his ultimate Sha skill, sandification, and his body dispersed like sand before the arrows reached him, landing steadily on the ground and reuniting. But his face was filled with pain. He regretted it after he used it. This is a major skill. Use it to dodge attacks that aren't even ancestral skills. Generally speaking, a major skill can only be used once per match, but there's no other way. They don't have a healer, and Bai Shu's previous elimination of number 4 was too shocking. He was truly terrified by the sight of that arrow. Bai Shu knew his arrows wouldn't hit, so he didn't pay any attention after firing. He then pulled Zhui Xingtian over and said, "Senior, please bear with me for a moment." "What for?" Zhui Xingtian's eyes were bloodshot from the battle. His shoulders were covered in claw marks, and his arm had a bloody hole caused by Yang Dian. He was in a state of disarray, and his bracelet was a near reddish-orange color. To defeat him quickly, Yang Dian activated a skill, boosting his combat effectiveness. The difference was truly drastic, truly inhuman. Even with his enchanted sword, he was no match. If Bai Shu hadn't arrived just in time, he would have been eliminated long ago. Before Zhui Xingtian could emerge from the battle, he was lifted up by 2 tails. 2 in total. Given that he was injured and a teammate of Bai Shu's, Jiawei reluctantly agreed. "Run." Bai Shu's face was filled with confidence. For versus 3, 3 attackers and 1 controller against 1 attacker, 1 healer, and 1 controller. No hesitation, run if you can, and don't be cowardly if you need to. Everyone, Such a strong sense of conviction, a bird's nest. I thought he was going to say kill instead of run. Haha, he's right again. He who knows the times is a hero. But he might not be able to outrun the enemy. They have too many speed-boosting abilities. At this point, not caring about waste, Jiawei activated all of his Fox Fire and Blood Tail abilities. Taking advantage of the enemy's precarious position, he struck first. The remaining 7 tails' blood-red tips shone a vibrant crimson. The 3 who fell had no chance of climbing onto the golden-winged bird's back, so they summoned their spirits to pursue them. Number 5 activated his speed-boosting ability. At this point, there was no room for holding back. Chao Ling, in particular, was utterly jealous of Bai Shu. Without a second thought, he told Yang Dian to speed up. "Let me give chase." He was lashed away by a 9-tailed fox's tail mid-sentence. He brushed off the dirt, seemingly unhurt, and stood up. Damn, this healer's spirit is a true attacking spirit. Suddenly, the soul-wounding bird began to wail. The 3 men's health plummeted, and no matter how hard they tried to cover their ears, it was no use. The enemy had used a skill, determined to kill them all right here. Bai Shu ignored everything else, sending Foxfire flying straight at the soul-wounding bird's gaping maw, interrupting its cry. Then the wailing was drowned out by Kuenping's ethereal cry, bringing relief to the 3 men. But Kuenping was injured. The previous collision had left a significant cut from the Garuda's claws. And Ning wasn't the only one who smelled blood. Bai Shu's superb eyesight also saw it. He knew Ning and Kuenping had no way to retreat. The Garuda was faster, and Ning, injured by the boomerang, was only slightly better off than Zhui Xingtian, with only a few drops of health left. Ah, Baichuan's situation is really bad. 2 people with low health, and 1 healer. Are those 2 over there really not considering coming to help? I feel like Baichuan is doomed. Coming over would also mean death. The reason is that Baichuan's aerial combat ability is too weak. Kuenping number 3 can't scare the Garuda. Believe it or not, if number 1 shows up, he'd be killed instantly. Yeah, there's no way to run, and no way to fight. Those on the ground are even worse off. It's like a 3-on-1 situation. Fortunately, the 9-tailed fox is quite capable. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Bai Shu wants to lure these 3 people and the ancestor away to relieve Ning's burden, while waiting for Nuba's support. But Wei Yongping was protecting number 5, and while he would help Xiao Ling deal with the nine-tailed fox, he wouldn't chase far. At least not until a Ning was eliminated. When the golden-winged bird dodged, he should have guessed that a spirit from Baichuan would arrive. It must be Nuba. With its powerful combat capabilities and unknown abilities, he was worried about leaving. Baishu's eyes flickered, and he suddenly turned and drew his arrows. The arrows deftly pierced through the swirling tails of the demons, piercing Wei Yongping one after another. His soul-scaring bird wasn't a weapon, so his close-range attacks weren't very effective, so he could only dodge. With the earth-shrinking technique, the arrows couldn't reach him. Beasts are naturally faster than humans, but if he activated his abilities, Yang Dian could catch up to the nine-tailed fox. But as Yang Dian and Xiao Ling approached, Baishu remained indifferent, focusing solely on Flying Eagle number 1. The number of arrows in his quiver was decreasing little by little. Zhuo Xingtian, who was supported by the tail, gritted his teeth and recalled the flying arrows little by little. These days, even archery has perpetual motion. The arrows were so fast, they almost formed a line. But what good was that? For number 1, who had the technique of shrinking the earth, it was all slow motion. But what if there were enough arrows, appearing almost simultaneously in all directions? Seeing that Yang Dian had already caught up to Baishu, Zhuo Xingtian panicked. Let me go and help. He had refused Baishu's treatment, and was now suffering from anemia. He knew Baishu must have had his reasons for doing so, and as a senior and a striker, there was no reason for him to hide behind Baishu. Even if he was eliminated, he would still carve a piece of flesh from his opponent. He patted his blood-soaked white fur, his eyes blazing with the ruthlessness of a wolf, who, cornered and unwilling to give in, was ruthless. Although this wolf hadn't grown yet, and was even weak, it had already begun to take shape. Nine-tailed fox flying gave him a cold look. Did he want to lose 2 combat forces? The fox's tail flew, but instead of relaxing, it tightened. But the intentions of the man and the fox were unexpectedly unmatched, unmediated. This time, all 9 of the nine-tailed fox's tails moved simultaneously. Ah! Zhuo Xingtian gripped the knife with both hands, his eyes widening, veins bulging on his arms and forehead from the excessive force. The life-threatening situation made Xiao Ling raise his head hastily, the Rui staff raised overhead. He groaned, his legs buckling involuntarily. Wow, even at this point, his strength hasn't diminished, it's even stronger. Baiwan number 4, apart from anything else, was a formidable figure in endurance and ferocity. Yang Dian went back to help. The nine-tailed fox, as planned, took the man away. After a few such incidents, without Yang Dian's watchful gaze, Baishu felt a significant relief. Thank you, senior. Ha, it's no big deal. Zhuo Xingtian's tone was relaxed yet weak, suggesting he might not be able to hold out for much longer. But Baishu didn't disappoint him. When Wei Yongping was finally forced to dodge, unable to think about anything else, a fox tail, its tip hooked, wrapped around number 5. The body suddenly soared into the air, its waist tightened. Wang Jin was startled, and so were the other 2. Baishu had originally planned to take a hostage to lure the 3 away, but seeing their gazes, he suddenly changed his mind. Kill him on the spot, to avoid further complications. The continuous arrow shooting had rubbed his fingers raw, and his arms were too heavy to lift. Under such circumstances, with numbers 1 and 2 flanking him, and number 3 disrupting him, he probably wouldn't be able to deflect the attack. Flying Eagle number 5 tried to escape, but Shaw had already used his ultimate skill. The fox tail that was wrapped around him wasn't just furry, it was a suffocating, spiked steel whip. With his life threatened, he unleashed his own life force, the wooden pipe, and Shaw's only remaining skill, curse. Be careful. Zhuo Xingtian knew he was about to be eliminated, and was desperately stuffing his supply of arrows into Baishu's quiver. From the corner of his eye, he saw a large coffin suddenly burst out of the ground, its jaws crackling as it bit him. He felt his hair tremble, as he twisted and broke free from Nine-tailed Fox's tail, leaping away. Since he was going to be eliminated anyway, he risked everything. Shaw bypassed Zhuo Xingtian and landed directly in front of Baishu. Caught off guard, Baishu's vision was filled with a bottomless blackness. Bang! The wooden coffin swallowed the man, closed with satisfaction, and burrowed into the ground like a loach, disappearing without a trace. Flying Eagle number 5 is eliminated. Zhuo Xingtian froze in his tracks after missing his target. He looked back, but there was no sign of Baishu or Nine-tailed Fox. His bracelet turned completely red. Baihuan number 4 is eliminated. Chapter 136. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. The wooden coffin suddenly turned, right? The scene was quick, but it was crystal clear. Zwishing Tian was about to be swallowed by the wooden coffin, but suddenly, it turned and swallowed Bai Shu in one gulp. It happened at the moment Bai Shu and Sha locked eyes. Because of Sha's curse, the person who was sealed in the coffin became number 5. He was truly unlucky. This skill was not unfair at all. Flying Eagle was also stunned. Of course, their focus wasn't on Bai Shu, but on the elimination notification sound. They had lost another person. To lose one to a wounded and one to a healer was a profound humiliation for these two attackers, especially those who were battle-hardened and considered themselves competent. After all, they had underestimated them. Chao Ling was livid. If Yang Dian had used his ultimate skill, this wouldn't have happened. But how could he bear it? There were still two fearsome guys hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they broke into a run. Everyone was stunned. They were running in the wrong direction, right? Number 3 was behind them. Wait, something's wrong with this image. Why is the ground cracking? I'm sensitive to colors. Did the bracelets on Eagles 1 and 2 darken a bit? Even if it was only a tiny bit. The audience noticed it. The commentator couldn't be that insensitive. The scene paused on Eagles 1 and 2, their eyes blazing, their faces still etched with resentment and a touch of surprise, as they maintained their running posture. Slow motion replay. Eagle 4 was swept up by the nine-tailed fox, and another tail wrapped around his neck. Bai Shu's change of heart took only a moment. Number 4's expression darkened, as if he knew he was going to be eliminated. He stared at Bai Shu intently, unleashing his skills with all his might. The evil spirit suddenly appeared before Bai Shu, the wooden coffin shifting its target. After a successful strike, both coffin and its owner vanished into the vast expanse of land. At that moment, the ground dried and cracked, streaked with dark brown lines. The withered trees crackled with sounds like firecrackers, and the air twisted into undulating waves. Run! Number 3's heartbreaking, hoarse roar echoed from the bracelet. Number 1 and Number 2 didn't hesitate, running without even a glance back. 09, it's Nuba! Time skipped forward, and the scene shifted to a confrontation between Flying Eagle Number 3 and Baichuan Number 3. The giant's wounds were equally terrifying. Wherever Kunping passed, it was like a red rain from the sky. And Ning felt sorry for Kunping, but he wasn't doing well either. The crystal mirror, from its frequent use, was no longer providing him with much help. Ouch! And Ning cried out in pain as the boomerang, unpredictable, pierced the back of her hand, and the dagger slipped from her grasp. Flying Eagle Number 3, however, remained unharmed. Everyone knew Baichuan Number 3 was doomed. Honestly, you're a woman, and a control freak. You managed to hold my hand for this long, and you're already quite impressive. Die without regrets? If she hadn't been exhausted, and Ning would have wanted to spit at him. What's wrong with being a woman? What's wrong with being a control freak? Who cares if he's right? She only regretted not learning a few more moves from Captain Jia and Bai Shu. Even if she couldn't completely crush him, she at least give him a black eye. And Ning touched the damp feathers beneath her. If she had their skills, she wouldn't have let Kunping suffer with her. She secretly resolved to learn Kung Fu, since she already had a violent healer, adding a violent control wouldn't hurt either. Just as the audience was on tenterhooks, not long after Bai Shu distracted the three, Nuba spun out, her wings deflecting a boomerang aimed at Ning. Having held his breath for so long, Jie Chenyu showed no mercy, letting Nuba unleash her ultimate skill right from the start. Skill 3, Blazing Flame, drains all moisture within a 5 by 5 meter radius, stopping rain and dispelling fog, killing without a trace. Coincidentally, Flying Eagle had few water-type players, and the only one was Number 4, who had been eliminated early on. This skill was more suited to Nuba's abilities. Nuba glanced at Ning, then gracefully spun in the air, facing the Garuda. She didn't even have a weapon, yet she had already set Flying Eagle Number 3 on edge. Unsure of the opponent's abilities, he hesitated in midair. And Ning caught Nuba's gaze but, without even turning back, drove Kunping away, as if being chased by a ghost, not even caring about his injuries. His skill was heartbreaking. And Ning endured the pain. She didn't want to. Who told Nuba and the Jia team to be so alike? Their skills were simply beastly. No, they couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Seeing the meat about to fly away, Number 3 wouldn't allow it. He wanted to get around Nuba. But as soon as he moved, he felt something was wrong. The ground beneath Nuba's feet cracked, spreading inch by inch, eclipsing the only green pine tree. The sky and earth were suddenly covered in a drab earthy brown. The closest man and bird faced the blast of the heat. Zhang Bo's heroic face instantly gained a greasy sheen, then dried and flaked, aching slightly. It was like being roasted in a furnace. He couldn't see the condition of his own face, but he could see the wrinkles on his hands. Even the color of the golden-winged bird's feathers had dimmed, scattering in the air. Oh no! The color of the bracelet is getting darker. Zhang Bo's pupil shrank, and without a care in the world, he took off running. Ah! The blood instantly congealed into a scar. The pain from the wound was intense, and Ning's face paled. Kunpeng was injured, and his speed wasn't as fast as before, so she was still affected. She was already injured, and this injury further devastated her health. Seeing the bright red warning light flash, her expression twisted, thinking that she was finally out. But this was such a shady way of going out. Then she thought, elimination is fine, there's nothing she can do to help. It hurts like hell. The air quickly became fresh and cool. The expected teleportation never occurred. And Ning opened her eyes, seeing the somewhat desolate mountain scenery, and for a moment she didn't know whether to feel helpless or relieved. Because she was affected for such a short time, her health was barely above the safe level. But that one blow helped to stop the bleeding. Going from being fragile to being incredibly fragile, easily knocked down with a single finger, wasn't much of a difference. It was just a lingering struggle. She touched Kunpeng. You're the one who's still suffering with me. Go back and rest. Kunpeng carefully nudged her palm with his beak. Letting Kunpeng return to the spiritual sea, and Ning and Huaer took over, disappearing into a narrow cave somewhere, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. Flying Eagles 1 and 2, having dealt with Baichuan, were naturally affected by Nuba's abilities. Fortunately, they weren't in the center, so the damage wasn't serious. When they encountered Eagle 3 halfway, they almost didn't recognize him, only then realizing how terrifying this ability was. Eagle 3's skin was crimson, a red hue impossible to tell if it was from blood or something else. It was dry and wrinkled, making him look 10 years older. The Garuda had transformed into a bald bird, its feathers mostly missing. Zhang Bo felt both distressed and relieved to see the ancestor transformed into this in the blink of an eye. If they hadn't been so fast, they would have been eliminated on the spot. Number 3 ignored the 2 men, disregarding the cold water, and dove in, only to feel himself come alive. But his bracelet had also reached a dangerous orange color. After a long moment, he finally straightened up, his eyes darkening, and he gritted his teeth. Baichuan. Lingqi. As of now, Feiying has 3 attackers on the field, and Baichuan is eliminated. Number 3's health is critical, and number 5's spirit and body have vanished. While the 2 haven't been eliminated, they can't play for the time being. Baichuan might face Feiying's most frenzied counterattack. He sighed. Originally, the death of a summoner renders their abilities ineffective, but this was a competition. Although Feiying number 5 wasn't on the field, he was still alive. His wooden coffin was special, and Wang Jin alone was unaware of Baishu's whereabouts. In fact, Feiying and Lingqi shared the same idea. Number 1 and number 2 caught up with number 3. Wei Yongping. 3 versus 3, spared no effort to eliminate the remaining people within 10 minutes. Got it. Zhang Bo sneered and slowly stood up. It's just 3 versus 2. Okay, then our chances of winning are even better. The 3 of them didn't dare to delay, and immediately used the Garuda's ultimate ability. The Garuda's eyes rolled, and it took off with the 3 of them. But this time, the 10-minute limit wasn't just some boast, it was because Baichuan needed 10 minutes to survive. Since number 5 had been sealed in some unknown corner, their backs had truly relaxed. No longer had to worry about being attacked from behind, without the constraints of the attacking spirit. More importantly, that guy was a healer. If he came out, there was no guarantee that number 3 would survive as well. Lingzhou. Actually, in some ways, killing Flying Eagle 4 isn't entirely a bad thing for Flying Eagle. Some teams, with fewer members, tend to be more cohesive and have stronger attacking power, like Flying Eagle. Who will be the ultimate winner? Lingqi was stunned. He was about to say Flying Eagle. Outnumbered versus few, 3 attackers versus shields, no doubt about it. But he stopped himself. I don't know. Both teams are formidable. While Baichuan is at a disadvantage in a 3 versus 2 match, I feel like Baichuan 1 and 2 are no pushovers. Nuba returned to Jie Qinyu's side, and cautiously returned to her spiritual sea, apologizing slightly. I was a step too late. Zui Xingtian was ultimately eliminated. Although Ning was still there, she couldn't help. I didn't eliminate him. Jie Qinyu shook his head, completely retracting Huaer. Staying here is hope. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared overhead. Compared to Jiang Jingping's nervous expression, Jie Qinyu's expression remained calm. The eagle arrived like lightning. You're really anxious. In the space of 2 words, it appeared above them, leaving them no chance to escape. The Garuda had already activated its ultimate ability, swooping down towards Jiechenyu. Jiang Zheping hurriedly summoned his shield and activated Skill 1, immunity to all physical damage within a fixed radius. What a joke! Human strength is no match for such a giant. Seeing the Garuda stopped, Jiang Zheping felt a little relieved. Holding out for 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem. Their only attacking power now was Nuba, and they stood no chance against the three of them directly. Soon, 2 more people swooped down from the Garuda, numbers 1 and 2. Their faces flushed crimson, their cries of killing rippled through the air, their momentum astonishing. Win advance? A fight to the death. At this moment, their minds were free of distractions, possessing only one thought: charge. It was precisely this fearlessness that allowed them to exploit the guard's vulnerability. As long as they weren't attacking, they could enter the guard's protective circle. While the golden-winged bird was entangled with the giant, the 2 men skirted around it. Wei Yongping charged directly at Jiang Zheping. Although his earth-shrinking technique was still cooling down, his own abilities were formidable, and he quickly threw him out of the protective circle. Qiaoling didn't rush out rashly. His health bar was low, and he was wary of the equally formidable Jiechenyu. Instead of charging himself, he sent in his ancestor Yang Dian. After all, the ultimate skill he hadn't used in time was for this very moment. Jiechenyu dodged, raising his hand to block. But it was a gentle force. Jiechenyu was stunned. Yang Dian suddenly roared, his arm and shoulder muscles bulging, his clothing bursting open. The opponent's force suddenly became unstoppable. A powerful skill had been activated. Jiechenyu was forced back, leaving 2 deep scars on the ground and causing the surface soil to flip outward. Seeing he was about to escape the protective circle, he stomped his foot on the ground and twisted it hard, barely stopping himself. Nuba. Nuba appeared behind Yang Dian. Just as she was about to draw her feather staff to counter with a skill, a bright red figure flashed by. Shigu. The bird's song was so sweet it shuddered the soul. Nuba suddenly stopped, and she followed the soul-scaring bird away. Yang Dian attacked next, but Jiechenyu grabbed his clothes by the back, leaped up, and switched sides against his back. The ancestor spirit, like a bull with red eyes, panted and rushed again. Though he hadn't escaped the protective circle, he hadn't shaken off the trouble. On the other side, the situation was even worse. Number 3 boomeranged, number 2 Qiaoling wielded the Rui staff, and number 1 Wei Yongping besieged Jiang Zheping with 3 attacks. Jiang Zheping was steadily losing ground, the disparity between offense and defense drastically different. His tortoise shell, barely forming, was shattered by a single blow. Less than a minute later, a notification chimed in. Baiduan number 2 is eliminated. Jiechenyu immediately looked up. The giant vanished, and birds, spirits, and weapons descended from all directions. He was finally brought out of the protective circle by the combined forces. Even with all his might, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. Baiduan number 1 is eliminated. Chapter 137. Jiechenyu suddenly snapped back to his senses. The battle hadn't begun, and the forest remained peaceful. His expression was blank, but a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't know what expression to express. Just now, whose skill had activated, look out, predict danger 1 minute in the future. Passive skill, goes on cooldown after 3 uses. Although he had deliberately kept Jiang Zheping by his side to prepare for emergencies, he hadn't expected the shocking result. Even in a 3-on-2 situation, being eliminated in less than a minute was ridiculous. The national and regional competitions were truly worlds apart. Thinking of Bai Shu waking up, facing a vanished shield, an immobilized squishy character, and 3 eager attackers. That wasn't what a captain should do. Jiechenyu blushed. Jiang Zheping had clearly seen the same thing, his expression grim. The 2 exchanged glances, a solemn look in their eyes. Knowing he was holding back, Jiang Zheping's face flushed. Even if you die, you can't leave whose protective circle. Yes. Jiechenyu nodded. But after seeing the previous example, he didn't need to be obsessed with staying within the protective circle. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. Estimating the opponent's strength, Jiechenyu didn't seek perfection, and was even willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of maximizing his benefits. The audience was shocked. From their perspective, the person squatting quietly in the bushes suddenly became excited, their words incomprehensible. They were completely confused. What protective circle? What are they talking about? Stop making noise, a flying eagle has appeared. Exactly as who had predicted, the giant shadow of the golden-winged bird loomed over the 2 of them. Jiang Zheping immediately summoned Hu to block the golden-winged bird's attack. Then, he cautiously watched the other party's movements. Sure enough, Numbers 1 and 2 took advantage of the Garuda's swooping movement to drop from the sky, their sights clearly fixed on the two of them. Wei Yongping winked, addressing Jiang Zhenping. Quick victory. This battle has dragged on too long. When it comes to quick attacks, no one understands them better. Chao Ling's expression was carefree, as if he found his home turf. Got it. 09. The Eagles' trump card has appeared, the fast break. What's their fastest time? 07. 13 seconds, the fastest time with the speed boost function enabled by Team 5. With just 3 players, it's only 25 seconds. The Eagles' fast break isn't just about speed, that's just the most basic part of pulling it off. More importantly, it's their top-notch reflexes. Besides selecting players with exceptional reflexes, I heard that previous Eagles have developed a secret formula for training their reflexes. Making the best decision in an emergency is as easy as eating or drinking. This way, the team speed isn't just about the individual, but the whole team, creating a seamless rapport. Of course, this is difficult. Only 3 of us who have fought side by side from 1st grade to 3rd grade, connecting with each other without words, can achieve this. The comment section seemed to be celebrating victory in advance. I'm so excited. We finally waited for this moment. Go Eagles. The title of 3 fast men is well earned. I'm so impressed. After the competition, the 3 Eagles will personally delete and report all the posts. They hate the fast men title the most. But I have to say, 10 minutes felt like a century to the Eagles. Watching the attacking number 1 enter the protective circle, Jiang Zhenping took a deep breath. The protective circle of the guard had a unique way of judging physical attacks. It measured them by force and speed. Thus, it left Little Eagle with plenty of room to maneuver. He admitted his reflexes weren't particularly quick, but why exploit his weakness to defeat his opponent's strength? A thick earthen shell enveloped Jiang Zhenping from above, shielding him until the edge of the shell fused to the earth, forming a solid, integrated whole. Wei Yongping was stunned, a flicker of wonder in his mind. But his mind wouldn't give him time to investigate. He could only choose the most advantageous course of action at the moment. He knew their entry into the guarded area was a fluke, but their attacks would undoubtedly be deflected. Impenetrable, the shield would be impossible, leaving him with no other options. He turned without hesitation, turning to Jie Chenyu. Give up on the tough nut to crack. Jie Chenyu's opponents now consisted of 2 men and a spirit, but Yang Dian still led the charge. This time, Jie Chenyu simply dodged, resolutely refusing to engage. Just as he was pushed to the edge of the protective circle, he glanced up and saw the anticipation in Chao Ling's eyes. With a cold sneer in his heart, he quickly leaped out of the protective circle, while simultaneously creating distance between him and Yang Dian and summoning Nuba. The green feather goddess stood before Yang Dian. She casually snatched up a feather, revealing a staff made of meridians, the feather a ring centered on top. A crimson fireball danced within the ring, dotted with faint black shadows. Bang! As the two engaged in close combat, Yang Dian activated his ultimate skill. Yang Dian was stunned for a moment, and Chao Ling was even more surprised. Once Yang Dian's ultimate skill was activated, the doubled combat power might be enough against Jie Chenyu, but it offered no advantage against the flying Nuba. Furthermore, this prevented the soul-scarring bird from confusing Nuba. Under the assumption that Yang Dian would definitely not let her go, no matter how bewildered Nuba was, she wouldn't be so foolish as to not fight back. They had clearly come up with a strategy they all agreed was optimal, so why was the execution so different? It was all because of this guy's cunning. Without time to dwell on it, he could only attribute it to this, cursing inwardly as he raised his club and attacked without hesitation. He considered his kung fu quite good. Coming from a military family, he had cultivated his skills from a young age, and later, under the guidance of Yang Dian, a renowned general, his skills were unattainable for ordinary people. But the man before him was no less capable than him. In fact, he was even better. But what did it matter? He wasn't alone. With Wei Yongping joining in, the two of them combined their strength, coordinating their attacks in perfect sync, leaving Jie Chenyu struggling. But once a hint of dejection showed, half the battle was lost. And when it came to acting, no one could match him. So he remained calm, even relaxed and cheerful. It's not that he hadn't considered hiding in the tortoise shell with Jiang Zhenping, but his natural caution and his habit of controlling the pace of battle prevented him from staying inside, oblivious to the outside world, waiting for those crucial 10 minutes. His decision proved to be a good one. Chao Ling met Jie Chenyu's amused eyes, suddenly irritated. Being suppressed to this extent by the South District people had already planted a flame of irritation in his heart. Is he mocking me? Wait! This guy is so slippery, he's trying to stall for time. We can't fall for his tricks. Wei Yongping grabbed him. At this moment, Xie Chenyu's mind suddenly flashed with another image. A red shadow flashed before his eyes, a sweet, tingling sound. The giant looming over them suddenly shifted. Jie! The golden-winged bird finally spotted its target and roared, swooping down from the clouds. Catching a flash of golden light from the corner of his eye, Xie Chenyu quickly turned his head to avoid it, leaving a streak of blood on his face. The sharp claws had been bent so sharply that flesh was instantly turned inside out, leaving a wound deep enough to reveal the bone. Then came a boomerang from number 3 in the sky. But it wasn't aimed at him, but at the nearby tortoiseshell shield. It, along with number 1 and number 2, who were entangled in the battle, also turned and attacked. As the shield shifted, it escaped the protective barrier. Instead, he entered the protective circle. Xie Chenyu looked back. The immobile tortoiseshell shield made it the most conspicuous target, but Jiang Zhengping didn't dare withdraw it. That would only lead to his death more quickly. How long could the tortoiseshell shield hold out? Aside from the locked-on golden-winged bird and Yang Dian, the attacks of the remaining 3 players rained down on Jiang Zhengping. The most unexpected thing was that the golden-winged bird also flew away. Xie Chenyu quickly realized that they had voluntarily deactivated their ultimate ability. The thick earth-patterned tortoise shell remained motionless, despite being struck and chopped. Although a few tiny cracks appeared, it remained as solid as a rock. Until the golden-winged bird stood atop the shell, its sharp claws clamping inward. It actually tore a hole through it. No! If this continues, Jiang Zhengping will be eliminated in less than 3 minutes. The scene of the double elimination reappeared. Deputy Captain, commit suicide. Xie Chenyu made a quick decision. The guard could only predict danger within 1 minute, and the crucial moment, when the guard was lured away by the soul-scarring bird, could not be missed. While he didn't know if this prediction would come back, he was going to die anyway, so he took a gamble. Ignoring everyone's surprised expressions, Xie Chenyu swung his sword directly at himself. At the same time, the tortoiseshell shield was automatically retracted, and Jiang Zhengping was eliminated by the Garuda's claws. Baihuan number 1 is eliminated. Baihuan number 2 is eliminated. When he regained consciousness, Wei Yongping and Chao Ling were still face-to-face with him. Xie Chenyu, however, abandoned his previous dodging behavior and drew his sword, raising his hand and slashing at Wei Yongping with a fierce gust of wind. Taken unceremoniously, Wei Yongping was completely stunned. 1 second he was smiling like a fool, the next, as if he were about to die, transforming into a fighting Shura. Is this guy a split personality? Xie Chenyu said nothing, simply attacking. The guard's premonition warning can only be used 3 times at a time. 1 more time left. Let him act willfully for once, and see where his limits lie. This guy is truly terrifying. This was Wei Yongping's first thought. After just a few moves in a one-on-one duel, the opponent completely dominated, and surprisingly, he was slightly behind in attack speed. Tisk, the captain of the South District, is no ordinary guy. No wonder they made it to the national competition. They're actually quite strong. Chao Ling, abandoned so suddenly, was furious. Did this guy really look down on him? He was blind. He intervened, carrying the Rui staff. Xie Chenyu and Wei Yongping both groaned. His moves were urgent and ruthless, and finally, the tip of his blade pierced number 1's shoulder, but he was struck hard on the back by the staff. The force caused his body to vibrate violently, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Watching the color of his bracelet drop at the same time as the opponent's, he wiped his mouth carelessly, revealing a terrifying smile worthy of a psychopathic murderer. Good thing, the opponent's health was already lower than his. Blood for blood, not a loss. Kill him, and the damn soul-scarring bird won't appear anymore. 09 cracked. The 2 sides have reversed. His expression made everyone in the arena nervous. Before, fearing a sneak attack from Baichuan number 5, Flying Eagle was inevitably restrained. Now, the attacker had become Flying Eagle number 3. But if this counts as a sneak attack, then nothing is fair in the world anymore. So the situation became: one motionless, huddled in a shell, while the other, with a face as fierce as a demonic Shura, fought 1 against 2, or even 3. A killing spree. How did Baichuan manage to be both pitiful and terrifying? God knows how much Jiang Zhengping wanted to help, but his repeated requests were blocked by Captain Jie. Wei Yongping was so beaten that he had no time to think about anything else, but his low health made him desperate, and he desperately summoned the soul-scarring bird. In that moment of distraction, Xie Chenyu stabbed him in the chest. Ah! He recklessly clenched his fists around the dagger's tip, yanking it deeper and deeper. He screamed and pulled with all his might, blood pouring down his arm. Even if it got stuck in his bones, he wouldn't hesitate. "I leave it to you." The bracelet began to warn him, and he knew he might not be able to hold on any longer. He looked at his teammates unwillingly, his eyes filled with longing as the wounded soul bird soared upward. This scene happened a minute later than the predicted one. Behind him, Chao Ling was practically mad, hammering down with his club. Dong dong dong. The sound of the heavy iron club striking flesh was unbearable and terrifying. Of course, just as Xie Qianyu's knife avoided vital points, he wouldn't strike directly at the head. Xie Qianyu was vomiting blood, and Wei Yongping's chest was bleeding profusely. A single bloody spike swished between the two. But neither of them gave in. Jiang Zhenping could no longer remain indifferent. He cast aside his protective shield, and a fragment of transparent tortoiseshell appeared behind Xie Qianyu, blocking the fatal blow. At the same time, the soul-severing bird's ability was unleashed in front of Hu. Hu took 2 steps, but immediately stopped in bewilderment as the soul-severing bird withdrew. Flying Eagle No. 1 is eliminated. Chapter 138. Flying Eagle No. 1's elimination didn't mean Bai Chuan and the others could breathe a sigh of relief. Because Hu's consciousness was unstable, and Garuda's powerful attack exceeded Hu's defense limit, the protective circle immediately began to flicker. 10 minutes wouldn't even last. Xie Qianyu's health was already approaching crimson. He felt a little regretful, fearing he wouldn't be able to finish the match with Bai Shu. He glanced at Jiang Zhenping, whose face flushed red, but said nothing. His appearance at this time was perfect. Flying Eagle No. 1 was eliminated, and the enemy's ultimate skills were exhausted. Finally, his captaincy wasn't in vain. See if he could save Xiao by a shield. "You're about to die, and you're still laughing?" Chao Ling was furious, but also puzzled. Xie Qianyu had only a sliver of health left. Jiang Zhenping had voluntarily given up his shield, and Hu had been hit, and the protective circle was about to break. He thought it would be easy to deal with these two, and he was still laughing? Xie Qianyu was about to answer, but the words stayed. A familiar scene flashed before his eyes. Glittering, tiny flashes of light descended from the sky, like stars in the daylight. Even without looking up, Xie Qianyu knew the Garuda had finally breached the protective circle. They weren't targeting the guards, but were charging straight at the two of them. At this point in the battle, both sides had exhausted their remaining skills, and the fighting was all about real weapons and blades. With Jiang Zhenping helping to shield himself from damage, Xie Qianyu, his face pale, barely managed to maintain his health and fend off Chao Ling's attacks. At this point, the arrival of No. 3 and the Garuda was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Xie Qianyu was quickly eliminated by the flanking attack, and the exposed Jiang Zhenping became the target of all fire. Bai Chuan's defeat was crushing. Bai Chuan No. 1 is eliminated. Bai Chuan No. 2 is eliminated. In fact, there was no need for foresight. This was already the situation Xie Qianyu could imagine. But this foreshadowing was still useful for Jiang Zhenping. Just as Jiang Zhenping was about to step forward, he paused and gave Xie Qianyu a meaningful look. His passion suddenly subsided. Xie Qianyu nodded slightly. Jiang Zhenping had been running at full speed, but he was actually retreating just like that. No, just a moment ago, he had that expression of having risked his life with his brothers. What is this? What is this? I was so moved. How strange. Split personality can't be contagious, right? It was this strange feeling again. No. 3's expression changed, and he suddenly turned and chased after him with his golden-winged bird. Don't even think about running away. Xie Qianyu smiled. Since Jiang Zhenping had made his decision, he naturally had to help him. In the distance, the green clothes of Envy Ba, who was fighting with Yang Dian, had turned to tattered rags, revealing half of her bones. This was the first time since her awakening that she had felt so embarrassed. Suddenly, her eyes pierced, and she vanished midair. The next second, she reappeared behind Xie Qianyu, wings spread, and swooped down upon the golden-winged bird. At the same time, the feather staff in her hand flashed with light, as she activated Skill 1, Fire Boost. While it was a bit of a disadvantage to use it alone, it was better than nothing. Chao Ling's face changed, and he immediately cancelled his ultimate skill, telling Yang Dian to abandon Nuba and chase Bai Chuan No. 2. But he was still a step too late. Bai Chuan's transformation was too sudden, and even the fastest reflexes couldn't outpace his foresight. Besides, since this was Xie Qianyu's chosen battlefield, how could he not have a backup plan for escape? Jiang Zhenping was hit in the back and stumbled down the cliff path, where he disappeared. While he didn't know what happened, the absence of the elimination notification sound was enough. While distracted, Chao Ling was struck again. A fire blazed in his eyes. This guy is truly difficult and invincible. He's as cunning as a fox, but in reality, he's a venomous snake. A moment's carelessness could tear a piece of flesh from him. He fought with all his might. Finally, Baichuan number 1 is eliminated. Before being teleported, Jiechenyu opened his mouth and seemed to say something. It wasn't noticeable in the chaos, but it caused Chao Ling's expression to change. He said, "If I were you, I wouldn't let the Garuda's ultimate skill go to waste and let the most difficult person go." If the Garuda's skill had targeted Bai Shu, elimination would have been inevitable, and Ning would have been completely dead. Wouldn't it be a 2-on-3 situation in the end? Nuba's final attack sneaked up on the Garuda. If the Garuda hadn't protected him, Zhang Bo would have been the one attacked. Although it didn't affect Fei Ying's health, when had the Garuda ever been so embarrassed? The mighty golden-winged rock had almost become a dwarf vulture. Before long, Yang Dian returned empty-handed. The two exchanged glances, bitterness visible in each. Getting even a little advantage from this guy was truly difficult. Number 2 sat on the ground unceremoniously. What kind of rotten luck do we have to face such a tough and unpredictable team? Originally, they were certain to advance to the second round, but now even they themselves were unsure. Number 3's face was grim. Get up, search for them. Even on the other side, following Jiechenyu's long-prepared escape route, Jiang Zhengping, though somewhat injured and bruised, managed to escape safely. Another round of battle concluded. 09. Currently alive are Shirakawa 2, 3, and 5, and Flying Eagle 2 and 3. Both teams' health levels were low. Common sense suggests that a team without a strong attacker would have a hard time turning the tables against a strong attacker, but that wasn't the case. Even if he had initially been pessimistic about Shirakawa, he couldn't lie now. 07. After a series of setbacks, the Eagles' momentum isn't as strong as it was at the start. Add to that the fact that Shirakawa's number 5 is considered a half attacker, and the outcome remains uncertain. 09. Indeed, the Eagles first lost a kill to the healer despite being a double attacker, and then were repeatedly disrupted by their unstoppable fast break. While the result wasn't bad, it fell far short of their expectations, and anyone would have to question their own lives. This is truly a rare sight. One team is left with only DPS, the other with none, and yet it's still something to watch. The winner was undoubtedly Fei Ying. You said it too. It's not entirely true that Baichuan has no DPS. Isn't there still number 5? Yes, there's still number 5. The outcome is hard to predict. However, how did Baichuan manage to stay just ahead of Fei Ying at every turn? Judging from their performance in the regional tournament, aside from the captain, the others' reflexes weren't particularly sharp, and number 3, needless to say, was a shieldman's less agile than an attacker. Yet, this time, he didn't lie behind it all. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while those who observe clearly see more clearly. Wei Yongping, ignoring his injury, immediately opened the replay of the live broadcast of the F-Zone match. Rewind to the moment when he first felt strange. When he rushed towards Jiang Zhengping, the opponent summoned the tortoiseshell shield as if he had anticipated it. Human body movements can't deceive. In the video, Jiang Zhengping's legs were half bent, his rectus femoris muscles bulging, clearly a movement of lower body power, indicating that he was preparing for direct confrontation. But it was utterly incongruous. Almost at that moment, he summoned his tortoiseshell shield, and the next second, his legs relaxed. Why did he give up resistance? Was he certain he could enter the protective circle? Although he was taking a chance, as the summoner of the guard, it was understandable that he knew this. But how could he explain the final outcome? He suddenly retracted the step he had taken. His peculiarity stemmed from this constant inconsistency. It was as if he knew their next move before they even made it, adjusting his response. Premonition. Precognition. Ling Qi, a true professional commentator, gave a reasonable answer almost simultaneously with Wei Yongping. No matter how quick your reaction is, it can't beat precognition. Flying Eagle's fast attack has an obvious flaw. The pursuit of extreme speed comes at the cost of other things, such as deep thought. Quick reaction relies heavily on instinct. The brain quickly processes information and establishes a goal, automatically blocking out and deleting difficult or inconspicuous things. If Fei Ying could slow down and realize this, perhaps he would have been able to. He stopped talking. After all, it was too embarrassing, wasn't it? People are still people, and they can't be as flexible as machines. Lingjiu, Baichuan is still very well hidden. Who could have imagined precognition? Even the spirits knew about it on the spot. If Fei Ying knew Baichuan as well as Baichuan knew him, perhaps he would have won. There was the sound of stones rolling on the ground, the wind blowing, and the sound of insects scurrying through the soil. Bai Shu was unable to move, but he could clearly sense everything around him. He tried countless times to break through the barrier that trapped him, but he was powerless. He couldn't even summon the nine-tailed fox. After an indeterminate amount of time, he heard, "Shirakawa number 1 eliminated." "Jiechinyu," he shuddered, his eyes snapping open. Bang! His eyelashes brushed against something, and as he neared, something crashed against the wooden coffin with a resounding sound. Still unable to move, Baishu blinked, trying to see his surroundings, but closed his eyes in vain, overcome by complete darkness. It must have been the miniature camera that had followed him in. Baishu let his thoughts run wild. Speaking of which, he was horrified the first time he saw the miniature camera used in the national competition. It was only the size of a fingernail, but it could record and receive audio, far superior to the South Zone's equipment. But it was a waste of points. Only the Central Zone had the luxury of being wealthy, unlike the South Zone, who were still using antiques discarded countless years ago, forcing everyone to become self-taught lip-reading masters. Baishu only learned this later, and he couldn't help but smile. "My baby is alive and well. What a lousy coffin that swallowed my baby in one gulp. Why did you wake up before your time? You must be worried because you heard Team Jia was eliminated, haha." Xiaobai's smile melted my heart. We finally had a good meal. It's clearly the South District. I can't even see it from this close. Crap night vision, crap equipment. Upgrade now, my baby's eyelashes are flapping my lips. I love them, the skin is so soft. Even though it's simulated touch, Xiaobai has such good skin, so it must feel like this. Those in the 5D auditorium are in luck. I'm going to buy one next time, and I'm going to buy the Shirakawa venue. Shirakawa is just okay, not as good as the semifinals. After a while, the wooden coffin that bound him completely vanished, and Baishu finally regained his freedom. But the earth that followed was truly devastating. He hadn't heard the voice message announcing Eagle 3's elimination, so he didn't dare summon Nine Tails. What if he was buried shallowly? He held his breath, adjusted the direction of the arrow in his hand, and thrust it upwards. Not only did it not reveal its tip, it didn't even pierce. Was there a rock pressing down on him? Damn it! The oxygen in his chest was dwindling, and Baishu didn't dare to be complacent. He immediately summoned Nine Tails to rescue himself. Nine Tails continued to exert force, spreading its hind legs and digging the soil with its front paws. It wiggled its hips in response, and its 9 conspicuous tails swayed in the air, amplifying the wiggling at least tenfold. He was the mighty Fox King. And he always did such shameful things. Though disgusted, Nine Tails' claws were quite fast. Baishu wasn't buried deep, and there weren't the large rocks he imagined, just a lot of gravel on the surface. Cough cough, I'm out. Cough cough cough, hiss. As soon as he emerged from the ground, Baishu immediately reported his safety to the team voice chat. Without Huaer and Jiechinyu, he had no idea what was happening outside. But before he could finish his words, the surrounding scenery startled him. The sky seemed so close, the wind was stronger than before, and he was actually on the top of a mountain. Turning his head, he met a pair of sharp eagle eyes in the sky, and Baishu was startled. An alien, but when he saw the normal-colored eyes, he rejected the idea. Is that the Garuda? It hadn't been seen for a while. It must have shed a lot of feathers. Chapter 139. The mountaintop was shrouded in mist, bare, and devoid of vegetation. Winter snow blanketed the area with frost, which wouldn't melt until the warm summer sun appeared, scorching the black, gray earth and rocks to an incomparable heat. Baishu shuddered as he emerged, immediately summoning his 9-tailed fox, ready to respond. Flying Eagles 2 and 3 were no longer relaxed from the opening, they were now filled with nervousness. They hadn't forgotten that 5's Peach Blossom branch not only restored health, but also restored mental strength, allowing them to unleash their ultimate abilities. If they missed the opportunity to break out of the coffin, Baishu, with his abilities, would likely be able to trick the Garuda, which lacked ultimate abilities. By then, he'd be able to reunite with 2 and 3, and their chances of victory would be completely lost. So, until Baishu woke up, the two dared not rest for a moment, fearing they would miss this opportunity. The moment they saw Baishu, their joy was indescribable. They had been observing from the ground level. Who could have imagined the coffin would lead him up there? This is a meal right in front of our mouths. Haha, the scales of victory are still in our favor. Number 3 was particularly excited. This is the top of a mountain. There's no shelter, it's steep and slippery. How can number 5 run? The audience's hearts were pounding with anxiety. Seeing the Garuda attack, Baishu remained calm. He leaped up, his back facing 9-tailed fox, and pulled out an arrow from his back. At the same time, He bent down and removed the bow hanging from Nine-Tailed Fox's side with his other hand. This move was truly unexpected. 09 couldn't help but raise his voice. Is he crazy? He's still attacking? 07 pondered. It's indeed reckless. Although the Garuda can't use skills, it's a divine bird. Human attacks are useless against it. Leave it to you, Nine-Tailed Fox. Bai Shu didn't even turn around, nodding his arrow, narrowing his eyes, and staring ahead. Roar. Nine-Tailed Fox lowered its body, wrapping its tail around his waist, pinning the summoner to its back. Its 4 claws extended, digging into the rocks. Bai Shu stroked Nine-Tailed Fox's soft fur. We got to hold on. Nine-Tailed Fox rolled his eyes in displeasure. Stop saying such unimpressive things. They, the 4-legged beasts, have never feared 2-legged beasts or 2-legged birds. He's a royal, and even without the skills, he can still defeat them. Despite Nine-Tailed Fox's size, its agility was evident when Bai Shu first encountered the alien centipede. But Bai Shu knew that the mountain path was rugged, and over time, it couldn't match the speed of the Garuda. They would be caught up sooner or later, but at least he had to give him time to assess the situation and, by the way, lower the altitude of the battlefield. He was still waiting to reunite with his teammates. Bai Shu had just contacted Jiang Jumping, who spoke nervously as he briefly explained what had happened. The only one left with a powerful skill is who? That's great. Bai Shu listened, slowly drawing his bow, aiming at the approaching golden-winged bird. Team Jia had left him with quite a bit of support. Yes. Did they find you? Hu and I will go find you right away. Okay. Since he had a powerful skill, Bai Shu wasn't worried about Jiang Jingping's safety for now. If Hu could lure the golden-winged bird over, that would be even better, giving him a break. But he was a little concerned when he heard Jiang Jingping's unsteady breathing. Are you injured? Nothing serious. I tripped and hurt my leg, but with Hu here, it won't slow me down. It wasn't a trip. It was clearly a knock from Yang Dian. He crawled and rolled into the mud, then rolled into a muddy, half-hard mud. He was covered in dry grass, looking like a human figurine. The kind that couldn't be recognized as human. But since it didn't affect his movements, Jiang Zheping didn't bother to care, just treating it as a natural camouflage. Bai Shu, multitasking, stretched the bowstring to its limit with his fingers, the scratched skin on his fingertips piercing with pain. Is Senior and Ning there? After a long moment, and Ning's faint voice finally rang out. Yes. Can you still move? How's Kunpeng? Kunpeng. Can't fly even if summoned. As for me, even if I could move, I just crawl. Sorry, I can't help you ahem. Being alive is the greatest help. Senior, please wait for my signal to summon Kunpeng. Just summon it, and you don't need to do anything else. Okay. Have you noticed that Shirakawa 5 is so impressive? Number 2 and 3 all listen to him. Only a weak team like Shirakawa could be so chaotic. A truly strong team has strict discipline. How could number 5 have the final say? Shirakawa 2 and 3 are such cowards. Generally speaking, when the captain is absent, the vice-captain takes command, followed by number 3. Numbers 4 and 5 are both newly joined sophomores, barely above a blank slate. In terms of experience, they lack the third years who have participated in a year of competition. In terms of ability, they also lack the number of ancestral spirits, and are not as strong. Number 1 on a strong team holds absolute authority. They are often invited to youth training camps, possessing far superior experience, ability, and talent, and boasting a promising future. Sophomores are forced to obey. And what about first years? Normally, they wouldn't even understand the rules of summoning. But Shirakawa had the opposite effect. The leader became number 5, the last one. Numbers 2 and 3 not only didn't object, but actually listened. Number 5, on the other hand, was confident and not at all nervous, clearly not his first time leading. Bai Shu had never realized there were hierarchies within the team, nor did he have such a concept in his head. He simply followed whoever had the best ideas. Besides, he was on the front lines, the one with the best understanding of the battle situation. How could he ask someone to give him remote commands? But one thing was undeniable. Bai Shu and Bai Chuan complemented each other. There was Xie Yu, who broke the rules to become captain. And Ning and Jiang Zheping were both gentle and upright. Zui Xingtian was a true champion of strength, and didn't care about grade level. Add to that the preciousness of Bai Chuan's healer skills, and those hidden rules became invisible to Bai Chuan. If he were on a strong team, with Bai Shu's abilities, he wouldn't have any trouble making the first team, but he would have to wait until he was at least in his second year. Back to the battlefield. Zhang Bo back. As the battlefield moved downward, Hui appeared, and Jiang Jinping was quickly spotted. Clearly, he was here to help Bai Shu. Chao Ling and Zhang Bo exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. Whatever. Let's get rid of these guys first. Zhang Bo steeled his resolve. The most important thing to avoid in battle is swaying from side to side. Trying to grab with both hands often results in you losing both. Besides, who hasn't yet unleashed any powerful skills, and their public appearance is clearly a trap. Now he's almost caught. Zhang Bo smiled excitedly. Kill him, and the victor will be the eagle. Watching the approaching bird, Bai Shu, who had held the same position for so long that his body was stiff, finally released his fingers. 2 arrows was passed. As if extremely confident in his own abilities, Bai Shu didn't even check to see if he hit the target. He instead hung the bow back on, removed the quiver, and handed it to Jiawei. Hastily leaning over, he said, Jiawei, remember not to engage it head-on. It was over, it was over. He didn't even bother picking up his arrows. As if he could keep shooting at Flying Eagle 1, there was still hope. No way. To it was like a drizzle. No matter how many or how accurate, it would be useless. He didn't even look. He really thought he could take down the Garuda with just 2 arrows. That was ridiculous. The Garuda looked down at its provocateur with disdain, not even attempting to hide. Although it couldn't use skills, a majestic divine bird wouldn't be afraid, just as an adult wouldn't be afraid of a child's toy. So, without hesitation, it spread its wings and glided freely, its claws stained with dried blood, ready to grasp. Swish. The arrows weren't aimed at the Garuda, but at the 2 people sitting atop it. Bai Shu stared intently ahead, unblinking. Get down. Zhang Bo pulled Chao Ling down quickly. The Garuda naturally followed suit, protecting its summoner. The tail at his waist exerted force, and Bai Shu suddenly stood up. Oh my god! He's pounced on me. I can't bear to watch, or I bleed right there. Oh my god! What the hell is this? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Jie Chenyu, immobilized on the hospital bed, couldn't help but punch the bed, almost laughing in anger. He had just told Jiawei not to confront him head-on, and now he did it himself. Swishing Tian, who had already been healed and was taking care of him, shuddered. It was a double shock. Bed 3. If you don't behave, I won't let you see me. It's your turn to be healed soon. Swishing Tian was lucky, he got out early, so there were only a few injured and he was healed quickly. By the time Jie Chenyu was teleported out, there were many more injured, especially those in Area A. They were in a terrible state. All the staff had been transferred there, so Jie Chenyu only gave them a simple bandage. Sorry, the wound is a little itchy, and I can't control it. Jie Chenyu's attitude in admitting his mistake was excellent. There's no other patient in the world so cooperative. The nurse left, satisfied. Only Zwishing Tian found his smile creepy. Bye, wait and see. I can't help you with anything else, but I give you plenty of delicious food. Jie Chenyu wanted to drag the person inside out and give them a beating. Bai Shu was a reckless person. He knew it from the beginning. Not only that, but he also had a strange, fearless spirit, willing to sacrifice himself for others. He was good in every way, but this was his most redundant quality. Although as a summoner, he would join the frontier army in the future, and he certainly had the beautiful wish of defending his country and restoring humanity to prosperity, that was too far away. For most people, the true driving force behind their lives was the sense of security, honor, status, and wealth that came with becoming stronger. For Jie Chenyu, it was an obsession, an unsolved mystery. It couldn't be for the sake of sacrifice. He didn't know what kind of rubbish had brainwashed Bai Shu, but he tried his best to change him. While it was working, some old habits died hard, those reckless, foolish moves. Even attackers wouldn't take such risks. It was truly terrifying to watch. Because he was a healer, he felt even more reckless. The strong wind blew Bai Shu's hair into a mess, and he couldn't open his eyes. The smell of blood was overwhelming. His body was frozen stiff and numb, and he couldn't tell if it was his own blood or the blood from his claws. He clutched the rough iron rod in his arms, clinging to it, and forced his eyes open. If he knew what Jie Chenyu was thinking, he would have felt wronged. If he didn't do this, he would have been captured anyway. It was better to take control of the situation himself. At least he could decide how, and when he got hurt. And it was faster this way. The golden-winged bird caught nothing. Looking down, he saw the target was actually his own foot. How could this be? It swung its legs back and forth, and seeing the opponent unable to shake it off, like a dogskin plaster, it attacked with its other claw. At such a close distance, its posture looked a little comical, and its speed and power were much reduced. Senior, summoned Kunpeng. Bai Shu dodged nimbly, not forgetting to glance at the ground, performing a spectacular aerial acrobatic display. Those watching Bai Shu from this perspective felt their hearts race like a roller coaster. It was pounding with anxiety. Chao Ling looked down and was actually amused. I'm really impressed by him. He must have inherited their captain's true skills. He's so brave, yet he still manages to stay steady. Not to mention actively getting close to the golden-winged bird. Even maintaining his composure at such a height was remarkable. When he first adapted to the golden-winged bird's flying speed, he vomited the moment he disembarked. It wasn't that he was timid, but his body, accustomed to land, suddenly couldn't handle the bumpy, oxygen-deprived feeling and the psychological unease. As he spoke, he took out the Rui rod. With such a good opportunity, he wasn't going to hold back. Kill him! Chapter 140. He's truly an old man who's tired of living. This is a vivid example of a cornered dog jumping over a wall. This time, he's doomed. Many people are waiting to see how Bai Shu will be eliminated. It's incredible that he could still survive under such circumstances. Bai Shu looked up and met 4 malicious gazes from above. He suddenly let go before the Rui stick struck him. The two were stunned. How could he let go just like that? Their expressions shifted from astonishment to disbelief, eerily consistent. This ruthless man, Bai Chuan, doesn't even have a healer. After a brief struggle with the Garuda, the 4 of them were already far from the top of the mountain, with trees of varying heights below. Very good. Bai Shu. Jiang Zhengping, who had arrived just in time to see Bai Shu fall, roared with a sense of panic. In his haste, he'd forgotten the 9-tailed fox, but Zhang Bo hadn't. He urged the Garuda to follow. We can't let him fall. With the 9-tailed fox, no matter how high a fall, he won't die. Instead, it will hide him in the trees. Like a fish in a river, hard to catch. Free fall is certainly no match for the speed of a golden-winged bird. Bai Shu's expression was calm. Even a hint of a bright smile flickered across his face, giving him a faint, foxy air. But with that delicate, childish face, the calculated smugness made it hard to hate him. If Bai Shu knew what the audience was thinking, he would definitely refute it. It's not a ghost, it's a will-o'-the-wisp. From the beginning until now, he hasn't summoned a will-o'-the-wisp. I've been hiding this trick for a while now, and it finally came in handy. Though the cold wind rushed into his stomach the moment he opened his mouth, Bai Shu managed to finish the sentence. A will-o'-the-wisp appeared in his palm, though it certainly wasn't a plump one. Upon appearing, Will-o'-wisp took a deep breath, stretching himself into a slender, wiry form. The flames danced rapidly, looking frantic and imposing. Of course, if Will-o'-wisp were human, he'd probably be puffing out his cheeks, holding his breath until he trembled. Will-o'-wisp. Their expressions shifted to one of deep despair. Of course they knew Will-o'-wisp. He made a big splash during the regional finals. But how could they have completely forgotten about him later? It must have been a ploy. He deliberately not used his skills, drawing their attention to his archery, just to wait until now. How could they dare to go head-to-head with one at half health and the other at low health? How could someone like that exist? Afraid of his ranged attacks, afraid of his healing, afraid of his close-range attacks, like a coiled hedgehog, leaving no one anywhere to attack. Bai Shu hadn't planned anything. Playing the long game wasn't for him. This area was simply too clean, and summoning Will-o'-wisp would only cause a harmless -1. He might as well do it himself. But how could Fei Ying know? Forget watching just one finals match. Even if Bai Chuan had thoroughly studied all the regional matches, he still wouldn't be sure about the Will-o'-the-wisp's attack power. It took Bai Shu a while to figure it out. They were fooled, but he still took advantage of the cooldown and activated his speed skill without hesitation, disappearing with a whoosh. He actually ran away. The bewildered audience was dumbfounded. Gazing at the retreating phantom, Bai Shu thought, I hope they never learn of the Will-o'-the-wisp's true power. Thinking of this, Bai Shu landed safely, but didn't let up. He hugged the giant and sat in her arms. Hurry! They must be heading for Senior Sister and Ning. Kuiping's location was no longer a secret. Although Ning immediately retracted Kuiping upon seeing the situation was dire, the approximate location was now confirmed. Hopefully, Ning could hide a little longer. Don't worry, they won't be able to find me for a while, Ning consoled. Elsewhere, although the Flying Eagle had found the approximate location, it couldn't find a person for a while. Zhang Bo turned and had the golden-winged bird intercept the approaching giant, while he, Chao Ling, and Yang Dian conducted a sweeping search. Looking at the golden-winged bird circling overhead, even Bai Shu couldn't help but sigh. 3 good deeds, dedicated work. True, wherever there's a need, there's a place for it. Deputy Captain, I'm counting on you. Of course, protect. Jiang Jingping's face was determined. Protection was his forte. Hundreds of arms appeared on Hu's back, but they didn't look as ugly or deformed as a centipede. Instead, they resembled a pair of unique wings. Furthermore, Hu's face was full, his eyes were gentle, and the soft smile on his lips added a hint of holiness. The ultimate skill was truly extraordinary. He swung his arm to deflect the golden-winged bird, unscathed by its claws, which had been unstoppable since the start of the match. Reassured, the two rushed into the dense forest with Hu. Tree hole, tree hole. A tree hole in 3 huge ancient trees clustered together. That was Ning's hiding place. Bai Shu's eyes darted around, and as he looked, he patted Jiang Jinping's shoulder. There. Flying Eagle was naturally alarmed. It arrived so quickly, and the golden-winged bird couldn't stop it. Really well hidden. Chao Ling knew it was the ultimate skill from afar, having seen Hu's extraordinary appearance. Both felt a sense of fate, and they felt uneasy, but giving up was simply unacceptable. He naturally wouldn't approach them at this moment. He mentally said to Yang Dian, "General, follow them. Intercept them. They must know Ning's location." In fact, Yang Dian was already staring at one spot, filled with suspicion. And Ning hugged her legs, practically curling up into a ball. These 3 trees, of unknown age, were incredibly thick. The largest was half hollow, with enough space for 2 people. The entrance to the cave was directly opposite one of the 3 trees, largely obscured by a thick layer of fallen branches and leaves. And Ning didn't dare to hide too much, hiding herself close to the edge of the hidden space. Her face was pale, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back from the pressure on the wound. She gritted her teeth and didn't cry out in pain. She heard the crunching of dehydrated leaves and the sound of footsteps on roots approaching until they stopped nearby. She even held her breath. Yang Dian twitched his ears and slowly circled around to the cave entrance. This tension was more terrifying than elimination. It was truly life-threatening. And Ning grasped a sharp stone in her hand. "I couldn't wait to die. Even a scratch would be a win." Lingjiu sighed. Bai Chuan's actions and temperament are consistent. He's not a coward. Lingji, heroes are made by the times. Once a team is galvanized, they will only fight more courageously, and vice versa. Just as Yang Dian was about to bend down to investigate, a sharp arrow shot straight towards him, piercing the tree trunk beside him. The force was so great that the tail of the arrow still trembled. Yang Dian turned sharply. This was the first time Bai Shu's arrow had missed its target. Bai Shu's left hand trembled. He had been so hasty, and his body must have been at its limit. Bai Shu rushed out in a flash. Chao Ling, who had followed him, widened his eyes in excitement. He had actually left his guard. "General, quick! Kill him!" Yang Dian, without a second thought, unleashed his newly recovered skills one by one. Speed and strength increased simultaneously. Nine-tailed fox leaped from the void behind Bai Shu, its tail lashing like blood, summoning fox fire. Bai Shu took 2 quick steps and finally reached the tree hole. Without time to slow, he leaned forward, kneeling, and slid inside. Hiss. Half of his shoulder had hit the tree trunk, and it still hurt. He opened one eye, seeing Ning, who was also in a state of misery, and steadily handed over the pink peach blossoms he had prepared. And Ning could hear the commotion outside. She thought she was going to be eliminated. Elimination wasn't a big deal, but without Nuba and Kuinping, how would Garuda cope? And what about Bai Shu? This conviction sustained her, yet also made her like a frightened bird. So, in her eyes, Bai Shu, rushing in disarray, looked incredibly handsome, and Ning's joy was indescribable. "These are the most beautiful, touching flowers I ever received. Proposals and expressions of love can't even begin to compare." His once lifeless appearance had regained its vitality. His wounds healed rapidly, and aside from a slightly pale complexion, he looked normal. She quickly pulled Bai Shu over, cradled his head, and kissed him passionately. "I love you so much, baby. Baby!" Bang. Another loud noise echoed from a ward, and Zui Xingtian dodged behind a door in the blink of an eye. The dark-faced captain was terrifying. "Oh my god, someone can take this restless demon away and let him watch the game in peace." He glanced at the screen, feeling slightly dejected. "Oh, the person is still inside. Number 3, don't disturb the other patient's rest. Didn't I heal you? Are your wounds still itchy?" The nurse rushed over upon hearing the news. "Yeah, I'm in so much pain." Jie Chenyu slumped against the backrest, a look of sorrow on his face. He had never even called out baby openly. He was undoubtedly handsome, but his usual smile always had a sly look. His gentle demeanor concealed a bohemian nature. It was heartbreaking to see such a strong man suddenly vulnerable. The nurse believed him, her tone less stern than Mr. Yuan's, and she even began to think seriously. Summoners had a hard time, too. Injuries were commonplace. Even if the wounds healed quickly, the blood and pain never healed. Many summoners were unable to fight at a young age, many suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The nurse turned to Zwishingtian and whispered, "He looks depressed. Comfort your teammates and don't provoke him." Zwishingtian, ? Who? Him. With no major skills to recover from, Baishu quickly cast White Peach Blossom on himself, and the peach branch quickly sprouted 2 pink blossoms. He used one on himself, keeping the other as a backup. Both were revived to full health. The 2 blossoms signaled Baichuan's powerful counterattack, signaling Fei Ying's advantage was gone forever. No one could understand Fei Ying's feelings as he stared at his opponent's green bracelet, his health low. Ninetales and Yang Dian clashed endlessly. The 3 stood under the protection of the giant. Baishu, standing on the giant's shoulder, fired 2 arrows with excellent vision. Fei Ying's attacks couldn't harm them, but he himself became an obvious target. A crushing defeat. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Flying Eagle 2 is eliminated. Number 3, his eyes filled with resentment, struggled to retreat from the Garuda. His boomerangs, the Garuda's sharp claws, and Yang Dian's attacks were all intercepted by the divine hand protecting his back. If he can't fight, then run. Wait until his ultimate skill wears off. But the sky isn't just his home turf anymore. Kuinping, with his health bar slightly restored, was in his prime compared to the Garuda, which had been running the entire game. Flying Eagle 3 is eliminated. The final notification finally sounded, signaling the end of the match. The 3 of them looked at each other, all smiling with joy. The first step towards the national competition has been taken. National Competition Preliminary Round, Section F, Flying Eagle vs Shirakawa, Center Circle, Section K. The eventual winner, Shirakawa, finished in 1 hour, 23 minutes, and 56 seconds. Ah! Shirakawa. They won. All 3 teams from our South Division have advanced to the second round. Am I going to witness the South Division's rise in my lifetime? They actually won. Didn't I hear correctly? A dark horse emerged from the South Division, defeating the second team from the West Division and instantly becoming the headlines. Captain! This year's upset is from the South Division again. Guess which team it is? The boy in Section D beamed with excitement. Coincidentally, he was also watching a South Division team, Boji. Although it took a while, it looked like they were going to win. I know Shirakawa. Haha, you never guess it's a name I never heard of, Shirakawa. They both said simultaneously. But the boy spoke more, and it was the captain who first said Shirakawa. How did you know? I just watched the game. What an interesting team. Guanjidi laughed. The captain is indeed the captain. He has a good eye for talent, hee. Maybe we be facing each other in the next game. Chapter 141. After leaving the arena, summoners, who had recovered and were not experiencing any issues were sent to the waiting area. Although Baishu and the other 2 had healthy health bars, they still underwent routine checkups before reuniting with Jiechenyu and the others. Although it wasn't noticeable, Baishu noticed something different about the boy the moment they met. He was clinging to him tightly but remaining silent. Baishu was used to it. Boys always have those days every once in a while. Baichuan finished his match late, and before long he was asked to re-enter the arena with all the other teams. Most of the audience was still there. When the 12 teams entered, the applause was thunderous, and the cheers were 100 times louder than at the start. Even in Field F, the boos were no longer overwhelming. Cheers for Baichuan gradually grew louder. The 5 of them straightened their backs, their hearts filled with joy. The national competition preliminary rounds have concluded. Please shake hands. Next, the advancing teams will be announced. Region A, North District Team 2, Bingzhan. Region B, East District Team 1, Suyo. Region C, South District Team 1, Kurosawa. Region D, South District Team 2, Boji. Region E, East District Team 2, Wien. Region F, South District Team 3, Shirakawa. Of the 5 regions, the powerful West region only had 1 team left. Conversely, the usually inconspicuous South region secured 3 spots this year. This was quite surprising. Please all advancing teams come here tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp to draw lots. With that, the audience began to exit in an orderly manner. The interval between national competition matches is quite long, approximately 3 to 5 days, to give each team ample time to explore the Central District School Fragment Exhibition Hall. After all, for many, traveling across regions is a rare opportunity. Baishu's expression was solemn. Only after the match did he realize even more profoundly that their fully awakened ancestor spirits weren't enough. The top 4 teams would certainly not give them the chance to remove their fully awakened ancestor spirits. This victory was largely due to Fei Ying's underestimation of their opponent and their own numerous hidden cards. Even so, there were many challenges along the way. The next match would involve the top 4, and with bad luck, he might face one of them directly. But luck was something Bai Shu had the least faith in. So even after winning the match, Bai Shu still felt like a heavy weight was weighing on his heart. Hey, just leaving like that? Wei Yongping truly hated Bai Chuan for being such a blockhead. Jie Chenyu then remembered Fei Ying and turned his head expressionlessly. What else? Add me. Wei Yongping said sternly, ahem, I admit I was rude earlier, but no matter what, we meet again. If nothing unexpected happens, they meet at the youth training camp. Okay. Jie Chenyu paused. As for the others, call them aloof or not, Wei Yongping didn't mean to acknowledge them. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but rather that there was so little interaction between regions that they might never see each other again. Even if they did, they'd just end up in a slump. Chao Ling hesitated for a moment, then ran over and exchanged contact information with Bai Shu. Let's add one too. Even though we might not meet in the future, let's still exchange contact information. Otherwise, Chao Ling felt like he regretted. National competition teams were much more indifferent to winning or losing. They often knew the outcome. The blows he received against the first team at his own academy were enough to numb him. But they hadn't expected it, falling into a trap the moment they took their first step. This match was arguably their worst defeat yet. Bai Shu naturally wouldn't refuse. Even if we never meet again, even if I die and turn to ash, I still remember you, Chao Ling, eliminated by the healer himself, said awkwardly. Jie Chenyu raised his head like a radar. Remember forever? That's not necessary. That's a harsh thing to say. Losing is losing. How can it be so serious? Jie Chenyu half-huddled Bai Shu, unnoticed, and slapped his eye. This guy looks just like him, stubborn and stubborn, like a dog can't spit out ivory. Bai Shu hadn't thought much of it at first, but after hearing Jie Chenyu's words, and then looking at Chao Ling, his eyes wide open, he realized it was true. After adding their contact information, he left. Chao Ling, Wait, he wasn't trying to provoke, he was just saying he's used to it. Wei Yongping patted his shoulder, talked to people from outside the district normally. What a difference. Seeing the 5 of them were all hungry after their intense workout, Shan Liangjie suggested going to the restaurant downstairs to celebrate. This victory meant a lot to them. Jiang Zhengping, usually reserved, suddenly choked up while eating. Nationals. Who would have thought I'd be standing here a few months ago? Woohoo. Utter worthless. And Ning wasn't much better, her voice equally uncontrollable. Shan Liangjie simply raised his glass. It's a rare good atmosphere, and it's another milestone for Bai Chuan. Let's drink our fill tonight. In the apocalypse, lifespans are uncertain. In an age of premature death, people mature early, so there's no such thing as adulthood or not. As long as you step into the outer circle and fight alien species, you're an adult. Alcohol is a good way to boost courage and relieve anxiety, and there's no such thing as a child being forbidden from drinking. It's just that the competitions have been so tight in the past, and Shan Liangjie didn't want the team to overindulge. One time wouldn't be a problem. Xiaobai is still young. Okay, a little less. Jie Chenyu wanted to stop him, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught Bai Shu's eager eyes and his restless hands, so he changed his tune and let Shan Liangjie pour half a glass. Just keep a close eye on it. Shan Liangjie smiled and complied. And Ning and Jiang Zhengping, on the other hand, weren't great drinkers and were already talking nonsense. Bai Shu stared curiously at the clear yellow liquid in his glass, which was still bubbling. He had never drunk alcohol, but it seemed delicious, something many people had enjoyed in their past lives. Bai Shu had been wanting to try it for a while, but he only poured him a small amount. How stingy. Try it first, and I pour more if you like it. Looking at Bai Shu's unconvinced look, Jie Chenyu felt helpless. Bai Shu raised his head proudly, took a big gulp, and his face instantly turned bitter. He sat up straight, incredulous. Why is it bitter? It's even worse than milk with sugar. And so many people still like it? His fantasy was shattered. His gaze shifted to another type of wine, the one Jiang Zhengping and Shan Liangjie were drinking. They were savoring it slowly, smacking their lips afterward. The wine was clear and translucent. Maybe this one's good? Seeing those piercing, unyielding cat eyes staring ahead, Jie Chenyu held his forehead. Could he bear to refuse? Okay, here you go. This time, he poured only a small sip. Drink slowly. Bai Shu carefully held the small glass with both hands and took a small sip. Then he began coughing heavily, his face red from the base of his neck to the tips of his ears. Unconvinced, he dipped his tongue in it and sipped. Bai Shu took his own rock sugar and snow pear soup and gulped it down twice before feeling better. His furtive behavior made him want to laugh, but Jie Chenyu shook his head in amusement, sipping his drink intermittently. He cared more about the kiss than winning the competition. Even though he knew the touch was devoid of any desire, he still cared deeply. He was just jealous. He wished he could go back to the past and slap himself for turning Bai Shu into a kissing maniac just to take advantage of him. After finally waiting for a good meal and a few drinks, Jie Chenyu suddenly hugged Bai Shu tightly as soon as they entered the room. He was a head taller than Bai Shu, so to hug someone, he had to bend down and put his face in his sight. Jie Chenyu could drink quite well, only slightly tipsy, keeping it within his comfortable range. As if he knew when he looked his best, the corners of his eyes and cheekbones had just the right amount of red. It hurts. Where does it hurt? Bai Shu thought he was drunk and talking nonsense. He hadn't a single wound on his body. The nurse said it's a mental illness, even after recovery. Is it serious? What should I do? The doctor said so it must be right. Bai Shu grew nervous, and was about to summon the white flower to show him. I want a kiss. Bai Shu, eh? The nervousness instantly vanished. Jie Chenyu opened one eye slightly, and out of the corner of his eye he saw that Bai Shu didn't move, but there was no disgust on his face, just helplessness. Jie Chenyu was very good at taking advantage of others. You could only kiss me, not others. It was difficult for such a grown man to bury himself in Bai Shu's neck. Okay, kiss. Bai Shu automatically ignored the second half of the sentence. Kiss, then sleep. Getting such a simple yes made Jie Chenyu feel both happy and bitter. One looked up, the other lowered his head. Unexpectedly, their lips touched. Jie Chenyu froze, his mind a rustling mess of snowflakes. Bai Shu wiped his mouth carelessly with the back of his hand, then cupped Jie Chenyu's head and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Is it okay? He touched his lips to the tip of his nose. Is it okay? He touched his cheek. Is it okay? Finally, after a brief hesitation, he touched his lips. Is it okay? The person opposite him stared at him in stunned amazement. Bai Shu could feel his ear burning beneath his palm. He looked at him with a smile, a rare, silly expression on his face, a curiously amusing sight. Is that all right? Bai Shu released his hand and reached for the bathroom door. Wash up and go to bed. We agreed to go to the Central District Academy tomorrow. It would be even better if we could summon a fully awakened one. The boy tilted his head to look at him. In the light, Jie Chenyu saw his delicate profile, his lips slightly raised, a smug, mischievous smile. The hand around Bai Shu's waist suddenly tightened. He was shocked, angry, and embarrassed at having his secrets exposed. The beast within him suddenly broke free and rushed forward, uncontrollably, unsteadily, and with great force. He even kicked over the table. Ding-ling clang clang. A series of loud noises startled Jiang Zheping, who was fast asleep on the floor next door. What? An earthquake? Cui Xingtian sat up, his eyes blurry, watching the deputy captain's head shake in three. It's an earthquake. Run! From behind the wall, Jie Chenyu tackled Bai Shu to the ground. The bottles and cans on the table crashed to the ground. The world spun, and Bai Shu was knocked to the ground by the force of his blow. A hot, alcohol-scented breath hit him in the face. Their noses were almost touching. They were too close. Bai Shu hurriedly placed her hands on his chest. What are you doing? Looking up, he met a pair of eyes so dark and eerie. Those shrewd, smiling eyes seemed veiled by a black veil, transforming into a bottomless abyss. Meeting those unfamiliar eyes, Bai Shu's heart trembled, and he couldn't utter a word. Even drunk, Jie Chenyu instinctively protected him, one arm propped behind his head. You dare? Who gave you the guts? The first time their lips met was a pleasant surprise. The second time, it infuriated him. He had no idea what that meant. He just thought it was fun. Provoking someone casually, oblivious to the consequences, even calmly thinking about his plans for tomorrow. How dare he? The thought of Bai Shu doing the same to someone else someday completely overwhelmed Jie Chenyu. Then, I show him what a real kiss is like. A passionate, powerful kiss landed precisely on Bai Shu's lips. The tongue, like a dragon and a snake, pried open the unguarded barrier. Ouch! Bai Shu's eyes suddenly widened. He had no time to resist, nor did he have the energy. The man opposite him seemed to be competing with him for every ounce of air. He was suffocating. The tongue continued to penetrate. Men with lust are naturally adept at this, their hands seeming to have a built-in cruise control. One large palm trembled as it pressed down on the soft, upturned flesh, while the other hand clasped it tightly, firmly holding the restlessly shaking back of his head. The soft, wet lips and tongue carried the sweetness of a pear. Although he hadn't drunk much, he could taste the alluring aroma of wine. It made him drunk. Until the struggle in his arms faded, Baishu's eyes uncontrollably filled with tears of suffocation. His teeth clenched, and his mouth instantly filled with the taste of blood. Hiss. The pain forced his senses back, and the boy's eyes returned to the familiar look Baishu had come to know. He rubbed his bruised lower lip with his thumb, propping himself up and looking at the person beneath him. His eyes were moist, and he lowered his gaze in grievance. His lips were swollen and red, tinged with blood, making him look weak and vulnerable. He pinched Baishu's reddened cheeks and carried her to the bed. "You wicked fellow. You thought I couldn't see what you were thinking just now?" Baishu lay on the bed, panting, looking like someone who had been bullied. His lips, glistening with saliva, were numb and aching. He was truly wilted. Chapter 142. No one around him said a word, and Xiechun felt uneasy. But he certainly didn't regret it. If he hadn't had his senses, he would have wanted to bully the person even more pitifully, even to devour him to satisfy himself. It took a long while for Bai to relax before he felt his spirit return to its place. He looked a little dazed, and carefully touched his lips, which seemed to be non-existent. They were still there. A glimmer of water flashed in his eyes, overflowing with grievance. He inched forward, wrapping himself completely in the soft blanket, until his entire body was pressed against the wall. Then he felt completely still. Xiechun had been watching his every move. He had prepared a lot of questions, even prepared for a beating. But nothing happened. This made him even more panicked. Carefully approaching the shrinking mass against the wall, Xiechun couldn't help himself. "Are you angry?" he asked, his voice soft and gentle, a far cry from the domineering and wild voice from earlier. "You're not going to cry silently, are you?" he joked. Although Baishu looked soft, she was actually strong and resilient. He didn't associate Baishu with crying at all. After a while, a muffled no came out. Xiechun's expression suddenly changed, and his voice was off. It was rapid, trembling, and accompanied by an uncontrollable sob. "This is a disaster." He hurriedly dug the person out of the quilt like peeling bamboo shoots. The person in his arms stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to look at him, but the wetness on his palm made his heart tremble. Xiechun was as gentle as a gentleman, his eyes lowered, more submissive than a dog with its tail between its legs. "I was wrong. I really went too far. If you're angry, just hit me and scold me. Don't hold it in, okay? Look at me." Baishu covered her eyes, tilting her head away from him, and struggled to force out two words through gritted teeth. "Don't say it." How could Xiechun not say it? Someone who never cried, no matter how badly hurt, suddenly cried, like thunder in a serene place. He lifted the person into his arms, one hand unwaveringly holding their head in place, the other hand soothingly stroking their back, feeling their twitching movements. He was heartbroken. Slowly removing his wet hand from his eyes, Xiechun handed him a tissue, only to see a bloodshot rabbit. His eyes were red from crying, his nose was swollen, and his mouth was swollen. As if not wanting to be seen as vulnerable, he hurriedly closed his eyes, only to force out the tears that had been welling up in his eyes, making them roll down even faster. As if trying to escape, he grabbed the collar of the person in front of him and dove in. This wasn't anger, it was aggrieved. "My dear, why are you so upset? Tell me, what happened?" "I won't do it again." Baishu wanted to speak normally. He didn't want to cry, didn't want to embarrass himself, but he just couldn't control himself. After his mouth left his body, his eyes, his entire body, slipped out of his control. He'd been trying to hold it back under the covers, but this guy just kept on nagging. All his efforts were wasted, and he couldn't contain himself anymore. He could have remained indifferent to all the cold words and harsh remarks from his past life, but Xiechun hadn't said a word, only his voice a little more serious than usual, his movements a little heavier. In the end, he bit him. But he didn't know why he couldn't hold back his tears, as if he wanted to make up for the tears he hadn't shed in over a decade. Baishu himself didn't know why, all he knew was that he felt wronged. Baishu clutched the clothes in her hands, refusing to let him see her face. "You're being mean to me for no reason. I used to kiss, and you taught me, and it was all fine. But just now, you used your mouth and your hands. You changed." Yes, he has changed, he's almost turned into a wolf." Xiechun smiled bitterly, his heart filled with sweetness and tenderness. How could he bear to be mean to him? He couldn't even love him enough. At best, he was a little angry at first, but later, he was completely devoted. He sighed inwardly. Even for all his cleverness, he never imagined this would be the outcome. I changed. It's all my fault. Jietchen could only soothe her softly. Don't cry. You're breaking my heart. If you think there's anything wrong, feel free to hit me or scold me. Don't be so pitiful. Bai Shu's already poor vocabulary was far from perfect for cursing. His voice was naturally soft and couldn't rise high, and he couldn't pronounce his ancestors. After a long pause, he finally said, "You're the bad one." Jietchen's heart melted. I'm bad. Bai Shu pursed his lips, becoming even more furious. He solemnly said, I will never, ever kiss you again. Okay, then you can't kiss anyone else either. You can't kiss you. No. Then I kiss you. You're untrustworthy, you're unreasonable. It was obviously you who said it. I'm bad. I was wrong. If you want to be angry, just scold me again. Go to sleep. Finally, they were exhausted, and they both fell asleep amidst their bickering. The next day, they both tacitly moved on from the incident. Although Bai Shu refused to agree, she looked at the man behind her while brushing her teeth. Better not kiss so casually from now on. He might deliberately look for an opportunity to bully me. Xiao Bai? Good news. As soon as he left the house, he ran into Shan Liangzhe, a beaming man. He'd gone to draw lots earlier this morning and returned with a letter in his hand. Bai Shu received his own invitation. It was the youth training camp. Instantly, all his other thoughts vanished. Bai Shu was overjoyed. He'd been disappointed when he didn't receive the invitation, but he resorted to using his age as comfort. Now that was good. Jietchen looked happier than him. Where are the seniors? As he spoke, Ning came in, pushing the grotesquely shaped Jiang Zhengping and Zhuixingtian. One rubbed his neck and gritted his teeth, while the other pounded his lower back and groaned in pain. What happened to you? Don't mention it. Ning said helplessly. Those two must have gotten drunk and slept out all night. Jiang Zhengping clutched his aching forehead. I don't remember. I never drink again. Chu. Zhuixingtian quickly drank a bowl of hot soup. I thought I dreamed of something dangerous last night. Never mind, let's not talk about that. I haven't congratulated Xiao Bai yet. Ah, what's wrong with your mouth? Bai Shu was about to speak when he was caught off guard by this question. He sat up straight and instinctively covered his mouth. However, the person being questioned wasn't him. Ning stared at the wound on Jietchen's mouth with a beaming smile. Jietchen remained calm, his usual playful act. I got scratched by a cat. Bai Shu glared. What else could he not know? Only Zhuixingtian looked clueless, looking at Jietchen curiously. You sleepwalk too? Jietchen, Okay, the time we had left to rest is over. Our next opponent is still formidable. Shan Liangzhe's expression grew serious. The five of them also grew serious. Ning swallowed. Yes, the semifinals? Shan Liangzhe nodded. The three of them gasped. Really? Only Bai Shu and Jietchen remained calm. Central Division Team 2 Jiujiang. Bai Shu had grown accustomed to this, feeling a sense of relief that things had finally settled. At least they weren't in the top three, which was still lucky. As for Jietchen, his initial plan was to win the national championship, so it didn't matter who they faced off against. Even now, they were still in great danger against the semifinals. Jietchen, before the next competition, we must visit all the colleges and improve our strength as quickly as possible. Bai Shu also said, let's finally gather the pieces together. I want to give it a try. Seeing that both of them were holding their composure, the panic in his heart gradually subsided. Okay, without further ado, let's go right after dinner. On the way out, they unexpectedly ran into someone from Flying Eagle. In fact, any team not from the Central District would visit once a year. And these days, the various colleges in the Central District had become accustomed to the situation and had already opened their doors. Looking at the magnificent colleges, Bai Chuan came with interest, but left with regret. Aside from missing two strong schools, the vast Central District only found two ordinary fragments that could be sensed. The fragments in the Central District aren't that great either. Zhuixingtian was disappointed. Even someone as weak as Bai Chuan could cover a wall with the exhibition fragments, but these scattered fragments looked so depressing. Even after visiting academies, like Qinbei and Jiujiang, which boasted some of the nation's top teams, the situation was still disappointing. Although the number of fragments had increased, they were all inexplicable. Even Bai Shu flipped through them one by one, but couldn't make sense of them. The token fragments were either extremely abstract or intricately complex. He did find a token fragment that resonated with Jiang Zhengping's ancestral bed mother. Aside from that, there were no other valuable finds. At dusk, the five were about to leave when a team approached them. The moment they met, the atmosphere became tense. "Hey, isn't that EP121?" A third-rate team that popped out of nowhere. "Aren't they getting cocky just because they beat those idiots from Faying?" The leader had medium-length hair, dyed a dazzling blue. His right eyebrow and both ears were pierced, and he wore eyebrow and earrings, which didn't match his student uniform and looked out of place. The other four people straggled over. Besides the sloppy blue-haired boy, there was also someone named Xianhua, whom Bai Shu had always seen with a lazy look. He was clad in a long black robe, his skin color completely invisible, making it impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. He was more concealed than even Nuba. A pale, timid-looking man, a rare sight, was about the same height as Bai Shu, but with a thin frame and none of Bai Shu's sleek lines. The boy who had been talking to Xianhua, though glaring and looking irritable, was surprisingly the most normal person in the group. Completely unrelated people were awkwardly huddled together. That was Bai Shu's initial impression. They were from Central District Team 2 and Zhejiang Team 1. Everyone they met along the way gave them a respectful nod, without a single complaint. For a moment, the noisy academy fell silent. "Why is the atmosphere so strange?" Zui Xingtian whispered to Jiang Zhengping. "Shouldn't one be excited to see a team? Especially one from one's own school? I don't know. Don't you think the Zhejiang team itself is strange?" Jiang Zhengping shook his head. "What's that Zhejiang team?" Jiechenyu put one hand in his pocket and tilted his head in confusion, but his aura suddenly became sharper, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "I think it's Lu Chengjian?" "Captain Jia, you're mistaken. It's Lu Jiancheng." And Ning smiled. "Oh, Jiancheng." Jiechenyu nodded, suddenly realizing. "Then Lan Mao, see you at the competition." He led his men past without stopping, his arrogance perfectly executed. Zhejiang's previous words paled in comparison. "Stop right there." A gust of wind blew past his ears, and Jiechenyu turned his head to see a palm-sized flower, pale with a hint of flesh pink. Its petals, layered and stacked, were far from beautiful. Its stem was thin and short, relying entirely on its roots for movement, making the large flower look clumsy and heavy. However, as the seemingly delicate petals gradually unfurled, their sinister intentions were finally revealed. Sharp thorns emerged one after another. The tips of the thorns were deep black, clearly poisonous. "Ah!" The people around him fled in panic. Shirakawa and the others were shocked. They hadn't expected him to summon his true form so brazenly. You know, within the inner city, it's generally accepted that non-healing skills shouldn't be displayed unless absolutely necessary. This was because there were no aliens within the inner city, but rather young, weak, and ordinary people. And this was especially true within the academy. Unprepared first years would be vulnerable. But looking at the habitual escape movements of the people at Zhejiang College, it was clear that this was not the first time. Chapter 143. Jiechenyu didn't fight back. If he had used his own life force, the fight would have involved more people and escalated. And with his shield-controlling healer right behind him, he was absolutely confident he wouldn't be harmed. Sure enough, a transparent barrier appeared in front of him, deflecting the poisonous sting. Jiechenyu casually pulled out an iron spear hung from Zui Xingtian's body and hurled it. Lan Mao grabbed his own life force that had fled in panic, and not knowing who he was talking to, he said disdainfully, "Coward." Compared to the stern Bai Shu and the other four on the opposite side were much more indifferent. They didn't seem like a team. No one came to their aid, not even a glance. The black-robed man spoke only softly, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Using skills freely in the city area is illegal. But it's allowed in the arena. So let them die there. Yes, everyone, don't be impulsive. I'm so hungry. I want to eat quickly. Hungry as soon as you wake up, are you a pig? The four of them left. TSK. Blue Hair turned around and tooted at his teammates in dissatisfaction. He glared at the five of them with a sinister look before leaving. What a strange combination. Let's talk about it when we get back. Zhejiang was one of the semifinals last year, more famous than Flying Eagle, and a team in the Central Division. It wouldn't be difficult to find out more about them. But he vaguely knew that Zhejiang's reputation wasn't very good last year. Baichuan and the others returned to the hotel. Shan Liang's planned to go get the latest information on Zhejiang early tomorrow morning, while the five of them went back to their respective homes to review their previous matches. Jiechenyu was about to take out all the fragments he had brought and give them to Bai Shu when he heard a knock on the door. "I'm here." He opened the door. A tall figure, deep blue eyes held a colder edge than usual. It was Sha Huayu. until his gaze fell on Bai Shu, who was poking his head out from behind Jiechenyu. The coldness melted, and a faint smile appeared. Congratulations on receiving the invitation to the youth training camp. Bai Shu smiled shyly. Thank you, please come in. Xiao Huayu walked in, and was immediately struck by the unfamiliar layout. A double room? He wasn't deliberately prying into people's privacy, it was just habit, especially in unfamiliar surroundings, where he paid extra attention to detail. The Central Division had generously provided the team members with food and lodging. The rooms were all high-quality suites with every amenity, though the door to their bedroom wasn't securely closed. Jiechenyu quickly closed the bedroom door. Xiao Huayu wasn't one for talkativeness, and the three of them sat down on the sofa in the living room. What's up? Even though he asked, Jiechenyu had a vague idea of Xiao Huayu's intentions. Now that each team's opponent had been announced, Boji's was probably not going to be good. Sure enough, the other party started, about Yu Jiujiang. Before either of them could say anything, Xiao Huayu rubbed his head in a nagging pain. I can't believe you drew them. It's both lucky and unfortunate. What about you? Who's Boji's opponent? Song Yu, not much better than you. How could that be? Bai Shu frowned. Aren't the odds too high? It's so easy to run into a top 4 team. I checked the draw results for all the teams, and none of the top 4 teams faced each other. I don't think this is a coincidence. It's probably preferential treatment for the top 4. Jiechenyu scoffed. The Central Division's behavior is truly shameful. Are they trying to grab the top 3 or 2 spots? What about Kurosawa? They drew the only team not in the top 4, Suyo from the East First Division. They were the team that defeated Kurosawa last year and finished 5th in the Nationals. They're old rivals with a long history. For Jiaya, with his incredible luck, this result was to be expected. Then you. Let's not talk about that for now. Xiao Huayu looked at the two of them with a serious expression. Speaking of Jiujiang, I originally didn't want to bother with you. Although we're both from the South Division, we're rivals. And the intelligence I obtain won't be exchanged unless there are special circumstances. But if your opponent is Jiujiang, consider it a free gift from me. Bai Shu and Jiechenyu exchanged a glance. They knew Xiao Huayu's rules. Aside from information about alien species, he never traded information about summoners or casually disclosed information about others. He had a perfect grasp of what he could and couldn't say. This was why he had remained unscathed despite possessing such skills. However, neither of them had anticipated Jiujiang's uniqueness. I don't think Boji faced Jiujiang last year. You already met someone from Jiujiang today, right? He used an affirmative sentence. Bai Shu nodded obediently. He even knew this. His intelligence was a bit too fast. Jiechenyu glanced at him suspiciously. He knew so much about what happened this morning. So what happened last night? What's that look in your eyes? Xiao Huayu frowned. You all been out all day, so this is easy to guess, isn't it? They surpassed Kurosawa and East Zone Team 1 to make it to the semifinals. What do you think? Bai Shu pondered this question seriously. Each member of the team has distinct personalities. They're loose and lack cohesion, let alone teamwork. It's a bit like Kurosawa, but also different. Kurosawa is completely driven by silly, but Jiujiang doesn't seem to have that. As for why they were able to surpass Team 1, it's probably because Xianling is very strong. Xianling's strength is only one aspect. He placed his phone on the table. It showed a video of Jiujiang's run to the semifinals last year. But their faces were different. The blue-haired team he seen during the day looked a bit more immature and less rebellious. Jiujiang was just an average second-tier team a few years ago, only last year when they made it to the semifinals. I haven't played against them, but watch this video. The video wasn't long. All three were experienced fighters, and they quickly noticed something was wrong. Are they hitting too hard? Bai Shu sat up straighter, his brows furrowed. Although he couldn't see the health bar through the screen, Jiujiang's attacks clearly weren't sparing any vital points. After being struck by the blue-haired primal shot, the opponent stumbled, and was immediately pierced through the chest by another Jiujiang primal shot, without a glance or hesitation. Even until the man was eliminated, his expression pained, and left the scene, Bai Shu's brows remained furrowed. Jiechenyu, from what I've seen, it probably makes no difference whether the opponent is a contestant or an alien. They completely ignore vital points and non-vital areas. Bai Shu almost stood up, his eyebrows raised in a rare fury. Don't the arena managers care about this kind of reckless behavior? So far, the summoners he had encountered had been very friendly. Even if some had distinct personalities, were difficult to get along with, or even had their own quirks, they generally had good intentions. Even Chi Winda from Kurosawa's second team looks much more lovable in this light. We can, but we can't. They claimed it was carelessness, and even visited the victim after the game. So they only received a verbal warning. This is the Central District. It may seem calm, but there's a treacherous storm brewing above the clouds. Since then, there have been rumors of serious injuries to teams competing against Zhejiang. Although I don't have data on Zhejiang's new players, I have no idea what strategies the team will use this year, but I'm afraid old habits die hard. Because the nationals fall right after the new students start their semester, so, when each region selects its national teams for the spring season, the current sophomores are the first years who haven't joined the first team. Rookies are simply being led into the nationals with ease. That's part of the allure of a strong team. This is the same for each region's first and second teams. Their spots for the nationals were already secured during the spring season, but the lineups are slightly different. I agree. Xiechenyu said that at least during the spring season, Zhejiang didn't feel as strange as it does today. You must be careful. Xiaohuayu pulled out a file. These are the data for 3 third-year students from Zhejiang. I hope they be useful to you. Having finished his conversation, he drank a cup of tea and stood up to leave. It's getting late. I take my leave. Bai Shu hurriedly stood up to see him off. The data he had brought was very detailed, as a glance would reveal. It was much more detailed than the information Shan Liangjia had gathered, detailing their usual skills and combinations, positioning habits, personality and thinking, and even their cooldowns, accurate to the single digit. Although this data was from 6 months ago, it saved him a lot of time in the process of exploration. Although the offer was free, Bai Shu felt bad and said hastily, "If you're planning on summoning an ancestor, I can help you take a look, or even awaken it. Of course, I can be your teammate if you want." Xiaohuayu's eyebrows jumped at Bai Shu's aura, and he glanced at Xiechenyu. Has he raised him too naive, trading a trivial matter for him for a fully awakened ancestor? If it doesn't work, it's fine. But if it does? What's next? Then he have to consider breaking his principles and becoming Bai Shu's information dealer. Xiaohuayu didn't care. Let's talk about it after the national competition. But you're going to face Song Yu tomorrow. A little help means a little more chance. Better than nothing. Xiaohuayu interrupted Bai Shu, pointing to his head. I seen it all clearly. The wise suffer most because they see everything too clearly. Xiaohuayu's world is free of romantic imagination, only reality. Not everyone else is obsessed with winning the national tournament. Or rather, it's rare for teams with a significant gap in strength to dream of defeating the top 4. Because for most ordinary people, talent and resources are insurmountable obstacles. You? Seeing Bai Shu's bewildered face, Xiaohuayu stopped talking. He had originally wanted to ask Bai Chuan and the other 3 to see when they truly took the slogan of national champion to heart, not just a slogan. And since I brought you the information, I won't pass the opportunity on to anyone else. So, let's talk after the national tournament. Xiaohuayu politely left. But the moment he closed the door, he let out a long, low sigh, his jaw tense, and it took him a long, slow walk. After everyone left, Bai Shu sat back on the sofa. He's been more quiet today than usual. He must be feeling bad. Aside from being more talkative and having a colder expression, Xiaohuayu looked the same as before, but he saw a dejected, lost captain. Yeah. Boji's probably feeling bad right now. Xiechenyu hugged Bai Shu tenderly. He wasn't as lucky as me. He met you, and it was a miracle. Chapter 144. Bai Shu was still awake when Xiechenyu emerged from his shower. He was sprawled on the bed, wiggling his feet, intently examining the fragment in his hand. He would sometimes cup it in his palm, sometimes turning to hold it high up to the light. He seemed to see flowers. Xiechenyu could imagine his expression without even thinking. He looked like a miser who couldn't get any money, like a mouse in an oil vat. He turned the fragment over and over with longing and devotion, but to no avail. His bright eyes narrowed in worry, and he scratched his head anxiously, repeatedly trying to control himself. Ever since Xiaohuayu left, after reading the information, Bai Shu had become possessed. Bai Shu held 2 of his own fragments. One, a precious fragment Xiechenyu had given him when he first joined the team, and later a scrap of wood-type fragment he had found. The other was the top-quality fragment he had brought back from the secret realm in the southern area not long ago. The remaining pile consisted of common fragments of various colors, as well as rare fragments. These were the team's shared property, fragments that hadn't been redeemed yet, or hadn't been willing to exchange for points. Xiechenyu was keeping them, so he gave them to him. Well, you can't force things like that, Xiechenyu said with amusement. If scratching at the token fragments was enough to make you successful, everyone in the world would be a monkey. He gathered the fragments and tossed them onto the bedside table. He then carried Bai Shu to the inside, and pulled the blanket over him. Go to bed. It was only a little after 10 o'clock, but for those in the apocalypse, it was already late. Even in the central district, there wouldn't be any partying at this hour except on major tournament days. Outside, silence reigned, the lights extinguished. Only a cold moon hung in the sky, emitting a cool, hazy, dim glow. If Bai Shu had a choice, he preferred the bustling daytime to the stillness of the night. Not a single sound, everything was eerily silent, as if devoid of life. Jie Yu extinguished the dim night light, letting a faint moonlight stream in through the window. The two of them remained embracing each other in the room. Jie Yu patted Bai Shu's back repeatedly. Bai Shu rubbed his eyes. He had long been sleepy, but Zhoujiang weighed heavily on his heart. Especially after hearing about Zhoujiang's style. What if Dong Feng was banned again? Zhoujiang had no boundaries. His innate ability alone could only heal 3 people, which was far from enough. And according to the information Xia Huayu had provided, Zhoujiang had a very powerful third-year healer with 2 fully awakened spirits, pure healing. Perhaps feeling guilty, fearing a similar team, Zhoujiang had a very capable third-year healer, originally from the North Zone, but later transferred to the Central Zone. He possessed 2 fully awakened spirits, a pure healer. Thus, they couldn't disrupt Zhoujiang's healing like they had with Fei Ying. I'm so worried about you getting hurt, and I'm powerless. I know. Jie Yu stroked the hair of the person in his arms. But the pressure should be shared. Don't just share it one person. Attackers can be more cautious, and shield control can provide more distraction. And if all else fails, there's me. Don't you still trust me? Bai Shu blinked. What will you do if Dong Feng gets banned again? Jie Yu smiled. I'd just be a bit of a villain, and go out there, and send the healer home first. If the other party isn't alone, just burn them all away. Bai Shu knew that Yang fire was powerful, and Xie Yu would never use it against humans or ancient spirits unless absolutely necessary, but he was still relieved. Seeing his disbelief, Xie Yu was helpless. He had originally wanted to give him a surprise, but to reassure him, it wouldn't hurt to tell him in advance. Yang fire has evolved, or rather, my control over it has improved, allowing me to use it in a controlled manner. Really? Of course. After the conflagration against the centipede, Xie Yu felt his mental strength increase significantly, and he had gained some control over the Yang fire. At first, he tried to control it by breaking it into sparks, lowering the combustion conditions. However, this greatly reduced the damage, and if he wasn't careful, all his efforts would be wasted, and a single spark could start a prairie fire. Later, he devised a different approach, employing a compressed version of the Yang fire, constantly stacking and refining it to further enhance its power. Finally, he was able to confine it to a certain area. Although he still couldn't actively retract it, at least he didn't have to worry about harming others and being restricted. That night was a sleepless one, and the other 3 Baichuans were equally restless. They had already exposed their fully awakened spirits in the first match, and next, like Zui Xingtian, they might be targeted and disabled. As expected, having 2 fully awakened spirits was the safest option. But he couldn't rely solely on Bai Shu. Seniors couldn't be completely useless. That's great. Perhaps it was the good news that relaxed his nerves, or perhaps it was the sheer pleasure of having his hair stroked that made Bai Shu drift off to sleep, muttering to himself before falling asleep, then I can't be a drag. I need to summon a spirit that's both civil and military. It needs to be able to not only heal, but also attack. The healing skill needs to be a small one with a short cooldown. It needs to be an area of effect skill, so it can attack, and it can also attack. What are you talking about? You're dreaming. Jie Yu laughed. Neither of them realized that the fragment Bai Shu had casually tucked under his pillow had lit up for a moment. Bai Shu had a dream. In his dream, he was still obsessed with the token fragment, deeply regretting that when there were so many fragments right in front of him, he had insisted on exchanging them for points just for the sake of a little saucy thing. How much better it would have been to choose the fragments. Now there would be more options to offer. What a greedy person. The voice, with a cool, carefree tone, was one Bai Shu had never heard before. Lazy and uninhibited, the mere sound of it brought to mind the image of a dashing young knight, swordsmanship, watering the world. Who? He looked in the direction of the voice. A thick white mist had suddenly risen around him, and through it, he could only see a vague outline. It looked like someone was half lying on a rock, head propped up on one hand, one leg raised on a knee. Something was placed in front of him, obscuring the area below his face. That was all he could observe. All details were obscured by the loose robes. The aura that emanated from his vague outline was nothing like the polite demeanor of the ancients. Instead, He was uninhibited and relaxed. The other person didn't respond, but Bai Shu in his dream didn't find it strange. He continued to converse with him through the mist. He didn't argue, but a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his words. If wanting to achieve a goal is greed, then I am greedy. He blushed slightly. Perhaps I'm also a utilitarian person, waiting until a powerful enemy appears before cramming for a chance. Having successfully summoned 2 fully awakened ancestors, and his team had qualified for the national competition, he sat in the observation room in the Southern Division, feeling that his achievements were worth mentioning. He gradually lost his sense of urgency in summoning the ancestors. Compared to when he first arrived in this world, he'd been amazed and cherished the fragments, occasionally taking them out to look at them. Later, he'd grown accustomed to them and forgotten those feelings. It wasn't until after the match with Flying Eagle, and after seeing the lineup of the top 4, that his sense of crisis returned. The man seemed to have expected him to say that. A moment later, his voice tinged with resignation, "You're not big, but you think so much." Bai Shu recalled his bedtime prayers, whispering softly, "I think too much, but there must be such people. There were so many capable and righteous people in the past, there must be even more powerful than I imagined, almighty spirits." The figure paused in his movement to raise the wine jug. The flattery was unexpected. The tone of sincerity, conviction, and admiration was strangely pleasing to hear. "Now that you know, greedy child, don't just look at the pot with your bowl. Concentrate on summoning." Summon! Bai Shu's mind suddenly cleared. Could this figure be an ancestor? He ran away, but the figure remained so far away. Ha. Life is like morning dew, the world is ever-changing. Let me go out and see what's happening. Bai Shu had previously wondered what was in front of him, but now, seeing the figure gently waving a hand in front of him, and hearing the melody of the guqin flowing in harmony, he suddenly realized what was happening. It was the guqin. When Jie Chenyu was awakened in the middle of the night, he was startled to see Bai Shu's eyes gleaming in the night. He quickly got up and pulled a fragment from under his pillow, examining it carefully. The fragment contained both a guqin and bamboo leaves. He had been looking in the wrong direction earlier. Why was he so fixated on the guqin? And he hadn't even noticed the bamboo leaves in the upper right corner. Every bit of information on the fragment was incredibly important. Although bamboo was a plant favored by ancient scholars, after summoning Dongfeng, he realized that even the most insignificant leaf held profound meaning. He had dared to summon Dongfeng with a single leaf, so there was no reason he couldn't now. Unless it was a bamboo spirit, the ancestral spirit definitely didn't simply love bamboo, but rather had a deep connection with it. He firmly believed that the dream was no accident. The ancestral spirit was the spirit of humanity, the guqin, bamboo, and that last line of poetry. Multiple clues finally converged into a concrete figure. Bai Shu, please summon the ancestral spirit. Ji Kong. Ji Kong, a renowned scholar of the Wei and Jin dynasties, one of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove, was as solemn and serene as the wind beneath the pines, a jade among stones, a wild crane among chickens, with extraordinary grace and brilliant literary talent, a benchmark for his time. He had encountered that last line of poetry in some book in a previous life, and it was like a revelation he could never forget. The little boy, about to be sent to the lab table to face the unknown, was naked, draped only in a piece of indistinguishable linen. He huddled in a corner, eerily quiet amid the wailing, tender cries of the crowd. The only visible sight was a pair of dirty little feet, firmly planted on the ground, a sign that his master wasn't as calm as he appeared. He carefully clutched the cut piece of paper. He was still young, unable to fully grasp the profound meaning, but he could read the heroic spirit and fearlessness within. Since someone wasn't afraid of fading like dew, accustomed to the unknown and change, then he couldn't be afraid either. In a flash, their thoughts transcended time and space, connecting through words. A sudden breeze blew in the room. A blinding flash of light passed by, and as Bai Shu looked up, a skill description flashed through his mind. Ji Kong, Skill 1, Natural Nature, Natural Form. Restores 20% of the team's health. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 2, Guangling Juexiang, doubles all momentum, no damage, all health pseudo-restores, no pain, maintains peak combat power, duration, 10 minutes, 30-minute cooldown. Skill 3, Central Ghost Emperor, summon 100 ghosts once, 24-hour cooldown. When he looked up with anticipation and finally saw a figure in the air, his fantasy was instantly shattered, his eyes losing their luster. Who is this unshaven, hazy-eyed figure, disheveled hair, disheveled clothes, belt hanging from his shoulders, clogs hanging from his feet? Give him back his scholarly spirit, his carefree and unrestrained spirit. Chapter 145. 3 full seconds of silence followed. It was Bai Shu who broke the silence first, nodding with difficulty to the spirit, "Senior." Actually, upon closer inspection, Ji Kong had a handsome face, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a typical ancient beauty. But even the most beautiful appearance couldn't withstand such abuse. The man scanned the man from head to toe, and nodded with some satisfaction. Although he wasn't well groomed, that didn't stop him from appreciating something pleasing to the eye. The summoner was handsome, seemingly well behaved, with clear eyes, revealing a kind heart and a strong character. Excellent, but the efficiency was too slow. He vaguely remembered waiting for a long time before being summoned. Luckily, he was naturally tolerant and open-minded, not one to dwell on matters. Ji Kong retaliated by rubbing the man hard. Due to those childhood memories, no matter how slovenly he appeared, Bai Shu couldn't erase the towering image Ji Kong held in his heart. Knowing he was in the wrong, he stood straight, allowing himself to be twisted and squeezed, not daring to resist. Only when his once smooth, silky hair was a mess did he reluctantly let go, satisfied. After a little punishment, the matter was over. Ji Kong turned and entered his spiritual sea, waving his hand before leaving. "I chat with your other ancestors. I won't disturb you. Go to sleep, kid. Staying up late won't make you tall. Also, just call me by my name. Why call me senior? If we're talking about seniority, you should call me ancestor, haha." Ji Kong focused on health preservation, and even wrote on health preservation. While not as skilled as a renowned doctor, he had his own insights on cultivating the body and mind. "Okay, I bring Ji with me tomorrow." "Ji? You know my friends." Bai Shu's tongue felt like it was tied, and he couldn't utter the 2 words. He mumbled them with an embarrassed look on his face, then watched Ji Kong leave with his hair standing on end. After the figure disappeared, Xie Chenyu's gaze shifted to him. He took his hand and went to the bathroom to comb his hair, asking as he did so what happened. He was sleeping soundly, and then the person beside him suddenly summoned an ancestral spirit. Even he found it eerie. Bai Shu briefly explained the incident to Xie Chenyu. A dream? Xie Chenyu had never heard of such a summoning method, and of course, he had never seen anyone so capable. How long had he only awakened his innate essence? There were already 3 fully awakened ancestral spirits, a level some people could never reach in their lifetime. He continued combing his hair, but he looked deeply at Bai Shu through his glasses. Most people racked their brains to summon ancestral spirits, but he did the opposite. It was like the ancestral spirits were competing for the position. Is it true that there is such a thing as an innate summoning of a holy body? How much favor does one have to receive from the ancestral spirit to reach this level? No. A fully awakened ancestral body cannot be summoned until its name is spoken. An ancestral spirit can only become aware if its name is spoken first. This is an unbreakable rule. Rather than saying the ancestral spirit hinted at him in a dream, it's more likely that Bai Shu already had the answer within him, the result of daily reflection. Perhaps this dream resonated with the fragments, but it was definitely not significant. After combing his hair for a while, Bai Shu looked up and suddenly met Xie Chenyu's searching eyes in the mirror, startling him. The gaze seemed to penetrate his skin, reaching deep within his heart. He hurriedly lowered his head. "Why are you looking at me like that? It's like you're seeing me for the first time." Xie Chenyu patted his forehead and lowered his eyes. "Isn't it true? It's true that after 3 days of absence, one should be looked at with new eyes. Xiaobai's progress is so rapid, I feel a sense of urgency." It wasn't just an overwhelming sense of urgency. Seeing the new fully awakened ancestor again, the seniors were under immense pressure. When Jiang and An met the new ancestor that morning, they were silent for a long time. After a long while, the stagnant space and time began to flow. And Ning took 2 steps back, supporting Zhuixingqian with a look of horror. "I guess I'm not normal. I'm not surprised by something that shocked District 5? Am I still human? Of course I am. The truly inhuman is right in front of me." Jiang Zhengping swallowed. "Actually I'm used to it." Zhuixingqian, in contrast, looked receptive and excited. He rushed over to talk to the ancestor. Ji Kong was already curious about the future world and future humanity, and he was a talkative person himself, so the 2 of them got along very well. "Aren't you shocked at all?" The 2 couldn't believe how Zhuixingqian had developed such great composure. "Why should I be shocked?" Zhuixingqian said, turning his head with a matter-of-fact expression. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Bai Shu. The morning light shone on his face, making him look strangely pious. "He's the wishing beacon I use to summon ancestral spirits. He's so effective for others, So what's wrong with summoning him myself? So it wasn't that he had a strong mental endurance, it was that he had long since stopped treating the other person as a human. They also mentioned Xia Huayu's visit yesterday. The opponent will definitely ban Xiaobai's Dongfeng. As for the remaining two, they might ban the captain, or they might not ban the three of us, who only have one fully awakened ancestral spirit. In that case, Kuiping and who made a big splash on the field, will likely be targeted. And Ning pondered. Especially her Kuiping. The opponent doesn't have many flying ancestral spirits, so they definitely leave them alone in an aerial battle. I helped the seniors. Bai Shu was interrupted by a Ning before he could finish his words. Xiaobai's task for the next 2 days is to maximize your time and develop as much rapport as possible with Ji Kong. And Ning shook her head in rejection. Leave the rest to us. You can't be reluctant to exert force, while the juniors are trying to pull them forward. They need to be steeds, not stubborn donkeys. The seniors can't rely solely on a small force to pull them along. They're healers, not nurses. And Ning shook the fragment in her hand. It was an ordinary fragment she had found in the Central District Exhibition Hall that had a connection with Mr. Li. Summoning a new ancestor, even if fully awakened, is difficult to immediately put into actual combat. There are too many uncontrollable factors on the field. I want to maximize the abilities of the existing ancestor. Bai Shu nodded. Summoning is a mysterious and difficult matter. It's all about fate and chemistry. After all, it's someone else who wants to summon, and everyone's situation is different. He never imposes his methods on others. He also believes that the seniors can do it. Of course, it would be even better if we could carve a small statue of you to place by our bedside for us to pray for. Bai Shu, 2 days flew by, and in a flash, it was the day of the competition. The number of participating teams was dwindling, but the number of spectators was only increasing. With his previous experience, Bai Chuan arrived early and quietly sat in the waiting room. The atmosphere was unusually quiet. Even Zui Xingtian, the most active, sat with his eyes lowered, silently replenishing his sugar, his teeth crunching on hard candy. And Ning stretched her legs to warm up, while Jiang Zheping tied her shoelaces into a perfect knot. Jie Qinyu stared into the distance, while Bai Shu meticulously polished his knife. Jie Qinyu, as if observing something, suddenly spoke, "They're coming." Seeing the 5 Zhejiang men swaggering in from the doorway, the other 5 Baichuans in the room paused their actions to look over. Their eyes blazed with fighting spirit as they watched closely. We must win this battle. Yeah, the thought of losing to this group makes me sick to my stomach. The complete change in attitude towards Zhejiang, the undisguised hostility stemmed from a video from last night. Shan Liangzhe, who had been missing for 2 days after the first meal, finally showed up to hold a meeting the night before the match. Bai Shu rehydrated, wiped his sweat, and finished his physical training with Jie Qinyu. The others had already arrived. Coach, what's wrong? Bai Shu noticed a significant change in Shan Liangzhe. After not seeing him for 2 days, he looked noticeably more haggard, with a frightening dark spot under his eyes, and he looked thinner. Shan Liangzhe waved his hand and joked, I went to be a spy. Although he was a coach, facing the semifinals was a first for him. Jie Qinyu took care of the training, and Bai Shu offered advice on the ancestral spirit summoning. All he could do was gather as much information as possible about Zhejiang. Hard work pays off, he said solemnly. Tomorrow is the second round of our national competition. Understanding Zhejiang is essential. Start by watching this. He flipped on the big screen. This is it. Unlike the official recording, this video was filled with noise, blurry, and frequently shaky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was crude. Shan Liangzhe nodded. This is the latest recording of the exchange competition between Zhejiang and other colleges. With this, you get a more direct understanding of them. The 5 of them were thrilled. Well done. You even managed to get this, Coach Shan. Coach, thank you for your hard work. Videos are far more helpful than a few words written on paper, but also far more difficult to obtain. Thanks to the information provided by Xia Huayu, I was able to take the plunge and do this. Even though Shan Liangzhe acted nonchalant and downplayed his experiences, everyone understood the hardships involved. No matter how annoying Zhejiang became, the schools in the Central District wouldn't easily release these videos. But the Central District isn't invincible. Its resources are almost entirely controlled by the aristocratic families. The first-team teams of strong schools, like Qinbei and Zhejiang, are mostly composed of children from aristocratic families. Ordinary summoners can only pick up on their advice and gain a few perks that slip through their fingers. Even if these oppressed people wanted to leave, the long journey and the dangerous alien species along the way became a huge obstacle. These people were the breakthrough point for penetrating the enemy. Shan Liangzhe lay dormant for 2 days before obtaining this hard-earned video. But as he watched, his initial excitement faded, replaced by indignation. Even during the exchange competition, Zhou showed no restraint, ruthlessly harvesting their struggling opponents like an executioner. Poisoning, besieging, and annihilating them were their stock tactics. Except for facing the aliens, Bai Shu had never been more grateful for the bracelet's protective mechanism than now. This year's Zhou was even worse than the Zhou described by Sha Huayu. If it had been infuriating before, Bai Shu couldn't sit still when he saw them brazenly pinching their own healer's spirit to heal themselves, plucking scales, and hearing the spirit's miserable cries. His hands trembled with rage. How could they? Are they human or alien? A sweet voice rang out from the central broadcasting station. All participating teams, please take the stage. In short, Zhou is a team that combines strangeness, ruthlessness, and cruelty. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Be extremely careful. Shan Liangzhe's instructions from last night were still ringing in his ears. Chapter 146. As Shirakawa emerged from the waiting room into the central hall, a robotic female voice echoed throughout the arena. Division A, Central Qibei vs North Bingjian. Division B, North Songwe vs South Boji. Division C, West Mozhou vs East Wuyin. Division D, Central Zhejiang vs South Baichuan. Division E, East Suyo vs South Hei's. Please enter the arena as soon as possible. The match is about to begin. Shirakawa walked towards Division D. At the same time, 5 people from Zhejiang emerged from the opposite waiting area. The 2 teams approached from a distance, heading towards each other. For a moment, their gazes met, and an invisible flame seemed to flash. Those watching remotely could sense the tension between the 2 teams even through the screen. Haha, Shirakawa. Here I am again! Standing in front of the screen on time, just to see my adorable Xiaobai. And by the way, a quick slap on a certain captain's double standards. Wait, the atmosphere seems off today? Why are all the Baichuans wearing serious faces? It's rare to see Xiaobai so expressionless at the start. He knows there are spectators, and before the game even starts, he always nod and smile when he sees the camera, like a shy kitten saying hello. I always take screenshots and save them, but why isn't he there this time? Even Captain Jie isn't smiling. What's wrong? If the opponent is Zhou, it's normal for Baichuan to be unable to smile. Why? What's wrong with this team? Most of the spectators outside the central zone were bewildered. This is a notoriously ruthless team, a strong team in their own right, and they're also ruthless. Just look at what happened to their previous opponents and you understand. It's normal for Baichuan to be afraid, but with the bracelet, nothing serious will happen. But I don't think their change is due to fear. Most of the South District residents familiar with Baichuan felt the same way, but their comments were quickly drowned out by other topics in the public comments section. The other divisions exchanged pleasantries or exchanged provocations, but only Division D was dead silent. Lu Jiancheng glanced around boredly, his eyes rolling as he spoke first. I heard a team boasted they eliminate you in 15 minutes? And then they failed. That's truly laughable. He grinned, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth, a half smile. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Don't run away at the last minute. That's so boring. Jianchen Yu turned his head away expressionlessly. Are you all ready? Ready! Completely ignored. TSK. Lu Jiancheng frowned. Being completely ignored was worse than being yelled at. Then he relaxed his brows nonchalantly. His face lit up with excitement. Thanks to them, he was even more eager to see these people fawning. Sitting in the audience, Fei Ying, caught in the barrage of taunts, immediately became restless. Wei Yongping, who had been sitting in his seat with his arms folded, suddenly stood up. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Bo pulled him back to his seat. This isn't our home court. No one can hear you. Just shut up. Wei Yongping cursed. You're mocking me. How can I tolerate this? You idiot. Ugly people are always up to no good. Isn't that smiling fox Baichuan always so infuriating? Why is he acting like a coward this time? Your eyesight isn't good. Look carefully at their eyes. It was a dormant volcano before an eruption, the calm before the storm suppressed rage. And look. Following Wang Bo's finger, a row of large drums appeared. When the first drumbeat sounded, everyone's conversation was drowned out. Dong, dong, dong. Zhoujiang, the ever-victorious general. The drumsticks struck the drumheads and drums in rhythmic rhythm, commensurate with the well-trained, unison shouts. The momentum was unmatched. Don't forget, this is the Central Division, their home turf. Who can outcrowd them? Wei Yongping covered his ears in frustration. This is so annoying. If Baichuan makes it, I bring a drum next time and beat these idiots silly. Of course, I'm not cheering for Baichuan, I just can't stand it. Wang Bo twitched his lips. Know who asked him that? The last sentence made it even more obvious. Although you're a bit rambling, I support you. The last time I heard the whole crowd cheer was from another division. I didn't expect it to be their turn so soon. It was just hard to believe it wasn't for them. The cheers for Zhejiang were like a torrential downpour, drenching Bai Shu and the others like drowned rats. Their voices penetrated every corner, and for a moment, they felt like public enemies in their zone. Unlike the previous match, Zone D was packed, most of them there to support Zhejiang. Of course, some people had gloomy eyes and remained silent. Li Lian was one of them. He sat in the far corner, only occasionally glancing up, his expression slightly panicked and filled with resentment. His gloved hands were clasped, his right hand unconsciously clenching around his icy left. On closer inspection, one could see the occasional metallic tint of his left hand beneath the glove. In that match, he lost his left hand forever. As a result, he fell from captain to vice captain, from a brilliant point guard to a figure of regret. His future, already difficult to achieve, was now fully foreseen. Unable to enter the outer circle he longed for, he became a small soldier stationed in the middle circle, or even the inner circle, a chess piece that the aristocratic families could manipulate at will. This hand was lost during the Zhejiang Regional Exchange Tournament last year. Li Liang's memory of that nightmarish day was already hazy. In his only clear memory, the world spun and lost its color, and all he could see was a bloody, mutilated half of his palm. The immense pain and the horror of seeing his own mutilated form caused him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. He heard a beastly howl that he had never uttered before. Sorry, I thought you'd be able to dodge it, considering your prowess. Tao Wu has a bad temper, and it's hard for me to control him. Captain! My ancestor and I have exhausted our healing abilities. Could you please let your healer help us? No, we're not competing, are we? We surrender. Ah, then you heal him. Our healers are very skilled. The second-year blue-haired student looked indifferently at the healer, Wang Teng. Please, help our captain. Wang Teng lowered his head, his voice faintly dissipated amid the other healers' pleas and cries of pain. My abilities are exhausted too. But you still have a very powerful, fully awakened healing ancestor, don't you? While the wound is still fresh, maybe we can heal it. Could you? As if grasping at a last straw, Li Liang raised his eyes with hope, straining to lift his good hand. Please, save my hand. I'd do anything for you. Wang Teng looked anxiously at the captain at the time. Lu Jiansheng chuckled. Why look at the captain? It's entirely up to you whether to save him or not. After all, you're our most precious healer. Li Lian looked at him pleadingly. Wang Ting's expression suddenly changed, his face icy, his eyes devoid of any light. Sorry, no. He refused decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Li Lian fainted, and his memory of what followed became clear. The optimal healing time has passed. We recommend amputation. We install the latest and most expensive prosthetic for you, fully covered by Zhejiang. We guarantee there won't be any impact. You're just controlling yourself anyway, so a prosthetic shouldn't affect you much. But families like the Lu and Wang families have promised to find a fully awakened ancestor to summon for you. Just keep this to yourself. Believe me, if even a single word gets out, your future will only be worse. You become a cripple, worse than an ordinary person, and your teammates' futures will be jeopardized by your influence. When the exchange competition resumed this year, Li Liang remained remarkably calm amidst the worried gazes of the crowd. He somehow managed to bring a miniature camera. Wang Teng must have seen it, as he'd been chasing Wang Teng almost the entire time. But he said nothing, even helping to hide. Until he saw the horrifying scene of Bao Lin. Haha, I thought he was some villain, but it turns out he's just a pathetic creature who can't even protect his own ancestor. Baichuan hesitated before handing the video over to such a weak team. He didn't dream of revenge. As long as the aristocratic families remained standing, he would never succeed. He was content simply to see them defeated. But why Baichuan? Why couldn't it be Team 1 from the East or South divisions? Second round of the National Championship Qualifying Tournament, Division D Zhejiang vs Baichuan, venue, Central Zone O Luz Hills, match type, competitive match. Hello everyone, welcome to the D-Live broadcast room. Your favorite commentator again, I'm Lingjiu. I'm Lingji. Thank you, Baichuan, for meeting you again. The commentators were with the team they were commentating on, meaning They would follow the victorious team from the first match. Of course, in the second round, the opposing team would also have 2 commentators. The audience would vote to decide which team would play the next match. Longji and Longjio were constantly embarrassing each other on the court. I thought my commentary career was over, but unexpectedly, Baichuan drew Jiujiang, which wasn't participating. I was so excited that tears welled up. Finally, I saved my job. Please choose 3 banned or drafted spirits. Here we go, everyone perked up. After checking first to see if their opponent's spirits were chosen, the 4 Baichuan players felt a sense of relief. Jiechini's writing flowed quickly, delivering the answer in just 10 seconds. Baichuan came up with the answer so quickly. He barely had time to think. Longjio was genuinely surprised. Unlike Baichuan, a team that had already competed once, with replays, match results, and extensive analysis, all of their spirits were almost certain. The top 4, having skipped a match, didn't reveal all the information. But Baichuan's selection was so quick, it was as if he'd chosen them all beforehand. It seems Baichuan is very well prepared. He's a master at gathering intelligence. The big screen displayed Baichuan's band choices. Number 1 Lu Jianqing's spirit, Yin, fully awakened. Number 3 Wang Teng's spirit, Xiao Xiao, fully awakened. Number 4 Guoxinhua's spirit, Xia Geng, fully awakened. Chapter 147. Such a quick decision was certainly made possible by the intelligence provided by Xiaohuayu. The information contained was so detailed that one might suspect he had a bug installed in Jiujiang. Jiujiang Captain Lu Jiancheng, the blue-haired figure we met that day, is a descendant of the Lu family, a family renowned for their poison-using abilities. 3rd grade, wood-type attacker. Poison flower, with 3 poisonous thorns within. After using, it enters a 30-minute cooldown period. Note, this person has a wicked personality, is treacherous and cunning, and specializes in underhanded tactics. It's difficult to defend against. Avoid approaching unless absolutely necessary. There are 2 fully awakened ancestor spirits. First, Ting, born in the wild, it is an insect-eating ancient poisonous insect with 3 skills. Skill 1, adult form. Upon being bitten, the venom takes effect instantly, resulting in a rapid onset, a persistent high fever, and skin ulcers. 1 cooldown period, 25 minutes. Skill 2, larval form. It has no attack power, automatically clings to others, and can possess and hide, monitoring their movements. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 25 minutes. Skill 3, parasitic eggs, which flow into the body through wounds, can feed on hearts after birth, for 24 hours. Note, this spirit often accompanies the zodiac sign, making it difficult to prevent and therefore discouraged. The second is Taowu, a tiger with pig tusks, a human face, and a 5-meter-long tail. Cunning and aggressive, it possesses 3 skills. Skill 1, increases attack power by 20%, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 2, fight with ferocity and courage, becoming more courageous with each blow. Each time an opponent is wounded and bleeding, all allies' attack power increases by 1%, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 3, fight without retreat. Focused on a single target, it locks onto the opponent, dragging them into the battle zone, preventing them from attacking others until they are defeated. Cooldown, 24 hours. Vice Captain Zheng Su, the cloaked figure I met that day, is currently in the youth training camp. He's a 3rd-year student, and a descendant of the Zheng family, a family of cunning. He possesses a gold-based control ability, and a natal reverse mirror. Anyone caught in the mirror's action will act as if they were in the mirror, with the opposite effect. Be careful during battle. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, half an hour. There are 2 fully awakened ancestor spirits. One is a red-eyed rabbit demon with 3 skills. Skill 1, can change a specific voice or character. After 3 uses, it goes on cooldown for 25 minutes. Skill 2, transforms into a beautiful woman, a habitual liar, confusing right and wrong, and misleading the opponent. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 25 minutes. Skill 3, say the opposite of what you mean, making the truth a lie and the lie true. Reverse the word spirit spell. After 1 use, it goes on cooldown for 20 hours. Note, this major skill has limitations. The more unlikely the event, the shorter the duration. One is Zheng Yaoling, a ragged figure holding a copper bell. He has 3 skills. Skill 1, mindfulness is dulled, but the player obeys the bell ringer's commands. Recovery time varies. After 3 uses, the skill enters a cooldown of half an hour. Skill 2, summon loyal followers who obey your commands. Although they are ordinary people with low attack power, they are formidable, forming a dense crowd to control local movements. Lasting time is 10 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour. Skill 3. Transform a person or object into wood until they can be identified and broken. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Number 3. Wang Tung, the person who appeared frail and timid that day. 3rd year, water-based healer. Uses his natal spirit spring water for external application to heal wounds and internal consumption to detoxify. One small bottle at a time. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Note, originally from the North District, he later moved to the Central District and joined Zhejiang. There are 2 fully awakened ancestor spirits. One is the Hehe. It looks like a bird, but has fish scales. It is water savvy and not afraid of fire. It has 3 skills. Skill 1. Restores all enemies by 20%. Cooldown, 25 minutes. Skill 2. Specializes in healing fire damage, significantly reducing damage, while also applying a water film to reduce secondary damage. Cooldown, 25 minutes. Skill 3. Heals by scaling. Cooldown, 20 hours. Note, the number of scales produced varies between uses of this skill, suggesting it can be stockpiled in advance. Recommended against a certain Wang Shuyi, dressed in coarse cloth, with a large medicine pot hanging from his waist. He possesses 3 skills. Skill 1. Medicine pills restore 1000 health to a single target. 3 pills are produced at a time. A pill becomes ineffective if left out of the pot for an extended period, entering a cooldown of half an hour. Skill 2. The pills produced by Skill 1 become poisonous if consumed without injury, weakening the body and causing serious illness. The cooldown lasts for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour. Skill 3. A colorful 5-inch long, finger-thick snake. It can detect and treat poisons, and feeds on them. Cooldown, 24 hours. Overall, the 3 are quite formidable. Each fully awakened ancestor possesses unique characteristics, and due to their support from aristocratic families, their abilities often surpass those of ordinary summoners. Xiao Huayu specifically marked Yin and Xiao Xiao among the ancestor spirits. After careful consideration, Baichuan decided to ban them. Although Yin is significantly smaller than Taowu, it's precisely because of this small size that it can be easily overlooked, a serious taboo in competitions. Add to that the fact that its summoner is such a person, and the danger level skyrockets. Taowu is equally ferocious, but its ferocity is outwardly discreet, which is reassuring. As for Xiao Xiao, let alone Xiao Xiao, Xiao Huayu's meticulous observations, coupled with video evidence, indicate that Zhejiang likely stockpiled scales in advance. They wouldn't dare act as aggressively in public as they did during the exchange tournament. Choosing Xiao Xiao was like facing multiple Xiao Xiao at once. Another reason for not choosing Xiao Xiao was to give it as much time as possible to recuperate. Although Bai Shu wanted to help, he had no other options before the match. The only remaining ban option, after some discussion, Bai Chuan finally decided on number 4 Xia Geng. It wasn't that they underestimated number 2, quite the opposite. As the only one selected for the youth training camp, and one of the few who skipped the captain selection, he was incredibly powerful and their biggest enemy. If possible, they would have wanted to ban both of his fully awakened characters. Because both of his ancestors were equally powerful, banning either would be equally challenging, so they simply chose not to choose him. Comparatively, Guixinhua's Xia Geng was the most cost-effective option to ban. Number 4 Guixinhua, a sophomore, recently received an invitation to the youth training camp. He was a gold shielder with a 24-hour cooldown after using it 3 times. The Guo family is also a prominent family in the Central District, even more powerful than the Lu family. It's said that centuries ago, their ancestors were tomb robbers, frequently working with corpses. The texts handed down contain numerous records of kings, generals, celebrities, and wealthy individuals, many of which are traceable to epitaphs. Of course, with human civilization interrupted for a century, even the aristocratic families themselves often only have a limited understanding of these texts, hoping to summon their ancestors for answers. Unfortunately, their ancestors only rely on their aptitude, and there are few examples of aristocratic families summoning their ancestors. Of course, they can also summon other powerful ancestral spirits. Xia Geng, said to be the ancestral spirit passed down by the Guo family, is an invulnerable zombie. Before him stands a great general, headless and armored, holding a shield in his left hand and a halberd in his right. Xia Geng, transformed into a zombie after his death, possesses formidable defense. Forget using skills. Most of the time, A shield and his indestructible body alone are enough to deal with him. The fact that the informant failed to detect the opponent's full skill set further demonstrates his formidable nature. Since he's been recognized by the youth training camp, he must have something special about him. Thus, the third ban pick is confirmed. After Xiaogung's ban, Guoxinhua still has a non-fully awakened ancestor, named Wu Jiangjun. He has 2 minor skills, both with a half-hour cooldown, Safe Team 10-minute, and Fog Cover. Number 5, Xiao Chun, a second-year student, is a fire-type attacker with a fire spear as his innate ability. There is one fully awakened ancestor, Shandu, a demon ancestor of great stature and build, approximately 7 meters tall. He looks taller than a giant, with crimson eyes and a pitch-black body. He has 2 known skills, also with a half-hour cooldown, Arson and Explosive Size. He has never used his major skills. There's one non-fully awakened ancestor, also a demon. It takes the form of a ball of fire that can transform into a human form. Its skills have the same cooldown as above, fire avoidance and fire attack. Baichuan is so straightforward. I thought they'd be the ones in trouble, but it's the other way around. Haha, a quick decision doesn't guarantee victory. They're not scared out of their wits, are they? I'm impressed. You can even see Jiujiang dogs here. You haven't even left the city, right? Jiujiang's way of survival is the most reasonable way in the apocalypse. Just as an argument was about to break out, another comment suddenly overwhelmed the opposing side. Am I dazzled? If I were Jiujiang, I'd be confused too. Lingjiu curiously switched the camera to Jiujiang's side. What's going on? Baichuan's ancestor should be easy to disable. Right? Looking at this, seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar question mark, he gradually lowered his voice, and finally fell silent. It was indeed a difficult decision. Lu Jiancheng, They shouldn't have hesitated. The ancestral spirits they had originally planned to ban were Dongfeng and Kunpeng. The remaining dilemma was whether to ban Jiechenyu's Nuba. Nuba was powerful and could fly, making her a formidable damage dealer. But even if Nuba was banned, there was still the Jingwu, who was equally powerful. Like Baichuan's frustration with number 2, Jiujiang ultimately gave up on Jiechenyu's ancestral spirit and instead banned Jiang Jinping's Hu. Having a large body was an advantage in itself. Even a shield bearer could crush many with a single kick. Furthermore, during the previous match against Fei Ying, this ancestral spirit must have had the ability to predict the future, and its importance in that match was self-evident. But who could have imagined that the first step would be blocked on the threshold? Number 5 by Shu, Ancestral Spirits, Dongfeng, fully awakened, Nine-tailed Fox, fully awakened, comma? Can someone tell them what this means? Everyone moved in unison, first closing their eyes and rubbing them, then taking a deep breath, their tone filled with uncertainty. Hiss. I think he still had 2 ancestral spirits in the last match. Or was it the last match? Too many. Did they miss one? If not, then that means he summoned an ancestral spirit in the 3 days since the last match. Regardless of whether it's fully awakened or not, this is so fast it makes me question life. Screenshot is proof. Was there really nothing before? This is the first time I've seen so many question marks. I took a screenshot specifically. Summoning an ancestor every 3 days. How terrifying. I'm jealous, I'm angry. It's just too much of a struggle. Otherwise, how could they have made it from a mediocre team to the national competition? Baichuan's summoning speed has always been so amazing. Seeing the timer was running out, Zhengsu stepped past Lu Jiancheng and tapped the screen, pressing the option he had originally decided to ban. Don't be fooled by these things. Decide when you have to. Yeah, why overthink it? Could it be fully awakened? Guoxinhua scratched his face, looking half asleep, and said lazily. Chapter 148. Alright. Surprisingly, the often irascible Lu Jiancheng didn't get angry after being rebutted, simply shrugged nonchalantly. If Bai Shu could see how they interacted, he'd probably find it familiar. It was exactly like Gong Sunyao. He was aloof and dismissive, yet he could interact with fellow aristocratic families on an equal footing, excluding outsiders and those without deep roots. Because the Guo family held the highest status among the 3, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the 2 of them indulged Guoxinhua, a year younger than him, in many ways. Both teams have completed band selection. Please select your combat spirits. Central Zone Team 2, Jiujiang, Number 1 Spirit Taowu, fully awakened, Number 2 Spirit Evil Beast, fully awakened, Number 3 Spirit Wang Shiyi, fully awakened, Number 4 Spirit Wu Jiangjun, partially awakened, Number 5 Spirit Shandu, fully awakened. Baihuan, Number 1 Spirit Nba, fully awakened, Number 2 Spirit Bainyao, partially awakened, Number 3 Spirit Zhuanzhu, partially awakened. Number 4 Spirit Zhuanzhu, fully awakened. Number 5 Spirit, ? From this perspective, Baichuan's combat power isn't very good. He has too few fully awakened spirits, and his lineup isn't even as good as the previous match. To be honest, judging by the appearance of the last match, the series of wasn't a good lineup either. Who would have thought they were all fully awakened? This time, he only has one more non-fully awakened spirit than Zhuojiang, so it's not enough to determine the outcome. 1. The summoning time of Baichuan number 5's new Sage Spirit is only 3 days at most. How powerful can it be? Let's not talk about whether the Sage Spirit is strong or not. He can't even cooperate with it in just 3 days, and he actually chose to fight. The chances of winning will be higher if he chooses the nine-tailed fox. Summoning isn't just about summoning. He's still too young. But if he's fully awakened, maybe 3 days might be enough. Fully awakened? Is that even possible? Bai Shu's vision went dark. Opening his eyes again, he saw a hazy yellow. Large expanses of lust almost stained the azure sky with a grayish-yellow hue. Luckily, there was no wind, or I'd be eating a mouthful of dirt. The uneven lust slopes were dotted with naturally formed spiral staircases, somewhat resembling terrace fields, except that there was little, if any, greenery here. The soil beneath his feet was soft. Bai Shu, having just been transported from a normal wooden floor, hadn't adjusted to the soft feel. As he took a step, his footing felt empty, and he fell back, his balance unsteady. His eyes widened slightly. Lingzhou happened to see this, forgetting that the other party couldn't hear him. He subconsciously called out, "Be careful!" Bai Shu clawed at the air twice, but found nothing. In the blink of an eye, he was tumbling down the slope. Bai Shu shock. He flexed his body, trying to use the force to maneuver, but the slope was barren, not a blade of grass, not even a tree, not even a rock. He grasped something, but with a firm squeeze, it seeped out like sand. Ugh. He rolled smoothly to the bottom of the slope. The soft soil didn't hurt him much, but Bai Shu felt dizzy and saw stars, and he staggered out of the dirt. He touched his chest, the jade piece was still there. It was just his bad luck, he teleported into a bad spot. Puff, ha ha ha. The crowd in front of the screen couldn't hold back any longer. Who could withstand the cat's devastating roll at the beginning? Those round eyes dazed as they fell, looking both pitiful and endearing, a stark contrast to the cool, smooth, and precise movements of the previous match. What's wrong? Are you alright, Xiaobai? Xie Chenyu's voice emerged from his bracelet. This time, Xie Chenyu wasn't planning to use fire too. First, Zhuojiang didn't have any flying spirits, so they didn't need to be too defensive. Second, this competition venue was a bit too expansive. All that was visible was uneven yellow earth, with bare gullies dotting the landscape, all visible from the air. Nuba was enough. Ahem. It's okay, I just fell. Bai Shu struggled to sit up. What should we do next? Xie Chenyu, gather first. Nuba has already found Ning's location through the lovebirds. We search for them one by one. Any location information or important information should not be transmitted via the bracelets. It could be stolen and altered by the trickster. If anyone encounters the opponent first, make as much noise as possible so that Nuba and the lovebirds high in the sky can detect it, and delay us until we arrive. Okay. Also, be careful of the aliens. This area is further out than the previous match, and clearly a desolate place uninhabited for a long time. While nothing can be seen on the surface, there's no guarantee something might be hidden beneath your feet. Okay. Bai Shu didn't doubt the truth of this statement. They had discussed their countermeasures before the match began. For a strong team with enough fully awakened ancestors, it's often easy to tell which ancestors the opponent will field after a ban or draft. Needless to say, the banned characters 1, 3, and 4 were not chosen. Due to the lack of trees in the arena, the character 2's ultimate ability was severely limited, making it impossible for him to use the primordial spirit Zheng Yaoling. The primordial spirit he used would definitely be the devil beast. There's no need to guess at the character 5, between fully awakened and partially awakened, the former would definitely be used. But knowing is useless. The trouble with a strong team is that even if you know the opponent's plans, it's difficult to devise a countermeasure. When the enemy comes, we must fight them. When the water comes, we must block it with earth. While Baichuan was trying to converge, Zhuojiang was also merging. Zheng Su stood high on the hillside, gazing into the distance. She held a white rabbit in her arms, lying quietly, its ears drooping as its fur was stroked. As she moved, a hand finally emerged from beneath her black robe. It was slender, white, and clearly a woman's. Those people may come from a water town, But there must be someone who can adapt to the local climate, right? The evil beast's ears twitched, and a complex pattern appeared beneath Zheng Su's feet, circles within circles, engraved with an unknown pattern. 09. Zhejiang No. 2 actually used their ultimate skill from the very beginning. This shows they are determined to win, and they have no intention of underestimating Baichuan. Ling Qi nodded. After all, with the performance in the last match, it will be difficult for Baichuan to play dumb again. However, Zheng Su is an interesting person. She is mysterious and powerful, the best of the best control players. She is one of the best control players in the country. It's no wonder she will be in the youth training camp. Lingjiu, the best of the best control players? How do you say that? The control position is a bit special. To play it well, you simply cannot do it without brains. Strong control requires a strong mind and the ability to grasp the overall situation. But number 2 can do more. She controls not only people, but also skills. She strives to squeeze every last bit of their value out of them, never wasting them. This is true for herself and others. So, this ultimate skill might stick with Baichuan throughout the game. Baishu missed another step and scrambled to his feet, frowning. He wasn't used to this feeling of 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. It was understandable at first, but he had to get used to it over time. He'd fallen too many times. He wasn't in the right shape today. Ta-ta. Suddenly, Baishu's ears twitched. Someone was coming. He paused as he climbed, then lowered himself again, crawling towards the small earthen cave nearby. He didn't know who was coming, and he didn't want to expose himself rashly. If he couldn't keep his footing with 2 feet, he certainly couldn't with 4. Lingqi, this kid is pretty stable. Judging from his performance in the previous match, his limbs were nimble, his reflexes were quick, and his skills were definitely not bad. He suddenly lost his balance several times, yet he didn't complain at all. After all, he didn't have a bird's eye view, so he obviously thought it was all just an accident. Anyone else would have cursed. At most, he frowned, then without a word, he quickly started crawling, and he crawled quite quickly. He was too obedient. For the first time, he didn't want to praise his opponent's skillful use of skills, he even hoped he wouldn't use them. What kind of logic is this? The people outside the screen were glued to their chests. They actually clashed so quickly. While unexpected, it was also understandable. The two had originally been very close, separated only by a hill, facing opposite directions. They were about to pass each other, but Baishu suddenly made a drastic turn, drawing the opponent directly towards him. Luckily, it was both misfortune and luck. The person who came wasn't an attacker, but Gui Xinhua. Baishu wasn't calm at all, he was used to encountering an opponent right from the start. Don't worry, number 5 is already hiding. His concealment skills are not to be trifled with. As long as he doesn't want to face off. Ha, I found you. The sound was overhead, and Baishu clenched his fists. He cautiously peeked one eye through the hole, his pupils shrinking. Outside the cave, Gui Xinhua leaned over, observing closely. His innocuous face, upon seeing the eye, suddenly lit up with the excitement of an eagle seeing a rabbit, a child seeing a favorite toy. Looking up, Baishu could see his magnified face, his thick neck, and the large hand reaching out. Baishu hurriedly retreated. I wouldn't. Face. Bullshit. He's been discovered. How could that be? He's a being that even the eagle eyes of a Garuda can't detect. It would be strange if he wasn't discovered. From Zhejiang No. 4's perspective, it was completely flawed. He wasn't foolish enough to reach in and grab it. Instead, he knelt at the entrance and dug the dirt with his hands. The cave wasn't deep, only half a man's height, and certainly not solid. Baishu had nowhere to retreat. Gravel and sand flew before him, falling under the sudden, immense force. This was the first time Baishu had felt such a strong sense of oppression. He had only seen this man twice, once in the snack street, slumped over a table, and once at Zhejiang College, standing at the back, hunched over, looking sleepy. Always needing to eat or sleep, this man's sense of harmlessness was greatly enhanced. But in reality, this was not the case. Standing upright, this man was probably taller than Jiechenyu, and much stronger. When he exerted force, his exposed arms were thick, and the muscles beneath his clothes were well developed. His palms were broad, and the fingers he extended were long and thick. Baishu glanced at his own delicate claws, which were, without exaggeration, twice as thick as his own. This was a true giant. Baishu could still sigh calmly, unaware that the people outside had gone mad. The visual impact is overwhelming. Ah, my poor little cat, is its hair standing on end with fear? Let me go in and pet it, and brush off the dirt. Can he fight? I pity him, He could cover his head with one hand. And, for cover, number 5 curled himself up into a ball, making the gap look even greater. Haha, the feeling of violent crushing is exhilarating. Friendly reminder, 5D viewing from number 4's perspective in Zhejiang is even better. Don't go into number 5's perspective. Oh my god, it's too scary, I'm giving myself a megaphobia. I'm even more mad at you guys who were showing off at the scene. 09 rewatched the video, and finally understood how Baishu was discovered. It wasn't Baishu's fault, it was all just a coincidence. Baishu carefully entered the cave, and everything was fine. But just as everything settled, the dirt outside the cave rolled down. At such a close distance, this little movement naturally wouldn't escape the sight of the towering Guixinhua. This can't go on. The hole wasn't deep, covered in loose, soft soil. If he continued digging, he'd probably trip. Baishu gathered his strength and said to his wristband, "Number 4." As he spoke, he launched a flying kick, and Guixinhua reached out to grab it. But being small had its advantages. Baishu shifted his position in the air, twisting into a flexible arc, his entire body horizontal in the air, and his other foot kicked at the large hand. He spun several more times in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Guixinghua's hand was kicked backward. He lowered his eyes to look at his numb wrist, and shook it. The brief numbness wore off, and it returned to its original state. It wasn't painful at all. He glanced at it for a moment before turning his head, and suddenly smiled. Not bad for your kung fu, kid. Baishu took a cautious step back. This man was unlike any other opponent he faced before. He probably hadn't practiced kung fu before, given his height and bulk, and his reactions were clumsy. Baishu sensed it after just 2 moves. But he couldn't do anything to him. He had no idea how this guy had grown up. His entire body was as hard as iron. He kicked him with all his might, but he didn't even move his feet, only his hand felt numb. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Is this the power of the aristocratic family? Besides the ancestral spirits, they could also cultivate the summoner's physical fitness. This was different from his previous life. The ancestral spirits had appeared, the 5 elements of spiritual power were surging, and there were completely unfamiliar alien species as materials. There were safe and effective things that could change a person's constitution. Baishu had already experienced Jiechinyu's inhuman physique, and now he was afraid he would encounter another one. Chapter 149. Where are you? Nuba is already in the sky, can you see it? Jiechinyu's nervous voice emanated from the bracelet. Baishu looked up and saw a black dot in the sky. I see it. I'm about 3 o'clock on her side. I try to create a focal point. With that, Baishu, unwilling to be outdone, leaped forward and launched a barrage of punches. Tickling like a tickle, a barrage of cat punches. Guixinghua sneered, his movements still slow. Why are you wasting all this effort? You can't do anything to me, and I can't catch you. Isn't it better to just wait and see which of our foreign aides will arrive first? There's nothing to compare. Before a large hand could reach him, Baishu dodged, spun in the air, tapped the ground with his toes, exerted force, and launched himself upwards. Seeing Guixinghua's fearless look, Baishu's eyes dimmed. Normal attacks were useless against him, but the human body isn't made of iron. A flash of light flashed across Baishu's hand, then faded into darkness. The head, shoulders, neck, and lower abdomen are all the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Take advantage of his paralysis and relaxation to find a way in. Now, everyone saw Baishu's figure suddenly leap high, approaching Zhejiang number 4. Guixinghua reached out to grab him. This time, Baishu didn't dodge. Why didn't he dodge this time? Did he give up, knowing he was outmatched? How could that be? Most people knew Xiaobai for his impressive archery skills, but they didn't know that he often used long-range attacks for the team's needs. His greatest strength, what initially attracted him, was close combat. So said Baichuan's diehard fans. Guixinghua clutched his neck, a long streak of blood running down his face. Because of the man's formidable physique, Baishu exerted immense strength in every move. The dagger, originally aimed for his neck, was lifted an inch higher at the crucial moment. Guixinhua thought the same thing, and his first instinct was to protect his neck, but he still got hurt. He was numb to pain, but the smell of blood seeped into his mouth. Damn you! Even as lazy as Guixinhua, injured by someone he considered weak, he couldn't help but feel furious. He gathered strength in his other hand and slapped the culprit. Seeing he couldn't dodge, Baishu crossed his arms over his chest and was instantly sent flying by a powerful force. In the chaos, Baishu struggled to control his body, desperately tapping the ground with his toes, sending up a cloud of dust. He finally came to a stop when his back hit the hill. Yellow smoke billowed, and yellow sand filled the sky. Bai Shu coughed violently, pushing himself up and trying to stretch. Thankfully his back, though painful, wasn't broken. Ahem, do you see where I am? High above, watching the dust billow in the distance, Nuba locked onto her target. I see. We be there right away. We. No need, Nuba. One is enough. Before he could finish his words, the enemy had already rushed in front of him. Bai Shu, however, was still uneasy. He didn't know who was included in we, but it definitely included himself. He was accustomed to the unspoken understanding between the two of them in combat. This was the first time he and Qin Yu had a different perspective, and he didn't understand it. Escape from Guixinghua wouldn't be difficult, Nuba alone would be enough to help him. If they wanted to launch a counterattack while the enemy was isolated, Guixinghua, with his strong defense, would definitely be the least cost-effective option. Even if all of them attacked at once, they wouldn't be able to eliminate him for a while, which would be a waste of time and skills. But there was no time to ask him for clarification now. After tasting his own blood, Guixinghua seemed like a completely different person. His brows lowered, and his demeanor darkened. I hate competitions. They're so exhausting, and I can't eat. I didn't want to waste my energy. But kid, you got me. His movements were surprisingly twice as fast. Just now, he hadn't even used his full strength. This was the first time Bai Shu had seen such a headstrong person on the field. Seeing the situation was bad, Bai Shu retreated urgently. Delay. Just hold off until Nuba arrived. After being in this world for so long, Bai Shu knew his level. Without immortality, he was no match for these tall and strong men, and the stronger the team, the more so. The inherent gaps in height, size, and strength couldn't be easily made up. He could use surprise attacks to trick people, but in a head-on confrontation, he would lose the upper hand over time. He couldn't face the ferocious number 4 head-on. As he ran, Bai Shu could only watch helplessly as the opponent gradually approached. Suddenly, the clod of earth under his left foot gave way, losing support on one side, and his body, sprinting rapidly, tilted uncontrollably to the side. No way. Still coming. Ah! As he tumbled, he saw Guixinghua roaring, relentlessly pursuing him. Bai Shu's frown relaxed, and a soft chuckle escaped his throat. Proof that people truly do laugh even when speechless. His vision was obscured by the swirling yellow earth, but he could vaguely make out a massive figure accelerating downhill, approaching even faster. He rushed forward without hesitation. There were no rough roads or obstacles here. Given his physical strength, if the two of them collided, Bai Shu would undoubtedly be the first to fall apart. In the face of true strength, all tricks were worthless. Since the start of the competition, this was one of Bai Shu's rare moments of embarrassment. His eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth slightly. Anyone familiar with him knew this was a sign of his recklessness. Some people appear well-behaved, keeping to themselves, but when they do, they're earth-shattering. While still tumbling, he drew his dagger, holding it by the hilt in front of him. He'd better crash into them. With both of them tumbling together, there was no telling who would land the blow. He was prepared to be injured and heal on his own. No matter what, he wouldn't let him get away with it so easily. Let's go! At the critical moment, Nuba descended from the sky. She spread her wings, gliding close to the ground, scooping Bai Shu up in her arms, and with a flap of her wings, she carried him upwards. Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, being unhurt was the best option, and it was thanks to Nuba's timely presence. Thank you. No need. Nuba's eyes shone with a smile. Although she was a woman and looked weak, she could easily grab Bai Shu with one hand. Once in the air, Bai Shu was about to move when dirt began to fall from his head and body. Bai Shu's face flushed instantly. Hold me, sorry. He relaxed, letting his limbs hang naturally, trying not to soil her. Nuba shook her head amusedly. It's just sand, don't worry about it. For some reason, even though he was out of danger, Bai Shu still felt uneasy. He looked back, but Guixinghua was nowhere to be found. This uneasiness reached its peak when he saw Jiechenyu and An Ning rushing over. Seeing Bai Shu, covered in yellow, Jiechenyu rushed over. Are you okay? Why are you here? They both spoke at the same time, stunned. Bai Shu hurriedly said, I'm not hurt. How are the others? Why did you all come here together? Jiang Zhengping and Zui Xingtian have reunited. They encountered Jiang number 3 and number 5. With one healer and one secondary attacker, they should be able to handle it. We were planning to rush over, but then we received your message and rushed to pick you up. Although Bai Shu was fine, Jiechenyu still worriedly checked on him. Seeing that Bai Shu's bracelet was still intact, Jiechenyu breathed a sigh of relief. He pinched Bai Shu's face and wiped the dirt off him. You become a dirt man. Bai Shu's uneasiness grew even more. He grabbed Xie Chenyu's hand and wiped it across his face. Why did you two come here? Nuba is enough to pick me up. Number 1 is cunning and treacherous. I'm worried. Number 4 has strong defense, but is clumsy. He's good enough to get away. The two of them spoke in unison, and Bai Shu finally understood the problem. He called number 4 through the bracelet, but Xie Chenyu heard number 1. He couldn't possibly make such a basic mishearing mistake. There was another possibility. It was the ability of beast number 2. No matter how much defense he took, he still couldn't prevent it. Even if he'd known beast number 2 had such a skill, everything seemed too natural, trapping people unawares. And beast number 2 was like a spider sitting on a trap, spinning its web. And Ning, oh no! Over there with the deputy captain and Zhuixingtian. The so-called number 3 and number 5 were probably altered. The one really over there is Jiujiang number 1. People with a bird's eye view could see it clearly. Watching Bai Shu retreat, Guixinhua's sharp features gradually faded back to a lazy expression. Beside him, General Xianling Wu appeared at some point. In fact, the last figure Bai Shu saw chasing him was General Wu, who looked similar to Guixinhua. To avoid exposing himself too early, Guixinhua couldn't be seen by Nuba. But immortals were different. They could be recalled immediately before the other party arrived. Okay, I don't care about what happens next. SSS. It hurts. Guixinhua touched the wound on his face, a look of reluctance on his face. He didn't even like fighting, let alone acting. What a hassle. Thank you. You have free time from now on, but you can be lazy for a while. Remember to come out? Zheng Su's calm voice came from the bracelet. You can call me. With that, everyone saw Guixinhua slumped against the slope, looking like he was about to fall asleep. After staring in amazement for a long moment, he finally moved again. Staggeringly, he stood up and walked away. Just when everyone thought he had finally repented and given up on his laziness, he returned to the place where he had first met Bai Shu, the messy hole he had dug up, and calmly inserted his head and most of his upper body into it. He just felt the sun was blinding. Isn't this too willful? Isn't this a battle? They're in the semifinals. Do they really need to rush into battle against a small team? Jiujiang number 2 stood on the top of the mountain, his lips curled slightly beneath his hood. It's undeniable that Baichuan is an interesting team. But the most interesting of all are number 1 and number 5. They're like round discs at night, their radiant light transforming the 3 ordinary stars into stars. Zheng Su believed that without these two, Baichuan wouldn't be a threat. While eliminating these two in a short period of time wouldn't be easy, it wasn't absolutely necessary. Moving them away would have the same effect, and the other 3 would be mere prey. But what's even more interesting is the unusual relationship between the 2 full moons. Zheng Su's caressing slowed slightly, as if something interesting had occurred to her. Women are naturally more sensitive to emotions, and their sixth sense is incredibly sharp. She noticed this while watching the regional finals. They naturally like to hang out together. A little trickery is all it takes at this moment. Excessive emotions can cloud judgment, right, little white rabbit? Chapter 150. Xie Chenyu opened his bracelet. Deputy Captain Zhuixingtian? No response. Either something unexpected happened, or they were too caught up in the battle to respond. Just like Bai Shu earlier, whenever he might reveal additional information, number 4 would interrupt him. It was a plot. And Ning cursed inwardly. She had specifically asked the crystal mirror before coming here, and the answer was a dangerous one. She had assumed Bai Shu was in trouble, but she hadn't realized he was referring to their actions. Xie Chenyu pondered. From the moment Bai Shu called out number 4 on his bracelet, the Jiujiang plan had begun. Number 2 was an extremely intelligent person. He had been sharpening his sword against them from the very beginning of the match. Because they were the Central Division team, they were more familiar with the field. Number 2 had found the best spot from the start, taking command of the situation. Furthermore, his distorted beast skills were more complex than expected. Changing the phonetic symbols wasn't a simple task, it required understanding their internal communications. No matter how careful they are, if the two sides meet, they can't fail to send a message to their teammates. Zheng Su is using this very fact to disrupt the situation. Xie Chenyu had considered this possibility, but it was almost an open conspiracy, so he had no choice but to act. Number 1 was cunning and quite powerful, possessing both poison and ferocious beasts. Without the nine-tailed fox's support this time, how could he trust him to fight alone? Zhuixingtian had at least reunited with the deputy team. Similarly, he couldn't possibly separate from Ning, each heading in separate directions. Know that Jiujiang number 5 hadn't appeared yet, and given number two's meticulous nature, he would surely be lying in ambush along the way. So, when that happened, and his side was at a disadvantage, Xie Chenyu remained calm. The enemy tried every possible means to separate him and Bai Shu, confident that the other three would be easier to deal with. If that were the case, Baichuan's national championship victory would be nothing more than empty talk. As captain, Xie Chenyu needed to maintain composure, while Bai Shu, as the healer, couldn't help but be anxious. With his teammates in danger, their health potentially at risk, he would be useless if he couldn't provide timely assistance. Finally, Nuba flew back from the sky and pointed in a certain direction. There's movement to the north. It's Taowu. Xie Chenyu said without hesitation, go. 0709 quickly shifted his focus to the battle on the other side. The match had begun over 10 minutes earlier. Fearing number two's skills, Baichuan didn't communicate much via his bracelet, instead waiting for the lovebirds and Nuba to confirm their positions. Luckily, Zhua and Jiang weren't far apart. Jiang Zhiping missed a step on the slope, causing quite a commotion, but the upside was that it attracted his teammates. Zhua Xingtian also stumbled at first, but with his naturally coordinated limbs, he managed to steady himself after some odd maneuvers, and then he had no trouble navigating the loose slope. The two men reunited successfully, but the good times didn't last. Lu Jiansheng suddenly attacked from behind. Zhua Xingtian, perceptive enough, pushed Jiang Zhiping aside and dodged to the side. Jiang Zhiping, cautious by nature, didn't hesitate to cast half a transparent shield on each of them despite the suddenness of the situation. Humph. Jiang Zhiping's gaze shifted slightly upwards. A sharp spike lodged itself at the center of the shield. It was barreling straight between the two men's brows. One could imagine what would have happened if they had been hit. Alas, what a pity. Lu Jiansheng emerged from the shadows of a nearby mound with a look of regret. It seems you're not as formidable as I thought. Behind the hills behind the two men, a gigantic, strange-looking tiger slowly emerged. As it moved, the ground trembled. Its sturdy limbs and tail, its yellow and black striped fur, exuded the domineering aura of the king of beasts. Its most striking difference from ordinary tigers lay in its muzzle, thick, boar-like tusks jutting outward. Roar! It lowered its front paws slightly, and let out a threatening growl. Turning his head, he saw number 3 standing far away. Surrounded, Jiang Zhiping's expression darkened. He quickly spoke to his bracelet. We encountered numbers 1 and 3. The two men had no idea that the message he had transmitted had become numbers 5 and 3. They immediately stood back to back, engaged in battle. How funny! A piece of trash has the nerve to call others awful? Does he even know what that word means? Zhua Xingtian laughed in anger. Lu Jianxin's expression was grim. You pay for your recklessness. He suddenly rushed over, clutching his own poisonous flower. Both men were startled. Lu Jianxin's running posture was terrifying. It wasn't a normal human movement. His upper body bent to an incredible angle. It was the first time Zhua Xingtian had seen someone run so naturally, using both hands and feet. He quickly formed a spear in his hand. He didn't want him to get close, so he chose the longest weapon possible. At the same time, he summoned the spirit Zhuan Zhu. Number 1 was indeed a formidable figure, so he planned to strike first. Jiang Zhiping kept a close eye on the poisonous flower in his hand. It might still have a stinger. Who knew when the other party would strike? The blue hair that hung down to his forehead suddenly flew up, and Lu Jianxin's eyebrows raised slightly. Suddenly, a giant tiger appeared at his side. He stepped on the tiger's leg and pushed himself away. The Yuchong sword landed on Taowu, leaving a bloody streak. Taowu cried out in pain, its dark, tiger-like eyes filled with resentment as it gazed upon the fleeting Zhuanzhu. It pounced with its front paws, striking with its 2 fangs. Although Taowu was fully awakened, its intelligence was low and it held a grudge. Lu Jiansheng glanced at the two men with a smug look, slipping through the gap between the man and the tiger, and charged forward. Zhua Xingtian didn't retreat either, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. The scene was bizarre. One's body stretched to an incredible degree, while the other's balance was exceptional. No matter what angle the attack came from, he always managed to dodge and stay firmly on the ground. It was a fight between two inhuman beings. Or perhaps physical geniuses. Not only that, Zhua Xingtian's endurance was exceptional, and the two were able to tie for the time being. But one couldn't withstand the rules of the other's moves, which were brutal. Fortunately, Jiang Zhiping helped, watching over the battle and adding shields in time. The two sides ended up in a draw, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Zhua Xingtian gritted his teeth. This was the gap. Even 2 against 1, they still hadn't gained the upper hand. But others didn't see it that way. 07, Newcomer number 4 Shirakawa was able to keep up with number 1. That's remarkable. While he may not have the streamlined moves of number 5, he has natural agility and coordination, and good combat awareness. He's an excellent attacker. 09. Yes, Lu Jianqing's physical fitness is extraordinary, but number 4 can actually keep up. Not bad. That's the kind of thing that makes defeating him fun. Although Lu Jianqing smiled, his eyes were dim as he flung the poisonous flower. Jiang Jinping's spirits instantly perked up, his tortoiseshell shield poised for impact. The expected poisonous stinger didn't appear, the flower simply spun without a breeze, but remained unopened. It wasn't what he imagined, Jiang Jinping thought to himself. Without hesitation, he summoned a tortoiseshell shield to cover the man. Ah! But he was still a step too late. Zhu Xingtian in front of him suddenly howled in pain, clutching his face and scratching himself recklessly. What's wrong? Jiang Jinping was shocked. Turning him over, he saw that the exposed areas of his forehead and cheeks, covered by his hands, were beginning to be covered with dense red spots, which then gradually swelled and bulged. Zhu Xingtian was terribly itchy, but aside from the initial scratches, the skin beneath the bumps had ulcerated into spirals. The stinging became intense, and he trembled as he clutched his hands to suppress the excruciating itch. What's going on? Pollen is poisonous. Hurry. Go. Seeing the summoner injured, Xuanzhu was distracted for a moment, and with his evasive abilities exhausted, Tao Wu tackled him to the ground. Xuanzhu immediately dodged and dissipated, returning to the summoner's side. Pollen? Neither the information Xia Huayu had provided nor the information Shan Liangjia later gathered from the Central District Academy had mentioned Lu Jiansheng possessing a second ability besides his poisonous sting. But there was no time for speculation at this point. The poisonous flower returned to Lu Jiansheng's hands. Jiang Jinping half-carried Zhu Xingtian and raised his hand to summon the earthen tortoise shell. Go! But it wasn't to protect them, it was to prevent them from doing anything bad. The earthen tortoise shell slammed down heavily towards Lu Jiansheng, enveloping him. At the same time, an earthen wall rose from the ground. Xuanzhu stood atop it, blocking the two men and separating Tao Wu from the advancing Tao Wu. Jiang Jinping grabbed Zhu Xingtian's trembling hand. Hold on, let's find Xiaobai. The two men took the opportunity to disappear from public view. This was the Lord of the River's second skill, allowing those unfortunate enough to be buried to move freely underground for 10 minutes. Before going on stage, he and Ning finally got what they wanted and summoned the ancestral spirit's second skill. The tortoise shell was quickly pushed open by Tao Wu, revealing Lu Jianqing's furious face. Where are they? He was targeting number 3. Underground. Wang Teng pointed tremblingly at the ground. Lu Jiansheng suddenly laughed. Seeking your own death. He patted Tao Wu. I don't think they can get far. Dig 3 feet deep to find them. Then I reward you with meat. Even hearing these words through a screen, coupled with that expression, the scene was chilling. Eat meat? Where's the meat? Could it be human flesh? It was possible. During the battle with Xuanzhu just now, it hadn't restrained itself at all. If it weren't for the ancestral spirit's agility and flash ability, it would have been devoured long ago. That's not hard to guess. Aside from the Qinbei team, how many teams that competed with Zhoujiang were seriously injured or disabled? Even if there weren't, it wasn't because Zhoujiang was soft-handed, but rather because of their superior healing abilities. On the ground, Tao Wu's eyes flashed crimson as he heard this. It twitched its nose, as if finding its target, and charged forward. Jiang Jinping was terribly anxious. Zhu Xingtian's bracelet was losing color. Although he tried not to make a sound, the trembling in his arm, so close to him, proved his pain. But he had no other choice. Hiding underground would only last 10 minutes, and he had no direction. He had to find Xiaobai. Captain Jia, where are you? Xingtian is injured. He hurriedly activated his bracelet. We're on our way, we'll be there soon. Where are you now? Xiechenyu and the other two were about to rush over, but unexpectedly, Chen Yaojin appeared mid-sentence. Zhoujiang number 5 had indeed been waiting for a long time. He was accompanied by a fully awakened Shandu. Without his abilities activated, Shandu stood less than a meter tall, yet he could summon a massive amount of flames to encircle the three of them. Xiechen유's fists clenched. They calculated our movements perfectly. But they better end the fight quickly. Otherwise, he'd definitely retaliate. Xiechenyu pulled out his mace from his waistband. Leave this to me. Seeing him charge into the sea of fire, without even bringing his ancestral spirit with him, Lingqiu was startled. How did he? Before he could finish his sentence, Xiechenyu saw Shanda fighting equally in the flames, remaining unscathed. He wasn't even afraid of the domineering yang fire, So how could he be afraid of a mere ordinary flame? Lingqi. Baichuan is truly always seeing something new. Nu Ba led Bai Shu and Ning away, one in each hand. Bai Shu continued, where are you? Let the lovebirds bring you back. Lovebird's second skill. Forcibly bind two people for 10 minutes. This skill can disrupt the opponent and quickly rescue them. This is why Baichuan and the others remained calm upon hearing Zui Xingtian was injured. But the prerequisite is to determine the positions of both parties. So the three of them must get closer. A violent tremor erupted overhead, and Jiangzheng hurriedly said, no, we can't get out. We're underground, and Tao Wu is above. Chapter 151. I understand. Don't worry, wait for me. Bai Shu said this eagerly, opening his arms to Nuba. Nuba understood and flew him high into the sky. Senior and Ning, come too. Let's get closer. I have a way to locate them. Bai Shu said anxiously. Although he couldn't see them, he could tell from their voices that they were in trouble. Zui Xingtian was usually the most talkative, so this time, his silence was quite unusual. They needed healing. Jiechenyu looked up. You go first. Nuba, one in each hand, lifted Bai Shu and Ning out of the flames. Jiujiang No. 5, seeing this, whipped out a spear and sprinted after them. His mission was to stop them. There was no way he was going to let them go. He was clearly an expert with long weapons, and he wielded the spear with great skill. Taking advantage of the moment when Nuba and the two couldn't fly high enough and couldn't fight back, he lunged at them with all his might. Incapable of causing serious damage, they were incredibly annoying, like flies. Bai Shu flung a dagger backhanded. The dagger sank deeply into the ground beneath his feet, revealing the strength of the opponent's attack even though the ground wasn't solid. Bai Shu was truly anxious. No. 5 instinctively took a step back. When he tried to move forward again, a powerful tug yanked his shoulder. Hey, don't go away, you're so annoying. The lower half of Xiechenyu's face was hidden in the shadow of the blazing flames, only his eyes were intensely dark. No. 5's heart sank. Before he could turn and thrust his spear back, he felt an intense, burning sensation on his back. His hair stood on end, and as the sharp flames licked his back, his calm and serious expression turned into a state of terror. Danger? Danger! What a terrifying temperature! As a fellow fire element, he knew he couldn't withstand it head-on. He raised his wristband and opened his mouth. Jiujiang No. 5 is eliminated. Instant kill. Everyone was stunned, speechless for a long time. The audience, the commentators, and the Jiujiang residents scattered around the arena. Gui Xinhua suddenly opened his eyes, unconcerned with the half-lit ceiling blocking the light overhead. He felt no resistance and pushed through, sitting up without a pause. Eliminated? So quickly? Lu Jiansheng narrowed his eyes. He was more angry than shocked, though certainly not for Xiao Chun. He had been determined to get the first kill, but he called someone else, and his opponent had gotten there first. How could he not be furious? What a loser. Sorry I couldn't. Ah! Before the elimination signal sounded, Zheng Su heard Xiao Chun's half-finished words and his final, painful wail. Zheng Su clenched his hand on the white rabbit into a fist. Baichuan. Finally, there was an unexpected incident. No. 5 was merely bait. He set out to eliminate numbers 2 and 4. He knew it was impossible to stop the two, and a head-on confrontation would likely result in a counterattack. But he had predicted that Xiao Chun would only need to hold off for a while. With his fully awakened spirit, he only needed to seize the opportunity to escape and avoid elimination. But in reality, he was almost instantly killed. Lu Jiancheng, on the other hand, had yet to score an elimination. His fear of Jiechenyu had become deeply rooted. The Yanghua of the past could never have achieved the ability to instantly eliminate No. 5. Sorry, Xinhua, it seems I can't let you rest in this match. Gui Xinhua brushed her hair back with one hand, brushing the dust off her head. The languor in her eyes faded, and she was uncharacteristically energetic. Honestly, I can't sleep now either. The opponent was practically riding on their necks. How could he bear to let her continue to be so arrogant? The audience was mostly confused. What happened? I don't understand. Even if she was a second-year student, she was still from Jiujiang. How could she be eliminated so quickly? Did something go wrong? A mistake? The national competition has been held for so many years, and when have you ever seen one go wrong? Lingzhou hurriedly rewound the video, slowing it down. Here. Jiechen유's positioning during the battle with Shandu was unusual. He tried to stay out in circles. His target was never the ancestral spirits, or rather, fully awakened ancestral spirits couldn't control him. Flame attacks were useless against him. When he saw Xiao Chun, refusing to give up. Using his innate power to attack Bai Shu as he was about to leave, he smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting a cold light. A sudden hint of gold appeared in the crimson flames. He kicked Shandu's shoulder, and before he could react, he grabbed number 5's shoulder. Sensing danger, Shandu behind him suddenly grew in size, his sharp claws charging towards Jiechenyu. But he was still too slow. The moment the Yang fire touched number 5, the outcome was decided. Of course, the audience couldn't see clearly, the three people completely engulfed in flames, and the cameras didn't dare approach. They only heard Shandu's sudden, crescendoing voice, a flash of golden light, and the next second the flames dissipated, leaving only an unharmed Jiechenyu on the ground. He sat down on the ground, somewhat exhausted. Aside from the fact that it required exhaustion of mental energy to stop, the Yang fire was alright. Thankfully, Jietchenyu's control of the flames was becoming increasingly refined, allowing the Yang fire to be continuously stacked and compressed. While this still required exhaustion of mental energy, it could transform the original large-scale destruction into a precise strike, killing anyone who touched it. In the past, he hadn't been so sure he could eliminate the fully awakened attacker. Back then, the Yang fire's spread was limited, so at least his own men could outrun it. If time hadn't been pressing, he wouldn't have hesitated to use his skill here. This skill is truly powerful. But judging by his appearance, it's consumed quite a bit of it. Jiujiang number 4 is heading for this place. On the other side. Over there. Nu Ba flew high into the sky and pointed to Bai Shu. Seeing such a large tiger shouldn't be difficult. Senior Nu Ba, let's get closer. Okay. The Lovebird's second skill, while convenient, is demanding. Despite appearing calm, and Ning couldn't imagine how Bai Shu could find the two people underground in such a short time. This skill only works once every half hour, so she didn't dare to be so reckless as to determine their location based on Tao Wu's position. With the Lovebird's teleportation skill, Nu Ba is even faster. After estimating the range, Bai Shu closed his eyes, and a ball of orchid will-o'-the-wisp fire appeared in front of him. Will-o'-the-wisp spread forward with immense force, like a winding dragon streaking across the sky, finally landing on the battlefield ahead and spreading outward. Fire again! I'm numb to fire now. This is truly impressive. And someone can actually wield two attribute skills simultaneously without worrying about cooldowns. That's incredible. Having seen the unexpected Yang fire before, this appearance of the Will-o'-the-Wisp drew the attention of even the coaches of the various teams and the youth academy. The Will-o'-the-Wisp appears so rarely, and is even more mysterious than the Yang fire. Judging by its eerie color, and its vast yet controllable form, it must possess extraordinary combat power. Could it be Shirakawa who ultimately wins this match? This absurd thought crossed many minds. What is that? When the Will-o'-the-Wisp appeared, Jiujiang number 1 and number 3 were still startled, despite knowing about this skill. It was clearly a flame, yet the temperature suddenly dropped, a chill penetrating through their skin and into their bones, making them feel as if they were in a dank hell, a terrifying experience. Lu Jiansheng hurriedly ordered Tao Wu to take number 3 away. But Tao Wu refused to accept his orders. He was extremely stubborn and vindictive, and he wouldn't stop until he had bitten anyone who had hurt him to pieces. The previous advantage had become a disadvantage. The situation has changed. Eliminate those two quickly. Use your ultimate skill. Zheng Su's voice emanated from her bracelet. She instinctively knew something was about to happen, so she had to strike first, even if it meant wasting a single ultimate skill. The other team eliminated Xiao Chun with their ultimate skill, so it was no loss for them to use theirs to eliminate number 2 and number 4. Don't give me orders. She was the only one with a brain, giving blind orders without understanding the situation. He was already upset that the two men had put up a desperate fight but failed to secure the first kill, and now, under attack from Will-o'-the-Wisp fire, that idiot, number 3, was still standing there, waiting to die. Besides, it was only a matter of time before he could find and kill them both. Why use Tao Wu's ultimate? He was the only attacker left, and using it against two minions was a huge loss for him. Lu Jiansheng could only retract his retreat and charge straight at number 3, cursing as he charged. Are you out of your mind? You can't dodge. Come here. Wang Tun shrugged. It wasn't that he didn't know how to dodge, it was that he couldn't. First, his body wasn't as agile as the attackers, and second, he was so used to being controlled, like a medicine bag, that he had long lost his judgment. Lu Jiansheng could only curse and rush to the rescue. More than anything else, the healer was the lifeblood of the team. All teams agreed to keep the healer. When the chill touched his skin, number 3's eyes suddenly widened. He stopped running and stood still with a strange expression. Idiot! Lu Jiansheng reached out to grab it, and when he touched the flames, his running stopped. The two of them shared an oddly similar expression. Are you kidding me? No feeling? The bracelet was a startling green. Everyone, ? Bai Shu wasn't joking, of course. It was a shame there was no death energy nearby, but that wasn't his goal. It was the health bar that appeared when he used his skills, something even Jie Chenyu didn't know. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding it. No one had ever asked him. Among the 6 health bars Bai Shu saw amidst the will-o'-the-wisp fire, 2 were close together, one half dead, the other in imminent danger. Right here, Bai Shu, Senior, don't move. Senior? Under the thickest black pattern on Tao's belly, about 2 meters underground. And Ning, all right. You two must hold tight. The 2 heads of the lovebirds exchanged glances and chirped in unison. Jiang Zhengping appeared before them, holding Zhuixingtian. Roar! The prey vanished. Tao rushed over in anger. Nuba set them down, drew her feather staff, and flew forward. Bai Shu was horrified at the sight of Zhuixingtian's disfigured face, and, without a word, pulled out his natal peach blossom. The peach blossom's healing power is profound, a panacea, capable of healing wounds and detoxifying. The ulcers on number 4's body, which had spread to the size of tree rings, visibly smoothed out quickly. The bracelet's sensation was even more vivid, like a shot of chicken blood, soaring from orange-red to a healthy green. Maybe even more. He looked even better than he did at the start of the match. This wasn't just peach blossoms, this was clearly a panacea. Baichuan number 5, he smells so good. I'm so greedy. He more than doubled the overall strength of any team he joins. They never thought Baichuan could beat Zhejiang. But what about now? From the moment Xie Chenyu eliminated number 5 to the moment the 3 rescued the trapped 2 and treated the seriously injured number 4, only a few minutes had passed, yet the changes were so drastic, so dizzying, and so hard to avoid. Xie Chenyu also caught up from behind, followed closely by Guixinhua, who was half a head taller than him. The former clutched his chest, his expression slightly grim. Go ahead. How could Lu Jiancheng let them go? His eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 who appeared. The opponent had finally arrived. His original target was Xie Chenyu, but his cold gaze shifted elsewhere, filled with anger at being deceived by the will-o'-the-wisp fire, and resentment at seeing Zhuixingtian's complete recovery in an instant. The poison he was so proud of seemed vulnerable. Yes, it was his Lu family's unique poison, not the pollen from the poisonous flower, nor his innate ability. While the competition prohibited other items, it was by no means harsh. For example, the bandages on Jiu's body, the non-ferrous material in Zhuixingtian's weapon. Amazing. He can both attack and heal. His expression changed in an instant. Tao Jie Chenyu had been on guard against him for a long time. How could he not know what he was up to? He was going to drag Bai Shu and Tao into a private battle. Really impressive. Zhuixingtian, and Ning, and Jiang Zhengping, who had recovered, almost simultaneously shielded Bai Shu behind them, while Jie Chenyu charged directly at Tao. Everyone had a single thought in their minds. No matter who it was, it couldn't be Bai Shu. Chapter 152. Bai Shu had braced himself for the worst, being pulled in. His first reaction was to summon white peach blossoms, and inject them into Jie Chenyu's body. Alas, neither the people blocking the way nor Jie Chenyu, who had rushed out, were affected. Bai Shu's figure was becoming transparent. Xiao Bai? Zhuixingtian. Zhuixingtian was also becoming transparent. He had just recovered from the pain of the poison and, frankly, still couldn't comprehend the situation. He looked up at his translucent hand, then at his teammates, whose faces were filled with anxiety. And, seemingly invisible to them, an empty black space was taking shape. Tao growled menacingly within. He exchanged glances with Bai Shu, and instinctively stood in front of him. He heard Ning's excited voice, suddenly enlightened. It's the lovebird skill. And Ning quickly realized that this was because she had just used her skill to bind the 2 of them together. The rules between their skills conflicted, thus, both of them had the possibility of entering the space, which was much better than expected. However, Ning's smile soon froze. As Zhuixingtian's body solidified, the connection between them was gradually severed. Compared to the not yet fully awakened lovebirds, Tao's rules clearly prevailed. Not only that, Bai Shu felt a sense of being pulled away. He was being sucked into the space, while Ji Kong was blocked outside, an absolute one-on-one. Even the ancestral spirits were being excluded. A typical bullying skill. Let me in! Watching helplessly as the man and the beast receded, unable to catch them no matter how hard he tried, Zhuixingtian roared in frustration, gritting his teeth. What else was there to be confused about? His healing skills were on cooldown. His attack skills dealt low damage, and the only thing he could use was the short sword he had hastily handed over. Even Bai Shu, forced to eliminate his ancestral spirits, faced Tao Wu. What difference was there between him and the starving slaves in the Colosseum? In the space, Bai Shu had already adjusted his mindset. Ji Kong was outside. Well, that was fine. He glanced at Zhuo Xingtian one last time, his eyes firm. Tell them I hold on as long as I can in this place. Okay. Be very careful, Zhuo Xingtian said hurriedly. Tao Wu and Bai Shu vanished completely from sight. Leaving behind were the four furious, ferocious-looking men and the restless ancestral spirits. Oh my god, Bai Chuan is going berserk. Oh my little Bai. What should I do with him? How big is he? How big is Tao Wu? How can we defeat him? The key is that we can't see the battle inside, and there's no one in Bai Shu's perspective. Is Bai Chuan's berserk abnormal? Zhejiang has taken their hearts and souls away. Hurry and rescue them. Am I the only one paying attention to the new ancestor? Why does it look like a fully awakened one? Oh shit. That can't be right. Why don't you run? Zheng Su said hoarsely, his tone more anxious than when he was groping for the rabbit. Facing the covetous Bai Chuan, Zhejiang was now feeling a little timid. One of their attackers was eliminated, and the ancestor was gone. They were relying solely on poison, but Bai Chuan had quite a few attackers. The seriously injured ones had recovered, and the tricky cooldowns on their skills were over. Everyone was in excellent health. All the previous plans had become a ridiculous empty talk. Even Zheng Su and Lu Jiansheng, summoners who prided themselves on being superior to others from aristocratic families, had to admit that he was quite powerful. It was strange. How could a nameless team like Bai Chuan produce such talent? Nuba! Unleash all your skills. Jianxinyu stared at Lu Jiansheng intently, a ferocious expression on his face. Nuba spun once in the air, and upon closer inspection, she looked like a completely different person. Her wings had grown larger, and clutching a feather staff, she soared through the sky, charging straight at Lu Jiansheng. Fire-based skills, feather staff attacks, and powerful skills were unleashed all at once. Zhuan Zhu, Zhuo Xingtian said, throwing a series of specially crafted darts at Zhuan Zhu. He, armed with two swords, dashed out with Zhuan Zhu, forming parallel lines on the ground, heading straight for the center of Zhejiang. Let them be vulnerable, leaving them no time to worry about Lu Jiansheng. Bai Wan was furious. From the time they chased him in the South District until now, I never seen such frenzied output from them. They threw every skill they had, regardless of cooldowns. The people in the South District felt the same way. This wasn't like Bai Chuan, the shrewd man known for hiding his ultimate move for last, a master at playing the pig and eating the tiger. They were all panting, their faces sullen. Were they angry? Our usually gentle Jia team had an expression as cold as a deep winter lake. Not even a fake smile was possible, let alone a smile. The people of Bai Chuan trembled. Although a major concern had been removed, Zheng Su, unusually, didn't seem to feel much joy. It's undeniable that Bai Chuan could be quite intimidating when he went all out. She glanced into the void, hoping to hear the elimination signal soon. When Tao Wu appears, that's when they turn the tables. They need to hold on until then. Xin Hua, it's up to you. Zheng Su pushed number 3 forward, then looked at Lu Jiansheng. Let's move quickly and buy time. From what she knew so far, Bai Shu had better healing skills. As for attack, while he was skilled, he didn't have any hard-hitting skills. And his endurance isn't comparable to that of an average person. 10 to 30 minutes, that was Zheng Su's highest estimate. 30 minutes, and once Tao Wu's skill cooldown expires, no matter how incredibly powerful he is, he'd be ripped apart and eliminated. Such a long range is undoubtedly Zheng Su's recognition of his immeasurable potential. Good. Guo Xinhua raised his hand, and pressed it precisely above the suddenly appearing circular disc. The circular compass grew from palm size to full length, bearing 6 digits. Guo Xinhua spun the compass rapidly. The needle finally landed on the number 5. Guo Xinhua blew, clearing away the strands of hair that were blocking his view. Good luck. The compass represents defense, and the number on it represents the multiplier. Of course, the larger the number, the stronger the defense. With his existing defense, a 5-fold increase would allow him to do whatever he wanted. Transparent protective shields enveloped the 4 people from Zhejiang. The 4 of them breathed a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Then, realizing it, they felt embarrassed. Little Bai Chuan had actually intimidated them so much. Ah! Seeing his dehydrated, skinny hands and aching face, Wang Tung couldn't help but scream. He was the weakest of the 4, and his defenses were correspondingly the lowest. His body was finally unable to retain moisture. He could still resist, but the soil beneath his feet had lost significant moisture, turning into loose sand. He relied almost entirely on Guo Xinhua's support to prevent himself from falling and getting up. The next to lose strength was Zheng Su, his body trembling slightly beneath his black robe. Damn it! Jie Qinyu raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat grateful that the Central and Western Zone teams he encountered didn't have any water-type players. Nuba's massive azure wings flapped, quickly breaking through the encirclement and heading straight for Lu Jiansheng. Bang! Ah! With Lu Jiansheng's scream, Nuba kicked the dodging figure away and towards Jie Qinyu. It was a shame he had a shield, so even with the solid kick, he didn't take any damage. Meanwhile, Jie Qinyu quickly responded from the other side, his eyes blazing as his prey fell from the sky, finally revealing a long-lost wicked smile. Whatever shield he had, he'd be doomed to failure if he encountered the Yang fire. Guo Xinghua rushed to stop him, but Zui Xingtian leaped onto his shoulder like a monkey. Big guy, don't get distracted. I play with you. Who wants to play with you? Unable to break free, Guo Xinghua summoned General Wu of the Xianling spirit. Without waiting for him to regain his balance, the Xianling spirit quickly added another layer of protective shield to Lu Jiansheng's safety zone, emitting thick smoke that spread in all directions. Both Baichuan and Zhoujiang were enveloped in billowing smoke and dust. Cough, cough, cough. The thick smoke made it impossible to see, let alone open one's eyes. As Jie Qinyu straightened up, he strained to see ahead with his red, stinging eyes. The target was no longer in sight. He clenched his hands. Overhead, the Nuba rapidly flapped its wings, trying to dispel the smoke. If I can catch it the first time, I always catch it the second time. Just then, a subtle vibration suddenly came from beneath his feet, and the movement intensified. Jie Qinyu's expression changed, and he took a few steps back. Everyone retreat. A small circle of light suddenly appeared above the thick smoke. A face, resembling an inverted triangle of a tongue, bulged from its mouth with two fangs. And a pair of scarlet eyes, the unique species. A slender, black body and hundreds of centipede-like legs flared on either side of its abdomen, faintly visible through the rising fog. Retreat! Not only Baichuan, but also the entangled Zhoujiang retreated. The next second, a massive insect rose from the parched, almost desertified soil. Through the thin haze overhead, the alien's features finally became visible. Like a centipede, it had numerous legs on either side of its body. However, unlike typical legs, which are thick at the top and pointed at the bottom, these legs consisted of two segments, the thicker one near the body's end, shorter, while the second segment was retractable, relatively slender, and pointed at the tip. Why was Jie Qinyu so clear? Because the upper half of its body, when it lifted, revealed its sharp segments, while the one touching the ground remained short and thick. Its body wasn't massive, but it was quite long. Even though it wasn't human, one could still see the fury in its beastly eyes. Lingjiu, it's a centipede. It should be level 5 or 6. Aliens are generally less aggressive in winter. I guess it came out this time because the fight disturbed it. For a moment, everyone was on high alert, waiting for the alien to attack. Baichuan also searched for Lu Jiansheng. After waiting for a moment, the aliens didn't move, and the image looked off. Lingji leaned in closer to the screen for a closer look, then suddenly focused. Oh no! The soil is becoming too sandy. They're dropping. Jie Qinyu could feel the soil burrowing through his feet, flowing into the cracks where the aliens had emerged. The flowing sand was difficult to control. Jie Qinyu, staring blankly at Lu Jiansheng, saw him first fall through the sand into the cracks where the aliens had emerged. He then let himself go. Nuba, follow him. Ah! It was unclear who yelled first. One after another, like dumplings being dropped in a stream, several people fell through the sand into the cracks. When the smoke finally cleared, only 4 figures remained on the battlefield: Guo Xinhua and Wang Teng from Zhoujiang, and Zui Xingtian and Jiang Zheping from Baichuan. As both sides watched the cracks gradually heal under the sand, worry flashed in their eyes, their gazes finally resting on each other. The battlefield was divided. Chapter 153. On the ground, the two sides stared at each other for a long moment. Guo Xinhua suddenly scratched his hair and sighed irritably. Ah! I don't want to fight anymore. This is so boring. He held Wang Teng behind his shield with one hand, and with the other, grasped the massive compass shield. He popped his head out from behind the shield and discussed with Baichuan, why don't we just go our separate ways? It's hard to tell who's winning anyway. Zui Xingtian and Jiang Zheping exchanged glances. Although they hated to admit it, this was the truth. Not to mention that his skills had been nearly depleted. How could he, relying solely on his damage output, fight against a powerful shield and powerful healer? Those weren't two people on the other side, they were clearly a single, fully automatic health-regenerating golden bell. He couldn't penetrate them. Of course, they couldn't do anything to them either. After Jiang Zheping gave a tentative, hesitant nod, he stabbed his shield into the ground and sat down. Jiang Zheping, Zwishing Tian, lonely as snow, he sat down on the ground in frustration. All right then, let's rest. Despite saying this, his eyes never left the two men opposite him, as if he tells Zhuanju to flash and attack if number 3 dared to show up. Unfortunately, the other side looked unreliable, but they hid their healer very well. The two sides actually sat down face to face to recuperate. What a strange scene. Fast forward to the other people's perspectives. The excitement below, in the crack, several people were carried down by the sand and earth. After an unknown amount of time, they landed heavily on the ground. Hiss, cough, cough. Jiechenyu struggled to stand, clutching his aching chest. His hand felt dampness. It was much wetter here than on the ground, indicating they were at a considerable depth. Although buried deep underground, it wasn't completely dark. Though the light was dim, at least he could see his surroundings clearly. The space here wasn't large, just a few meters square. All he could see was dark rock. He was standing on piles of dirt. If it weren't for these cushions and Nuba's initial support, it would have been a disaster. But then it became increasingly narrow, and Nuba couldn't spread her wings. Looking closely, the rock walls were jagged and uneven, creating patches of light and dark where the light refracted. The deepest shadows revealed a network of passageways, but from the front, all he could see was a vast expanse of darkness. In the corners of the ground lay piled many fallen, broken shells, from which scattered glimmers of light came. They were the small lamps on the centipede's head. It was much dimmer than the one it currently had on its head. Jiechenyu glanced at it, and quickly looked away, carefully, quietly, yet eagerly searching for his target. Misfortunes never come singly. Despite his calm expression, he secretly wished he ripped the beast that had suddenly appeared from nowhere into pieces. Just a tiny bit more. If he could capture Lu Jiancheng and unleash a single yang fire, Bai Shu would be rescued. And Zhoujiang's output would be cut off. Something's wrong. And Ning patted the ground and walked over with Nuba. Jiechenyu's gaze shifted to the dark patches. It was incredibly quiet. There was no trace of him from beginning to end. He had jumped in the direction Lu Jiancheng was falling, so the distance shouldn't have been too far. The most likely scenario was that they had taken refuge. How could they have moved so much faster, descending at the same time? And Ning summoned the crystal mirror to ask for directions. When the ground cracked, it was Jiechenyu and Zwishing Tian, who were at the forefront, who were about to be trapped. It was Ning who used his skills to pull Zwishing Tian back and replaced him. Just for this moment. The situation underground was unknown, and it would be inconvenient for both attackers to be there. Soon, the crystal mirror gave the desired answer. Great danger. And Ning paused before a dark, shadowy patch. It's right here. The wall separated it, barring even a single person from passing through. The passage was pitch black, no other colors visible. The trap lay beyond. But even knowing it was a trap, he had to go anyway. Saving Bai Shu was urgent. Jiechenyu turned and walked forward, not stopping. Ah! Don't go, no go! I'm so torn. Who could have imagined that Zhoujiang was truly powerful, even inciting the aliens to rebel? On the other side of the cave entrance, a centipede worm snaked along the left wall, glaring at the entrance, a familiar white rabbit perched on its head. To seduce the inhuman alien, the beast didn't need to transform into human form. Its long rabbit hair hung at its side, its bright red eyes extremely alluring. On the lower left was Zhang Su, clad in a black robe, completely cloaked in darkness. To the right, Lu Jiancheng clung to the wall, holding his poisonous flower in one hand and brushing it with the other, sending fine dust showering onto the blossom. For a moment, the pale, layered petals took on a strange, gradient pink hue, whereas last time, it had been a subtle, pale pink. He observed the transformation of his poisonous flower with a satisfied smile. This time, he wanted to see how they treated him. It was simply that Zhoujiang was faster than Baichuan. Zhang Su had already recruited the centipede, so how could he not be familiar with the underground? Zhang Su had also come down of his own accord, but not out of concern for Lu Jiancheng. His target, however, was not Baichuan, but the alien species that had finally appeared. Compared to Baichuan's distress, the two men descended safely. As they descended, Zhang Su held onto Lu Jiancheng tightly, who had spotted Jiechenyu about to launch a surprise attack. His dark eyes beneath his black robe were filled with warning. If you want to die immediately like Xiao Chun, I kick you right off. She was fed up with Lu Jianqing's fixation on the present and his stubbornness. In terms of pettiness and stubbornness, he and Tao Wu were practically cut from the same cloth. Bai Chuan wasn't just two people. There was also the ancestral spirit Nuba, the lovebirds, and the unknown ancestral spirit number 5. And that white peach blossom that piqued her interest. This meant he could use the skill that instantly eliminated Xiao Chun a second time. So many hidden cards, how enviable. Not to mention whether he could hit the target with one strike. Even if he did, what good would it do? If the enemy discovered their position and hurled a volley of flames at them, they wouldn't benefit. So, even with the help of aliens, they couldn't rush forward rashly. Zheng Su hated acting impulsively, and even more so, acting on impulse. If only they could eliminate the enemy without bloodshed. After all, they weren't the ones anxious. No chance could be missed, they had to hit the target with one strike. Bai Shu didn't have time to wait. Conjuring up every possible scenario in his mind, Xie Chenyu even prepared to summon Yang Fire at any moment. Just as he neared the cave entrance, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Xie Chenyu, preoccupied with thoughts and a look of terror, tilted his head to look intently. It was Ji Kong. Xie Chenyu was puzzled. Ji Kong chuckled silently, blaming him for having just summoned him, and making his young teammates forget his abilities. The two of them silently gestured, and after a moment, Xie Chenyu took the initiative to step back, allowing Ji Kong to stand in front of the cave. Huh? Lingzhou looked puzzled. Isn't this ancestor a healing spirit? Yes, yes. What was he going to do? What did he mean? Was he going to take the damage? Or perhaps, should we switch to Nuba? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Bai Chuan was short of a healer, which was why Dong Feng had been banned for 2 matches. This time, Bai Shu had given up on the powerful nine-tailed fox and hastily chose the recently summoned human spirit. This led them to conclude that Ji Kong was a healing spirit, but it couldn't possibly be for his attack power. Besides, a spirit skilled in attack could be easily identified by its demeanor and movements. As for Ji Kong, it was obvious he wasn't. Although he appeared to be fully awakened, in reality, he hadn't garnered much attention until now. There was no other reason. Clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Judging from his appearance, Ji Kong lacked the majestic stature and natural dominance of the nine-tailed fox, nor the gentle elegance and reserved composure of Dong Feng. He looked like a slacker. Forget about his attack power, even his healing abilities weren't particularly impressive. Everyone saw his slovenly clothes and unkempt appearance, and his lack of aura. Little did they know that during his lifetime he was a brilliant scholar, a versatile talent, a life of bold love and hate, upright and honest, free and easy, and the epitome of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Even less did they know that after his death, he was elected Ghost Emperor for his deeds. Although he was the least experienced of the 5 Ghost Emperors, he was still capable of commanding hundreds of ghosts. Ji Kong put on his shoes and strolled towards the cave entrance. With each step, his appearance subtly changed. Perhaps due to the light or something else, his jade-colored skin turned bluish-white, and he assumed a more imposing aura. Though he was the same person, dressed in the same yellow robe, he seemed to embody a solemn figure, dignified without even a hint of anger. He raised one hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and drew a line in the air. A crack appeared before them, a faint blue-green light emanating from it. A chilling wind blew from the rift, lifting Ji Kang's scattered hair. A handsome face, with sharp features, was revealed. His thin lips were tightly closed, and his eyes held a frivolous look. Why did he suddenly seem rather handsome? Not just seemingly, but truly handsome. Will-o'-the-wisp? Xie Chenyu couldn't help but wonder, looking at the flames of similar hue. Humph? Ji Kong glanced at him, non-committal. Not even 1/1000th of a child's will-o'-the-wisp. This was just the most common fire in hell, the overflow of a passing soul, igniting spontaneously without a flame. Thinking of hell, filled with ghosts, these flames existed like what was Dong Feng talking about, carbon dioxide in the human world. There was no comparison to the pure, blue, clear will-o'-the-wisp fire that could incinerate souls. Why else would he chase Bai Shu? One reason was to come out and see this new world. It was more of a matter of fate. Bai Shu's character was excellent. Not only was he a healer, but he also had a connection to the underworld. If he missed out, where would he find another? 1, 2, 3. The cracks gradually multiplied, illuminating the gloomy space with the color of hell. Pairs of hands emerged from the cracks, and round eyeballs peeked out from the slits. Seeing unique scenery, they excitedly opened their mouths and leaped out. Hee hee hee. Woof woof. The Ghost Emperor summons us, how dare we disobey? What is this? Ah! Attracted by the blue-green color in his peripheral vision, Lu Jiancheng turned sharply and let out a cry of surprise. Behind him, a disfigured humanoid ghost crawled out of the cracks, its bloody maw gaping at him. At the same time, similar cracks appeared from all directions. The howls of release echoed throughout the cave. There were fawning evil spirits, mischievous little ghosts, idle ghost messengers, belligerents, those who enjoyed watching the action, and all sorts of ghosts still attached to the mortal world. A veritable howl of ghosts. What a powerful skill. Even Ling Qi, who was guarding a powerful ancestor, couldn't help but exclaim, and he was even more at a loss for words for Bai Shu. This ancestor was clearly a powerful figure, at least a ghost king, like Meng Shan of Boji. The most astonished were the West District, home to the Fengdu secret realm. Yuan Can and the West District coach's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether Bai Chuan ultimately won or made it to the youth training camp, the West District must be invited. But is Jiujiang #1 really that afraid of ghosts? Ling Jiu wondered. Ah! When Lu Jianqing's screams echoed from the cave entrance, Xiechun knew his chance had arrived. He sprinted toward the entrance, unsheathing his mace, and holding it horizontally before him. He bit one leg, lowered the other to the ground, and slid through the hole at a very low angle. His vision narrowed, and he could only see people's legs. But to guard against Lu Jianqing's poisonous attack, he had to find unexpected angles to attack. I saw it. A flash of gold flashed before his eyes, the color of the Central Division team's uniform. Xiechun swung his mace mercilessly. Bai Shu! Watch out! Zheng Su turned and saw this, but it was too late to warn him. Lu Jiancheng was so frightened that he had no time to react to the opponent's blow. He fell heavily to the ground. Xiechun supported himself with one hand and twisted his body. The veins on his arm, gripping the mace, bulged. Die! The sharp tip pierced Lu Jiancheng's arm cleanly. Crack. The sound of bone cracking. Ah! Lu Jianqing's screams intensified. The mace, no matter how barbed it was, had a blunt, round tip, yet it sank firmly into his arm. It showed how much strength Xiechun had exerted. That was the pent-up anger. His fingers twitched twice, and he finally released the poison flower. Lu Jianqing's cheeks twitched slightly, and his bloodshot eyes stared intently at Xiechun. I can't even use my skills against you. The condescending gaze, filled with contempt, challenged Lu Jianqing's nerves more than the pain itself. Bai Shu, Zheng Su was screaming in his heart. Why haven't you eliminated me yet? Come on! Zheng Su waved his hand, his voice hoarse and cracked, his initial composure gone. Thump, thump, thump! The centipede's body swung wildly. The rocks fell, and hundreds of sharp dismemberments jutted out. With every step, several souls vanished into the cave. Lu Jiancheng, unwilling to give up, took advantage of the chaos and used his mental power to send the poisonous flower flying. With his life hanging in the balance, he couldn't care less whether it was a ghost or not. A fireball enveloped the poisonous flower. His pupils suddenly shrank. Don't try to harm anyone again. Nuba emerged from the cave entrance. Lu Jiancheng was mortified and furious. Ah! Xiechun drew his mace, his eyes cold, and raised it again. Lu Jiancheng, shock. The look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a piece of stinking garbage, unwilling to even touch it, let alone his innate yang fire, which contained his mental power. It had been so long since Lu Jiancheng had been humiliated like this. He lowered his head, his already ferocious face looking even more terrifying than a demon. Ha! Ha ha! Lu Jiancheng, hold on! Not far behind her, Zheng Su roared, despite the pain in her throat. She finally revealed her true form, an ancient, pure black-framed bronze mirror. If the Ning crystal essence gave off a sense of splendor and mystery, then this mirror was a strange and contradictory one. In the mirror, amidst the blue-green flames, were hundreds of ghosts slowly dissipating, Anuba instinctively covering her face to avoid it, and two figures, one taller and one shorter, locked in a fierce confrontation. Leave me alone! Roar! The Taowu, its fur turned inside out, and clumps wet with blood, its fangs marked with a deep nick, occupied half the cave. It was clearly in a frenzy, biting anyone it saw. Xiechun quickly dodged, a hint of emotion finally showing on his face. But, Captain! The mind and the body's actual movements were at odds. Most of his shoulder was firmly engulfed in the Tao's jaws. Reverse mirror. Slaw. The distinctive crimson uniform, and a piece of flesh were forcibly torn off. His brows furrowed, his gaze not at Tao in front of him, but at Bai Shu, who was equally covered in wounds on the other side. Beneath him was the alien with a bloody mouth. Ha ha. Watching the contempt in those eyes give way to nervousness and panic, Lu Jiansheng couldn't help but laugh. Anyone who messes with me, I make them pay. The video rewinded a few seconds to the moment when the space around the centipede's mouth suddenly opened. A body, defenseless and soft, with a scent of energy, appeared, carrying a bloody scent that stimulated the animal's senses. A feast dropped from the sky. Even a brief moment of confusion was quickly forgotten. The alien's cannibalistic nature remained unchanged. It immediately opened its mouth and thrust its head forward, its two fangs about to pierce Bai Shu's soft belly as it fell. The taut string in Xie Yu's heart snapped. He turned back and rushed forward reckless. Under the brightest light, everyone could see clearly that number 5 would be ripped apart before being eaten. No, he was definitely doing this on purpose. Bai Shu's eye was injured, the pain was intense, and the blood was pouring out, making it impossible to open his eyes. In that isolated space, it was just him and the beast, with no obstacles to hide or leverage. He could only seize every opportunity to minimize his damage, avoid injuries, and buy time. It was no exaggeration to say that every second felt like an eternity. But he remained calm, calculating every possible escape route. The thought of giving up was firmly repressed in the deepest recesses of his mind. It was different from before. Someone was waiting for him outside, but he was truly exhausted. The constant jumping and the intense anxiety had drained his strength. So much so that when Tao Wu accidentally smacked him in the face with a claw, his sluggish body could only spin sideways, unable to even take a single step back. He narrowly avoided eye injury. This body is truly exhausted, don't blame him. Thinking this way, as his body suddenly plummeted, Bai Shu reluctantly moved, straining to open his eyes, which weren't covered in blood. He didn't want to be eliminated. He wasn't facing the arena, but an extremely ugly triangular face. His nerves were constantly straining, his brain unable to react. He stared blankly at the bizarre-shaped creature beneath him. Why is there another centipede this large? Tao Wu hasn't dealt with it yet. This is really the end. I'm sorry. His eyes dimmed, and suddenly he saw Li Chenyu. He was badly wounded, half his body covered in blood. How could he be bleeding more than him? Don't run, your injuries will only get worse. You need treatment. Bai Shu, oblivious to his own injuries, had a complex expression. Heartache, blame, worry. Ha! Lovebird. Ji Kong and An Ning, watching from the cave entrance, acted immediately. Ji Kong used Skill 1, restoring 20% of their health. Lovebird used Skill 1, instantly bringing the two objects closer. Xie Yu had barely taken a few steps when he had already firmly embraced the man. The weight in his arms wasn't a burden, but a comforting presence. Looking at the man in his arms, his face covered in blood, he lost his remaining restraint. He looked at Tao Wu, charging at him recklessly, and Lu Jiansheng, with a sinister expression on his face. He stood quietly, his face suppressing an expression of utter aloofness and indifference. Golden flame shot up into the sky. Oh my god! I'm going blind. There was a crackling sound, the cameras were broken. And Ning was familiar with the routine, but she hadn't run in a long time, so she suddenly became nervous and actually dragged Ji Kong along with her. Zheng Su rolled over and sat on the centipede, leaving without a backward glance. Tao Wu, mired in the golden glow, lost his previous arrogance. He glanced at the two men unwillingly as they retreated into the spiritual sea. No matter how much he held a grudge, he couldn't help but understand the situation clearly. Xie Yu held Bai Shu tightly with his uninjured arm. He looked at Lu Jiansheng, his face twisted in the flames, calm as if he were admiring a masterpiece, even smiling. He didn't want to see him jump around for another second, but it would be a pity to kill him. He diluted the yang fire, spreading it as evenly as possible. He wanted to buy time, to make him remember the pain of this moment clearly. Lu Jiansheng struggled. But he was clearly running towards the cave entrance, so why did he crash into the raised wall on the right? His head was bleeding. He remembered that he too was caught in the reverse mirror. The sudden shift in left and right, especially in such an urgent situation, meant no one could react. He reached out to Zheng Su, who was fleeing overhead. Save me, save me! The shrill voice echoed through the cave, but it didn't even elicit a glance from the black-robed man. Zheng Su held a white rabbit, her eyes cold. With the aliens, disobedient output would only lead to ruin. What good was it to have such a lingering creature? Finally, Xie Yu stepped on his deformed, sunken arm. He crushed it mercilessly. Lu Jiansheng gave up struggling, though he had no strength to do so. He actually wished he'd been eliminated sooner, spared the agony of the flames. That damned woman, Zheng Su, hadn't intended to take him away from the start, otherwise she wouldn't have let him into the mirror. Think about the two above you. Zheng Su doesn't care if there's an attacker or not. With the aliens, she eliminate the two above, and then you, Baichuan, will definitely lose. Zhejiang number 1 is eliminated. Chapter 154. The screen was ablaze with gold, and the people inside couldn't be seen. With a crackling sound, the equipment was destroyed, and several screens went black, but the voice of Zhejiang's captain being eliminated echoed throughout the competition area. Oh, Shirakawa, with the advantage of all his players still alive, defeated Zhejiang. He eliminated 2 attackers in a row. How could this be? They were a semi-final team. A few words punctuated the screen's impossibility. Is Zhejiang going too far? How could they throw a teammate into an alien's mouth? Finally, someone spoke my mind. Everyone was so calm, I thought it was my fault. How could it be our fault? That scene just now made my heart skip a beat. My little white. The wristbands were there for safety, but it was a last resort. The South District is making a big deal out of nothing. So can we also say that Shirakawa number 1 set people on fire? What if the alien wasn't in the stomach, but the neck? Even with a hand guard, you can't do that. How can a beast know what's important? The audience outside was boiling with excitement, and the comment section was full of heated debate, eager to see what was going on. Alas, even after Lu Jiansheng was eliminated, the golden fire continued to burn brightly. Even after hearing that number 1 had been eliminated, Shan Liangzhe's expression didn't brighten much. He slammed his hand on the table, and stood up abruptly. I want to report it. A sudden noise erupted from the silence of the unattended backstage. Everyone looked over. The entire backstage area served as the surveillance and control center for the competition. Although it was an enclosed space, it was brightly lit. The backstage was circular, with rounded walls, displaying live footage from the 5 competition venues. Below the screens were sophisticated control consoles, 5 of which were in operation. The most prominent features on each console are 10 illuminated lights, corresponding to the competitors' wristbands. A closer look reveals fingerprints imprinted on each light, serving as the medium for teleporting back to the team members. While each teleportation method differs, the principles are similar. Between the outermost curtain wall and the central teleportation array is a rest area, furnished with luxurious furnishings and refreshments. Besides the summoners responsible for teleportation and emergency treatment, and the specialized personnel responsible for the competition area, the coaches of each participating team gather here. Even more importantly, the leaders of each faction are present. The national competition hinges on the future of humanity and, more importantly, the future development of all factions, so they have been specially dispatched. Shan Liangzhe faced the 3 people in the center. A middle-aged man in military uniform, an elderly man in Taoist robes, and a young man in casual clothes. Unlike the Southern District, where the forces are purely military-dominated, the regional competitions are solely handled by the military. The Central District is populous and relatively peaceful, with a complex network of factions. These 3 individuals represent the 3 largest factions in the Central District: the military, the hermit family, and the youth training camp. Shan Liangzhe, having just arrived in the Central District and unsure of the situation, had no choice but to go directly to the person with the most influence, ignoring Coach Zhejiang's instantly sullen expression. After all, the national competition was different. No one would let them manipulate them. Of course, the military, as the original contributor and builder, sat at the center of all 3. Hearing Shan Liangzhe's words, the uniformed man, Lu Chengwei, tilted his head. Report what? Shan Liangzhe tried to calm himself, but his tone still tinged with questioning. The Central District has always been the venue for the national competition, with countless events both large and small. How could you not notice Zhejiang's malicious attack? Malicious attack? Before the other person could say anything, the man with slick-back hair sitting across from him suddenly laughed, as if he heard the term for the first time. Isn't it? Shan Liangzhe stared at him intently. This man was Coach Zhejiang. The man with the slick-back hair shook his head. Is it because there are so few summoners in the South District that you're so distrustful of those behind the scenes, these healers? Oh, I forgot, there aren't many healers in the South District. We in the Central District don't have any concerns about that, so it's natural for us to be more relaxed. Why make a big deal out of it? Shan Liangzhe just stared at him, making him uncomfortable. I haven't even mentioned what I'm reporting yet, and you're already jumping out with such confidence. It seems you know what you should be reporting. He couldn't beat them, but if he were truly worthless, he wouldn't have replaced Coach Shirakawa. His usually gentle eyes gleamed. Although he looked at the 3 men, his gaze met the young man in plain clothes. People are close to each other, and in the Central District, Anyone who isn't absolutely upright and reasonable will inevitably side with their own people. Shan Liangzhe wasn't so naive as to rely on such a person in the Central District. He simply assumed the youth training camp stance wasn't aligned with the Central District's, and they also looked down on Lu Jiansheng. This was evident from the fact that Lu Jiansheng was the only one of the top 4 not invited to the youth training camp. He assessed his opponent's thoughts. Let go? Zheojiang number 1 pushed his competitor into the mouth of the alien while our team was unconscious. I wouldn't have said anything even if our number 5 had been placed in front of Zheojiang number 2. He clearly had ulterior motives. He pressed on. Trusting the rear is one thing, but pushing a compatriot into the alien without hesitation is another. Habits become second nature. They can do it so skillfully now, but there's no guarantee they push their teammates into the alien race in the future, impulsively. As the model of the 5 districts, can the Central District remain indifferent to such obvious internecine warfare? He still spoke tactfully. In his opinion, such people were more dangerous than the aliens. The man with the slick-back hair stood up angrily. What's your name? He's accusing us of a lot of things. All sorts of nonsense and baseless things. Shan Liangzhe looked at him. Zheojiang has a long criminal record and has done many things that have caused disability. Do you really want to see something like this happen? The man with the slick-back hair was stunned, unable to refute for a moment. He had never expected such a new team to be so well informed. The young man in plain clothes glanced at the motionless old man and said quietly, "The youth training camp may have considered this." "All right." Lu Chengwei finally spoke. "Give Zheojiang a red card." Although they were both in the Central District, the military and the aristocratic families had long been at odds. With the evidence already in their hands, he naturally wouldn't bother. "General Lu." The man with the slick-back hair grew anxious and looked at the old man. A red card meant that if something like this happened again in Zheojiang, they would lose, regardless of the outcome. More importantly, this red card was tantamount to declaring to everyone that Zheojiang was wrong. Lu Chengwei interrupted him. No need to say more. The old man didn't look at him, only at Shan Liangzhe. As the coach of the participating team, you have the right to question, but nothing can be generalized. We have our own considerations. Mind your own business, okay? This was a warning to Shan Liangzhe to stay out of other people's business, and also a prelude to Zheojiang's use of alien species in combat. Shan Liangzhe, knowing when to stop, sat down. Of course. Bai Chuan hadn't suffered any substantial harm, so he couldn't possibly demand a more severe punishment. Besides, he was concerned about Lu Jianqing's terrifying tendencies, not the fact that he was using alien species against them. Ultimately, that's their skill. He glanced at the 3 men, their eyes brimming with interest. The red card was so easily dispatched because they were impressed. As they were talking, Lu Jiansheng had already appeared on the teleportation array. He had extensive burns all over his body, and his right arm was horribly flattened. He could tell at a glance that, in this situation, unless he had the powerful healing ability of flesh and bone, his arm wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon. It was clearly the work of Jiechenyu. Given how much he cared about Bai Chuan, how could he possibly tolerate this? Shan Liangzhe wiped his sweat. Fortunately, the flames were so intense that no one saw what he had done. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to speak so confidently. Zheojiang was given a red card, and the South District people who had been constantly intervening in the debate finally felt proud. Look, even the Central District officials had expressed their stance. Wrong is wrong. Stop arguing. The fire's out. Xiechenyu's body swayed, and he, pale-faced, hugged Bai Shu against the wall, about to sit down. He thought his left leg would move first, but unexpectedly, his right leg lost its grip, and they both fell awkwardly to the ground. Puff. Bai Shu had never seen Xiechenyu so clumsy. Xiechenyu turned his face away, somewhat helplessly. Still laughing. What about the lacerations? Does it hurt? Not bad. Bai Shu plucked a piece of his tattered sleeve, and casually wiped the blood from his face, and the dried blood around his eyes. Although he had many wounds, they had healed in time, and most of them had scabbed over, stabilizing his blood flow. He struggled to open his eyes, but darkness still prevailed. The sun fire had burned away the faint ball of light, leaving the cave in endless darkness. For some reason, his hearing had improved considerably. He could hear heavy, rapid breathing overhead, and occasionally, in an attempt to suppress it, he deliberately took long, deep breaths. Bai Shu's heart tightened. He tried to reach out, but the overly moist touch held him back, afraid of touching the wound. The smell of blood was startlingly strong at the tip of his nose. I'm much better, but you, why are you still bleeding? The young fire had burned for so long, and even the reason wouldn't let his blood dry up. A glimpse of a blinding red light in his peripheral vision made Bai Shu suddenly speechless. Just now, his bracelet had fallen from orange to a red warning line. The camera that had escaped the disaster had returned, switched to night vision mode, and everyone gasped. The two men remained in their previous position, the boy leaning against the wall, one arm around the boy in front of him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his expression contorted, yet his voice remained steady, without a trace of trembling. "Oh my God, it hurts my shoulder just looking at it. He's such a good faker." Half of his shoulder was missing a layer of flesh, for deep holes pierced through it, and 4 vertical scratches deep enough to reveal the bone. His collarbone was misshapen and protruding, as if the bone had broken through the flesh. An ordinary person would have cried out in agony from such injuries, but this man was so resolute that no one noticed anything was wrong, even holding someone with one hand. How could he do that? Jie Chenyu, facing elimination, remained calm, thankful that Bai Shu couldn't see him. But the next second, the room was illuminated by a blue light. The pain was so intense that he almost forgot about the will-o'-the-wisp fire. He saw the shock in Bai Shu's eyes, and tears quickly gathered in his eyes. Bai Shu had never seen Jie Chenyu so battered before, and his throat was dry. "You?" Jie Chenyu pushed Bai Shu. "It's okay, it only looks serious. Hurry! Before I'm eliminated, let Nuba take you out and reunite with the deputy team. We use a large area of yang fire to shatter these stones with a single squeeze. Don't be afraid. Even without me, you can still crush Zhejiang. I be waiting for your good news." He spread the yang fire as much as possible, not only out of selfish desire to torment Lu Jiansheng a little longer, but also because he knew he was about to be eliminated and wanted to get them out. Gazing at the blurry figure before him through the film of water, Bai Shu was furious, his voice trembling uncontrollably under the onslaught of intense emotion, a faint sob lingering in his voice. You idiot." Grumbling. The brittle rock was shaken into tiny fragments. Bai Shu had never spoken so loudly in his entire life, whether this one or the one before. Why had he made someone cry again? Jie Chenyu's eyes widened, stunned by the shouting. Idiot? Such an unfamiliar word. Bai Shu quickly wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. Senior Ji Kong. Ji Kong flashed and summoned a Guqin without a word. Its majestic sound echoed through the empty cave. The health of the 3 men surged. Bai Shu, stuck in orange, Jie Chenyu, on the verge of elimination, and Ning, in pale yellow, all returned to green. Green! Fuck! Off-screen, Ling Qi couldn't help but curse. Chapter 155. The others weren't much better than Ling Qi. Ling Jiao, as if he'd seen a ghost, opened and closed his mouth for a long time, unable to utter a word. He was worried about the screen and the people around him. He rarely seen Ling Qi lose his composure like this. Most people's hearts were on a roller coaster, constantly fluctuating. They followed Baichuan, alternately relaxed and anxious, only to gasp for air. Cough, cough, cough. I can't breathe, this. Baichuan is going to be unbelievable. Some people, unconvinced, exited and re-entered the interface several times, blinking repeatedly. No change. Pure green. There was no need to check the bracelet. Even with such serious injuries like Jie Chenyu, he could move around as freely as if he were completely uninjured, demonstrating his power. What a supersized heal. When can I get it? My goodness, if Baichuan number 5 were from the Central District, he'd be a hot commodity. He has 3 such powerful, fully awakened spirits. Zhejiang was unlucky. Without Ji Kong, Baichuan would have been eliminated by Zhejiang long ago. Ji Kong used his skills 3 times with decisive effect. The first time, he summoned hundreds of ghosts to aid him in front of the cave, disrupting Zhejiang's plan and catching them off guard. The second time, when number 1 and number 5 were in dire straits, he used his healing and teamed up with number 3 to turn the tide. The third time, he actually revived number 1, who was on the verge of elimination, with full health, and even performed group healing. Many people silently started recording their screens, deciding to analyze them carefully later. Who knows, maybe they encounter him next year? Only Bai Shu knew that Ji Kang's second skill was just a stopgap measure. While it might seem impressive, it was just a facade. It wasn't true healing, it only lasted 10 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and Ji Kang's healing skill was still on cooldown. By then, Jie Chenyu was still inevitable. Although both Zhejiang attackers had been eliminated, the situation wasn't completely one-sided. Zheng Su had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and with Gui Xinhua, Zhejiang was solid as a rock. They had already used up all their available skills, leaving them practically depleted of ammunition. But he had no other options. He could only take things one step at a time. Instantly, his energy and spirit returned, and Jie Qianyu's mind clicked. He pressed his forehead hard. He hadn't had enough time to get used to Ji Kong, so he hadn't remembered this skill in such a critical situation. At that moment, Ning stepped forward quickly. I already explained our general situation to Jiang Zheping and the others. I had originally planned to have them meet us, find a hiding place, and wait for their skills to recover before making further plans. At that time, she had determined that Jie Qianyu was going to be eliminated. Bai Shu was low on health, and rather than waste time fighting the alien, it would be better to wait until their skills were cooled down before engaging them again. But now the plan had changed. Jie Qianyu understood her meaning. Since he had already used his skill, the 10 minutes Bai Shu had given him couldn't be wasted. He rejected the suggestion of having Nuba lead them upwards. While they could break through the rock layer, there was still sand and soil on top, created by Nuba's ultimate skill. Rushing upwards would easily turn it into quicksand. Calculating the time, should Chuanju's second skill be usable? Skill 2, which allows for free movement underground and avoids burial, is practically tailor-made for our current situation. Jiang Zheping's slightly hurried voice echoed from his bracelet. Okay, Chuanju and I are on our way to meet you. Since Chuanju hadn't fully awakened yet, Jiang Zheping had no choice but to risk leaving Zui Xingtian alone up there. I hope he can hold on. Jie Qianyu also realized this. No time to lose. Let's climb as high as possible to save time. Bang! He stood up and tried to head toward the cave entrance, but ended up bumping into a raised rock on the other side. Exactly the same as Lu Jiancheng. The only difference was that this time, instead of a bloody head injury, the rocks fell like flour. Puff! And Ning couldn't hold it in, her shoulders trembling. Bai Shu covered his mouth with his hands, trying to hold it in, but it was obvious that he was having difficulty. Jie Qianyu faced the wall. Haha, forgive my rude laughter. The reverse mirror is the most powerful. It's like the key position has been suddenly changed. No one can get used to it. Captain? Jiang Zheping's bewildered voice echoed from his bracelet. What's our next plan? Jie Qianyu brushed the stone chips from his forehead, his face expressionless. Grab the healing. For these 10 minutes, just attack. Since their own healing wasn't enough, they could grab others. Number 3's innate spiritual spring, the first spirit King Shi's medicine pot, any of them would be fine. He was an ambitious man, and he wouldn't leave easily if there was even a slight chance. These 10 minutes were precious. If they couldn't grab it, they would eliminate as many people as possible. And Ning choked. Grabbing the healing was a path they had never imagined, but on second thought, Jiujiang 3 was actually quite easy to grab. Bai Shu was completely oblivious. Understood. On the ground. The moment they heard Jiujiang 1's elimination, Guixinhua dodged from behind the shield. While Wang Teng was still staring in disbelief, he had already taken the initiative with a stern face. The swift change in expression nearly caught Zui Xingtian off guard. 07. Jiujiang number 4 is starting to get serious. Even though he's been slacking off for most of the match, it's no accident that number 4 was selected for the youth training camp. He's the type of player whose motivation grows with pressure, and he often excels in the later stages. Soon after, Jiang Zheping heard Ning's message and turned to leave. At first, Zui Xingtian could handle it alone. After all, he wasn't as agile and couldn't control him. But then Zheng Su, riding the alien, burst out of the ground. Sand whirled through the swollen hood, and a withered, thin hand pressed tightly against her collar. It was the injury from Nuba's ultimate skill before the earth-shattering, and it brought a delicate, unbearable sting. She was also in a hurry, and didn't dare delay even a moment. After all, controlling the alien had a time limit. She hadn't felt this embarrassed in ages. No one knew the depth of Zheng Su's hatred beneath the black robe. Baichuan's actions, one after another, were beyond her expectations, especially the new spirit, which had ruined her plans. So, seeing Baichuan's attacker alone, Zheng Su immediately rushed over with the alien. Next. Halfway through, Wang Teng gave her his natal spiritual spring. The battlefield had suddenly split, and he hadn't had time to give it to her. The spiritual spring water was perfect for healing the wounds inflicted by the fire-type Nuba. Zui Xing paused, his eyes following the small porcelain bottle. It was the target, alas, and Ning wasn't there. Chuckles. Zui Xingtian hurriedly turned back, not wanting to be distracted. The moment he turned, he was met with the alien's enormous, ugly head and countless legs and feet. 4 against 1. Suddenly, he felt a sense of utter misery. Who could have imagined that just a few months ago, he had to team up with 5 people to face a level 5 alien, but now he had to fight it alone. He cautiously searched for Zhujiang's men. He successfully spotted 3 people sitting in a protective shield not far away. Bai Chuan had been there for so long he almost forgotten that a normal team healer didn't need to fight. Even so comfortable, wasn't it? Zhuo Xingtian froze. But then he and Zhuanzu faced the challenge head-on. Hurry up, he's afraid he can't hold out much longer. Thank you. Zheng Su was truly exhausted. He used up a third of his spiritual spring before feeling revived. The bracelet returned to a pale yellow color and stopped. Zheng Su sat firmly within the shield. The aliens had a natural tendency to attack summoners, and with her around, the centipede worm wouldn't be able to perform effectively. But time was limited. After the skills expired, during the cooldown period, Gui Xinghua was responsible for keeping them alive. She looked at him. The strategy has changed. We won't be very relaxed from now on. If Lu Jiancheng was Zhujiang's sharpest blade, then Gui Xinghua was its most solid fortress. All of his skills were designed for defense. Continuously defending for an hour wouldn't be a problem. The Xianling skills, Safe House and Mist, each last 10 minutes. After using them alternately, the first skill used can be used to block the last 10 minutes of cooldown, allowing you to use the compass shield to pass the cooldown and enter the next round of defense. If you're lucky and roll a roll of 3 or higher on both of the remaining 2 chances, the defense will last longer. Of course, she didn't need Gui Xinghua to continuously use the shield, she just needed him to withstand the attacks of the aliens, and Bai Chuan, during the cooldown of the beast's skill. Gui Xinghua lost his previous laziness. Got it, I sleep after the game. Neither of them asked about the eliminated number 1. One didn't care, the other didn't want to mention it at all. Zhuo Xingtian was going crazy. Without Zheng Su perched atop it, the centipede worm was like a wild horse unleashed from its bridle, no different from any other alien species. It was massive, yet not at all cumbersome, and it darted through the soil with incredible speed, reaching Zhuo Xingtian in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Xingtian's health dwindled bit by bit. Zheng Su watched the scene with satisfaction. The balance of victory would eventually tilt towards Zhujiang. Although the elimination notice hadn't been announced yet, she had witnessed with her own eyes how seriously injured number 1 was. Elimination was only a matter of time. Once number 4 was eliminated, Bai Chuan would be left without 2 damage-dealing options, just like them. What good was Bai Chuan number 5's kung fu? He would eventually run out of energy, so how could he possibly rival an alien species? She had the patience to wear them down. Zhuo Xingtian was panting heavily from running, sweating profusely in the cold winter. Just as he was debating whether to use Zhuanju's ultimate skill, the arrogant centipede worm behind him suddenly lifted its midsection, as if impacted by the ground, transforming into a polygonal shape in the air. Then, belly first, she landed heavily on the ground, sending up a cloud of dark yellow dust. The 3 people from Zhujiang stood up, and hurriedly looked over. Before the dust cleared, Nuba appeared overhead, wings spread wide, toes dangling naturally, a feather staff in hand, poised in the air. The staff still blazed with flames. It was she who had defeated the alien. Through the yellow earth curtain, 3 figures, high and low, could be seen. Zheng Su's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding rising. When the dust settled, the 3 figures weren't the ones she expected. The 2 in front, in particular, were the faces she hated the most. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the lower right, her pupils suddenly constricting as she cried out, "Impossible." The cry was hoarse and piercing. How could this be? Wang Tung was also shocked. When he left, the 2 had barely escaped elimination. How could their bracelets be all green? Jie Chenyi raised an eyebrow, poised, attack with all your strength. Bewildered by the impossible color of the bracelets, the 3, especially Zheng Su, looked as if they had seen a ghost. They hadn't noticed the faint vibrations from underground. The River Lord took some effort to bring the 3 up. While Nuba dealt with the aliens, he quickly rescued Zhuo Xingtian and went deeper underground. Not just himself, but also the ancestor Zhuanju. Nothing is more suited to assassins than Earth Escape. Chapter 156. By the time the 3 on the ground sensed something and prepared to dodge, it was too late. Zhuanju and Zhuo Xingtian broke through the ground, simultaneously activating Zhuanju's ultimate skill, lock on assassination, fight to the death. At the crucial moment, Gui Xinghua pushed the 2 aside, blocking with one fist and taking Zhuanju's blow head-on. The muscles in his other arm bulged, hurling the massive shield directly forward. Step on it. Lingjiu, the ultimate skill originally intended for Zhujiang number 2, was forced to shift its target and landed on Zhujiang number 4. Zhuo Xingtian spun quickly, moving like flowing water towards the 2 trapped in the shield. Only by inflicting casualties could he force the other side to heal, giving them an opportunity to seize the opportunity. Having suffered a setback the previous time, the two men stood directly on the shield to prevent a sneak attack. They could only watch helplessly as Washington hammered at the protective shield. It was a terrible feeling. Crack. Crack spread rapidly from the tip of Washington's knife. Before he could even begin to feel joy, he saw another protective shield appear. It was the safe house. Washington's face sank as he looked at General Wu, who had appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, Guixinghua had summoned him in advance. The compass shield was still the same one he used last time. It didn't have much defensive power to begin with, so it was broken. Ling Qi, now is the first time since the start of the competition that Jiujiang and Baichuan will truly face off. Let's see whether Jiujiang's shield is stronger or Baichuan's spear is sharper. Guixinghua was entangled by Zhuanzhu, unable to hide within the protective shield. Guixinghua let out a low, painful growl. Although his body was extraordinary, he was still mortal. His overly robust body couldn't keep up with Zhuanzhu's ferocious attack, and within a few blows, his face was bruised and swollen. Come in! The two people in the safe zone shouted nervously. Looking down at his injured palm, blood trickled down the lines of his palm to the ground. The usually lazy man, now furious, glared at Zhuanzhu fiercely. Like a child in a fight, he always fights back, but he always gets the short end of the stick. So he gritted his teeth and said, I know. But he had no intention of coming back. Zheng Su helplessly said, Don't be stubborn. If you don't have a better solution, shut up. If not, just admit defeat. The words were blunt. But Zheng Su wasn't angry. Yes. Although Guixinghua was headstrong, he never acted on his own. He knew his role in the team, and was solely responsible for covering for injuries, not bothering to think about anything else. This was Zheng Su's greatest satisfaction, so much so that all other flaws could be overlooked. Of course, his strength was another major factor in her tolerance. That's good. How long? 15 minutes. Guixinghua said nothing, only a slight nod. But Zheng Su knew he was fine. For him, Guixinghua was the one he trusted most in the team. Jiechenyu and the others focused their siege on the safe zone. Jiechenyu's body was temporarily out of control, so he had to perform single movements outside the safe zone, using high-frequency attacks to reduce its duration. Washington attacked while keeping an eye on Guixinghua's position, always placing him precisely between him and the safe house. He left him no chance to retract his shield. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows rang out from a distance. 2 struck the protective shield, and 1 pierced Zhuanzhu and pierced Guixinghua's shoulder. Zhuanzhu didn't need to coordinate. The much larger Guixinghua looked like a massive target to Baishu. Focused on dealing with Zhuanzhu, Guixinghua groaned and abruptly looked toward the source of the arrow. Their gazes met, and Baishu was startled. Given his towering stature, his eyes should have been fierce, but there was something else mixed in there. It was surprise, disbelief, even aggrieved. It was as if he was saying, How could you sneak up on me? Baishu thought he misjudged them. This wasn't a one-on-one duel. Coordinated team attacks were commonplace. How could anyone feel wronged? Baishu shook his head and continued to draw his bow. He was incredibly cold. With Nuba balancing the centipede, the others could move freely. We must seize this opportunity to take it down. Guixinghua was already having trouble dealing with the shadowless Zhuanzhu, not to mention the interference from ranged attacks. But even under such a pincer attack, his health remained minimal. His specially tempered body was a shield in itself. Wow, wow, wow! Jiujiang's newcomer, number 4, is also quite impressive. The youth training camp's foresight is truly sharp. Indeed, he almost single-handedly withstood Baichuan's entire attack. It's no exaggeration to say that one man can hold a fortress against 10,000. There's a lot of potential in this year's sophomores, and this match was particularly exciting. At the youth training camp headquarters, the man muttered to himself. Soon, under Baichuan's all-out attack, the safe house was shattered prematurely. Guixinghua glanced over. A grayish-white fog suddenly rose around General Wu. Visibility plummeted, and the target vanished from sight. Number 4 was truly in the way. Jiechenyu didn't hesitate. While he could still see Guixinghua, he quickly shifted his target and leaped away. His vision was obscured. Baishu paused, his bow drawn, and he dropped the arrow into the quiver behind him. Captain Jia, ask Nuba to help me. Nuba, abandoning the alien creatures, flew over from afar, scooping up Baishu and swirling through the thick fog. With a flap of her wings, the smoke dispersed, only to gather again in an instant. At the same time, Baishu launched the orchid flame. The health bars glowed like bright lights in the mist. Taking advantage of the gaps before the fog cleared, Bai Shu quickly responded. The one with full health, of course, was Jie Chenyu. The one battling him was Gui Xinhua, and the ones underground were Chuan Zhu and Jiang Zhengping. The other 3 health bars belonged to Zui Xingtian and Jiang number 2 and number 3, respectively. 2 of them had varying degrees of health loss, making it difficult to tell who was better, but Bai Shu was certain the only one with full health was number 3. After a full circle, Bai Shu was sent back to where he started. Thank you. Waving her hand, Nuba, having taken a moment to fly around, flew away again to distract the alien creatures. By this time, the alien had already escaped number 2's control, but precisely because of this, Nuba couldn't let it join the fray, giving Jiang even the slightest opportunity to exploit. What a chaotic perspective. I'm dizzy. If I buy another 5D, I'm a dog. I'm going to throw up. It's better to retreat to the safer perspective of Baichuan number 5. Being safe yet not too far from the battlefield, Baichuan number 5 became the preferred perspective. Many people rushed in, only to see Bai Shu raise his bow again. What was he going to do? Blind. Shooting arrows. Of course I know. I mean, why would he shoot arrows at this moment? Who was he shooting at? From their bird's eye view, they couldn't even see a single soul. Swoosh. Bai Shu narrowed his eyes, loosened his 2 fingers, and the full health bar receded slightly. Wang Tung groaned, and the green bracelet finally changed color. While the audience couldn't see the battle clearly, they could check each player's bracelet in real time. It actually hit. A blind cat catching a dead mouse. Huh? No matter how many health bars he had, Bai Shu only had eyes for that one. He deliberately aimed at number 3, partly to force out the opponent's ancestral spirit, and partly because the team's healer was a weak spot. Knowing he was a target, number 2 was even less likely to leave him. Arrows rained down. The will-o'-the-wisp only lasted 3 minutes. If he couldn't force out the ancestral spirit or the natal spirit during that time, it would be a win. The quiver of arrows dwindled to nothing. Seeing this, Zui Xingtian turned to help Bai Shu refill his quiver. This allowed Bai Shu to not only shoot with impeccable accuracy, but also without pause. Ah! Wang Tung panicked, but Zheng Su pulled him back, barely managing to dodge. He let out a heavy groan of pain, his eyes filled with shock. How had the opponent so accurately targeted them? If the first arrow could be considered a fluke, but he was hit several times, and 2 arrows had already hit him, causing his bracelet to turn from green to yellow. This clearly showed that the opponent had something to rely on. Moreover, compared to the initial close brush with the enemy, the arrow's accuracy continued to improve, hitting limbs and torsos. If the deputy captain hadn't pulled him back, he wouldn't have been able to escape with that last shot. Why were they able to detect us? Yes, why? Watching Bai Shu's unerring accuracy, everyone was impressed, but more puzzled. Even with their bird's eye view, they couldn't do it, they couldn't even make out a silhouette, let alone pinpoint number 5. But this time, even 07 couldn't say anything. More and more people flocked to Shirakawa number 5's perspective, hoping to find any clues. But to their disappointment, his viewpoint was no different from everyone else's. Thick fog, yet number 5 managed to hit the target. Strange, does he have X-ray vision? After saying that, Ling Zhou dismissed it. Bai Shu already had 2 innate abilities, having more would be unjust. Bai Shu, naturally, wouldn't explain his doubts. He never told anyone about his ability to see his health bar. That was because no one had asked. The unknown often instills fear. Although the 2 hadn't lost their way under General Wu's guidance, General Wu wasn't a fully awakened spirit after all. He could only ensure they didn't get lost, but he couldn't solve the problem of Arrow Feather. The Arrow Feather's arrival was cunning and strange. As the healer's health slowly dwindled, Zheng Su's face darkened beneath his hat. There were still 8 minutes until the beast's abilities regenerated. After Wang Tung was struck again, his health further down, Zheng Su frowned, led Wang Shuyi. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Waiting underground, Jiang Zhengping held his breath. Underground, he wasn't affected by the fog, after all, he could locate his position by the footsteps above him. Bai Shu paused his continuous stream of arrows upon hearing Jiang Zhengping's message. He brought his bracelet to his lips, guiding him precisely, and pointing the direction to Zui Xingtian beside him. About 30 meters to your right, ready? Just then, Gui Xinghua's shield flew over them again. The dial spun, the needle finally landing on 5, about to reach 6. Hurry up! A flicker of surprise crossed Gui Xinghua's face. Without further ado, the 2 stepped onto the shield, a thick barrier enveloping them. Both Zheng Su and Wang Tung breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Tung summoned his ancestral spirit, raising his health above the yellow line. This unexpected turn of events left both Jiang Zhengping, who was underground, and Zhui Xingtian, who was preparing to seize the enemy from behind, with a look of regret on their faces. With Baidiano standing on his shoulders, and Ning shook his head. No. If you want to use the first skill of Baiwing Bird, there must be no obstacle between the two. The second skill is fine, but the protective cover is too thin, and the binding can be judged as successful even through the cover. If you use it, it will cause trouble for your own people. The shield appeared too timely, and the plan failed. Xie Chenyu's face sank. Although he was regretful, he was not disappointed, but his attack on Zhejiang No. 4 was getting stronger. The people of Zhejiang must have never imagined what they had escaped by mistake. Who in the right mind would think that their own milk could be stolen? Compared with the other two places, which have not changed yet, the ultimate showdown between two physically strong people has become the center of everyone's attention. One punches with wind and is tireless, while the other resists beatings and loses blood quickly. For normal people, 10 points of damage to Guixinhua will be halved or even more. Even so, Guixinhua's blood volume has reached a dangerous level. The moment their eyes met, countless sparks flew. Hold on for another 7 minutes. Guixinghua's muscles swelled with blood, stretching their clothes to rips. He stared intently at Xie Chenyu, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination to win. But he knew deep down that his wristband was already at the orange-red limit, and facing the simultaneous attacks of Xie Chenyu and Zhuan Zhu, even holding out for 3 minutes was a luxury. Was he really going to lose? Guixinghua thought he didn't care about winning or losing. As he said before, he already been invited to the youth training camp. Why waste his energy competing in the national competition? It would only be a wedding favor for those less capable than him, and whose personalities he disliked. He never felt so exhausted, so painful, but why did he choose to use others as a shield and take the beating himself? He wouldn't give in. After all, he never tasted defeat before, so when it finally struck, he realized he wasn't as composed as he imagined. I will never lose. Guixinhua held this determination in his heart, his eyes bloodshot. Xie Chenyu said nothing, only moving harder and faster. For him, the time was only a dozen seconds. Baiduan No. 1 is eliminated. Chapter 157. Against the hysterical roar, the 6 emotionless, mechanical voices seemed so light and insignificant. Looking at the empty yellow earth, Guixinhua's expression was extremely grim. The muscles in his neck and arms twitched slightly, and the winding meridians crawled through them, the reaction of overexertion. The tall figure stood quietly, looking even more distressed than his own elimination. At the same time, the health of Bai Shu and Ning on the field plummeted. The alien species, suppressed by Nuba and forced to hide underground, rose from the earth and attacked Bai Shu, who was closest to them. The situation suddenly reversed. Unable to think, Bai Shu felt his strength and health bar instantly depleted. His eyes trembled. He looked at the almost crimson color of No. 4's bracelet and gritted his teeth with resentment. Without dodging, he unhesitatingly turned the arrow's tip and aimed it at Zhejiang No. 4. Xiao Bai? The lovebird flew out from Ning's shoulder. As Bai Shu fired an arrow, he pulled the man back, regardless. Swoosh! An arrow struck his shoulder. But it didn't penetrate, only leaving a shallow dent in his clothes. He fell to the ground, rolling twice. Guixinhua, who was fighting Zhuan Zhu, merely glanced up. So useless. Bai Shu was protected by Ning and Jiang Zhengping, who had quickly returned to defend. His arms drooped, their hands bruised beyond recognition. Blood dripped from his slender fingertips onto the ground. During Ji Kang's skills, he felt no fatigue or pain. Once the skills wore off, all discomfort was reflected back to his body. The physical exhaustion, the wear and tear on his fingers, and the unhealed injuries from the previous fight with Tao Wu had greatly reduced the power his arms could unleash, leaving only a tenth of their original strength. But Bai Shu hadn't expected to be unable to even pierce the opponent's skin. Zhejiang didn't need Bai Chuan to remain calm, of course, he was surprised. Zheng Su immediately realized the reason, and a smile returned to her face. So that's why she was wondering how Bai Chuan could be that strong. But when he saw the relentless struggle between Zhuan Zhu and Guixinhua, who clearly lacked the will to fight, his face turned serious again. The trouble hadn't been resolved yet, and Guixinhua couldn't be eliminated. You're so badly injured, and you're not coming back? Although No. 1 was eliminated, Zhuan Zhu, with his agility and unexpected attacks, was still a formidable opponent. If this continued, Guixinhua would also be eliminated, and they would still have no advantage. How boring. Guixinhua stumbled back after being hit, but his expression remained expressionless, and his tone returned to his usual laziness. He had been on a roll for so long, and now, having rarely encountered an opponent of equal strength, He had reached his limit. Every extra minute of holding on was a breakthrough. Using the damage I'd taken to counterattack, chipping away at my health became a joy, until by the end, the pain was almost unnoticeable. Just as my blood was boiling, the opponent's sudden disappearance was like a bucket of cold water poured down. How could I possibly accept the disparity? Why waste healing? I'm going to be eliminated anyway. The rest is up to you. After battling Zhuanzhu for so long, Guixinhua no longer held out hope of holding him out until his abilities were exhausted. It was probably a fight to the death, similar to Tao's. Zheng Su paused, as if accepting this statement, and pointed at Guixinhua. The message was, eliminate at least one person. Ah! Guixinhua suddenly roared, leaping into the air and running at breakneck speed towards the 4 people behind him. To be more precise, it was Zui Xingtian, who was engaged in a fight with the alien. Eliminating the attacker would significantly relieve Zhejiang of the pressure. Seeing the billowing dust coming from the distance, Baichuan and the others were startled. Zui Xingtian, come back! And Ning shouted. At the same time, he used the second skill of the lovebird, binding the centipede and Guixinhua respectively. You suffer the consequences. A line of light appeared between the man and the alien, extending in 2 directions. I was prepared for you. And Ning's heart skipped a beat. Guixinhua quickly summoned General Wu, having him take his place. He then charged at Zui Xingtian, who hadn't had time to defend himself, and was left alone. With one punch, he knocked him to the ground. The others were startled. Cough, cough, cough. Zui Xingtian nearly vomited blood from the pressure. Proof that the fearless human shield, when driven wildly, is not to be underestimated. Its lethality is considerable. The 2 men wrestled on the ground in the most primitive manner, their expressions ferocious, as if they were about to devour each other. The sound of fists hitting flesh was toothaking. Put me down, help him. Baishu pushed the 2 men aside. He was useless. The only damage output on the field must not be eliminated. It's not that Jiang Zheping didn't put up his shield, but the distance between them was too close, so he could only use a fragment shield. The opponent could attack at any angle, making defense impossible. Pah! He blew hard on his fist. In the past, facing such a crushing shield man, Jiang Zheping wouldn't have dared to think about it. But now, the more ferocious the opponent's expression became, the more he looked like a stray dog, a caged beast. What was there to be afraid of? He grabbed the mad dog like Guixinhua and jumped into the fray. Bang, crackle. Clang. Ahem. Instantly, clouds of dust billowed. Because melee combat was low in damage, it lasted even longer. The centipedes temporarily gave up on the delicious food so close to them, unable to suppress their curiosity, and turning their heads to look. The comment section was silent. They were used to elegant skill duels. With the exception of the South District, which had to resort to unusual tactics due to its scarcity of summoners, had the other districts ever seen such intense melee combat? Lingzhou stuttered this. You can tell both sides are trying very hard. No matter how hard Guixinhua fought, he was no match for the 3 men. His sturdy frame finally exhausted its last ounce of strength. Covering his eyes, reddened by the sand, with one hand, Guixinhua was eliminated by Yu Zhuanzhu's sharp blade. He stared at Zui Xingtian's orange-red bracelet, his 2 bruised, swollen faces and unyielding eyes, unwilling to be eliminated. In the end, no one was eliminated. It turned out that it wasn't just number 1 who was difficult to deal with. Those he had never taken seriously became his final obstacles. For a moment, he doubted his understanding of the past decade. The South District was impoverished and incompetent. Even the secret realm was shaky and unworthy of mention. The aristocratic families that mastered the ancient texts would eventually become the mainstream that changed the world. The brilliant geniuses were cultivated with all their might by their families. Ordinary summoners were as numerous as ants, their lifelong pursuits yielding little more than what the elite of the aristocratic families could easily acquire, the first nameless ones to perish in the interspecies war. But why couldn't he defeat them? Why did they seem destined to lose? His faith collapsed overnight. Zhejiang number 4 is eliminated. Shortly after Baichuan number 1 was eliminated, the notification sounded again. Even number 4 was eliminated. Zhejiang was now completely hopeless. Not necessarily. Thanks to number 4's delay, Zhejiang number 2's cooldown period had completely expired. Wait, the alien is gone, gone. What good is that? Won't they teleport back with the other players? The arena. Is it okay? Of course not. Although it was instantly reduced to ash, a lot of delicate equipment was destroyed. This is the second time public property has been vandalized. We're still not even close to settling the score for the last time the Yang fire burned a lot of the latest cameras. Shan Liangzhe calmly sipped his tea, braving the gazes of the crowd. Accident. He didn't mention compensation. The South District didn't have the money. Zhuan Zhu, who had used his ultimate skill, vanished. A gentle breeze parted the earth. The chaotic battlefield finally settled. Gone. I know, but the centipede has been killed. The city is safe. No, it's Baichuan number 5 who's gone. Xiao Bai. The three of them regained their composure, and before they could even rejoice, they saw the quiver and bow scattered on the ground. The compass shield location was also deserted. And Ning blamed herself. She'd been focused on the battle, not expecting Bai Shu to be taken away so quietly. It's all my fault for not keeping an eye on him. Jiang Zhengping placed a hand on her shoulder. It was so chaotic back then. At least there wasn't the elimination notification sound. Maybe Xiaobai could have avoided those too. Under normal circumstances, and Ning wouldn't have worried, but Bai Shu was in a terrible state this time. Let's chase. Swishing Tian dusted himself off, his bruised face pointing to the scattered footprints on the ground. As long as we eliminate those two, everything will be solved. The enemy only had the milk control left, they could be more daring. It was just that the absence of that not-so-strong figure made them feel uneasy. At that moment, they realized how much they relied on the young man. 07 rewound the video, clearly seeing Bai Shu's exhaustion as he slowly closed his eyes amidst the dust. Then a pair of hands appeared on screen, silently carrying the person away. It was Zhoujiang number 2. Why not just eliminate him? Wang Teng's question echoed everyone's thoughts. Wang Teng's face was filled with confusion. Zheng Su, holding the person, walked steadily. One arm drooped, faintly visible, swaying with each step. Perhaps in a good mood, she explained. This is our winning chip. Eliminating him would mean a sure loss. At this point in the match, the outcome was almost clear, but he refused to accept it. Zhoujiang couldn't win by force anymore. So how about outsmarting them? The opponent would be wary of the reverse mirror, but what about his teammates? Even if they had doubts, could they be completely foolproof? Would he use the Deception Beast's abilities on number 5, just like he did on the centipede? But how could humans and aliens be the same, especially with a fully awakened ancestor? It was a helpless move, after all. The alien had been taken away by mistake, and in that situation, taking number 5 was the only way to avoid detection. Although it was a helpless move, Zheng Su was filled with excitement when she actually contemplated it. Number 5's repeated sabotage of her plans was truly detestable, but this detestable attitude was endearing when applied to Shirakawa. Zheng Su felt a surge of joy at the thought of the three men's incredulous looks. She placed the man on the ground and held out her hand to Wang Teng. The pill. She wanted Bai Shu to be useful to her, so she couldn't leave him unconscious. However, she couldn't bear to use the more potent spiritual spring. Wang Teng had no objection, and placed the pill into Bai Shu's mouth. To make it more realistic, the bees scurried out of her arms, pounced on Bai Shu, and merged with him. His mind was a blur, many memories, like a film covering them. He tried to clear the fog, but he couldn't. Bai Shu slowly opened his eyes, sniffing the dusty air and staring at the empty, earth-colored sky. The false beast was a skilled liar, even more adept at reading people's minds. It hadn't altered Bai Shu's memories, but had simply blurred the key points, forming a new, logically coherent chain, suggesting the victim ignore the loopholes. Just like a person in a dream turning a blind eye to many illogical points. He must be dead, perished in the zombie horde, Bai Shu thought. Where was this? His eyes darted, and he saw two strangely dressed figures. Memories that had been sealed in his mind suddenly flooded back. Yes, he had been reborn in a world 300 years later, and had joined a new team, Zhoujiang in the Central District. In his match, their opponent was Baichuan in the Southern District. Those two were his teammates. Bai Shu subconsciously frowned, watching the two men's concerned gazes. Meeting the long-awaited warmth, he didn't feel as happy as he imagined. He knew it was all fake. He had many scars, especially his hands, where the skin was swollen and painful. He raised his hands, as if from archery. But his teammates didn't offer a single word of concern. Wait. Isn't this normal? He was so used to it. Why did he suddenly have such extravagant hopes? He pressed his groggy head with one hand, and unexpectedly touched something soft and furry. He pulled the soft thing up to his eyes. Was it a rabbit ear? No, too. He held his head with both hands, simultaneously pulling both rabbits up to his eyes. The expressionless face since waking finally showed a crack. Did he turn into a rabbit, a spirit? Someone cleverly turned their gaze backward, their sharp eyes catching sight of a small bulge at the tailbone trembling slightly beneath the stretchy pants. Oh, so cute! I can't help it, my nose is bleeding. I truly experienced how half-covered is more tantalizing than full exposure. We know the rabbit ears are the work of the evil beast, but with such a delicate and innocent face, who could resist? He. I want to pinch his ears and tail. Don't be afraid, have you forgotten? The rabbit ears are because my ancestor spirit is in you. The evil beast has the ability to deceive people. Only in this way can the people of Baichuan think you're their teammate. She had used this skill on other summoners. Most people who were affected would have wild thoughts and different reactions, but there was always a trace. Besides, Baishu's expression was easy to understand. Lingjiu, what a twisted truth. Sorry, I can't quite recall. Of course he couldn't recall, because it hadn't happened at all. The corner of his lips curled up beneath his black robe. You were seriously injured by them. It's normal for you to be confused for a while. You gradually remember. Now is the crucial period of the competition. Fortunately, Wang Tung rescued you in time, otherwise our previous plan would have been in vain. A familiar, demanding tone? Nothing had changed then or now. Thank you. Any instructions? As if accepting this role, Baishu stood up, his delicate face shimmering with indifference as he twirled the dagger in his hand. Accepting a mission, executing it, and completing it was what he excelled at. Somewhat surprised Baishu that he could be so aloof, but Zheng Su liked his straightforwardness. Continue to lurk. Eliminate 3 of them within 10 minutes. If that doesn't work, prioritize eliminating number 4. With the false beast tricking them into believing you, this mission won't be difficult. What expressions would the Baichuan people have when betrayed by the person they trusted most? It's quite interesting. It's unknown what the others' expressions would be, but at least in the ward, Jiechiniu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Jiaojiang. He kicked the door open and strode to the next room. In the next ward, Lu Jiancheng, injured by Yang fire, still lay in bed. Patient, calm down. What are you doing? You can't remove the patient's oxygen tube. The match continued. Take this. Zheng Su took the dagger from Baishu's hand and replaced it with a strange weapon. It was a shiny black, conical shape, a pestle with a base 2 fingers thick and a pointed tip. He knew the dagger was a manifestation of number 4's natal spirit, so it couldn't be used against them. It was a magical weapon given to him by the elders of the clan. It wasn't an offensive magical weapon. Its sharpness was the same as that of ordinary weapons. Its main function was to inflict a debuff of mental confusion. It wouldn't have much effect on a sane person, but for Baishu, who had been struck, it only made him more determined. Baishu also had a fully awakened ancestor by his side, so Zheng Su had to add a significant weight. Eliminated? Baishu looked at the sharp pestle in his hand, an indescribable resistance rising within him. Yes, it's just a practice match between teams. Remember not to harm anyone. As long as you manage the damage until the bracelet turns red, you complete the mission. They won't be harmed? Yes, they receive the best possible care after they leave the field. After all, we're not the real enemy, humans are still on the same side. Baishu lowered his eyes, and from their perspective, only his thick eyelashes could be seen. He carefully touched the tip of the pestle with his finger, and when he raised his head, a smile finally appeared. Okay. Those eyes were exceptionally clear, their crescent-shaped eyes, their lips unconsciously curved, bringing life to the person from their gray indifference. Zheng Shuwei let out an imperceptible breath. Having spent so long in the scheming and deceit of Zhejiang, seeing such pure eyes made him feel ashamed. His voice softened slightly. Don't be afraid. The black beast will help you. It was so smooth. Watching Baishu leave, Wang Tung was still a little incredulous. It wasn't like he hadn't seen people affected by the black beast before, but most people, in unsuspected situations, would doubt everything out of their instinct for self-preservation. Baishu had been too receptive. All his prepared strategies had gone unused, and he even felt a little regretful. Kid. A male voice rang out in his ears, and he turned his head. A slovenly man suddenly appeared beside him. Startled, Baishu instinctively attacked. Ji Kong dodged hastily. Hey, you're murdering your ancestors? Baishu then remembered that everyone in this world has this guardian spirit. Sorry. His tone was dry, and with his lips pursed, he looked unsympathetic, like a hedgehog with its quills raised. In the past, people would have simply cursed and left. But Ji Kong was different. He was Baishu's ancestral spirit. He had no intention of leaving. He reached out and tugged at the frightened rabbit ears, but couldn't get them out. This thing suits you quite well. Baishu's body tensed, his face flushed slightly. He snatched the rabbit ears back, pressing them back in, and silently quickened his pace. We don't have much time. Let's not do these things. Ji Kong was overjoyed. You kid. You become a bit of a prude after being tricked. Not as straightforward as before, but you're still quite amusing. He clearly sensed Bai Shu's joy at his appearance. Bai Shu pretended not to hear, only to curl her lips secretly. A true comrade, right? He felt Ji Kang's kindness, and he couldn't wait to cherish it, so how could he not be happy? The video was beautiful, and the audience outside, especially those in the South District, were frantic. Stop, Xiao Bai. Ancestor Ji, stop playing around. As if hearing the prayers outside, Ji Kong finally took on a serious tone. Are you sure you want to help those two? Yes. Interesting. The audience, still breathing heavily, exclaimed, ? Chapter 158. Interesting. Ji Kong stroked his chin, amused. Perhaps Dong Feng and Jiu Wei would have told the whole story, even temporarily disobeying Bai Shu. They had been summoned for a long time, not only developing a close relationship with Bai Chuan and the others, but also realizing how important Bai Chuan was to Bai Shu. But Ji Kong was different. He had only been in this world for 3 days, and wasn't interested in what humans called competitions or factions. He cared only about the summoner's wishes. Furthermore, he was uninhibited by nature, even willing to see a different path and enjoy making a splash. Bai Shuan wasn't as calm as he seemed. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he'd been undercover, and before he even met anyone, he felt an inexplicable surge of guilt. It would be better to just let him fight. He shook his head. Just apologize to them properly after we get out. Let's go! Okay, but my healing skill will be back soon. Do you want to use it on them? Ji Kang's rebelliousness quickly changed. Bai Shu touched the sharp pestle hidden in his sleeve and shook his head. No, everything will remain the same. It would be terrible if it aroused suspicion. Besides, I need your skills to cover my sudden recovery. He was seriously thinking about how to bring Bai Chuan down. The people of the South District were crying their eyes out. It's over. It's all over. The people of the South District practically covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. This was the first time they had been so reluctant to see the two sides reunite. Xiao Bai. After searching anxiously for a long time, they finally saw the person they had been longing for in the distance. Bai Chuan and the other two were overjoyed. Bai Chuan, supported by Ji Kong, looked frail. Remember, you were seriously injured before we brought you back. We can't let them know you've been healed. Concern can lead to confusion. The weaker you act when you meet, the better. The less suspicious they be. Before leaving, Zheng Su instructed him. Her sharp mind had already eliminated every possible loophole. Bai Shu paused when he saw 3 figures in the distance. He had intended to slow down, but his footing slipped, and he tumbled headfirst down the last slope. He felt strangely familiar, as if this scene wasn't his first. Bai Shu's eyes fluttered open, his mind racing as he formed a plan. He quickly withdrew his hand, refusing Ji Kang's support and letting himself tumble. Xiao Bai. Lovebird. Bai Shu had disappeared for a short while, and they hadn't lost their suspicions that the insidious Jiujiang had done something to Bai Shu. But seeing that thin figure, slightly hunched in pain, tumbling from the top of the slope, the 3 of them felt a pang in their hearts, and their bodies rushed out before their minds could even realize it. There was no pain or dizziness as expected. A transparent shell appeared beneath him, catching him securely. The next second, Bai Shu appeared before the 3 of them, embraced tightly. And Ning gently patted his head and let him go. You scared me to death. If you can't walk, just wait until we get there. What's the rush? Hey, Xiao Bai wouldn't have thought that either. Anyway, I'm glad you're not hurt. As long as you found someone, that's good. The 3 of them formed a triangle. Behind a Ning, Zwishing Tian and Jiang Jingping's gazes passed imperceptibly over his dangling hands. It wasn't that they didn't have their suspicions. But when their eyes met, the unwavering concern on their faces was genuine. Bai Shu was stunned, and for some reason, she felt the urge to cry. You've been away from the team for so long without reason. Bai Chuan will definitely be suspicious. But no matter what the questioning, you must remain calm and never show any fear. Zheng Su said, and you don't look right now. The young man stood straight before them, his eyes indifferent, as if nothing and no one could possibly be seen in them. A strong sense of disconnection from the living world. Oh! What should I be like? Zheng Su pondered, pressing a finger to the corner of Bai Shu's mouth and lifting it. A slight smile would make it more like him. But they didn't ask anything, didn't express any suspicion, just observed cautiously. Are they afraid of alerting him? Or perhaps they were afraid of upsetting him? What's wrong? Noticing Bai Shu's silence, Zwishing Tian couldn't help but lean over and pat his shoulder. What happened? Did that witch from Jiujiang bully you? The moment Xiaobai disappeared, they almost thought he was going to be eliminated. At least, it was good to have him back, even if he might have been under a spell. If it were anyone else, Zui Xingtian would have thought such a thought was insane, but Bai Shu was different. He couldn't put his finger on the difference. He only knew that even if Bai Shu was truly bewitched by the witch, he wouldn't have backstabbed him. The cold spike hidden in his sleeve suddenly felt blazing, seemingly burning the skin it touched. His throat tightened, and he lowered his eyelashes to hide his complex expression. The words he had prepared faltered for a moment. Only Ji Kong suddenly used his healing spell to save the situation. I took advantage of the men's inattention and brought him back. I wanted to heal him, but he insisted on reuniting with them. After all, Ji Kang's skill was group healing, so using it on a single person would be a bit wasteful. As Ji Kong used his healing skill, the three men's suspicions diminished significantly. Ji Kong chatted and laughed with them, nothing unusual. That should be fine. The three of them were full of confidence. Now there are only two of us left in Jiujiang. We must take this opportunity to find some aliens for help. The final match point has arrived, and we can't let up. We must rest and recuperate. Bai Shu finally regained his composure. When he looked up, the corners of his mouth curled upwards, and he nodded vigorously. Looking at Bai Shu, Zui Xingtian paused for a moment, then leaned over and whispered to Ning, "Do you think Xiaobai is a little strange? The way he smiles. Oh my god! I thought they wouldn't suspect anything. It seems number 4 still has some sense. Baichuan can still be saved. Great. Wait, the guy above, aren't you from the Central District? Why do you hope number 5 is discovered? What's your position? Oh yeah." And Ning followed Zui Xingtian's gaze. The two exchanged glances and uttered in unison, "Quite cute." Fuck. How many layers of filters do they have? I take that back. Zui Xingtian handed the quiver back to Bai Shu. From now on, I'd be relying on you to assist with the long-range attacks. Long-range attacks? The hand holding the bow and arrow instinctively rubbed, finding the familiar grip. Comparing his position to the wound on his hand, he found it matched perfectly. So, had he assisted Bai Chuan to the point where his hand was worn down to this extent? Bai Shu pondered. Pulling the bow and arrow from Bai Shu's hand, and Ning slapped Zui Xingtian on the head. Do you have any sense of being a senior? Do you know how painful it is to have abrasions? She raised her head to Bai Shu, smiling carefreely. We be enough for you from now on. Just take this dagger and protect yourself. Stay behind us. After a match, Xiaobai was exhausted from being both a DPS and a healer. With the odds stacked against him at 4-2, why bother with someone else? And why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Look! The harmonious atmosphere abruptly ended when two figures, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared in the distance. And Ning frowned. She hadn't seen any aliens near them, and they had arrived too quickly. Zui Xingtian quickly threw a weapon to each of them, and grabbed his spear. In this crucial final moment, he was going all in. Even the various weapons hanging on his body were retracted along with his own, and he went into battle lightly equipped. The moment Jiujiang appeared, unnoticed, Bai Shu's back stiffened. The warm image, like a fragile mirror struck by a stone, crumbled and distorted in an instant. Knowing it was fake, why had he been so easily deceived, believing he truly belonged to Baichuan? I wonder if after this match, he can leave Jiujiang and join Baichuan, but after experiencing betrayal, will they still be like this? Filled with uncertainty and guilt, Bai Shu followed the three. They stood before him, completely convinced, their initial doubts vanishing in an instant. His steps were heavy, and Ning walked in front. It seemed as if no one was without a mirror. The first time, he was caught off guard, but this time, she was determined to make him suffer. The other side had indeed used a reverse mirror. Following the principle that if you don't let me have it easy, then no one else will, and Ning seized the opportunity and immediately summoned the crystal mirror. If you want to look in the mirror, I let you do it. Since there was no way to avoid it, they might as well drag the other side into the water. Seeing their own faces in the other side's mirror, the Jiujiang and the other two's faces changed drastically. Uncoordinated, the 5 players on the field behaved strangely. Zui Xingtian stepped on his left foot over his right, and fell face first to the ground. Struggling out of the dirt, he turned his head to the side, brimming with pride. You never expected it, Baichuan's the top 5. And Ning wisely stayed still, remaining on his feet, speechlessly gazing at Zui Xingtian. Fool, you're thinking the wrong way. Oh! Like the first time, he controlled his body. Zui Xingtian clumsily turned his head and taunted again. The 5 of them were routed, relying on their ancestral spirits for victory. They had Chuanju, Bainyao, and Zhuanju, while Jiujiang only had the healing ancestral spirit Wang Shui and the perhaps somewhat agile rabbit. Even if the enemy instigated a rebellion against the aliens, there was no need to worry. The ancestral spirits could carry them away. This was the importance of having effective damage output in the end. This lineup should have been a sure win. Ling Jiu's face was complex. Baichuan's considerations were very thorough, but unfortunately, they had placed too much blind trust in their teammates. Emotions shouldn't be allowed to play a game. Everyone's attention was focused on Baishu, who, with his head bowed behind him, cast aside his dagger and slowly drew the sharpened pestle from his sleeve. He was shielded from the mirror's reflection by 3 people. No! Xiao Bai? You regret this to death. Jiujiang's move was truly devastating. After reuniting with Baichuan, no matter what, prioritize eliminating number 4. Not only because number 4 was the sole attacker, but also because the weapons they held all originated with number 4. Zheng Su's voice lingered in his mind like a spell, becoming clearer as he grasped the sharp pestle. Every time he tried to clearly grasp those hazy memories, he always failed. Headache, pain, unwilling to think. The eyes on the other side pierced him, silently questioning, "What are you waiting for?" Baishu gripped the sharp pestle tightly, his eyes regaining their determination. A voice within him seemed to say, "One stab and it's all over." Baishu moved. Amidst the shocked, incredulous gazes of the 3, he knelt beside Zui Xingtian and raised the sharp pestle high. Zheng Su finally smiled. Even so, Baishu's expression resembled that of the one who had been stabbed. His eyes were wide open, his pupils shrunken to the limit, trembling violently. His grip on the sharp pestle was clenched so tightly that it tore the barely healed wound, causing blood to flow. His hands were shaking terribly, and he didn't dare look at the 3 people's expressions. Why had he been a spy? Why couldn't he have joined this team from the beginning? Rather than endure the agony of his body and soul being torn apart, it would have been better for him to die at the hands of the zombies. Ah! After returning to Baichuan, he finally uttered his first sound, a muffled sob. He thrust his raised hand down fiercely. Clang! The not-so-crunchy sound of metal hitting the ground. Feeling resistance, Baishu looked up blankly. His hand was empty, the sharp pestle had fallen to the ground. Ji Kong had appeared at his side without him noticing, his arm resting beneath his hand, a look of resignation on his face. Don't do things you don't want to do. It's better to embarrass others than yourself, right? The resistance was so great that he could clearly sense it. Luckily, he was strong enough to stop him. No, the outcome would have been the same even without him. It would have been like the scene just now, with a hint of a smile in Ji Kang's eyes. Clearly, the sharp pestle had already fallen to the ground before he could stop it. Jiujiang number 2 is eliminated. Jiujiang number 3 is eliminated. As the sharp pestle and the false beast vanished with their owner, those hazy memories returned with the breached rift. Zui Xingtian struggled to his feet. Baishu, however, completely drained of strength, slumped to the ground, staring at the 3 men above him. He instinctively clasped his hands behind his back, his face filled with bewilderment. As everyone waited eagerly, waiting to see Baichuan's next reaction, the video suddenly went black. Huh? It's over? Yes, the winner is decided, and the contestants have all been teleported away. Chapter 159. Xie Chenyu had been waiting in front of the teleportation array since morning, followed by a group of helpless medical staff. Originally, the injured who had been eliminated should have been kept in the ward, but they really couldn't bear it. In just a few minutes, Xie Chenyu had suddenly become the first on the hospital's blacklist, a figure everyone hated. Not only did he disobey the doctor's orders to rest properly, he also took every opportunity to sabotage their treatment, removing patients' oxygen tubes, beating them up, and so on. Finally, they had a moment of quiet time in front of the screen. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they were caught off guard by the final footage of the match, their hearts rising again. The 2 ordinary staff assigned to watch over the patient swallowed nervously, not even daring to look back. As expected, the man stood up, and when he turned around, his eyes became even more dangerous, leaving no doubt that he was going to kill the people from Jiujiang. However, Xie Chenyu was not as frantic as expected, just a little anxious. Send me to the teleportation array. His tone was unyielding. The 2 men, each holding their breath, exchanged a surprised glance. As for the request to be discharged, it wasn't impossible. Of course, under normal circumstances, hospitals have strict boundaries and won't readily accept a patient's impulsive requests. But it wasn't as damaging as before. As the matches wound down, the number of casualties mounted. It seemed best to get rid of this energetic and stubborn individual. They agreed immediately. Unfortunately, Even after waiting at the teleportation array, Xiechenyu didn't see Bai Shu, or rather, a conscious Bai Shu. He was helped out, already unconscious. A medical staff member promptly examined him. Nothing serious, mostly superficial injuries. Xiechenyu asked anxiously, then why did he suddenly faint? He was fine before. The doctor rolled his eyes at him, and he was about to say, he forcibly broke through the other party's mental suggestion. If his mental power wasn't high enough, he might have become an idiot. With already weak mental power, it's common for him to faint due to the pressure of the teleportation array. He's in the period of mental recovery now, so sleep is actually good for him. Zheng Su had never failed to use the second skill of the Black Beast, so he hadn't considered the other possibility after using it. The target's mental power was stronger than his, and with a strong will to resist, they could break through the skill's constraints. He never woke up from this coma. 3 hours later, dusk was deepening. All 5 matches had concluded, the national qualifiers had been released, and the casualties had been almost completely treated. Please, both teams from each division, please step out. The 10 teams returned to their respective divisions. Only the previous team from Division D had only 4 players left, but no one underestimated them. They were the winners of the semifinals. Bai Shu hadn't woken up yet, so he didn't come. If Xiechenyu, as captain, hadn't been forced to leave, the number would have been even smaller. Lu Jianqing's face was grim, Zhoujiang's momentum was waning, and no one in the audience cheered anymore. The silence, the audience's questioning and staring, stood in stark contrast to the raucous and enthusiastic opening. I'm not afraid of looking bad, I'm just afraid of losing completely despite all my scheming. Such a team made it to the top 4? It's unbelievable. They were beaten so badly by a new team like Baichuan. Yes, in terms of excitement, they weren't as good as the last group, Kurosawa and Suyo. Such words weren't deliberately suppressed. Everyone on the field could hear them. Zhoujiang's expression darkened, his proud back seemingly bent. Handshake. The atmosphere in Division D was eerie. No one in Baichuan raised their hands. Lu Jiancheng and Xiechenyu stared at each other, the atmosphere tense. If they weren't on the field, they could have fought for another 300 rounds. Zheng Su sighed, and seeing Xiecenyu's murderous glare, she didn't raise her hand, humiliating herself. Congratulations. Wang Tung looked at his hand, frozen in midair, and awkwardly retracted it. Guixinhua raised his arm slightly, then lowered it again. His expression was no longer lazy, and his eyes held a hint of determination and clarity. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, the official announced the final victory. District A, Central Qinbei. District B, North Songhua. District C, West Mazhou. District D, South Baichuan. The above teams have qualified for the next round of the qualifying tournament. Please return to the venue in 5 days for the drawing. District E, South Hei's, East Suyo. Due to a tie and various other factors, after careful consideration, we have decided to cancel the original 5-team tournament and have both teams advance to the next round of qualifiers. If you have any questions, please call. Has the format changed again? I heard it's because the alien unrest this year is more severe than in previous years, and the beast tide may arrive earlier. We need to quickly conclude the national competition and select the candidates for the secret realm. That's a good thing. I just think this year's changes aren't as good as before. There are too many variations. What's the point of a 5-choose-3 tournament format? It's a waste of time and energy for summoners. It just makes us watch 2 more matches so the backstage people can rack up points. 5-choose-3 or 6-choose-3 made no difference to Xiechenyu. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on the hospital room. Had he woken up? Was he thirsty or hungry? Was he imagining things without seeing familiar faces? Through the window, he could see a small bulge on the bed inside, still lying quietly. Xiechenyu slowed down his pace, quietly pushed the door open, and half-seated himself on the edge of the bed, expertly moistening his chapped lips with a cotton ball and water. Even though the scars had healed quickly and faded quickly, his face remained pale and bloodless. Having spent so long in the arid Lust Plateau and fallen into a coma, he was dehydrated and his lips were dry and chapped. No one knew the pain he felt when he saw the scarred child folding his hands behind his back in fear. Bai Shu's eyes snapped open, and sensing someone nearby, his body leaped towards them before his brain could. He hadn't dreamed of his past life in a long time, his eyes wary like a hedgehog on guard. Xiechenyu was startled, but didn't hide. Bai Shu saw Xiecenyu's face, and quickly reacted. He grabbed the fabric at his sides, and the force he couldn't release in time forced him to bury his head in his arms. Hee. Xiechenyu smiled faintly, his strong hands tightening around the man in his arms, and smoothing down his messy hair. It's good you're awake, don't be afraid. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? I call a doctor. He stopped mid-sentence as the man in his arms gently shook his head, and Jiechenyu felt the pull of the fabric. Don't want to see a doctor? That's fine too. Dongfeng hadn't even come out yet, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I made some porridge, and some side dishes. Jinwu is heating them up for you. Get up and eat. Concerned that Bai Shu was uncomfortable in this position, Jiechenyu wanted to help him up. He wanted to meet his eyes, to understand what he was thinking. At the end of the match, he looked like he was about to cry, as if he was saying to everyone in front of the screen, "Come hug me, comfort me." "No, I won't." Bai Shu's grip tightened, shaking his head fiercely. The excruciating struggle during the match, the cold memories of a past life flooded back. But in reality, there was a dry, warm embrace and caress, direct, unconcealed care, not even the imagined complaints, only hot meals. Warmth flowed through his limbs, and his eyes burned. Bai Shu tried to process these emotions, but he didn't want the people above him to chatter. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Don't want to drink the porridge? That won't do. At least make it through a meal. By the way, Kurosawa has made it to the next round. If the doctor allows, let's go back today, take a nice bath, and forget about anything. Look up, let me see, is there anything that hasn't healed? Whoa. Her shoulders trembled, and she went from suppressed sobs to uncontrollable, unrelenting sobs. Those unbearable yet repressed emotions erupted. Jiechenyu had no idea that his attempts at soothing someone would end up making them cry. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed, terrified, unable to speak or even move. He stiffened his body, resting his palm on the round back of her head, stroking it gently. The kitten he had picked up and carefully nurtured had suffered misfortune outside. Bai Shu, like a fledgling, absorbed his most familiar scent and slowly calmed down. The sound faded, leaving only soft sobs, but judging by the hands that seemed to tear the clothes in his grasp, he was not at peace. He felt a little shy. I almost did something terrible and ruined all our efforts. He didn't sleep for long. The events of the match were vividly imprinted in his mind. No, it was you who broke through the skill barrier, allowing Bai Chuan to win early. I only see a cute double agent. Disregarding the false beast, Bai Shu with his rabbit ears was incredibly adorable, making one's heart ache. And if a similar situation arises again, everyone will make the same choice. Mutual suspicion isn't necessarily a good thing. The two hands clenched tighter. I like Bai Chuan, I like you, I like Senior and Senior Jiang, Senior Zhua. I really like them. Given Bai Shu's reserved personality, it was difficult for him to say such words. Jiechenyu finally helped him up, seeing his cool, tear-washed eyes and wet eyelashes, his skin slightly flushed. Yeah, I know. We're the same. The corners of his lips curled up. Given his pathetic sincerity, he decided not to ask about his favorite person, a childish question. The captain sent a message saying Xiaobai is awake? Zhuo Xingtian hurried over, only to find Ning standing outside the room, motionless. Why aren't you coming in? Shu. And Ning shushed the two of them. How could these two rough men possibly understand her delicate heart? What a beautiful scene. The sun shone brightly, the bright floor-to-ceiling windows shielding the winter chill, leaving only the gentle warmth of the sun. The tall man half sat on the hospital bed, his back slightly bent to care for the person in his arms. His posture looked labored, but he seemed content. The person on the bed cuddled into his embrace, their form largely obscured, but she could see the hands gripping the man's sides loosening. In that relaxed pose, she could imagine his eyes must be filled with dependence. Although she didn't know what they were talking about, she could clearly sense that it was an atmosphere no one else could embrace. The captain was the most special person in Bai Shu's heart, because they depended on Bai Shu, and Bai Shu depended on Jiechenyu. And Ning curled her lips slightly in dissatisfaction. She remembered that she was just one of Bai Shu's first friends, and when Bai Shu depended on her, this guy was still so arrogant. She didn't know when he had replaced her. What a black-hearted person. After giving the two of them enough time, the three of them entered. Bai Shu thought of his slightly swollen eyelids and lowered his head to conceal his swollen eyes. Knowing that Bai Shu was thin-skinned and pretended not to notice the obvious tears, the three of them said naturally, "Are you feeling better? I was so scared when you fainted." Those cunning guys in Zhejiang always resort to underhanded tactics. They deserve to lose. You don't know the captain's expression during the final assembly. He looked like he wanted to bite someone. Zhejiang is full of curses right now. The teammates chattered enthusiastically, without a trace of grudge or alienation. Bai Shu felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to speak, a knock on the door shattered the harmony in the room. The door wasn't closed. The five of them turned around, their eyes shifting, their smiles faltering, and a solemn atmosphere thickened. "What are you doing here?" And Ning asked unhappily. It was Guixinghua from Zhejiang. He was tough, and the scion of a noble family. He'd been through a lot long ago. Zhuo Xingtian raised his fist and laughed angrily. "You still dare to come? What? Didn't you get enough of being beaten?" "I'm sorry." Guixinghua didn't approach, but bowed deeply to the others. Chapter 160. Contrary to expectations, Zhuo Xingtian remained frozen in place, sleeves rolled up, and the others were momentarily silent. Baichuan was probably the type who would yield to soft tactics, not hard ones. If the other party showed any arrogance and force, Baichuan's pent-up anger would erupt like a volcano, and a brawl would be inevitable. At worst, he'd have to go to the hospital to vent his anger. Baichuan had overestimated the unity of Zhejiang. Only one person came, and to apologize seemed quite sincere, and the person who came couldn't be the one they hated the most. Lu Jiancheng, the arrogant and presumptuous man who ignored his companions. Even Zheng Su had to be ranked second. Although they were disgusted by her scheming to incite Bai Shu to rebellion, it could still be considered a battle strategy, at least an open conspiracy. As for the other three, whether they were cowards or had different opinions, the five of them didn't care. Bai Shu took Jiechini's hand and shook it gently. Aside from his arrogant and eccentric personality, Guixinghua hadn't done anything unforgivable to Baichuan. For someone so arrogant initially to apologize showed he had decent character. Besides, regardless of his background, Baichuan recognized his formidable strength. Our ultimate enemy was still the aliens. There was no need to harbor grudges. Feeling his palm tremble, Xiechinu tightened his grip in a reassuring gesture. This small gesture went unnoticed. "We accept your apology." Xiechinu made no move to invite anyone in. "All the unpleasantness on the field can be written off, but only between you and me. But for the rest of Zhejiang, forget it, especially Lu Jiancheng and Zheng Su. As long as I'm in Baichuan and Zhejiang will be sworn enemies. If we meet again in the future, we be enemies." The last sentence referred to the youth training camp. Guixinghua, standing at the door, stepped forward, bowed his head, and walked in, standing straight. He was taller than the already significantly raised doorframe. During the battle, the uneven terrain and his constant slouching, unsteady stance made it less noticeable. Now, on the same horizon, Bai Shu finally realized how sturdy this man was. He even suspected that his slouched posture was so he wouldn't have to bend down to enter or look down at people. How could people be so different? It was heartbreaking. "I'm only here to apologize for myself." Guixinghua scratched his face uncomfortably. He loved eating, sleeping, and fighting, and wasn't very social, but he still said, "I'm planning to leave Zhejiang." Baichuan and the others were stunned. Leaving school? For what? Forgive them, these unworldly children from a marginal town, for not understanding the young master's willfulness. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary summoners, applying to leave school would be impossible without an offer from another academy. Without the experience of the academy, joining the military in the future would be extremely difficult. One would only be able to become a mercenary for a small, insignificant group, drifting for a life with no future. But for the children of aristocratic families, joining the academy is simply a way to shine and secure a spot in the youth training camp. Even the aristocratic families covet the 5 secret realms. The military holds no appeal for them. Guixinghua habitually drawled out his words, adopting his distinctive languid tone. "Go to the youth training camp. Zhejiang is no longer interesting to me. Perhaps the youth training camp will be more interesting. I misunderstood the South District before, but that's no longer the case. You are strong and worthy of respect." He spread his palm. "Here, this is an apology." A broad palm, like a palm leaf fan, unfolded, revealing a fragment. A top-grade gold-type fragment? The 5 of them exchanged bewilderment. This apology was too valuable. Could this person be foolish? The preciousness of top-grade fragments was self-evident. They had fought so hard to win the regional tournament, only to receive one, and the second fragment had been obtained from the secret realm. Even a top-tier aristocratic family couldn't treat this as a mere cabbage. And judging by the attributes, this must have been prepared by the family for him to summon. Zhuo Xingtian, the only gold-type member on the team, hurriedly waved his hand. No merit, no reward. He didn't need it. A large hand reached forward, promising something quite good. Guixinghua scratched his head in confusion. Zhuo Xingtian hastily snatched the large bag of snacks slung from Guixinghua's other arm. It contained exquisite pastries and treats. Aristocratic families would have even more delicacies. That's enough. Guixinhua, Bai Shu's sharp eyes caught sight of Zui Xingqian taking the snack bag, and Guixinhua's face twitched in reluctance. Bai Shu silently looked away. He hadn't seen anything. Bai Shu recovered quickly, being discharged from the hospital that evening and returning to the hotel. News about Jiang continued to update. In just a few days, Jiang, having lost the match, quickly fell apart, and rumors of past misdeeds surfaced like mushrooms after rain. Teams they had played against complained bitterly, and even teammate number 3, Wang Teng, came forward to report them. What Bai Shu didn't expect was that the recording of their match was used as evidence against Jiang. It was the ghost that had been haunting Lu Jiancheng when Ji Kong summoned the 100 ghosts. Although his appearance had been completely changed, those closest to him were still able to identify him by his figure. That man was just an ordinary student at the academy, his parents both employed by the military and unable to care for him. His accidental death was successfully whitewashed, and now it's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Of course, this series of events involved a game of circumstance between the military and the aristocratic families. In the end, the military triumphed. Lu Jiancheng was expelled from the academy, and will never be employed again. Even the aristocratic families were forced to announce their expulsion. His future was completely ruined. The former coach and Lu Jiancheng left the team, and the promising new Shield player resigned. Although Wang Teng didn't leave the academy due to a whistleblower, it's unclear whether he left the team voluntarily or willingly. In just a few days, Jiang has completely changed. It's only Zheng Su and number 5 holding it together. If it wants to return to the glory of the top 4, unless it finds talents like Bai Shu and Jie Chenyu, it will continue to decline and eventually become obscured. This is the retribution for Jiang Academy's indulgence. At this point, Jiang no longer needs attention. Bai Wan faced a long road ahead, and time was running out, inevitably leading to a deep well of anxiety. The next opponents would only be stronger. Unlike Jiang, the top 3 were truly established teams. Anyone who had seen their matches would know they were truly formidable. On the other hand, they didn't want to face the fierce competition of Kurosawa, also from the South District. Unsure if their opponents would even be able to manage a last-minute cramming session, only served to intensify their anxiety. The evening after the match, they were still in the mood to relax in the bath. On the first day, they could barely catch up on Jiang gossip. From the second day on, they were filled with unparalleled anxiety, replaying their own matches with the other 5 teams over and over again. By the third day, their minds were no longer able to analyze things calmly. With the exception of Li Chenyu and Bai Shu, everyone else would silently rush to the training room and exhaust themselves. In straight ahead, out sideways, relieving stress through sweat and the temporary satisfaction of intense training. Shan Liangjia frowned deeply. This won't work. Is there anything I can do to distract them? There are still 2 days until the draw. People's emotions are easily contagious. Being so tense now won't be helpful during the competition. He'd rather they take a break from training for 2 days and have some fun. He's already had psychological counseling sessions with everyone, but it hasn't been very effective. Bai Shu seemed to have a thought and raised his hand. Perhaps this approach will work. On the 4th day, a dark-skinned man in exotic attire greeted everyone cheerfully. Hi, everyone from Baichuan, we're going out today. A little blue-haired girl appeared from behind, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. At the sight of a familiar figure, her eyes lit up, and she flew over on a small seashell. Bai Shu hugged her tightly, and touched the top of the girl's head. Hello again, Lan Lan. Seeing the black pearl he given her on Bai Shu's neck, Lan Lan was quite satisfied and nodded modestly, but made no move to leave. Bai Shu followed her gaze, her eyes falling on his neck. After Shanong gave him the jade shard, he thought for a moment, and decided to inlay it with pearls to make a pendant. Who is this? The Baichuans and the other 2 chatted among themselves. Even though they were sweating profusely, they were reluctant to even think about leaving the house. Their faces were puzzled yet serious. Where are we going? Yuan can look mysterious. To the largest fragment auction house in the central district. Want to quickly improve your ancestral power? Want to quickly collect ancestral fragments? Everything is at the auction house. The 3 of them were excited for a moment, but they quickly calmed down. It's expensive, right? We can't afford it. They've been to auctions in the South District before, and the premiums were incredibly high. No. You're lucky to have me here. The boss there is my good friend, so we won't be going through the main entrance. As for the price, for my sake, I just charge the original price, the same as at the military headquarters. Are you going? Yes. Yuan-kan raised an eyebrow proudly at Bai Shu. He had originally planned to stop in the Central District before heading back to the West District, but Lon Lon refused to leave after watching the game. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he stayed. Bai Shu gave him a grateful smile. They weren't familiar with the Central District, and certainly didn't have any close friends there. After much deliberation, the only person they could turn to for help was Yuan-kan. He was the only person Bai Shu had met who had collected all the token fragments. He had traveled extensively, and was well versed in the Central District, making him a familiar figure. Add to that his outgoing nature, and he even managed to get close to the mysterious Al Lang. It's no exaggeration to say he had friends all over the world. Bai Shu trusted him completely. Why 1 point less? He remembered that he first met Yuan-kan outside the auction, and they didn't seem very familiar. But maybe the South District and the Central District were different. Yuan-kan, with a smile, led the 5 of them to a low, unremarkable building. Where is this? Bai Shu held the little girl, her long blue hair dotted with pearls, drawing the attention of passers-by. Of course, Bai Shu didn't know that she, too, was a sight to behold. It's rare to find a handsome man so patiently raising a child. He felt a strange sense of marital status. Hee. Yuan-kan rubbed his hands and smiled. Auction house. Zhou Xingqian couldn't believe it. Is the Central District auction house this shabby? Even the South District isn't this shabby. Yuan-kan shook his finger. No, I said it was an auction. So that's why you're faking it? The auction house owner and Yuan-kan were indeed familiar with each other, and he personally welcomed them inside. Now that we're here, we can't just leave. Bai Shu and Jiechenyu led the way without a word, and the 3 followed resignedly. The interior of the auction house was a different world. The auction was indeed taking place in the front area. Although simple, it was bustling with activity. The back area was much quieter and more austere. As they pushed open the door, they were nearly blinded by the glittering light of the fragments. The fragments hadn't been screened or neatly hung, they were scattered on the ground, some even piled into small bundles. Even though they were all high-quality fragments, some as small as soybeans, the sight of them was still delightful. They're all high-quality fragments. Seeing their disappointment, Yuan-kan said helplessly, Do you think this is your South District? Opportunities and risks coexist. The South District has many dangers, but also many intact fragments. But the Central District was different. The relatively safe living environment meant fewer fragments, and even then, there were competing forces vying for the precious fragments. The auction house owner was also a talented individual. Knowing he couldn't compete with them, he honestly picked up scraps that others disdained, and now he's earned a place in the market. These fragments haven't been sorted yet. Choose yourselves. The lowest price is the one you want. You can stay as long as you want. The owner was very generous. After Yuan-kan dragged him to watch Baichuan's match, it was hard not to like these kids. They were strong, upright, and driven. Perhaps they would defend and protect this area in the future. Even without Yuan-kan, he would have done the same. Bai Shu excitedly ran over to the mountain of high-quality fragments. Thank you, boss, thank you, brother Yuan. Looking at the crowd behind him, come on. To Bai Shu, these piles of high-quality fragments were like a dragon spotting a treasure trove. His number of fully awakened ancestor spirits already far exceeded the average. Without understanding the higher-level mechanisms of this world, Bai Shu wouldn't proactively summon new ones. But after his match with Jiujiang, he understood the importance of cooldown time. The cooldown time is related to the completeness of the ancestor spirit token. The more complete the fragment, the shorter the cooldown time. While a few minutes might seem insignificant, their opponents were becoming increasingly powerful. Against opponents of equal or even superior skill, those few minutes could almost determine their fate. Bai Shu didn't think high-quality fragments were unimportant at all. No one knew how broken their own ancestor spirit fragments were. What if a few accumulated into a large number? Okay. The others unconsciously changed their mindsets. People inevitably tend to focus on more complete ancestor spirit fragments, but sometimes quantity is more important. A heavy breath snorted near his ear, and Bai Shu turned to see Nine-Tailed Fox, its eyes slightly lowered. Simple and elegant, yet unrestrained, 2 figures brushed aside the 9 wildly swaying tails and approached. Let's search together. Ji Kong glanced at the debris scattered across the ground, lighting it up like the starry sky, and sensed a potential discovery. Golden Crow also eagerly leaped out. Followed by, the fully awakened spirits from each family appeared one after another. Wow! The boss was startled. The feeling of seeing a group of fully awakened spirits before his eyes was completely different from what he had seen on the video. Then he looked at the young man, almost overwhelmed by the spirits. Truly, There were many talented people. He had never seen a human so popular with the spirits. He winked at Yuan Can, shielding his face from view and whispering, "Is it possible to kidnap someone and make them a mercenary? Don't underestimate these mercenaries. Among them are many talented individuals who dislike being controlled." "Ahem, excuse me, please." Without waiting for Yuan Can to reply, Xie Chenyu effortlessly pushed the two men aside, his smile sending chills down the boss's spine. "Don't even think about it. This guy, a legitimate military scion, would have kidnapped her long ago." Yuan Can spread his hands. "Oh, what a shame. Look at him, so proud and protective, like a mother hen." Chapter 161. The auction was well worth the trip. It was a truly exceptional event, boasting exceptional fragments, not only from the Central District but also from other regions. This trip was surprisingly their greatest reward since arriving in the Central District, and everyone gained something. The swordsmith, Bedmother, and General Li's fragments were over half complete, and their cooldowns had been reduced. The three spirits had come to cherish their fragments, so this result was not surprising. Still, they were ecstatic. They had more clues to summon the spirits and infer their abilities. Bai Shu also found two fragments related to Dong Feng, though one was negligibly small, and didn't even reduce their cooldown. He carefully placed all the fragments together, and Dong Feng looked down with a hint of anticipation. The token fragments served as their connection to the world, replacing their bodies. Who would want their bodies shattered into dust? Unfortunately, these three fragments were disconnected fragments. "It's okay. One day I find all of your fragments. The fragments are disconnected and cannot be merged." Bai Shu collected them and comforted Dong Feng. Although the number was small, watching the outline of the token gradually take shape brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Dong Feng nodded. After all, progress was always good. Since seeing Bai Shu fiddling with the fragments, which were almost scraps, Yuan Can had been silent, his expression quizzical. After a moment, he pointed at the fragment in his palm and then at Dong Feng. "How? Did you summon a fully awakened one? What kind of familiarity with the ancestral spirits would that require to achieve this?" It was so outrageous that he suspected Bai Shu was an ancient. In a sense, Yuan Can was getting closer to the truth at that moment, and Bai Shu could barely be considered a minor ancient. Bai Shu. He's still too obvious. Not on home turf. Bai Shu always has concerns about his differences. It's probably a fluke. Yuan Can didn't dwell on it. He just wanted to give Bai Shu a heads up. It's so hard to sense just this tiny fragment. After traveling across half a country, you only get this little bit. Have you ever considered that the remaining fragments might be whole? Bai Shu was stunned. So, maybe it's a top-grade fragment? Even though many fragments were still within the alien, Yuan Can's idea made perfect sense. But if it was a top-grade fragment, it would be difficult to deal with. It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary summoner to obtain it. Even the fragments circulating on the market for the military were discarded by others. Few people were noble enough to give up the more complete and high-quality top-grade fragments. If it wasn't in human hands, it would be even more difficult, meaning the fragment might be within a high-level alien. But this person was no ordinary person, otherwise Yuan Can wouldn't have said such disheartening words. He patted Bai Shu. "Don't be discouraged. This might not be difficult for you. Whether it's the top 3 in the national competition or the youth training camp, you're just one step away. No matter which one you succeed in, you have endless resources when touring the 5 districts. Not only will the military departments in each district fully support you, but even the aristocratic families will give you some support." Bai Shu understood that in the turbulent apocalypse, strength is the only way to win, whether it was 300 years ago or in the future. Of course, this is just a guess, and I might be exaggerating. However, for top-quality wood element fragments, you can focus on the North and Central districts. One district is interested in collecting wood and water element fragments, and the other has the most top-quality fragments. "Thank you, Brother Yuan." Bai Shu's gratitude was sincere. Although they had only met by chance, he had helped them so much. They had already left the auction hall, about to part ways. "You're welcome. I be waiting for the good news of your victory." Yuan Can waved his hand with a carefree gesture. He had taken 2 steps before retreating in disbelief, deeply shocked. "Lon Lon. Don't you want to go home with Dad?" "Me?" Lon Lon appeared cold, but in reality, she was warm-hearted. She had never abandoned him so decisively before. Faced with Yuan Can's accusations, his face on the verge of tears, and the expression of someone behind him that had faded, Bai Shu felt a sense of surprise and helplessness. Lon Lon clung to his shoulder, clutching his clothes with both hands. Bai Shu didn't know what was happening. Lon Lon pressed her head against Bai Shu's chest, gently nuzzling it. Though her expression remained impassive, a closer look revealed a hint of intoxication. Yuan Kan's mouth dropped open. What did you feed her? Bai Shu was stunned. What an injustice. I didn't do anything. Could it be? Before Bai Shu could even think, a hand had already slipped between the man and the ancestor. Jie Chen forced a smile. Whoosh! A blue parabola streaked through the air, landing precisely in Yuan Kan's arms. Lan Lan instantly woke up. Although dry, it was hard not to love the embrace, softer and warmer than a clamshell cushion. Moreover, she smelled a wonderful scent she hadn't experienced before, a delicate one, like the scent of sunlight. A sweet fragrance, like the unheard-of fragrance of all the flowers and plants in nature. It was reassuring and extremely alluring. When the environment suddenly changed to a man's hard muscles, the faint smell of sweat, and the prickly stubble of his beard, it was truly hard not to wake up. Lan Lan returned to her spiritual sea without a glance back. The next moment, she reappeared, standing steadily beside Yuan Kansas. Though only as tall as a man's thigh, she exuded an imposing presence. After a distance, Lan Lan regained her composure. Aside from a slightly stiff movement, she waved to Bai Shu goodbye. Bai Shu also waved back goodbye. After the competition, maybe we meet in the West District someday. Yeah. Lan Lan nodded vigorously. Yuan Kan barely recovered from the shock of being despised by his own ancestor. I take you guys out for fun then. The man and the ancestor walked away hand in hand, Yuan Kan's accusations audible in the distance. Lan Lan, you really do despise me. No. Then let me hug you too. It's uncomfortable. Your muscles are too hard. Yuan Kan complained aggrievely, I'm a shield bearer. Being physically strong is fundamental. Bai Shu touched the jade piece at his neck, leaving no trace. Although Lan Lan had been close to him before, this time was noticeably different. Was it because of the gift Shen Nong had given him? But no other ancestor spirits had similar symptoms. Bai Shu hadn't noticed, but he had already unknowingly earned the attention of even more ancestor spirits. It's just that normally fully awakened ancestor spirits have extraordinary experience and don't get as close as Lan Lan, so the signs weren't obvious. On the last day, Jiang and Zhuo were in seclusion, leaving Bai Shu and Jie Chen, two fully awakened ancestor spirits, idle and unattended. Both of them were exceptionally intelligent, as steady as old dogs. They even discussed going to the hot springs after training, but Shan Liangjie didn't bother to intervene. Jie Chen had been waiting for this moment for so long, time alone, uninterrupted by teammates, coaches, opponents, and all sorts of inexplicable people. After diligently preparing fruit snacks and tea by the hot spring, the two of them immersed themselves in the water, sighing in relief. Feeling the gently scalding water enveloping them, their muscles, strained and aching all day, finally rested. This was practically a daily pastime for them. Bai Shu squinted his eyes, leaning lazily against the edge of the pool. Under the shimmering moonlight, the hot spring was lit only by a few scattered lights. Amidst the steaming heat, her beautiful face, hazy and vague, held a hint of bewilderment. Her hair, dampened, either clung to her neck or playfully curled up, dripped with water, a small amount gathering in the shallow dimples of her collarbones. He propped his head up with one hand, staring intently at the full moon in the water. Jie Chen, like someone witnessing something truly remarkable, stared straight ahead, his gaze fixed on the moon's shadow. In reality, his peripheral vision was fixed on the people around him, unable to move away. Time flies. The national competition is almost over. After a long pause, Jie Chen finally sighed. Yeah, the next match isn't the finals, but it's almost there. Bai Shu reached out and scooped up a pool of water, scattering the moon's reflection. Whether we can make it to the top 3 and travel across regions depends on this one. There was no response for a long time. Surprised, he turned his head to look over. Jie Chen was no different than usual. If anything, he seemed a little dazed and absent-minded. Could it be that his composure these past few days was all a facade? He just didn't want to appear intimidated in front of his teammates. Bai Shu swam over with amusement, getting closer to examine him. You're not scared, are you? Looking at the suddenly magnified, clear view, the sparkling, watery cat's eyes filled with confusion and defiance, Jie Chen's eyes nearly jumped out and glued to it, shock. Before he could meet Bai Shu's gaze, he quickly closed his eyes, clenching his fists underwater. Last time I lost control, it was alcohol. This time, I absolutely can't. Are you scared? That's what he had just said. Jie Chen was almost laughing with rage. What an unromantic fool. Is that what he meant? He was clearly trying to remind them of their previous agreement. They agreed to share their secrets after the national competition. Thinking of what he was about to say, He couldn't wait. Xie Yu was acting strangely today. Bai Shu? Thanks to his closed eyes, the dangerous aura that usually surrounded Xie Yu instantly dissipated. This was the first time Bai Shu had observed him so closely. A face no one could deny was unhandsome. His lips were pursed, his brows slightly raised, making him look even more vulnerable. What was going on? Bai Shu circled around Xie Yu in confusion, looking left and right, bewildered. You didn't. His tentative hand, just as it touched the other man's arm, was gripped tightly. Bai Shu's unfinished words died in his throat, as he watched Xie Yu's pupils, their pupils erect, almost animal-like. The dim room, the scorching breath. Bai Shu had seen such a look before. Forget his restraint. Xie Yu never considered himself a gentleman, much less Lu Xiaohui. Yes, that name was known even in the apocalypse, where ancient texts were scarce. It showed how absurd it was to be able to hold back in front of someone you liked. Splash. Skin in the water was smoother and more delicate, making it easier to break free. Bai Shu kicked his feet against the pool wall like a rabbit, pulled his arms back, and, before Xie Yu's astonished gaze, he broke free and scurried away like a fish in a matter of seconds. Watching the person so close to him instantly swim to the other side, lost in the mist and darkness, Xie Yu's face darkened for a moment. His hand, having failed, clenched into a fist, then finally dropped, creating a large splash on the water. Huh? Xie Yu calmed himself, smoothed his hair, and leaned back. The coolness of the stone wall slightly dampened the burning sensation within him. His expression shifted to his usual gentle smile, and he waved to the hesitant figure diagonally across the way. Come here. Chapter 162. The shadow across the way moved, hesitant at first, making Xie Yu's eyelids twitch. Unlike the foolish drunken moment, this time he was incredibly alert. Though he longed to pull the person back himself, he held back and waited patiently. This greatly allayed Bai Shu's doubts. His retreat was simply a matter of instinct, seeking advantage and avoiding danger. So, like a little animal, he took 2 tentative steps, finding the path safe, relaxed, and approached without hesitation. Stayed still, waiting for the person to approach, Xie Yu spoke first. Why are you running? He said it as if he were innocent. You were angry just now. Bai Shu's eyes were moist, and he felt a little aggrieved. Your eyes looked like you wanted to hit me. He was very perceptive, but his understanding was completely wrong. Xie Yu closed his eyes. He flirted with the blind man. He really wanted to hit him now. No matter how angry I am, would I hit you? You don't believe me? Bai Shu shrank his head, half his face submerged, 2 bubbles bubbling up. Rationally he wouldn't, but it looked like it at the time. But he didn't dare say it. By the time his mind caught up with his body's instinctive reaction, he had already run far away. Part of his hesitation, not wanting to return, was a sense of guilt. He gently grasped the boy's arm. I was mistaken. I won't do that again next time. The fierce cat's eyes, wide in battle, pleaded for mercy. Her fingers pressed lightly against his arm, their slender, white flesh bringing a subtle tickling sensation that drew his full attention to them. He might as well have held onto him normally. Sometimes, Xie Yu wondered if Bai Shu was deliberately seducing him. Otherwise, why was his attention always focused on him? Fantasies that had never before made him blush and palpitate would occasionally surface. After shifting the blame and muddling through, Xie Yu stopped while he was ahead. I hope so. After his last loss of control, he felt a surge of urgency to speak directly, but Bai Shu, once sober, let everything flow naturally, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. After calming down, it was almost as if he couldn't say anything. After playing so many games, he understood the importance of timing. Remember our agreement? We'd be honest after the national competition. Back then, without the pressure of competition, he would guide Xiao Bai well, hoping to avoid any regrets before facing the uncertainties and dangers of the future. Bai Shu paused for a moment, then leaned closer to Xie Yu again. I know, I remember. The next morning, Shan Lianzhou went to draw lots. The 5 of them gathered in the practice room, their expressions stiff and the atmosphere heavy, even Xie Yu. The draw, while unknown to the other teams, was a top priority for Baichuan. Their luck had always been bad. Thus, various personal traditions were born. The materialist metaphysical school, insisting on the conservation of energy, attempts to preemptively absorb bad luck by tripping over their left foot. The big data divination school, holding a crystal mirror and constantly asking questions, compiling the final results to accurately calculate which foot will be luckier. The devout prayer school, praying to the spirits and the heavens, frantically cooking and offering tribute, trying to use connections to find the god of luck and gain his favor. The others, is it really not going to offend the god of luck? Bai Shu rubbed his slightly rounded belly. The food had finally arrived here. Don't worry about being drawn into the Kurosawa district competition. Our opponents will only be the top 3. Jie Chenyu was almost certain. Bai Shu nodded. Although the competition had no clear rules, he had a hunch. The signs were clear from the last match. Out of 5 matches, none of the top 4 teams had faced each other. That's a very low probability. Zhuishengtian, are they manipulating this? Then what's the point of drawing lots? Jie Chenyu shook his head. It's not manipulation. They dare to be so obvious because they're sure it won't cause public outrage. Even if people knew about it, they wouldn't object to this hidden rule. Even if it became set in stone, it probably wouldn't be criticized. The top 4 are undoubtedly well regarded, especially the established 3, who have remained in the same position for the past 2 years. They haven't done anything as outrageous as Jiujiang. They are dedicated to the future of humanity, and are the greatest hope for eradicating the alien species. Who wouldn't want those they support, even those they admire, to rise to prominence, if one day, due to unrelated reasons, luck, or an accident, their idol falls from grace, their pain would be no less than their idol's. With this mentality, Li Chang's rules are not questioned. But they're just using the name of a lottery to actually make a decision. Any decent Central District executive wouldn't do something like this that would damage their reputation. The Central District, with its complex mix of factions, hasn't yet come together as a cohesive force, consistently concealing their confidence from the outside world. Honestly, if I had to choose one of the top 3, the one I least want to face wouldn't be last year's number 1, Qin Bei, but Song Yu. After Jie Chenyu said this, the others pondered and nodded in agreement. Is the difference in strength between the top 3 significant? Not necessarily. At this point, even a slight difference can determine the ranking. Attribute restraint is actually more important. Songwei is the team with the most water-type players, and the strongest healers among the top 3. They're the perfect counterpoint to Baichuan, who primarily attacks with fire, and excels at quick attacks. Xiaobai, do you want to come with me? Shan Liangjia reached the door, and suddenly turned back. But let's go! Shan Liangjia took Bai Shu, and led him out of the training room. He glanced at someone who was about to get up and follow him. You stay and watch them train. Don't let anything happen with the competition coming up. Can't leave them even for a moment? You're following so closely, you might get annoying. Jie Chenyu, don't overthink it. Luck is so unpredictable. There's no such thing as a set formula. Be good, I buy you some candy on the way. Bai Shu always thought he had bad luck. He used to think so too, but on second thought, Bai Shu had actually been their team's lucky star. Don't be too coaxing. But thinking of the colorful candies, Bai Shu's heart fluttered. The draw took place in the center of the first floor of the arena, which was much quieter at the time. In the end, only 6 teams remained. Baichuan arrived early, but he only saw Kurosawa, Suyo's coach, and Jiaya. Their expressions were grim. The top 3 had been drawn, and their team names had already been written down. As expected, Qin Bei Division A, Songwei Division B, and Mazhou Division C. Seeing Bai Shu enter, Kurosawa's coach and Jiaya, though somewhat surprised, still exchanged friendly greetings. Okay, then pick one at random. Just as Coach Suyo was about to step forward, Jiaya's sudden movement stopped him. He nudged Bai Shu and smiled at him. You should go first. There was really no point in refusing. Bai Shu, unprepared, was forced forward. He glanced back at Shan Liangjia, receiving an encouraging look. As if facing a formidable enemy, Bai Shu closed his eyes, and pulled out one of the white spheres. Opening it, he saw Mazhou. Bai Shu's eyes lit up, and he turned back in surprise, looking at Shan Liangjia, who smiled above. Shan Liangjia's heart was filled with mixed feelings, so he was the one with the worst luck. Ranked 3rd nationally, Mazhou from the West region was clearly the best outcome. It wasn't that Baichuan was afraid of the other 2 teams, it was simply that Jiang Zhengping and the others were somewhat intimidated by the title of the top 3. Drawing 1st and 3rd would significantly boost their morale. Afterward, Heizei drew Qin Bei, and Suyu drew Song Yu. Bai Shu glanced at Jia Yi with a complicated expression. For some reason, he had a hunch. If Jia Yi had been first, perhaps the card he had in his hand would have landed on Heizei. Jia Yi said nothing, simply patting him on the shoulder as they parted. Good luck. This decision wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision by Jia Yi, it was the captain's order. Even so, he refused to give up, thinking that his unerring luck might not be affected by the order of the draw, and he still get the most satisfying option as before. But this time, it didn't work. In a luxurious hotel suite, Seekong stood silently behind him, while Silly sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching as the human-made buildings gradually sparsed, dwindled, and disappeared into the deep green shadows, replaced by a primitive, chaotic patchwork of forest, rock, lake, and sand. From time to time, a huge, startled bird would soar into the sky, emitting a strange cry. The world was thus torn apart, imprisoned within a cage, never knowing for a lifetime the true extent of the world depicted by their predecessors, unable to see the scenery outside. Tea gurgled into the cup. Both Boji and Kurosawa had complex feelings toward the newly rising Shirakawa, feelings that shifted over time, as Shirakawa surpassed them. Having defeated Zhejiang, they were truly the fourth best team. At least in Kurosawa's eyes, Shirakawa, after repeatedly revealing fully awakened ancestor spirits, seemed to have a greater chance of continuing the fight. So, just like Boji, let's play a small role in the end, supporting him. Would they be unwilling to accept this? Of course. In another room, Zhang Mingjie slammed his fist on the table. We're holding the captain back. They, who had previously been complacent about possessing fully awakened ancestor spirits, looked like clowns. For a second-year student with only one fully awakened ancestor spirit to falter at the national competition, being disabled and becoming the weak link in the team's attack was a common occurrence. Lin Xuezong turned his head away, feeling down. Gongsun family. Miss, the results are in. As expected, the magical weapon has arrived in the central district. Gongsun Yao's eyes darkened. As expected, the middle-aged man in a long robe and a long beard beside her was even more delighted. Haha, it was easy to get. If they couldn't even make it to the national competition, I don't know what I would do. He patted Gongsun Yao on the shoulder. Little Yao, you did very well. Gongsun Yao was troubled. But father, they're not easy to deal with. Besides, Baichuan's reputation is at its peak. If the plan were to be exposed, Zhejiang would be a lesson for them. Even aristocratic families have to consider public opinion. After all, the military and other aristocratic families are watching closely. The Gongsun family was once a top family in the central district. At some point, their descendants became arrogant and lacked ambition, leading to their gradual decline. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. 10 years ago, after a talented summoner emerged from nowhere, the Gongsun family's ambitions were ignited. Unfortunately later, the words she had spoken in the secret realm weren't entirely fabricated. She had a genius brother. Unable to bear the family's suffering, and with the fragments of his ancestral spirit gone, he vanished, his life or death unknown. The sudden fall of the strongest newcomer sent the Gongsun family, which had finally begun to rise, rapidly declining. To the point where no one in the family could make it to the Central Division's first or second teams, enter the youth training camp, or contribute to the family. They were now desperately searching for other avenues. It's okay. After all, we still have connections in the Central Division. Gongsun Pei glanced at his daughter and sighed. She was still too cautious. Gongsun Luo silently clenched his fists. It was like that again. She could almost read in his eyes. If only his eldest son were here. Even before the eldest brother disappeared, the two were at loggerheads, a bitter rivalry. Now that he's gone, it's as if they rekindled a father-son bond. He treated her like nothing. Master, there's one more thing. The fortune teller interjected cautiously. The divination indicates there's another magical artifact in the North District. While its brilliance isn't as great as the one in the South District's secret realm, it's certainly unique and contains considerable power. Got it. Gongsun Pei frowned. The North District's secret realm wouldn't be easy to deal with. The Gongsun family was dwindling now, so he had to rely on the members of the family who had entered the youth training camp a few years ago. Rather than facing a tough challenge, he was more focused on the easy target before him. Chapter 163. On the day of the national tournament semifinals, 4 or 5 dusty barbarians suddenly appeared on the edge of the inner city. Each of them looked like antiques freshly unearthed from the earth. Their clothes were so pale, they couldn't even see their original color, now covered in gray, yellow, and black stains. They looked as if they hadn't washed in over 10 days. Their eyes were bloodshot, their chins were covered in stubble, and their hair hung down to their necks, giving them a sense of the vicissitudes of life. But what was different was that even though the weariness on their faces was almost tangible, their eyes remained sharp. Their stained, yet slim-fitting clothes only accentuated their sturdiness. At least one of them stood at 1.9 meters tall. Just standing there, they looked like solid pillars of heaven, giving people a sense of reassurance. But soon, an exaggerated remark shattered the beautiful stillness of the hero's triumphant return. Oh my god, I finally teleported back. The man who spoke, whose blonde hair was barely discernible, had half his sleeve missing, and he raised his hand and looked around. It was fine in the contaminated area. Suddenly returning to the familiar, clean streets, I felt a prickling itch all over my body, even though I hadn't washed in over 10 days. But why is it so quiet today? Not a soul on the street? My favorite egg yolk pastry isn't even open. Are we still in a dreamland? A blond man in his 20s craned his neck, looking around with a frantic expression. The only respectable man among the five, though his clothes were also dirty, at least his face was clean. His long hair was held up with a wooden hairpin, and his androgynous face was strikingly beautiful, even in his distress. But his movements were much more casual. He rolled his eyes, and said sarcastically, "Don't be silly. You got all this alien skin on you." At this hour, even a 6-year-old could guess it was a national competition. Semifinals. The man in the middle remained silent, his face expressionless from beginning to end, until they passed a promotional poster. Then we're back relatively early, which means... The blond man suddenly became excited. Being still in the nationals meant that the youth training camp's new recruits hadn't started yet, and there was still plenty of time before the 5-district parade. It's a good time to see if there are any promising newcomers. We need to snatch them up early. The provincial governor will be with you all. I'd be sick of seeing them, or hearing about them. The respectable man looked disgusted. These were the first group of returnees from the youth training camp, having completed their missions. Those who entered the youth training camp wouldn't settle down in the inner city. Except for those still old enough to participate in the nationals, all were assigned to missions in the outer regions. Who isn't? The high-level aliens in the outer regions were difficult to deal with. They'd been trapped in a fantasy world, eating, drinking, and defecating together for days. For a while, even looking at each other was a disgrace, their disgust etched in their eyes. The blonde rubbed his hands together, ready to fight. No, this means I can still catch up with the dealer. He rushed out quickly, not forgetting to hook his arms with a few people. Don't be stunned. The casino is also the best way to get to know new players. The central arena was unprecedentedly grand. Although it was nominally the semi-finals, in the eyes of most people, it was no different from the finals. While ordinary people might not care about the team rankings, they were definitely familiar with the top 3 selected each year. The top 3 often grow at an astonishing rate after the tour. During this period, everyone's circumstances vary. Some start out inconspicuous, but eventually flourish, while others shine brightly but quickly fall. This is an almost unchanging law. At this time, ordinary people, summoners, and members of various factions alike, like searching for gold in the desert, staring intently at the soon-to-be eliminated top 3, choosing their spiritual sustenance, and vying to recruit newcomers. Buy now. Pick your favorite team or player. You spend money on them today, and they earn you money tomorrow. Someone has already opened a gambling house. The blond man, following the lead, has already arrived. Shibe. Or the school you graduated from, Bengata? They still have the highest win rate in all these years. How boring. The blond man tooted his lips, and shook his head, suddenly feeling bored. He continued watching. Songwe, Majo, Baichuan. Baichuan. The completely unfamiliar names piqued the man's interest. He casually pulled over a passerby and asked, "Hey, old man, which Baichuan is that?" The man he had grabbed was just trying to decide which team to pick when he was suddenly and unceremoniously pulled out. He was already furious, but when he turned to see a weathered, unsophisticated face, he became even angrier. What kind of country bumpkin is this? You know for yourself. He pointed at the large screen above him, and waved his arm. Go away, don't bother me thinking. I got to place my bets, and get to the game. Just then, teams appeared one after another on the screen. A completely unfamiliar team with a red background and silver stripes approached. The boy in the lead had a composed look, his narrow, fox-like eyes gleaming with shrewdness and excitement. His steps were steady and his momentum was powerful, no less impressive than those of perennial winners, like Qin Bei and Song Yu. However, the others behind him were much less impressive, their eyes darting and looking a little nervous, which fit their stereotype of the new team. 2 red figures appeared on the field. The South Division is showing strong momentum this year. Several people were quite surprised. But the surprise was yet to come. When their eyes fell on Shirakawa number 5, even those who hadn't intended to look any further couldn't help but linger for a second longer. How can someone so skinny be competing? He's probably not even old enough. Beside these giants, already well past their puberty and often standing 2 meters tall, the physique Bai Shu had cultivated over the past 6 months was completely inadequate. Strange. Suddenly, the blond man beside him echoed this, his face filled with bewilderment. Even you find it strange. The man's face was impassive, not giving him any extra glances. He raised his finger to the other side, pointing to the individual bets. It had nothing to do with the group. People were supporting their favorite players. The boy's profile picture was prominently displayed, and his win rate was quite high. While not at the top, he was actually ranked ahead of Jung Soo. The blond man glanced at Bingda. He knew Jung Soo. Since they were all in the youth training camp, everyone inside had some familiarity. Furthermore, since both of them were from the Central District, they naturally had more in common. That's really interesting. After saying that, the man with the tied hair took in the rare youthful look among the sharp faces of the attackers, and turned away without hesitation. Hey, where are you going? I'm not interested in gambling, of course. He tilted his head, his profile superior, and his glance gave me an inexplicably seductive feeling. Go back, take a shower, eat some human food, and then lie comfortably in bed and watch the game. The blond man curled his lips, and excitedly threw himself into the gambling game. Time flashed back a few minutes. Shirakawa and the others had already registered and were waiting to enter. To be honest, Baishu was completely bewildered, his ears still ringing. There were so many people. Worse than the zombie hordes he'd seen in his previous life. The line waiting to enter had formed a serpentine, stretching across the entire street. The noise was deafening. As he approached the crowd, his ears were filled with a cacophony of noise, so deafening he couldn't even hear his own voice. When the spectators were temporarily stopped outside the stadium, the buzzing finally died down, and the tiny black cameras usually only seen at the stadium were once again surrounding them. Before they even took the stage, their every move was being watched. This caused the few people, who had never experienced anything like this, to stiffen to varying degrees. Snap! After covering the tiny cameras that had followed them into the waiting room with a towel, Sietchin Yu clapped his hands vigorously, forcing the others back to their senses. Don't just stand there. Change into your uniform, replenish your nutrients, warm up, and get into good physical condition. Don't overthink it, because it's useless, okay? An unprecedentedly sharp gaze swept over them, and several people suddenly realized, got it. Dear audience, the semifinals of the annual national competition begin today. Let us welcome the teams. Division A, Central Chinbei vs South Kurosawa. Two colors, one gold and one red, caught the eye, creating a powerful chromatic display. Captain Su Li. The moment Chinbei appeared, the cheers rose in volume, nearly breaking through the roof, completely overwhelming Chinbei. As the captain of the strongest team in the Central Division, and the rare possessor of three powerful fully awakened ancestors, Su Li, the most mysterious and powerful captain of the top national team, was incredibly popular. The Central District's first team is the perfect embodiment of the region's power. The 5 members include disciples from the most prominent aristocratic families and military forces in the Central District. The Beast Taming Sect, capable of taming beasts and understanding their language. The Tianji Sect, capable of predicting the future and possessing mysterious whereabouts. The Central District employs a wide variety of methods, making it the most unpredictable of the sects. The remaining 2 are formidable players selected by the military from among the common people or those affiliated with smaller families. Division B, North District Songwei vs East District Suyo. It was time for the 2 teams to take the stage. The cheers were noticeably quieter than in the previous division. It wasn't that the 2 teams were unpopular, on the contrary, people subconsciously lowered their voices, fearing to disturb them. Songyue's women were all beautiful women with high noses, fair skin, and deep-set eyes. Their preponderance of water and wood elements gave them an elegant demeanor. The other team, due to their location, lacked the burly build of the unruly men. Instead, each member was tall and slender. Their crisp uniforms were complemented by moon-white robes that covered them from head to toe. Their every move was gentle and courteous, utterly refined. Such 2 striking teams standing together inevitably gave the impression that any louder voices would be offensive. Division C, West Zone Majo vs South Zone Baichuan. Compared to the previous 2 matches, this one was still as chaotic as a market. It was also quite surprising that the match with the largest crowd was packed. The auditorium was so packed that even the steps were filled, leaving no room for movement. From a distance, it looked like a dense mass. This was, simply, the most controversial match. Baichuan, seemingly determined, faced the West Zone team for the second time. Will Baichuan launch a surprise attack, or will the West Zone pull off a comeback? The drama of the match was incredibly exciting. On the other hand, Baichuan's repeated appearances had truly piqued the interest of many, with many even placing private bets on whether Baichuan would appear again. As a result, The comment section for the C Division video had already been flooded with question marks before it even started. A newcomer suddenly appeared. Really? The most prestigious family in the West Division is the Soul Sect, specializing in awakening various related innate abilities. Captain Wu Fujing hails from this clan. The second in command is the Bone Face clan, to which the vice captain belongs. They are said to practice ancient and mysterious magic. Although small in number, each member is exceptional, and the skull masks of various colors and shapes they wear are almost their hallmark. However, the relationship between the West Division military and the aristocratic families is not as confrontational as in the Central Division. While there are members of the aristocratic families within the team, they are also affiliated with the military. Both of them have joined the youth training camp. Due to his frequent contact with ghosts and spirits, Wu Fu's complexion was a sickly pale, making the bruises under his eyes appear even more pronounced. He looked unhealthy, and his personality wasn't outspoken, often giving off a sinister vibe. Generally speaking, a reliable captain will naturally align his teammates with their temperaments, which is why West District Majo and Second Team Flying Eagles gave off very different vibes. Silent, eerie, mysterious, yet powerful. Sometimes silence is more powerful than shouting. Handshake. Majo raised an arm in unison. Bai Chuan raised only one arm. Majo's numbers 2, 3, and 4, frustrated, responded, ? Is this a new form of provocation? Bai Shu hurriedly nudged Zui Xingtian, who stood beside him with a dazed expression. The three people in the middle suddenly woke up, hurriedly shaking each other's hands and bowing in apology. Sorry. A glimpse of the white, cracked skull on the waist of the Majo deputy captain, Jiang Zheping felt a chill run down his spine, and the temperature in his hand felt eerily cold. So he was just distracted. What? Bai Chuan clearly lacks momentum. He's so cowardly. After all, this is his first time at the National Competition Center, and he's putting the national competition above everything else. He's probably just so nervous he's a bit dazed. Bai Chuan, what the hell? Bai Chuan. You beat me. You can't lose to these scoundrels. Hearing a familiar roar, Bai Shu turned and quickly found the source in the audience. Amidst the crowd of heavy down jackets, a few were dressed strangely. Although they wore seemingly warm fur coats, they were unfazed by the cold, revealing half their arms. He was using his hands as a megaphone, roaring heartbreakingly. It was Flying Eagle. They hadn't left yet. I had no idea what the West Division 1 team had done to them. I thought they'd be cheering for their own division. Those guys deserve a beating. The Mabe deputy captain said sullenly, and the others agreed. The familiar partition between the divisions descended. The only sound was the official female voice. District C, competition type, competitive match. Location, Central M District, Old City Ruins. Chapter 164. Please choose to ban a sage spirit. As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone looked at the electronic screen in front of Majo in unison, their expressions unsettling whether to describe it as joy or regret. Alas, no, I've been wanting to ask this for a while now. What exactly is this? The person above is still a child, right? Refers to the newly awakened sage spirits possessed by the summoners of both teams, except for the first awakened sage spirit, which have never appeared before the official match. Correction? Refers to the newly awakened sage spirits possessed by the summoners of both teams. Whose rule is this? Just look at the replays of his first two matches and you see. Some people are truly patient enough to only watch the semifinals. Not to mention the audience's reaction, even Majo's held breath relaxed momentarily upon seeing the familiar roster. Having a few matches might be considered a rich reserve, but introducing new sage spirits in every match is unbelievable, inevitably leading to overthinking and conspiracy theories. At this point in the competition, no team would be foolish enough to underestimate their opponent, not even a new one. Similarly, the list of ancestral spirits before Bai Chuan was predictable. The semifinals had already competed once, so they had access to more comprehensive information. A few days earlier, they had reviewed the profiles of the 5 Majo players, or rather, a cursory review of all the team's profiles. The veteran top 3 were equally strong, but clearly stood out from the other teams, even the semifinalists, Zhejiang. Interestingly, while the West District's secret realm was a ghost realm ruled by the Fengdu Emperor, the West District's first team skills were mostly ghost killing, and several of their names were familiar to Bai Shu. Captain number 1, Wu Fu, was a third-year player, a gold-type controller, and a member of the West District Soul Sect. The Soul Sect believes that humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. These 3 souls dominate a person's spirit and are crucial to the strength of their spiritual C. The 3 souls are Taiguang, also known as the main soul, the root of life, Xuangling, also known as the awakening soul, the source of wisdom, and Yujing, also known as the life soul, the source of desire. The 7 spirits govern the human body and correspond to the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. Wu Fu's innate ability is Soul Cage, which captures souls and spirits for temporary custody. This skill lasts for 8 hours, and has a cooldown of 20 hours. Although he has never been seen capturing souls, mostly spirits, souls and spirits are extremely important to humans and are indispensable. His talent already places him among the best in the soul sect. He has 2 fully awakened ancestral spirits. The demon-type ancestral spirit, Yin Yao, Skill 1, summons a nearby beast to assist in attacks. After 3 attacks, it goes on cooldown for 20 minutes. Skill 2, quickly marks a target within a 100-meter radius with a bullseye. After 3 attacks, it goes on cooldown for 20 minutes. Skill 3, Nest Selection, within the marked target, possess anyone, disrupting their actions for 8 hours, with a 16-hour cooldown. The cooldown alone suggests this is a rare sight, as it's a fully awakened ancestor with all token fragments. Despite the 20-minute cooldown, if skills 1 and 2 are continuous 10-minute abilities, they can be used interchangeably, effectively eliminating the cooldown. This unique skill easily allows for a strong advantage once deployed. Considering the unfavorable start against Jiujiang, banning this ancestor was a no-brainer. Demonic Ancestor Daji, Skill 1, Damage Reduction. Damage reduction is negated against the highest damage dealt, entering cooldown after 3 uses, with a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 2, Versatile Bewitching, induce the target to madness, with an indeterminate duration and a 20-hour cooldown. Like Xuanju, these 2 skills are both rare, but the skills of these ancestral spirits are often very powerful. This is evident from the phrase undefined duration in the major skill. When Baishu saw the name Daji, he was momentarily lost in thought, and the others were also startled. The former was because the name was familiar, and the latter because Daji, like Jiuwei, belonged to the same nine-tailed fox clan. Could she be a member of the clan? Several people looked at the summoned nine-tailed fox in unison. Nine tails twitched in the air, and the nine-tailed fox's eyes were cold. It held its head high, as if it was too lazy to argue with ignorant humans. It snorted disdainfully, "How can such a little demon compare to me? Even I used it." Jiuwei paced the room. "My Jiuwei clan is an ancient beast tribe, born with 9 tails. We possess intelligence, long lifespans, and immense power. Every 9-tailed fox king has been named Jiuwei. Back then, little demons like these were still ignorant beasts, only to have developed 9 tails through cultivation. Moreover, after finally cultivating 9 tails, instead of pursuing power, they delve into those deceptive shortcuts, and even transform into human form. This is a complete disgrace to the 9-tail. Jiuwei was always aloof, fierce in battle, but usually enjoying basking in the sun, a lazy and elegant presence. This was the first time Baishu had seen him so furious. Just like the older generation, whose lives were always serious and reserved, couldn't stand the outlandish and flamboyant attire of the younger generation. Jiuwei loved his 9 furry tails that could serve as a blanket, loved his tall, mighty body, impervious to cold and heat, and well protected. He even loved his sharp claws even more. He found it hard to understand why any fox would want to transform into a human body, so weak it would die at the slightest touch. Back to the topic. Majo number 2, Vice Captain Buji, a third-year player, a gold-type attacker, is from the Bone Face clan. Baishu had barely heard of the Bone Face clan even 300 years ago. Even today, this tribe still exists, but remains as mysterious, rarely interacting with outsiders. Even his teammates in Majo have never seen another Bone Face clan member besides Buji. Bone Face clan members are born to create their own bone masks, which, upon awakening, grant special abilities. They are a group of exceptionally gifted individuals. When Buji dons a bone mask, he transforms into a monster, ready to kill anyone who stands in his way. His body is as hard as bone, impervious to damage, and his offensive talent skyrockets. Watching him use his skills in match recordings, Baishu can't help but recall his past. He has 2 fully awakened ancestor spirits, and 1 partially awakened one. The divine ancestor spirit, Shirshia, also known as Chigua, stands 7 feet tall, has a large belly, wears a chicken head mask, and has a red snake wrapped around his neck. There are 3 skills. Skill 1, increases force by 20%, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown of 25 minutes. Skill 2, passive skill. Avoid getting too close. If you get within 30 centimeters, the red snake will automatically awaken and attack. After 3 attacks, it enters a cooldown of 25 minutes. Skill 3, Devour Ghosts. Swallows 300 during the day and 300 at night. Cooldown of 20 hours. This ancestor spirit clearly counters ghost-type ancestor spirits, and Ji Kang's ultimate skills are very passive against it. This ancestor spirit is a beast-type ancestor spirit, a beast that has been resurrected from the dead. It has various forms, often with the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger. It has a ferocious disposition and can harm people. There are 2 skills. Skill 1, increases force by 20%, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown of 25 minutes. Skill 2, as long as the enemy team doesn't lose a single player, increase your team's strength by 1%. No cooldown until the end of the battle. Skill 3, Resurrection. After recovering from a fatal wound, your abilities are increased by 50%. Cooldown, 20 hours. Yu's attack power is the strongest Baichuan has ever seen, because after killing it once, it undergoes a second, even more difficult to kill form after resurrection. By comparison, Jiujiang No. 1's Tao Wu pales in comparison. Partially awakened ancestor, a beast-type ancestor, a one-horned black bull, known as the Black Bull. Skill 1, riding on clouds and mist, with a steady pace, galloping across the universe. Effective for 10 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. Skill 2, Mountain Crash, incredible strength, capable of breaking mountains. Effective for 10 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. Majo No. 3 Zhao Helong, 3rd grade, Earth-type attacker. His Zodiac Convex Mirror has versatile functions, including aiming, zooming in, and reducing field of view. There are 2 fully awakened ancestors. The animal-type ancestor, Jufu, resembles an ape with a leopard-like tail. He lives in the mountains and forests, possessing agile limbs that allow him to traverse complex terrain with ease. He excels at throwing. He has 3 skills. Skill 1, increases jumping ability by 20%, lasting 10 minutes, with a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 2, Tail Swing. The extremely long tail can carry 2 people simultaneously, dodging attacks and dealing damage, lasting 10 minutes, with a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 3, Stone Rain. Instantly throws a large, scattering weapon within a certain radius. 5 of the projectiles have tracking abilities, with a 20-hour cooldown. This powerful skill, combined with No. 3's innate ability, is extremely lethal. The human ancestor, Shirgan Deng. Skill 1, press the sword, gather the entire army's wishes, instantly breaking shields regardless of level, with a 30-minute cooldown. Skill 2, guard the house. Immunity to all evil, clears confusion and removes obstacles. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 3, subdue demons. Suppress demons with a giant stone. Cooldown, 24 hours. While the Stone Guardian's attack power isn't as strong, it possesses shield breaking, mind clearing, and demon killing abilities, making it a counter to many skills, and should not be underestimated. The 4th and 5th spirits are second-year rookies. Information gained from just 1 match is limited, and they're from the West Division. No matter how hard Dan Liangjia tries, he can only obtain images of the spirits. Specific skill information is strictly blocked. In the previous match, Majo's opponent, hoping for a surprise victory, discovered that the 2nd spirit had a non-fully awakened spirit that was clearly intended to be used as a mount. Therefore, they abandoned their usual second-year ban strategy and banned both of the 2nd spirits and the 1st spirit's smelting bird. Unexpectedly, despite No. 2's inherent formidable strength, coupled with the undiminished Black Bull's power, numbers 4 and 5, even with the opportunity to utilize their fully awakened ancestor spirits, ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. But Baichuan at least knew the general outlines of the fully awakened skills possessed by 2 second-year students. Majo No. 4, Wang Xiaoquan, a wood-type attacker, is a second-year student. His zodiac sign is Dandelion, whose seeds explode upon contact. The explosion range is limited, but the advantage lies in their sheer quantity. There is 1 fully awakened ancestor spirit. The beast-type ancestor spirit, Fengli, resembles a leopard and possesses exceptional speed. It has 2 skills. Skill 1, Wind Control, which increases attack speed with a 10-minute cooldown and a 25-minute cooldown. Skill 2, Infinite Resurrection, which allows players to revive from the dead as long as there is wind. Currently, there is no cooldown. There is 1 non-fully awakened ancestor spirit, a divine-type ancestor spirit named Wind God, a goddess in green, with fluttering eyebrows and a powerful presence. Skills unknown. Dirong, No. 5 of Majo, Earth-type healer, Grade 2, has one fully awakened ancestor. Human ancestor, Immortal 1 Yao. Skill 1, Spreading Cloth. Sit quietly on a yellow cloth, restoring 20% of the health of the person on it. Cooldown, 25 minutes. Skill 2, Five-Tongue Bamboo Reed. Playing it reduces the attack power of all enemies by 10%. Cooldown, 25 minutes. Skill 3, Circle. Draw a circle around the area to extract souls, restoring 10% of mental power. Cooldown, 20 hours. One partially awakened ancestor is called Yao Lao, suspected to be a divine ancestor. The old man wears a cloth headband, 5 gourds hang from his waist, and holds a cane. He appears to be an ordinary person, but he is suspected to be a divine ancestor because he never speaks. A closer look reveals a compassionate look in his eyes, neither demonic nor beastly. Skills unknown. Halfway through the timer, no team has yet offered any of the 3 ban options. Lingzhou, it seems both sides are struggling. Majo has given their ban options. Number 1, the Ancient Spirit Nuba, who has appeared twice in a row. Number 2, the Ancient Spirit Kuiping, and number 3, the Ancient Spirit Zhuanju. And they didn't even ban number 5. Chapter 165. Number 5's ancestral spirits are numerous and difficult to master. Everyone, including the commentators, thinks the opponent will ban Dongfeng. Banning Dongfeng would leave Baichuan without a healer and forced him to choose Ji Kong, which number 2's ancestral spirit could counter. What a perfect opportunity! What if Baichuan had intended to choose Ji Kong and ban Shirxia beforehand? This. Lingqi calmly analyzed. No matter what the ban strategy, the ultimate goal remains the same, to lower the enemy's level and create an advantage for themselves. Although both teams have ancestral spirits that counter them, Majo isn't bothered by them. Confident in their own strength, they don't need to worry about it. They continue to play their usual style, deal and win. Lingqi was right. The West Division teams always have something special. While Majo may appear smarter than Feiying, they're all the same at heart, believing in one principle: win. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, no one's opinion can be disputed. Barring any unexpected events, Majo's victory is a foregone conclusion. Why do you say that? Baichuan is also very strong. They are indeed very strong. I haven't seen such a dazzling new team in decades. It's like a dazzling star suddenly rising from the horizon, and it even ignited my ambition for a moment. If they keep up this pace, the destruction of the alien species is just around the corner. But the accumulation of generations of strong teams can't be surpassed overnight. The difference between the two teams can be seen just by looking at the layout. Streamlining and integration are the characteristics of Majo. With the exception of number 2, all third-year students are fully awakened spirits. Although number 2 has a non-fully awakened spirit, it can perfectly complement the spirit's skills and temperament in battle without reducing its attack power. Just look at how quickly and desperately the previous team lost against Majo. Mingma Hao's ancestral spirits aren't summoned casually, rather, they're carefully selected. While this sounds like a luxury, countless summoners scramble to summon even one. But the top 3, with their vast resources, can sift through the available fragments until they find the one most suitable for their team. Just wait and see. If number 4 and number 5 are banned from full awakening, their less than fully awakened ancestral spirits must also be formidable. Baichuan's board is quite the opposite. Aside from number 1 and number 5, the ancestral spirits are unevenly ranked. Number 4 is the most obvious. Besides having a fully awakened one, even as an attacker, he has a completely unseen ancestral spirit. Number 2 and number 3, as third-year players, still have 2 less than fully awakened ancestral spirits after over a year. Clearly, these 2 ancestral spirit fragments are difficult to fully awaken, requiring careful summoning from the outset. But they still choose to summon, proving they lack the fragment reserves and resources, simply believing that being able to summon is better than none at all. The comment is spot on. Baichuan was a team from a marginal town in a marginal region. Before Baishu arrived, Baichuan was even more impoverished. Xiechenyu led the team to the regional semi-finals entirely through sheer cunning. Introducing new spirits, changing strategies, and finding new ways to collaborate, changing tactics with each match. But without matching strength, the regional semi-finals were already the limit. They all knew this, and it was the direct cause of the three's constant nervousness. Lingzhou, with only 10 seconds left, Baichuan hasn't even picked or banned the spirit. He was also a little puzzled by what had happened to Baichuan. They had always chosen quickly, but this time, they were so hesitant. As expected, the top 3 remained the top 3. Baichuan was very quiet. Xiechenyu stood in front of the panel silent. The others, though anxious, tacitly agreed not to interrupt. Bai Shu glanced around, unsure why, and fell silent too. And Ning and the others were used to it. Back then, Bai Shu wasn't around. Facing opponents far stronger than them, Xiechun Yu would always spend a while pondering like this. But he never lost time. It had been a long time since Bai Shu joined the team. The others knew what was going on, but Bai Shu didn't. Could Xiechun Yu have fallen asleep? Seeing the time running out, he took a deep breath and patted the sculpted boy's shoulder. I want to ban Wang Yao number 5. Is Dong Feng okay? Xiechun Yu shuddered as he felt a pain in his left shoulder and saw Bai Shu's enlarged face. Are you going for the healing route this time? Bai Shu nodded. His idea was simple. They couldn't match the opponent's damage output, so they would make up for it in other ways. And that was definitely healing. Xiechun Yu stared directly at Bai Shu, who remained undeterred, his resolve as usual. This was their team's biggest risk. How could he not obey? Xiechun Yu sneered inwardly and obediently tapped on Wang Yao's words. Yes, sir. Bai Shu shuddered, startled by the reverent gesture. Xiechun Yu's mood suddenly brightened. The mutually restrained spirits were like a tangled mess of wool. Xiechun Yu had to guess which spirit the opponent would ban, which would be used, and what would be the best strategy. Although he had considered many scenarios before the match, none of them had a 90% or higher chance of failure. Bai Shu helped him untangle a thread from the tangled mess. Majo's number 1 pre-spirit smelting bird had already been banned, and with the addition of immortal Wang Yao, only one spot remained. Since Bai Shu wasn't planning on using Ji Kong, there was no need to ban number 2's Evil Eater. So, should he weaken the enemy's attack by choosing Nia Yu, or strengthen his own shield by choosing the Stone Guardian? He didn't plan on banning number 4. He knew that with Majo's strength, it would be difficult to deal with unless it was fully awakened, not to mention that he had no information about its skills. For him, the unknown was more terrifying than the visible. The countdown reached exactly 10 seconds. He suddenly opened his eyes, and pressed the option he had in mind. Maybe he was going crazy, or maybe he was just being inadvertently dragged on by the tense atmosphere. Some uncertainties were uncertain, so there was no need to dwell on them, just rely on your intuition. He bet that Majo loathed flying-type spirits. He first banned Kuimping and Nuba, whose presence had been strong in 2 consecutive matches, and then banned their most obvious weakness, Zuixingqian's Zhuanzhu. With who highly likely to appear, Shurgan Deng, skilled in shield breaking, was a must-ban. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Baichuan listed his ban choices one by one. 19, number 1, Shurgan Deng, number 5, Wang Yaoxianren. Lingjiu scratched his head. Unexpectedly calm. Accustomed to Baichuan's unpredictable tactics, people expected their choices to be even more surprising than the previous teams. To think they banned a powerful attacker, a healer, and an attacker, spirits whose skills weren't particularly impressive by comparison, they suddenly become so conventional. Majo was also somewhat surprised by the 3 black avatars. Buji was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, after being targeted in the previous match, he was liberated this time. Then, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. I like this team. I will pay my tribute to them with my best fighting spirit. He was a complete battle fanatic. While it didn't matter which spirit he chose, he naturally preferred a more satisfying fight. Wang Xiaoqun hadn't been banned either, and was pleasantly surprised. Interesting. Now that's fun. Lingqi. The 2 spirits were chosen very quickly. They are, Mazo, Spirit 1 Daji, Spirit 2 Yuyu, Spirit 3 Jifu, Spirit 4 Fengli, Spirit 5 Yaolao. Baichuan. Spirit 1 Jinwu, Spirit 2 General Li, Spirit 3 Hu, Spirit 4 Swordsmith, Spirit 5 Dongfeng. National semifinals teleport open. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the 6 teams, 30 players, disappeared from the arena. Scarred by his previous opening fall, Bai Shu resolutely refused to move until he could clearly see his surroundings. After the familiar dizziness, Bai Shu bent his leg slightly, lowering his center, and held his position until his shoulder touched something solid, and the slightly uneven ground beneath his feet gave him a sigh of relief. We had arrived at the ruins of the old city. Bai Shu opened his eyes and gazed at the familiar buildings before him, his mouth slightly open, and remained silent for a long time. It had been so long since I had seen this. 300 years ago, the world before the catastrophe. To his surprise, the ruins of the old city weren't the ancient walls and high courtyards he had imagined, but rather buildings from his own era. Unlike the uniformly low, gray and black buildings, designed to avoid alien attention, or even the eerie appearance of buildings interspersed with alien corpses, the houses of that time were brightly colored, with exteriors dominated by bright white, vibrant red, warm yellow, and cool blue. Their doorways were intricately carved, and stone statues flanked them, creating a majestic and varied style. Despite the bloodstains on the walls, the large sun-drenched terrace forced into a small vegetable garden, and the sharp iron spikes marring the aesthetic, the people of the early apocalypse hadn't completely changed their pre-apocalyptic preferences. So even though most of these buildings had become ruins, their colors faded with time and covered in dust, Bai Shu could still recognize them at a glance, even automatically conjuring up their original appearance in his mind. Here he was, it must be a human settlement. He stood on the perimeter. He saw the remnants of the electric fence and the shattered walls of reinforced concrete, with dense sharp metal protrusions on the walls. Stepping over the outer wall, Bai Shu paused to survey the open space beneath his feet, used for parking and loading and unloading. Beyond that, piles of rusted iron sheets were probably temporary inspection areas made of shipping containers, requiring a second inspection for anyone seeking refuge. Beyond another wall, the dilapidated, but still substantial, abandoned buildings housed the settlement's inhabitants. But this wasn't the full picture. Bases are typically located near mountains and waterways, high up in elevation, so there should be streams, lakes, and highlands. Of course, there must be lavish residences for those in power. On the plateau, amidst picturesque scenery and lush green grass, stand beautiful two-story villas. The largest of these has been converted into the doctor's residence and laboratory, also serving as his home. "Can you hear me?" Jie Qinyu's voice brought Bai Shu back to his senses. Caught off guard by the sight of the old scene, while not necessarily the base he lived in, some not-so-nice memories still drifted uncontrollably from the dusty corners. Bai Shu's voice was a little dry. "I can hear it. This time's competition venue is a little different. The good news is that it's easier to hide. Of course, the bad news is also that, beware of sudden enemy attacks. Also, the fact that these buildings still exist and haven't completely disappeared suggests there aren't any large alien species near this area, but you should be more vigilant against smaller ones. Okay. The terrain is complex, with numerous obstacles. I assigned Air to search the entire area. Keep the team updated on their locations. If you encounter Air, be sure to follow him. Air will direct you to the nearest gathering point. This time, we must seize the initiative." Understood. The team reported their respective positions roughly. Bai Shu and Zui Xingtian were on the open ground, while the other three were in different ruined buildings. "Xiao Bai?" Jie Qinyu paused. He noticed something different in Bai Shu's voice, but he couldn't care less on the court. He changed his tone. "Be careful until Air determines the opponent's position." He was always the one who won the opening match, so he had to worry. Chapter 166. Bai Shu clenched the pendant in his hand, forcing himself to distance himself from the past. The voices of his teammates echoed in his ears, and in his hand was the treasure given to him by Shenong and Lan. This undoubtedly proved that he was no longer the same person he once was. The memories that evoke such sentiments were but a thing of the past. He was number 5 of the Baichuan Academy team. His mission was to win this match. Thinking of this, Bai Shu's gaze regained its determination. "Okay, you guys should be careful too. You don't have to worry about me." Because the terrain was open, Bai Shu had carefully observed that no one was nearby. As long as he didn't run into anyone unexpectedly like last time, in this relatively familiar terrain, Bai Shu was confident he could evade them. "Okay." Jie Qinyu readily agreed. Judging from Air's lack of feedback, most people were already in the building. Even though Bai Shu was going the pure healer route this time, despite Bai Shu's suggestion, Jie Qinyu, despite his concerns, complied with his wishes. Putting his complete trust in him was a tacit understanding that had developed over the years of fighting side by side. Most teams try their best to find a healer at the start of the game, and Majo is no exception. The 3 attacking team treats their healers like precious gems. Baichuan, by comparison, is too casual. "Huh? Really not caring this time? An attacker who can't protect a healer isn't a good captain. Yes, 2 thumbs up." I couldn't agree more. For those of you in other regions, please see the string of likes below. Unified IP, South District. Are these the South District people who rush to attack anyone who criticizes Baichuan lately? Everything else the South District defends against Baichuan, but this one alone makes the South District desperate for healers, unable to contain their jealousy. The area was so empty right now that standing here made him look like a target. Bai Shu slid close to the only wall offering shelter. After a tentative exploration, he dove into the ivy and other plants that grew on it, carefully stepping on the protruding iron spikes for cover. Only his eyes were visible, darting back and forth like a seasoned hunting cat searching for his target. His target lay in the distance, a row of abandoned buildings that had once been residential buildings. Climbing high allowed for far-reaching views, even if the process involved some difficulty. So cute. Every time he disguised himself, only his eyes were visible, a calm yet restless agitation that was adorable. Screenshot: the ivy disguise in the shape of a bird's nest. Hey everyone, wait for my new release. This ID looks familiar. It's from that incredibly popular figurine store lately. Sister, please give me their contact information. Baishu wasn't sure how the outside world would react, but he stepped on the spikes, not wanting to be distracted. His target couldn't be the rooftop. There was no guarantee Majo wouldn't have the same idea. If he encountered it, it wouldn't be a matter of ascending to a higher altitude to see the horizon. It would be a dead end. His target was the seemingly dilapidated, even shaky, protrusions that had once been balconies. But how to get through this open space? The empty space between the wall and the residential building was a problem. The enemy, number 3, with his natal star and clairvoyance, would undoubtedly be discovered even if he covered himself in grass and crawled through. Baishu pondered, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He had an idea. In the dangerous areas near the circle, the base would not only be used for parking vehicles and establishing temporary settlements, but also for incinerators, essentially garbage dumps. Thinking of the incinerator, Baishu realized something, and a thoughtful look crossed his eyes. Incinerators were typically used to dispose of garbage, and even corpses. At that time, the death rate was increasing, but no one, if they were still sane, wanted to become zombie food. Even the zombies captured for experiments were thrown in there as garbage. That place could not only serve as a breakthrough point, but also as his main battlefield in the future. Baishu cautiously stepped forward, feeling the wall. Elsewhere, Mo and Baishu's thoughts indeed overlapped. They didn't have Jietchinu's reconnaissance skills, nor were they as familiar with the surroundings as Baishu. Yet, they needed to gather quickly to avoid being attacked alone. Finding a well-known gathering place was the simplest and most effective method. Meet on the highest rooftop. Not only that, from this height, number 3's concave convex mirror would be more effective, allowing them to more quickly locate the enemy's location and movements. Captain, I see Shirakawa number 1. Zhao Helong was excited that he had discovered a flaw. He manipulated the telescope in his hand, constantly adjusting the focus. Although his primary focus was concave convex mirrors, adding some extra features made them more convenient to use, and the mirrors were even removable. Unlike ordinary telescopes, as long as there were no obstructions, objects 100 meters away seemed right before his eyes. Even the finest strands of hair could be seen clearly. Shirakawa number 1 was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Just now, he had caught the shadow of its head half peeked out of the window of an abandoned building across the street. Majo hadn't expected him to be the first to be exposed. Wu Fu still had doubts in his heart, but he couldn't ignore them. Keep an eye on him, and let Ju Fu pass. For summoners, naturally agile and aided by their skills, leaping across rooftops was no difficult task. Majo too was the first to leap onto the roof as agreed. Whoosh! Golden Crow spitted fire at him, its green bean-sized eyes gleaming with pride. I've been waiting for you. Across from him, Jietchinu finally smiled upon seeing this. Now that he was certain number 2 was there, he felt more at ease leaving Baishu alone outside. Be careful. The people outside the screen couldn't help but sweat for him. He was focused on the other side, unaware that behind him, a monkey with remarkably human-like behavior was clinging to the roof of an abandoned room, silently approaching him. At the instant the scorching heat hit, Majo too swiftly pulled the ancient 2 mask from his waist. With a snap, he pinched the bone mask between his index finger and thumb and quickly pressed it against his face. Buji's entire body subtly transformed, his exposed skin taking on a metallic sheen. He felt no pain in the blazing flames, and even leaped forward. With the mask on, his physical strength increased significantly. What seemed like a light jump actually leaped a full 3 meters high. Big monster! Jinwu frantically flapped his wings and soared high. With lingering fear, he turned his head and looked at his tail feathers, which had been nearly plucked. He was almost bald. How could he have the nerve to face his beloved wife? It's been a long time since he'd been on the field. He wanted to show Xiao by his majestic form in the closest possible proximity. As expected of the attacking team, the battle unfolded so quickly and fiercely that it startled me. Baichuan's attack was fierce from the start. Baichuan number 1 directly faced Majo number 2, no less. Majo's observation skills were also very meticulous, and he quickly spotted his target. I wonder if this sneak attack will be successful. The first battle had arrived. The comment section was abuzz with discussion. This first battle was nothing more than a preliminary test for both sides, and victory or defeat would be crucial to the rest of the competition. Compared to the back and forth between Majo number 2 and the Golden Crow, the monkey's approach, unnoticed by Xiechenyu, attracted even more attention. People saw Xiecenyu's expression change, his face suddenly darkening. The monkey's forward-stretched arm faltered. He discovered, okay, I knew someone as cunning as number 1 wouldn't be so easily defeated. Baichuan wouldn't let this end so easily. Who are you saying is your wife? Xiechenyu demanded grimly. Nothing was in front of him. His bracelet was unactivated, and the person he was talking to was either the monkey above him or his ancestor. Who was he talking to? What was he talking about? What wife? Am I hallucinating? I hadn't seen him this angry even when he was nearly eliminated. The impact was no less than a melodramatic family drama inserted into a formal military exercise. The monkey's furry head tilted overhead. He could understand human language, of course, but that didn't stop him from being confused and moving a little faster. Exposed. I had originally wanted to wait a little longer. Xiechenyu was also momentarily furious with the Golden Crow, and spoke out without warning. He pressed his forehead, then leaned forward and leaped out of the broken window, leaving everyone unprepared. With what air there, he was of course aware of Zhu Fu's presence. Just as he was debating when to strike, he suddenly sensed the Golden Crow's unusually strong inner voice. The Golden Crow couldn't burn him to death, and the other party couldn't catch him either. So, he still had the energy to argue with the summoner, it's Xiao Bai. You've been calling me wife in your head so often that it's hurting my ears. Good brother, isn't your wife my wife? Shut up. Xiechenyu almost couldn't help but curse. Ah! Such a tall building, people were worried about him, but the next second, he saw him landing lightly on the balcony and leaping around. Man and monkey performed an exceptionally gorgeous and thrilling aerial spectacle. The two teams' strongest damage dealers were already eagerly engaging in combat. This action naturally attracted the attention of the nearby players, but, unsure of the situation, most of them remained cautious and remained silent, quietly approaching the location of the fire. Baishu was still slowly circling the wall. This was somewhat unacceptable to those accustomed to his previous aggressive style. He was just like that. He didn't care about the fighting behind them at all. Where were his bows and arrows? How could they be gone? A series of questions left the newly returned youth training camp players bewildered. After all, it was a match between their own divisions, and the blonde man was watching intently. Number 5 was clearly a healer, and he was hiding well. So why would he be forced to fight? Are the requirements for healers this high these days? Baishu could see the flickering flames in the sky from afar, but he showed no intention of changing his course. He still had self-awareness. The stronger the team, the less useful his limited skills would be. Especially since this time, their opponent was an aggressive team. There was no point in rushing to show up. Baishu couldn't guarantee victory against anyone alone, except for number 5. Let's just stay low for now. Healers come into play in the mid to late game. Traveling along the edge, Baishu had no idea someone was still keeping an eye on him. How's it going? Wu Fu asked Zhao Helong. Captain, nothing. Number 2 reached the summit first, perhaps out of Majo's considerations. He would likely be ambushed by Baichuan if he went out, but staying out was essential. Number 2 was the strongest of the group, yet also not fragile. Only Wu Fu wasn't worried. He wanted to use this as a breakthrough point, exposing himself while also revealing Baichuan's weaknesses. Especially number 5. Contrary to most people's views, Wu Fu wasn't optimistic about Shirakawa number 5. In his view, individuals should specialize rather than try to do everything. Teams should divide their responsibilities, focusing on their specific roles, so they can operate like cogwheels. Aggressors and healers have different perspectives, and combining them in one person isn't necessarily a good thing. Shirakawa number 5 is a complete anachronism. Although capable and intelligent, he sometimes gets in the way of shield controllers or even attackers. This was particularly evident in the regional finals, something Wu Fu found absurd. In his opinion, this behavior completely disrupted the team's rhythm. Shirakawa's actions in every game were always a mess. While number 2 and number 3 worked well together, the other 3 were too independent, and number 5, as a healer, was even more inappropriate. Admittedly, they ultimately won, but that didn't mean Wu Fu would agree. It was simply because the opponents they faced were too weak. I expected number 5 to suddenly appear from nowhere, or perhaps a hidden arrow would be launched from a certain direction, but Zhao Helong's bracelet didn't transmit any information. Instead, Captain, I saw Rome, Majo healer number 5. And there's someone behind her. It's Baichuan number 2. And Ning, guided by her destiny, always found the quickest and best path. Not only had she encountered Huir, she also caught a fat rabbit. Don't run, little sister. And Ning laughed freely, like a female leader. Looking at the whistling woman who suddenly appeared before her, the pretty Di Rong silently took a half step back, wary but not fearful. She had the bad luck of running into someone from Baichuan, but fortunately, they were only controlling her hand. What was there to be proud of? She had great faith in her team. As long as they weren't eliminated immediately, the captain and his men would always rush over first. She was a healer, so she wouldn't die anytime soon. She curled her lips in a gentle smile. Whoever ran away, you be the one running later. Where is she? Wu Fu had already taken action. Where's Wang Xiaoquan, number 4 attacker? Using number 3's natal chart, they knew the approximate location of the 4 players. They were all in the ruined building, except for number 4, Wang Xiaoquan, whom they hadn't seen. Sorry, Captain, I don't know where I am either. Wang Xiaoquan looked frantic. Although he was also standing in an abandoned building, for some reason, the location didn't match the captain and his men's description, and he couldn't see any flames on the rooftop. Forget it, Wu Fu said to Zhao Helong, send Zhu Fu back to Shirong's location. Originally, they had planned to send the fast Finley over, but that seemed out of the question. Zhao Helong knew Di Rong's location best, and Zhu Fu was agile and had evasive skills, making him the perfect choice. Zhao Helong, okay. Hearing the healer was in danger, Wang Xiaoquan grew anxious and summoned a leopard. Wind Fox. Let's go! Just then, a sound of air piercing rang out. He felt a pain in his shoulder and leaned forward uncontrollably. He steeled himself and pulled out the arrow, his face grim. Great, he finally made it. Chapter 167. Why is it you? Wang Xiaoquan was startled when he didn't see the person he was expecting. Seeing the other person's face, stunned for a moment by his surprise, Zui Xingtian lowered his bow, revealing a smug expression and rubbing his nose. Of course it's me, young master. Who else would you expect to meet? You know, ever since Zui Xingtian suffered a setback in a long-range attack, he's been diligently practicing archery. His archery skills are pretty good now, but they've never been put to good use. What made him think that anyone who shoots arrows must be a complete novice? No way. Wang Xiaoquan quickly recovered from his surprise. You're courting death. So what if it was number 4? His so-called swordsmith never showed up. Number 4 might be a bit better, but if you think about it, what's the difference between him and number 5? He's even worse than number 5, and he doesn't even have a healing skill, and his innate ability can attack from a distance, and he has the support of a fully awakened ancestor. Capture him. Wang Xiaoquan quickly gave up on searching for his teammates. Finley sharpened his claws, turned his head, and roared. Although not much bigger than a normal leopard, he thrust his forelimbs and shot out like an arrow, appearing in the blink of an eye more than 10 meters away. Speed like the wind? This is bad news. Since Zui Xingtian dared to show up, he must have a way to retreat. He wasn't the type to fight without knowing the situation. But the speed Finley saw on the video was completely different from what he experienced in person. It was terrifying speed. He didn't dare stop for a moment, and ran at full speed. Roar. Thank God. At the last second before he entered the leopard's mouth, he leaped into the abandoned single-family building beside him. Zui Xingtian rubbed his chest with lingering fear, and the back of his head, wet with saliva, still felt a chill. Oh dear. If the people fighting in the front were to see the environment the two men were in, they would find that the architecture here was completely different from the ones before. The houses were spaced at a distance, their exteriors more intact. Beneath the layers of dark, mottled marks, one could vaguely discern their former beauty. Outside the house was a large garden. Even though it was now overgrown with weeds, one could still vaguely see the inlaid bluestone pavement, the fence, and the rotting benches in the garden. The cluttered furnishings inside the house were also very much in the style of a pre-apocalyptic era, but Zui Xingtian was no historian and had no time for research. He rolled on the ground, straightened himself, and hurriedly blocked the broken hole he had entered with all the movable furniture. Under the lifted bed, he found a shattered skull and a large, incomplete bone, still showing signs of having been gnawed. With a silent apology, Zui Xingtian averted his gaze. The building's main entrance was sealed shut, the steel seal still in place, but the rest was in tatters. Zui Xingtian had entered through the largest opening. Evidently, he'd been killed before anyone inside could seal off all the easily accessible entrances. Bang, bang, bang. He could feel a powerful impact behind him. The good news was that Finley had focused all his skills on speed, so his strength wasn't as strong as he imagined. Zhu Xingqian turned and made a face at Fing Li and Mazhou number 4, who were trapped outside. Wang Xiaoqun was furious, his face turning green. This number 4 was too popular. What was he so proud of? Forget about the things he used to block the enemy's path. Even the entire building, abandoned for over 300 years, couldn't possibly hold up. Total collapse was only a matter of time. Did you all feel that Shirakawa was quite insane this time? Indeed. Not only the audience, but even 0709 felt the same way. Otherwise, why would he remain silent for so long? It's not that I don't want to talk, it's that I don't know where to begin. I don't know how to say it. Captain Shirakawa directly confronted Mazhou number 2 head-on, while the healer remained on the sidelines, and number 2 is still missing. Not to mention number 4, who is provoking the superiors, madly courting death. His archery was indeed unexpected, refreshing even to the audience. But you could have just been like number 5, shooting arrows from behind, afraid to jump out without anyone noticing. As the audience had said, it was only a matter of time before the wind lizards broke through the house. The buildings here were clearly better built, and more weathered than those in the previous area. The walls were crumbling, but Zhu Xingqian's face showed no panic. He sat down on the ground, placed the large iron pot he was carrying on his back in front of the spirit, and bowed deeply. "Please, Senior Tai." The rarely seen swordsmith finally appeared, holding a large iron hammer. With an expressionless face, he smashed it against the pot, knocking off a fragment. A few more blows shattered a thin iron bar. Zhu Xingqian winced in pain, then used his mind to control the iron bar to reinforce the house. Wang Xiaokung's face was grim, and he was already getting a little impatient. This was the first time he had encountered such a tenacious opponent. He wasn't particularly strong. With Fing Li around, number 4 couldn't even get close to him, but he was just that hard to kill. Inside the house, Zhu Xingqian's sharp eyes watched the people outside through the small opening he had left. It was a rare occasion for him to use his inner energy like this, and it was draining him greatly. It was a novel feeling, but not a pleasant one. However, he showed no impatience and quietly gathered his strength. At first glance, he already resembles Bai Shu. Perhaps because the spirits couldn't offer much help, he developed a habit of relying on himself from the start. He practices twice as much daily as the captain, a practice he's maintained since 6 months ago. He used to be a bit of a jerk, but since joining Zhuanzu and Bai Shu, they taught him a lot. His volatile nature has gradually calmed down in battle. Ling Qi seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Shirakawa 4 doesn't have to defeat Mazhou 4. Defeating the strong with the weak is inherently a form of victory. Having seen the battle ahead, Zhu Fu was forced to abandon number 1 and protect his own healer. Speaking of which, only Shirakawa 3 isn't that crazy, finding fault with the opposing healer. No, actually, she's quite crazy too. Shirakawa 3's pursuit is so unpretentious and unrestrained. She really chases, using only her feet. Her spirit this time was a general, after all, yet she didn't summon it to help. Zhao Helong appeared not far away, followed closely by Jiufu, Jiechinyu, and even Wufu. Mazhou's rescue arrived, and with a 3-on-2 situation, Baichuan number 3 had lost his chance. Lingjiu felt a little sorry. If she had called for the spirit's help sooner, perhaps Mazhou number 5 would have been captured. I actually think they did a great job. What else could they do? Be so cautious? Keep playing coward? Some disagreed, especially after seeing Baichuan's excessive nervousness before the match began. Now, seeing him, their courage is even more commendable. When you're on the field, don't let down your guard, don't be afraid to retreat. That's what a summoner should do. Besides, it was clearly Mazhou who was injured first, wasn't it? Looking closely, it was Mazhou's number 5 who was injured first. Di Rong clutched his injured shoulder and looked at Ning warily. This woman was not easy to deal with. The people of the West District were tough, and it wasn't uncommon for healers to learn a few tricks, and she was a standout among them. She believed that their West District was different from other teams that focused on the spirits, and that she could also gain an advantage in non-attacking situations. She hadn't expected such a setback today. Baiwan number 5 was a pervert, but she hadn't expected Baichuan's subtle control skills to be even better than hers. Bang! Di Rong was kicked out of the abandoned building and landed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Feeling the pain in her calf, she raised her hand without hesitation, revealing a shimmering glass bracelet on her wrist. A stream of light emanated from it, covering her injured calf. The bruises and swelling from the sprain vanished instantly. The pain vanished instantly, and she quickly climbed to her feet and ran without hesitation. It was at this moment that Zhao Helong arrived first. Di Rong's face lit up with joy upon seeing the familiar figure, momentarily thankful she'd been kicked out. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to find her teammates. Her life force was 7 flowing light beads, which she had crafted into a bracelet. Each glass bead shone with a different color of light. Her healing power wasn't as strong as that of the top 3 teams, but fortunately, she could divide it arbitrarily and treat with precision. Now, one of the glass beads had lost its color, becoming a dull, transparent hue. Soon Ju Fu, along with Jie Chenyu, reappeared. Just then, and Ning emerged from the shelter of a building. Their gazes met in midair. In an unnoticed corner, Jie Chenyu suddenly waved his hand. A dark shadow coalesced in the air, and then, a 3-legged golden crow burst forth, accompanied by a wave of heat. Everything was so silent. The only person who noticed this was Buji, who was battling the golden crow. Seeing Buji's face darken the moment the golden crow vanished, those supporting Baichuan were startled. Majo number 1 and number 3 alone were enough to deal with Baichuan and his companions. If he joined in, Baichuan would undoubtedly lose. Thankfully, Baichuan's position was concealed, and Buji didn't see him for a moment, so he had to hop around on the rooftops in search. Ling Qi was skeptical. It's all too coincidental. Ling Jiu, what? Ling Qi, don't you think the situation on the field shifted just right for Baichuan to handle? Jie Chenyu used the ancestral spirit to pin down the strongest attack, and then Baichuan number 3 chased Emojo number 5, drawing the others in. They happened to be in a less noticeable building, preventing Emojo number 2 from pursuing them. Lingjiu, are you saying this is a plan by Baichuan? But what's the purpose? From what I can see right now, even if they temporarily separate Buji, they won't gain the upper hand. Lingjiu's voice was a little distorted. He glanced at Jie Chenyu in the corner. If that was the case, Baichuan's command was truly terrifying. When did this plan begin? Ling Qi shook his head. Perhaps it was to eliminate the healer? If the Emojo people hadn't arrived so quickly, they might have succeeded. Even though he said that, Ling Qi didn't believe it himself. With number 3's ray chasing without the ancestral spirit, Emojo would have arrived even at the slowest speed. Mazo on the field had not yet realized that the other party was setting up a trap. Dirong felt something soft touch her cheek, bringing a slight tickle. She looked down, and the smile she had finally managed to escape turned to fear. Black feathers, heating flames rushed towards her. Wu Fu arrived shortly after and witnessed the scene. His eyes widened, and he uttered a single word before abruptly pausing. Duh! Ju Fu. It was Zhao Helong, who was closer, who shouted before him. The ape instantly appeared at his side. Using its second skill, its tail suddenly lengthened, and with lightning speed, it hooked number 5 back from the danger. Wu Fu breathed a sigh of relief, yet at the same time, he was furious. They're still here. How dare Baichuan be so arrogant? With a wave of his arm, a triangular golden cage flew towards Jie Chenyu's head. Captain! And Ning saw a puff of white air emanating from Jie Chenyu's head, and her heart was shaken. Hurry now. Surprisingly, Jie Chenyu seemed unchanged. He climbed the stairs in a few steps, and plunged into the building within Ning, still maintaining his calm command. Although Ning was puzzled, she didn't care for anything else at the moment. She nodded and followed Jie Chenyu. Seeing the 2 figures disappear into the shelter of the building, Wu Fu had a bad feeling. It was unlike him to flee in such a desperate manner, without causing them any real harm. Boom. Sure enough, his ominous premonition was quickly fulfilled. The cloudless sky suddenly became overcast, and hailstorms began to fall from the sky above them. Run! Number 5's safety occupied most of his attention, and Jie Chenyu distracted him. He had even momentarily overlooked the deliberately hidden spirit of number 3. His skill could slow them down. But it was too late. Jie Chenyu wouldn't give them a chance to react. Before they could find shelter, the hailstorm had already begun to fall. Completely exposed, the few men descended uncontrollably. Even a few seconds would have been enough for Jie Chenyu and his companions, who had already gathered the map information, to escape. Wu Fu's face was filled with hatred, but only when he saw the empty golden cage in his hand did he reveal a faint, sinister smile. 3 clouds of mist were restlessly stirring within. So what if we escape? Baichuan's foundation is crumbling. Chapter 168. Captain! Help! Before their expressions had softened, a panicked voice from their bracelets caused Wu Fu and the others to frown again. It also brought everyone back to their senses. It was Majo number 4's cry for help. What's going on? The Mazo men hadn't reacted yet. They had always trusted Wang Xiaoquan. With his abilities and Fingley's presence, even in a one-on-many situation, they could easily escape if they couldn't win. Therefore, even though number 4's location remained uncertain, they weren't anxious. But that didn't seem to be the case now. There was no response from the other side, only a few heavy gasps and a chaotic sound, before silence quickly returned. The team chat was cut off. Zhao Helong glanced through his natal gaze and saw a massive monster. He's being besieged by Shirakawa number 2 and number 4. Wu Fu glanced at the empty, abandoned building behind him, clearly unwilling to pass up this golden opportunity. While hesitating, Bu Ji, high above, also saw the battle situation on the other side. He immediately summoned Yu to advance, and he himself rushed over. "Captain, I go." He had had enough of running around like a headless fly. "Okay." The commander was split between two areas. In the front court, Shirakawa number 1 and number 3 fled, Majo number 1, number 3, and number 5 pursued them closely, while number 2 turned to support the backcourt. In the backcourt, the scene was quite different. Ling Jiu quickly turned his attention to the two number 4 players. Time flashed back a few minutes. And Ning's ancestor, Mr. Li, had strategically positioned himself between the front and back battlefields. Thus, the hailstorm encompassed both sides, and Wang Xiaoquan was stunned by the sudden hailstorm. He was just about to smash the house with all his might, but he never expected the skill to appear so unexpectedly. Besides the skills, number 3 also attacked without warning. A massive shadow loomed from above, completely enveloping the man and the leopard. The monster had 4 arms, and taking advantage of the slowdown in Fingley's speed, it lifted it up. Compared to Hu, Fingley was no different from a larger wild cat. If it weren't for the sudden hailstorm, Fingley's abilities would have been impossible to catch, but once caught, it would have been difficult to escape. While Hu wasn't good at attacking, he was naturally strong, and with 2 pairs of arms, petting a wild cat was no problem. Despicable. Wang Xiaoquan was furious. Since joining Majo, every match had gone smoothly. He only been furious when others couldn't catch him. He never been tricked like this before. Zhuo Xingtian, abandoning his usual low profile, burst through the window. If not now, when? Wang Xiaoquan's anger returned, but his mind remained sharp. With one hand, he released his own life force, while with the other, he summoned his ancestral spirits. He glanced at Jiang Zhengping with a half smile, his eyes taunting, "You can't catch the ancestral spirits." He casually tossed his own life force, and countless white fluff instantly scattered through the air. Beneath the fluff, brown particles resembled miniature bombs, soaring towards the enemy like paragliders. Zhuo Xingtian naturally couldn't retreat. He drew his signature long sword from his side, flicked his finger, and the blade emitted a hollow clang. A flash of light flashed, and he quickly possessed his spirit. He dashed into the vast expanse of white, his body nimble and agile, dodging the drifting dandelions. Bang bang. Orange-red flowers exploded around him. When the blast faded, Zhuo Xingtian remained unharmed, not flinching in the slightest, knowing that even if he couldn't dodge, Jiang Zhengping would be there to protect him with his shield. The blast was precisely blocked by the tortoiseshell shield. He rushed forward amidst the flames and explosions, his face ferocious and unstoppable. Wang Xiaoquan unconsciously took a step back. This subconscious action felt like a hard slap in the face, burning, and he withdrew his steps with a gloomy heart. At the same time, he saw the giant's hand empty, and Wang Xiaoquan's expression brightened slightly. He had been careless just now, but this time there was no way. His confident face quickly darkened when he saw number 3, who had appeared beside him out of nowhere. Before his mind could react, his body instinctively reacted to the danger, and he kicked the man away. But it was too late. Jiang Zhengping fell into the rubble, but Hu's spirit lingered, grabbing Feng Li, who had reappeared beside him. Wang Xiaoquan was stunned. "Haha. Did you think we were unprepared?" The scene he had imagined 1,000 times in his mind finally came true, and Zhuo Xingtian was truly proud of it. Their pre-match preparation paid off, especially the previous match against Majo, which they watched over and over again, nearly sickening them. Jie Chenyu was a veteran at exploiting loopholes, and Zhuo Xingtian had to admire him. Who would have thought he studied the positions of his opponent's summoned spirits? Everyone's range of preference, whether left or right-handed, meant different positions for spirits. The previous match against Finley provided them with a wealth of data. While Hu narrowly managed to catch Finley again, still mid-air, Zhuo Xingtian had already closed in on Majo number 4. Unless someone was as freakish as Jie Chenyu and Bai Shu, getting close to Zhuo Xingtian was likely to lead to disaster. In just a few seconds, the two had exchanged several moves. Every time Wang Xiaoquan thought he escaped, the enemy would always find a way to fend him off with an extremely bizarre move. Admittedly, Finley had reappeared and, thanks to Wang Xiaoquan's deliberate shift in position, had evaded the guard's interception, but he was now surrounded by a black mass, surrounded by 3 men. He finally lost his composure and looked at number 3 in uncertainty. If the enemy deployed their full protective shield, enveloping him and Zhuixingtian together, completely isolating Fengli, he feared. "Captain, help!" In his haste, he couldn't think of anything else. He shouted into his bracelet and immediately plunged into battle. Our plan should be successful. And Ning checked the crystal mirror, which showed the word Shurji. She breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them hid in the dark, a place Jiechenyu had already chosen, so for now, there was no need to worry about being discovered. Don't be too happy too soon. Everything is uncertain before number 4 is eliminated. Although Xiechenyu's expression couldn't be seen in the darkness, his cold, emotionless voice made Ning shudder. Wu Fu's uncanny ability could absorb human souls, but he hadn't used it often enough. The few instances where it had occurred had varying symptoms, including amnesia, split personalities, and madness. They speculated that the loss of a soul not only altered a person's personality, but also caused partial memory loss. And Ning's face darkened. Do you remember what we were doing? The silence in the darkness gradually strained Ning's nerves. Just as she was thinking through all the possible outcomes, a cold, mocking voice echoed from the other side. You lost your mind? Of course you're playing the game. And Ning, I'm so angry I want to hit someone, but I have to hold it back. With whom? Muzhou. Who are we? Baichuan. What was our plan just now? A hunting plan. Team members from both sides. Jiechenyu rolled his eyes. Get lost? And Ning felt a little embarrassed. The invisible face, the completely unfamiliar tone, and the drastically changed demeanor, it felt like a completely different team leader. It was strange. But it was good that she hadn't forgotten the important things. The so-called hunting plan was proposed by Jiechenyu after the Will-o'-the-Wisp secretly confirmed the approximate locations of both sides. Hunting requires the hunter to wait patiently, plan quietly, lure the enemy into confusion, and then strike. It was perfectly appropriate for their situation. With air first located by Shu, Zhuixingtian, and Muzhou number 4 in an open area. Muzhou number 4, a not-so-weak point, was left alone. This was a golden opportunity. From the outset, Baichuan's target wasn't Muzhou number 5, but number 4, far back in the field. Next, Ning, who had determined their position, approached them proactively, and Jiang Zheping, who was nearby. Then, Muzhou number 5, cautiously probing, hoping to be spotted by his teammates, exposed himself. The other 3 Muzhou members were cautious and experienced, especially number 3, who was highly aware of counter-reconnaissance. Xiechenyu could only gauge the general range and hesitated to advance. Thankfully, number 2 had shown up. They wanted to rendezvous at a higher altitude, and Buji, the strongest, would lead the charge, which, in a way, suited Xiachenyu's intentions. The first point of the plan was to locate number 2, the most challenging opponent in Muzhou, and then hold him back. The most suitable candidate was undoubtedly the Golden Crow. No matter how strong the opponent was, it would take time to damage a flying spirit with high damage output. However, Buji and anyone from Muzhou must not be allowed to meet during this period. A powerful alliance was definitely not what Xiechenyu wanted. Having Ning chase the enemy healer in the opposite direction, to attract the attention of the other 2, was the second part of the plan. Xiechenyu wasn't sure if the enemy could detect him. If not, he would also lead Jufu over. Thankfully, he didn't underestimate the enemy. They discovered him quickly. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheping had already led Mr. Li away, positioning him appropriately, and then moved on to assist Zhuixingtian. Originally, Ning would have been more appropriate, but that wasn't feasible. Zhuixingtian needed a shield man, and Mr. Li's skills were designed for backfield combat from the start. But Jiang Zheping needed time to secure Mr. Li's position, and then reach the backfield. Delaying him was the third and most important part of the plan. God knows that when Jiang Zheping was ready and gave the OK signal, Xiechenyu, Ning, and Zhuixingtian all breathed a sigh of relief. Their plan had succeeded so far, but no one could predict what would happen next. Muzhou wasn't dead, and Xiechenyu wasn't sure his elaborate plan would succeed in eliminating the opponent's number 4. Wang Xiaoquan felt a sense of despair. Because Mr. Li hadn't left, due to the short duration and cooldown, after the first hailstorm, a new round had been coming every few minutes. It was extremely frustrating. He was already no match for the opponent, and now he was being slowed down and interfered with. His situation was extremely unfavorable. At this moment, Buji's stiff, not pleasant voice sounded like heavenly music to Wang Xiaoquan. Hold on for 3 minutes. Yu will arrive before the next round of hail. Buji's words boosted Wang Xiaoquan's confidence. He never broke his promises, so he replied, okay. Seeing Buji still darting around, many people couldn't help but worry about Majo. Why didn't Buji just go with Shuyu? Wouldn't that be faster? Perhaps you don't know what a ferocious beast is? Or do you think humans can outrun ancient beasts? If he could ride a ferocious beast, why would he summon a docile old ox? Shuyu is no cow or horse. He's a king, even among the beast men, and a rather bad-tempered one. Back then, humans were still on the menu. When have you ever seen a human king willing to be ridden by a chicken leg? The words were crude, but the truth was there. Then Shirakawa No. 5's nine-tailed fox. That was an exception. The protagonist mentioned smiled with satisfaction when he saw the empty grasslands filled with towering iron furnaces. He swiftly passed through the wall, and before he even got close, he felt the ground tremble as something huge and galloped, and heard the deep, muffled roar of a beast in the distance. His face darkened, and without thinking twice, he took 2 steps at a time, climbing the dark stairs to the highest iron furnace and looking down. As expected, he saw the ferocious beast running towards him. The beast was covered in black scales, its limbs as powerful as a tiger's yet still flexible. Its dragon head-like face lacked the sacred and noble qualities of traditional dragon totems. Its dark, ridged, and sunken features exuded ferocity, its teeth densely packed with sharp teeth, its breathing ragged, its eyes menacing. The half-broken horn on its forehead, and the scars that crisscrossed its face only added to its menace. Baishu subconsciously held his breath, his palms sweating slightly. He was outnumbered now. If discovered, he would face a disastrous end. He also saw the giant and his companions on the other side. Although he wasn't involved in the hunting plan, Baishu was aware of it. This could not be allowed to pass. Chapter 169. Senior Dongfeng. Baishu lowered himself, hiding beneath the fence. A determined look flashed in his eyes. While there was a certain risk, it was worth a try. Big skill. Dongfeng immediately appeared at his side, half kneeling and nodding. He then descended the stairs and stood in the path that you must pass. His gentle expression showed no fear of the ferocious beasts of legend, but rather curiosity. Ever since learning that he was an ancestor and could not easily die, Dongfeng's personality has become much more relaxed, especially after Ji Kong joined him. He always had a gentle smile, spending his days quietly, either reading or petting foxes in his spiritual sea. He now had a mysterious fascination with giant beasts. Ferocious beasts that only existed in legends were rarely seen. Little did he know that the people outside were once again losing their composure. This, and even more insane scene unfolded. The healer blocked the road, blocking the ferocious beast. In the distance, the original Shuyu spotted a human figure. Compared to its toned muscles and hard scales, the human's body seemed thin and fragile, and Shuyu snorted. As everyone had expected, the ferocious beast wouldn't care about a weak human. It ran without stopping, its head arched forward, its 2 horns on its forehead thrust forward. At its speed, it could easily pierce a human like a candied haw's stick. Senior. Baishu couldn't help but worry. Dongfeng gave him a reassuring look. He had some experience in animal training, and he also had a skill, feigning death and escaping. The effect of feigning death and escaping might not be as good for humans, but it was surprisingly effective for animals, especially those with a ferocious nature and a tendency to act directly. Calculating the distance carefully, a beam of light struck Shuyu's forehead. It shook its head, slowing its pace and shifting direction. Finally, it circled like a headless fly and roared off in another direction. Success? Dongfeng didn't want to wait any longer, and his figure vanished in a flash, returning to his spiritual sea. Baishu, glimpsing the tall, sturdy figure approaching from afar, also slowly retreated beneath the blast furnace, not daring to show his head. Buji, far behind, had never expected this unexpected development. He hadn't been in touch with Shuyu much, and for a moment, he hadn't noticed anything was amiss. When he realized something was amiss, Shuyu suddenly changed direction. No matter how he called out to him, he received no response. He frowned and silently quickened his pace. Through the gap in the ruins, Baishu watched Buji pass through the blast furnace without suspicion, and he felt relieved. But then, he saw him heading straight for the giant's location, and his attention was focused again. While using will-o'-the-wisp fire at this moment might have disrupted the enemy and bought time for Zhuixingtian and the others, it would have also exposed his position, potentially drawing Buji back for a counterattack. Baishu calmed himself and didn't move. The incident happened suddenly, and Zhuixingtian and the others were unaware of Baishu's involvement. They only saw Buji's aggressive approach. Hurry! Jiang Zheping gritted his teeth. They had spent ages planning and using most of their skills to eliminate the opponent's number 4. If they still couldn't achieve their goal, Baichuan would likely be devastated. Ah! Zui Xingtian suddenly leaped between Fengli and Wang Xiaoquan. Wang Xiaoquan was startled, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his teammates rushing to his aid. He simultaneously swung the dandelion he had been hiding in his palm. Eliminate him! The explosion echoed in his ears, and Zui Xingtian could barely feel the hand holding the knife. Too close. Jiang Jingping's heart trembled. The two were too close, with too many explosive points, and some areas were too far to focus on. Bang! Majo number 4 is eliminated. Buji stopped abruptly, his pupils shrinking beneath his mask. Just a few steps away, he could only watch his teammates gradually fading form, his expression filled with resentment. He was eliminated so quickly, Majo hadn't expected it. The announcement of Majo number 4's elimination echoed throughout the competition area. Lingzhou paused for a moment, then let out a high-pitched cry, "First kill! First kill!" The entire arena erupted in excitement. If it had been Majo who had defeated Baichuan, they wouldn't have been so excited. This was simply unbelievable. The unattainable position of the top 3 had finally been torn apart by the new team, Baichuan. A slightly immature, but not very powerful, hand had already reached out, attempting to take over. Baichuan's position had instantly soared by achieving a first kill against the top 3. Even a new team couldn't stop people from naturally liking the strong. Not to mention the South Division, which was practically celebrating with gongs and drums. Honestly, I have been content just to make it to the top 5 this year. I didn't expect. Wow, I'm so moved. It's hard to believe I played against them less than 6 months ago. Don't think the top 3 is out of reach, on the contrary, they're within reach. And don't think we can't beat them, and have lost our spirits. Look at our players. Look at the ambition in their eyes. If they're like this on the battlefield, we must show the South Division spirit too. Shirakawa. At this moment, everyone in the South Division was filled with unprecedented hope, pulling together. Regardless of gender, age, or whether they'd lost to Shirakawa before or had no previous experience with them, even strong schools like Kurosawa Boji joined in. Shouts shook the air. Bang! The long sword fell to the ground. Zui Xingtian clutched his bloodied and trembling hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The pain was nothing compared to the elation he felt. He had eliminated Majo's number 4, securing a successful opening victory. The adrenaline still surging made every fiber of his being clamor for battle. Without time to share his joy with his teammates, he turned and faced Buji. He suspected that beneath that skeletal face lay an even more terrifying, scowling expression. Well timed. Even though he didn't know the other team's spirit was missing, Zui Xingtian barely hesitated to confront the second enemy. He and the deputy captain worked in perfect harmony, every bit as well as they had in training. Keeping him busy would also relieve the pressure on the captain and his men. Don't fight head-on. Let's go! Jiang Jingping held Zui Xingtian back and, without further ado, ordered the guards to lead them away. He was cautious by nature, not letting his victory get him carried away. Zui Xingtian's dominant hand was severely injured, barely able to hold his sword steady. How could he possibly compete with Buji in his full skill? Let who stall for time. It wouldn't be too late to wait until his skill wore off, and then see what the captain had planned. 07 exhaled. Shirakawa 1's placement of number 2 next to number 4 was a brilliant move, and Shirakawa 2 pulled number 4 back from the brink just in time. Otherwise, allowing number 4 to continue would not only be disastrous, but could even backfire. Young after all. Under the blast furnace fence, watching who run off, Baishu sat on the ground, his heart finally at peace. Relaxing his mind, he could finally take in his surroundings. The entire base's garbage disposal is handled here, and it also serves as a power source, so the incinerators are generally quite large. Though filthy and inconspicuous, they often occupied a vital position within the base, thus standing strong even today. The largest and tallest furnaces were often used to incinerate difficult-to-burn materials, such as corpses and human bones. Baishu peered toward the furnace mouth. The blast furnace was pitch black, with traces of black, pitch-black tar-like marks still lingering on it, like wax marks, etched and covered by countless flows. Even centuries later, Baishu could still smell the sickening stench of grease. But that wasn't the main reason his heart raced. It was so familiar. This place was so similar to where he had lived in his previous life, so similar it was unsettling. In his previous life at the base, except for his childhood and his naivete, he rarely left his room as an adult, except for missions. He had been to the incinerator a few times, helping the doctor process failed experimental subjects, and had been back a few times. The layout wasn't exactly the same as here, but it was at least roughly the same. Were all the incinerators at all the bases built the same way back then? But what about that plateau? How could it be such a coincidence? If reality hadn't allowed it, Baishu would have wanted to go to the center of that plateau, to the tallest, most dilapidated building, to see what was going on. That was where he lived for over a decade, and it was the place he knew best. Even after 300 years of ruin, he still recognized it at a glance. Baishu closed his eyes. No, it didn't matter whether it was or not. He was competing. Baishu glanced at Huer, who was following him. Just as he was about to speak, someone on the team asked, "Captain, the plan has been initially successful. What should we do next?" Zhuo Xingtian's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. Majo's incredibly strong number 2 player finally escaped without a fight, which was a supreme reward for the attacker. Don't be complacent. If Baishu hadn't pulled the plug and moved you away, you two would have been in big trouble. Forget about eliminating number 4, it was still uncertain whether they could even remain on the court. Xie Chenyu mercilessly poured cold water on him. Zhuo Xingtian lowered his head under the scolding, but Jiang Zhengping was startled by his unusually cold tone. This was unlike Xie Chenyu's usual style. Even if he wanted to warn Zhuo Xingtian, he wouldn't have chosen such a direct approach. It was likely a roundabout way of mocking him. Even more surprising was that he actually called Xiaobai Baishu directly. It had been so long since he heard such a strange tone. What happened? Were they arguing? Everyone else could sense it immediately, not even Baishu. The sudden shock of his old place appearing before him, and Xie Chenyu's tone, as if addressing a stranger, left him momentarily dazed. "And Ning, Xiaobai? Something's wrong. Let's talk when we meet." Hearing his teammates still carrying voices, his drifting soul finally returned to his body. Baishu hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Is things not going well over there?" "It's generally fine. Huer discovered the underground passage, and we can finally get out of Majo's surveillance and take a break." Baishu nodded. Back then, to avoid zombie attacks, the base had built many underground passages for escape and hiding. Although the passages were complex and many of them were dead ends, making it difficult for someone without a map to find their way out, with Huer around, it wasn't a problem. Xie Chenyu had no intention of chatting. Although he was underground, he had a clear view of the entire situation. The plan went smoothly thanks to Baishu's intervention, otherwise, we probably wouldn't have eliminated 4 House so easily. However, to achieve this, we used almost all of our skills, while Majo did the exact opposite. The voice analyzing the battle situation was incredibly calm. If Baishu hadn't been familiar with the voice, he would have almost mistaken it for a robot. The huge advantage Fire 2 brought at the start will be offset by Majo 3 as the game progresses, so the road ahead will be the most difficult. Most of our skills are now on cooldown, so we need to regroup quickly, seize the fighting, and rest and recuperate. Especially Baishu, as the healer, you're the team's rear guard. Don't run around. We'd be moving closer to your position. Okay. After a pause, Baishu's voice finally rang out, sounding a little hollow. The conversation between the two was so strange, especially knowing how close they had been. And Ning couldn't help herself and pressed Xie Chenyu's bracelet, cutting off his voice. "Why are you so cold? Can't you hear how depressed he is?" Xie Chenyu looked at her quietly and brushed her hand away. "This is a game, not a daycare. I'm the captain, responsible for tactics. It's the coach's job to manage the player's emotions, understand? Am I wrong? As a healer, you shouldn't run around. Being self-righteous is a big taboo." And Ning finally realized the seriousness of the situation. It wasn't that he was fine, it was that he was too good at hiding it. He hid it too well. Besides tactics, he was completely different. Chapter 170. Suppressing the urge to curse, and Ning stubbornly probed, but he's a dual-element summoner of wood and fire, unlike ordinary healers. After saying this, she stared intently at the boy's expression. To her disappointment, Xie Chenyu didn't react at all, not even glancing at her. One hand groped ahead of him, his voice still steady, as he continued naturally, "Even so, the will-o'-the-wisp's intermittent effect, I only feel safe with him by my side." In the dim light, she didn't notice Xie Chenyu's pause, his eyes slightly closed. Dual-element wood and fire, it seemed like there was such a thing, but he hadn't even thought of it just now. Still have to be careful. After failing to find out on her first try, and Ning refused to give up. This man was a man of deep scheming. Even after his soul was absorbed, he remained impervious. If it weren't for his swift change in attitude towards Xiaobai, and his incredibly natural acting, and Ning would have still assumed, as before, that his apathy aside, was nothing serious, and Ning couldn't care less about other matters for now. The most important thing now was to make sure Jiechenyu could still prioritize the team's interests. Wu Fu's innate power was used on you just now. Do you feel any discomfort? When you see Xiaobai later, ask him to heal you. No need. I feel fine. But it's okay if Dong Feng can help with the treatment. As if responding to Ning's kindness, Jiechenyu turned around, curled his lips, and smiled at Ning. Ning swallowed silently. That smile was truly chilling. Jiechenyu now felt like the first time Ning met him, but he had discarded the gentle facade he usually wore, revealing his true nature. Ning speculated that perhaps his spirit representing joy had been extracted. Now this was completely confirmed. It wasn't a genuine smile from a normal person, nor was it Xiechenyu's usual perfect smile. Instead, it was something Ning couldn't describe. If she had to, it would be madness evil. The smile was merely a physical one. There was no smile in his eyes, more like a smug, evil smile. Ning felt threatened, and her hair stood on end. Silently she slowed her pace. I'd rather die than let my fellow Taoists die. Ning instantly changed her mind. She better wait until she saw the rest of her team to discuss any questions. Facing a bomb that might explode at any moment alone, she felt she would be in danger if she continued to rashly test it. Xiechenyu turned his head in satisfaction, his eyes cold in the darkness, his teeth trembling as he twitched, revealing a pair of white teeth. He knew he had lost some of his memories, and he remembered why he had become like this. But he didn't want to pursue the matter. He was so happy that the thing that was suppressing him was gone. Meanwhile, Buji finally managed to control his spirit and reunited with the other three, who had found nothing. The four met on the rooftop of the tallest building. Damn it! Could he just vanish? Zhao Helong punched the wall, unable to believe they'd lost a single person, yet they actually watched them escape without a single sign. Be patient. Wu Fu closed his eyes, resting his mind, reviewing the entire match in his mind. The elimination of number 4 wasn't surprising. At the start, Baichuan had everything going for him. Wang Xiaoqun was unlucky, and happened to be left alone. Then Jiechenyu used Fire 2 to create an information gap, catching them off guard. And Ning's crystal mirror could receive Xiechenyu's command, drawing most of their attention. Buji was lucky enough to be interrupted by the enemy healer while returning to provide support. Wu Fu frowned. The other's actions could be explained, but not number 5. His position was still undetermined, and based on the path taken by Shuyu, he could only determine that he was in the center of the field. He couldn't understand how Bai Shu had determined Shuyu's intentions, sniped her in advance, and ultimately succeeded without leaving any trace. Unless he was incredibly lucky to be positioned right in Shuyu's path from the start. But while number 4 was eliminated, their gains weren't entirely lost. Wu Fu opened his eyes. It's simple. If we can't see them from the ground, it means they went underground. He raised a hand and touched the stained wall, large patches of blood, even time hadn't managed to hide them. It was clearly the site of battle, and some of the collapse wasn't due to age. Those who initially struggled in the apocalypse lacked a true destiny or the aid of ancestral spirits. Digging tunnels to escape was common, and the rear area was too far away to observe. Are we just going to let them continue like this, leading us by the nose? Of course not. A golden cage appeared in Wu Fu's palm. He shook it nervously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 streams of white air surged tirelessly within, trying to break free, but to no avail. In reality, the cage could not be broken unless Wu Fu's mental strength was exhausted. Don't worry, they eventually show up. Wu Fu glanced at the 2 men, eager to make a move. Don't just focus on a fight. Now is not the time. Wu Fu's few words calmed Mo Zhou, who had become increasingly anxious after number 4's rapid elimination. Zhao Helong fell silent, staring at the golden cage with a meaningful smile. You're right. The longer we delay, the more chaos will ensue in Baichuan. Others may not understand, but they know Wu Fu's true destiny all too well. Humans have 7 souls, roughly divided into good, evil, and neutral. They balance within the body. Good souls prioritize love, while evil souls prioritize evil. Ordinary people maintain a neutral stance, acting on joy, anger, and desire, and avoiding evil out of sorrow and fear. But at the same time, they are also competitors, each gaining strength while the other declines. Now that Xiechenyu has lost 3 souls, the remaining 4 will not mourn their loss. Instead, they will bar their claws, and continue to encroach on the remaining territories, to expand their own. While it's unclear which will ultimately prevail, the balance has been broken, and he welcomes whichever one prevails. Wu Fu rose unhurriedly, his slender figure perched against the wind on the rooftop wall, his pale face gazing into the distance. Instead of wasting time searching for them, I'd better use this time to familiarize myself with the arena. He glanced back at the three men. The frustration I felt at the start of the match won't happen again. This is Mojo's captain. He possesses both ruthlessness and composure, a breath of fresh air among the reckless men of the West District. He's truly steady. I even suspect he wouldn't even raise an eyebrow even if the sky fell. A kind of human-machine feeling, akin to a living being in the shadows. An accurate description, but his innate power is truly formidable. Even the captains of Chibei and Songwe have to avoid it. They both publicly admitted that his innate power kills without being noticed, making avoidance the best option. Baichuan was too reckless. Winning his way through the battles had probably made him somewhat less vigilant. It seemed Wu Fu's innate ability had improved again. For different reasons, the two sides finally stopped fighting. Baichuan finally reunited. Zhuo Xingtian and Jiang Zhengping were the first to arrive at the incinerator, and Baishu immediately examined his injuries. He had consciously learned from Dong Feng and had acquired some knowledge of pharmacology, so he could handle some common injuries. His most serious injury was on his right hand. Direct exposure to the explosion had caused the flesh to turn inside out, and even had burnt edges. He needed skills to heal, and Baishu could only help him stop the bleeding. I can still handle it. Let's wait for the captain and the others to arrive, so we can heal together. Yes, the captain and the others are almost here. Zhuo Xingtian and Jiang Zhengping exchanged glances, keenly aware that Baishu was in a bad mood. Baishu was a man of few words, mostly silent, but you could tell from the way he looked at you intently that he was listening. He enjoyed hearing you talk. Eyes lowered, open, or curved into a crescent, they gaze in your direction. With each shift of their gaze, those eyes diligently convey their owner's restrained emotions. Curiosity, joy, shyness. But now, those eyes, shrouded in mist, alternately dazed, sometimes downcast, their brows shone with a gloomy, melancholic cloud. Crack! The sound of stones being pushed. The moment the underground passage was opened, Zhuo Xingtian saw Baishu beside him suddenly sit up straight and look back. The two men, dusty and grimy after having been in the tunnel for a while, crawled out. And Ning naturally quickened her pace and stood beside Baishu. Jie Chenyu remained motionless, his sharp eyes instantly grasping a central point as he took in his surroundings. The handsome young man sitting in the middle. The hazy figure in his fragmented memories finally materialized. He was different. Baishu sensed it at first sight. Those eyes, always filled with a gentle smile, transformed into an unfathomable, pitch-black abyss one dared not look directly into. The moment their gazes met, a vortex seemed to swirl from the depths of the abyss, spreading from the depths to the surface, shattering the original tranquility and revealing a dark undercurrent. The moment he saw this person, Jie Chenyu knew he could no longer maintain his composure. The soul that had been secluded in a corner suddenly grew wildly, overpowering the one that had previously dominated. Embrace him, possess him. The narrow eyebrows fluttered, their former sharpness gone. A hint of affection lingered at the corners of their eyes, and he exuded the ambiguous aura of courtship. And Ning rubbed her eyes. ? The two met for a moment, then Jie Chenyu strode towards Baishu. The aggression was so overwhelming, and so different from what he imagined, that Baishu froze in his spot for a moment. Dong Feng suddenly stepped between them. You're just in time. I need to use my skills. Even if my health is good, I still heal. Jie Chenyu, seeing the others around him, curled his lips, then walked away from Dong Feng and sat down next to Baishu. His gaze seemed to draw lines, and he clasped his arm around Baishu's waist, acting as if they were inseparable. Okay. This single sentence filled Jiang Anzua and the other two with horror, their hair standing on end. And Ning, a witness from beginning to end, was deeply shocked. Could this be true love? Even if one forgets, the mere sight of it will make one fall in love all over again, even if this worthless look is better than that cold one, and Ning tried to console herself. Out of sight, fingers darted downward. Baishu froze suddenly. Halfway up the mountain, he grabbed the rebellious hand. You? The hand clasped back, gently rubbing the back of his hand with its slightly roughened fingertips. Baishu looked up, gazing into a pitch-black darkness. Unlike the dead silence, it was a surging sea of desire that had never left his side. The voice was lazy, husky, and seductive. The words caught in his throat. Unsure how to react, Baishu exploded, his face flushing crimson. The comment section exploded too. The golden cage has this effect? Give me a dozen, please. I'm so shocked. I'm really watching the game, not a pornographic video. Sunny and Sunny. Am I the only one wondering what Baichuan No. 1's reaction would be after the game? Haha. After Dongfeng finished using his skills, he moved Bai Shu away from Jie Chenyu like a hen protecting her chicks, and sat in the middle. Jie Chenyu stared blankly, then walked around Dongfeng with a rather resentful look at Bai Shu. Dongfeng remained unmoved. Ahem. What should we do next? Bai Shu gritted his teeth amidst the dead silence and awkwardness. Talking about the competition, Jie Chenyu's expression became more serious. Jiang Zhenping quickly added, although number 4 was eliminated, Majo has become a more perfect whole, with no room for maneuver. What should we do? And Ning also felt a bit shaky, and could only hope in the less-than-normal Jie Chenyu. Defeat them one by one. Next target is number 3, Zhao Helong, the Eye of Majo. Jie Chenyu said casually. He hadn't forgotten his earlier plan, using Fire 2's opening prophecy, Mr. Li, and the Swordsmith's new skills to eliminate one opponent each. Majo would be able to deal with the remaining healer, or any one of them. But implementing it was difficult and risky. If even one player failed, the whole thing would collapse. His gaze swept across the 3 men opposite him. Wanting to save everyone. Jie Chenyu sneered inwardly. In his opinion, this was simply a poor choice. Sometimes, to win, it's necessary to make some sacrifices, isn't it? And he wanted victory in the match, the hearts and minds of those he desired, and control of their bodies.